Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got another day of Elite League group stage action. We're getting down to the final days here, second last day. So that means we have a lot of important games to be able to determine who is going to be seated in the upper bracket, lower bracket, and what teams are going to be eliminated as well. Lizard, you ready for the action?
Absolutely ready. Actually, you wouldn't even guess how ready I am. Like, I have had a good night's sleep, more or less, because there's this like a commune right above me, or a community building, I don't know how you call it, and there is some sort of a construction happening, but no one is in this building, and because of the construction the alarm was blaring the whole night. This morning at 6 a.m. I woke up and I'm confessing to a criminal activity here. I took like a big what is it called, like pliers.
Don't do it.
And I went to, I had to, because not only did was I unable to get any sleep, I was worried that I won't be able to cast, because it's right here, right? So it was I wouldn't be able to cast. I went there, and when I went there, there was some dude already. He's like, it's okay, I just called them. Someone is gonna sort it out. So I am ready. I am very tired. Not really a lot of sleep. That was a lie, but a lot of really good games to keep me up and awake throughout the day.
Yeah. Hopefully the action is going to be exhilarating, so it keeps you awake, ready to go. We get to take a look at the group standings as well. Falcons on top of Group A, Liquid on top of Group B. The only team that is currently guaranteed elimination is Heroic. Unfortunate for them, they have a 3-9 map count, and it is mathematically impossible for them to be able to make it into the next stage of Elite League. For everyone else, though, we are still, they're still around. So Group B, all those 8 slots yet to be decided. Group A, or 7 of those slots yet to be decided. So, that really just showcases like every single series is important. I'm not going to say, we usually start this series and say like, this is important if one team loses this and then they're eliminated. No, every single series now for the day really matters. And then when we get more information, we can start to be a little bit more specific on who needs to win and who needs to lose. Of course, the teams like that are doing well at the moment, they have a bit more of a leeway, but like, for our first series, Azure Ray and Entity, they're kind of both towards the top of the moment. Entity second, Azure Ray fourth. But then the second series, Team Spirit, they're all the way down at the bottom. PSG Quest, they're kind of next to them as well. So they are some must-win victories for them.
You know what's so scary for Team Spirit, in my opinion at least? Like, this is a team that's a lot of... they bring in a lot of eyes to a tournament, this Team Spirit. A ton of fans, especially from CIS, of course, from Europe as well. All the Slavic countries really cheer for them. All my friends are Team Spirit fans. Before Team Spirit, they were Navi fans. That's how it usually goes. They're the next big org that won the TI from CIS. However, they've lost to Heroic. Right, like the only the big win that Heroic have got are against Team Spirit. Let me just double check that so I'm not wrong. But I believe
you're correct. Heroic got one map victory as well of someone else, but I don't remember who.
Sure, versus Falcons actually, which is crazy for Heroic. Like they went into the tournament winning versus arguably one of the best teams of all time, like 2-0. And then also winning versus one of the best teams at the moment, which is Falcons. And then they lost to everyone else. Like, that's I don't know. Dota is a strange game, man. It's like, nothing matters. You just have to prepare for every single individual team. You have to come in with the understanding, and you have to adapt day by day. Like, day by day, you have to adapt now. Teams are evolving way too damn fast. This is... yeah, you get left behind really fast in Heroic. Unfortunately, that's going to happen to them. For these boys here, the 3 of them, I swear, we have 5 cameras and maybe 1 head altogether, 1.5. Like a little bit of DM, a little bit of Watson. One is Frozen,
Fishman?
And Fishman saving the day. Yeah, there we go. That's a beard and a half right there. He's if he sorts it out a little bit, that tsunami level of beard. I love it.
That's a difficult level to be able to attain. getting a tsunami level bid is quite the achievement. So hopefully one day I'll be able to get there as well. It's
No,
it's a little bit
dude.
rough, but one day.
I don't know. Maybe some rosemary oil, like rub it in.
Come on, man.
Some micro needling, some stuff. No,
Damn, you know all this stuff. You've looked
I
into
know.
it. You know all this stuff.
Not on my beard. Not on my beard. My hair on the other side has been not cooperating the last couple of years. But no, not about that. I'm just saying Tsunami has a marvelous beard. I don't know, those genes
He
are
does.
insane. He's just I don't know, just a gentleman, really. But we have a draft here. Not a lot of hair on this picture. Sorry, no one. He looks good though. He's been rocking this clean shave for a really long time. Also, the guy that I always see at gyms. Whenever I go to a tournament, he's always there working out. He lost a ton of weight from when he entered the scene and is looking much healthier, much better. But is still playing as well as he did in that first iteration of Virtus Pro, which is like honestly a big feat, like getting better in health, like improving your health and also still staying great Dota player.
That's not easy to do. Not easy to be able to continue to stay relevant as well, in particular in Dota for such a long time. And you see currently Entity are looking quite good in the round robin stage. Again, just to recap the standings, I know we saw it before, but as we get into our draft, Azure Ray currently 4th position with a 5-3 map count, and Entity are just slightly above them with a 6-2 map count in 2nd position. So let's see. We're starting off the day in Group A on the mainstream with a very good series, and Entity are going to open up with the Disruptor. And Azure using a lot of their reserve time for the first pick.
Yeah, the meta has changed a bit, and you can see that even right now from the bans, like Monkey King first phase ban versus any team really, and Entity as well, wasn't really a thing. No one really cared that much. But when you're playing versus Entity, what you really do care about is Fishman's Bane. So they get rid of him. And you could even argue 4 supports banned out by Azure Ray, by Entity, a little bit of everything, a bit of flexible heroes, and Dragonite. Some things don't change. Dragonite, for me at least, does not look as scary because teams have realized that they need to address the Manta build. So you kind of always have some way of dealing with it later on, either percentage-based damage or something that kills the illusions, which is you already kind of have it in glimpse. You don't want to waste it on one of his illusions later on, but you already have it. And I love this Disruptor. Like Disruptor Shadow Demon for me still, no matter what is going on in the meta, a lot of heroes are coming in and going through, but Disruptor and Shadow Demon still very strong.
5 seconds remaining.
That clinks a lot of respect as well to Azure, who are currently the only team they're picking this hero. They've got 3 games, 2 wins on her for Mr. Lowe. So yeah, a lot of respect just for the carry pool in particular now with the lifestealer getting banned.
That's a very good point. Yeah, the Clinks Slardar that they played, it was that cup is very hot for my man. Look at that. Needs to. Or maybe he just doesn't want to spill it. However, what I really like about Azure is the fact that they're not playing the meta very often, or they are playing the meta, but they have their own approach to it, like their own set of heroes that they bring in, and it works for them. Like you just mentioned the Clinks. I know they had something else as well, but they just have their own identity, which is pretty damn cool. Bat and Centaur, though, from Entity. I mean, this is just solid drafting from Entity, nothing crazy. Lifestealer is banned out. Centaur should have a decent lane versus IO plus anything. You have your Bat Rider to help you out on that position 4. Just a hero. I've seen teams try and put him on mid. Malrine, of course, but dude, just leave him on 4. He's just not a core. The power spikes are super weird. Everything about the hero feels weird if he's played from mid.
I do want to go a little bit more into this IO pick. This is a hero that I think, because we had a day off yesterday, and then the day before we were casting, I believe, only the first 2 series out of the 5. So we've missed 8 series as a whole, and I think through all of those, IO just popped up. Like, I know Liquid on like their first day, they picked at IO once. I know Gaming Gladiators, I believe, have also gone like IO Marcy. But this hero's win rate is looking pretty solid. I'm pretty sure it was 14 games with like a 70% win rate or something like that. Yeah, 71% win rate. So this hero's kind of popped out of nowhere, and teams are now starting to, I have to imagine, like on the off day, well, not the off days, but after the game day, you know, they'd be screaming or trying to come up with strategies on how to build the IO. But yeah, it's kind of come out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it.
I have to say, it's one of those heroes that always does that. Like, he's just banned like 50 million times in a row. Everyone forgets about him. And then he creeps back into the meta with buffs or without buffs. It's absolutely irrelevant, because Relocate is just a spell that changes the game inside out, no matter how weak everything else is on the Wisp, on the IO. So if you are not prepared for that Relocate, either strategically or by having decent heroes against it, you will lose. Right now, when I look at Entity, they have some nice things against it. Like, even the first phase Disruptor isn't that bad. Like, he's historically a good one. You have this AoE Static Storm Greeting. You have Glimpse Greeting as well for IO or his Weaver. I do like the TB. I don't like the TB overall at the moment. And I like the TB into Weaver, but I'm not so sure how much I like the TB into IO Weaver. I feel that that's maybe a little bit too fast for him. It's just, and when I'm saying fast, I don't mean in a literal sense, because they will be zooming together through the map. I just mean that this IO Weaver combo can get the Weaver online and hitting a lot faster. Plus, you don't worry about Sunder as much. Like, Sunder is... I've played exact matchup many times. Like, Sunder can be a real issue. Like, as a Weaver, you get blown up by TB in team fights. Like, if he's on par with the farm or a little bit ahead, which he should be, you can't approach the illusions. You just get blown up. But it's not the same if you're having this IO to carry a mech for you, or Greaves, Holy Locket, whatever. Changes it a bit. Gleipnir as well is a pretty good build upon Weaver. Even the Shard Gleipnir is good here with some Dragonlance. But yeah, they're gonna focus, it seems, on banning out Illusion Destroyers on Entity, right? That's how it seems, at least.
What about for Entity as well? Because if you're saying you're a little bit concerned that the Weaver IO might be might come online too early for the Terrorblade, you're probably wanting some high tempo, like, active hero for no one then, right? Is there anything that kind of come to mind for you?
Hell yeah, exactly. Like, I love that. Like, the Dragon Knight, he kind of negates the puck for you, I suppose. But the puck would actually, for me, look, it's dog against DK, but versus IO Wisp would be nice. Some catch, some flashiness, something that can jump in behind. But can you afford to lose the lane? You probably cannot, and then your game falls apart. So let's see, what else is there? Any sort of a spirit? Like, Earth Spirit is something that they played, and it would have been actually really good. Nice ban by Azure Ray. Lesh is also a tempo hero. He's not super flashy, but he just takes objectives, yeah?
Can they coddle?
I actually think Coddle is good into DK. I don't like it into Weaver. I don't like it into IO as well. Like, for me, Coddle has a couple of heroes he hates playing against. Any sort of high mobility that can get on top of him is difficult to play against. And Nyx. Like, there's like this one side, and then there's a separate side of Nyx. It's like, yeah, screw you, specifically, but maybe it's playable. Like if you can own DK, choose it.
Yeah, and that was the big reason why I brought it up, was for like the tank killer, and I thought maybe the Vessel and Burst against Io could be pretty frustrating. They will go down the Tiny route, so we have seen, I know Eastern Europe mid laners are a very big fan of the Tiny at the moment. At least they're kind of one of the few people that are picking this up.
I'll tell you exactly what this Tiny does. This Tiny is basically, again, a big FU to Weaver. It's this hero that should do fine against DK mid, and like throughout the game as Weaver, you literally cannot show yourself. Like when you're taking fights, you have to be extra careful. It's like you're playing into Bane. That's how it feels. Because you have this Tiny, if he gets Blink Kanda fast enough, you die every fight. Like, I don't care how farmed you are, you literally die to the Tiny solo. So it's a nice, easy way of dealing with him. At the same time, if it's that easy, you kind of see it coming, and maybe Azure Ray can play around it, find a way to deal with it. And again, I have to say, they have this Io Weaver, which is a bit different. They don't have to lane together, but later on in the game, they will be playing together, and they should have a much easier time dealing with these bursters.
How do we feel about the Magnus though for Bach? I mean, this last pick for Azure, are we a fan of how it closes out the draft for Radiant?
I gave literally zero thought into Magnus. Let me see. Like, it's Bach Magnus. Like, it's not Collapse Magnus, but he's felt.
It's not bad.
What he felt what it feels like playing against Magnus so many times. He's hurt by it. I believe that. Let's see. Let me. Jokes aside, I don't see the like. It's nice. Like Empower on Weaver is also really good. Like it brings them a lot of team fight. Like now you have this RP to work with. You needed something like that on the offlane. It's pretty damn good into TB as well. Just dispositioning him, and in the lane as well. You have so much damage. It's actually yeah. I love this. Like you're gonna have Crystal Maiden and Mag. Like a lot of spam, a lot of burst potential into both Fishman and TB. In Watson's TB, so some nice. Are you cold, by the way, or are you just like? Is it the
I'm
snuggie?
just chilling.
You're just chilling. Yeah.
I was just resting my
you're
arm.
cold.
I mean, it's a little bit chilly out here, but it's not that bad.
Yeah.
It's just no, we're just chilling. I was hearing you analyze the draft. I was hanging out.
Enjoying yourself.
Give me more wisdom. Come on.
I hope I didn't go too analytical. It can get boring.
No, go
sometimes.
more.
Like memes are.
No.
I mean, come on. Like, would you rather? I'd rather listen to Sunsvan talk crap, memes, or Slacks talk about dolphins than I would. Then I would listen to, I don't know, some analyst discuss the strengths of the draft.
I mean, it's all subjective, though. I suppose in the end, that's the big issue with this whole thing, where some people prefer one thing, some people prefer the other.
Yeah, that's true.
Try and have a good mix. Can't please everyone though. You can be analytical sometimes, and you can talk some shit, tell some jokes. Sometimes, yeah.
I think
hard line.
One thing that I would always suggest. I think I'm much better paneling than casting. I'm improving though, or trying to improve. But when it comes to casters, I just feel have fun and enjoy the game. That's the most important aspect, and then it will kind of translate into the cast as well. Lu with Sukuchi, he should be able to bring this Io a little bit closer to the lane, so the ward advantage should be theirs. Let's see that 30-second mark smoke, by the way. We don't see it from Dire. They smoked up instantly. What about Radiant? Will they do it? Oh.
least it didn't ward, I suppose. Fishman probably, I guess, saw that Tianming had some ward still in his inventory. Yeah, let's see. Entity used an early smoke, though, to get out.
Yeah, on one side you have Sukuchi and Tether, on the other they just smoked out immediately. Just to scout out the vision. No one, not a single team has a good idea where the vision is, though, because Io moved
30
back.
seconds to battle.
And this is it. There you go, the 30-second mark smoke. This is something that you actually mentioned a couple of times, and now it caught my attention as well.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, obviously, Horn's about to sound, and you still got a decent time of the smoke left, so.
The battle
We're looking for that first blood.
Watson, yeah, he's gonna break it.
Okay,
Break the smoke.
So, that 30-second smoke before the Horn, unfortunately, doesn't give them a first blood for Azure Ray. But we will get our lanes now set up for the moment. So, Bark in FY. Laning top. Looks like there really will be no shenanigans. The only thing is that entity down bottom are actually going to block Radiant's creeps. So, I mean, we see this sometimes. There's a lot of ways you can manipulate the wave. Either dropping a sentry at the T2 tower, sometimes even killing the range creep, and then also kind of body blocking the enemy's creeps as well. So this is very much going to favor entity. Have they blocked this small camp though? No, it is still open currently.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And it looks like Katsuhami is going to go do that now, so yeah. Drops a sentry, and they are so happy with the positioning, the creep wave. And maybe if they were a little bit better as well with the flame break, could have been able to get that pushback onto Tianming. This should be a good lane for both cores, no? I don't see DM not farming, and I feel like Low should also have a great time down bottom.
I think this is a lane that's full of kill potential on both sides. I'm not sure which one of them should farm better, like both of them should be able to farm equally, like you said. You have like a Weaver with Eye on one side, Centaur anyways on the other, that doesn't really care that much. Just a lot of kill potential, that's what I see. Maybe a lane that's a little bit harder for Bat to dominate. Top lane FY. They have used Glimpse already. It's fine. Yeah, if we're talking about bot lane, I'm just seeing this Bat who really loves having a movement speed advantage and mobility advantage, but into Weaver with Sukuchi. Oh, that's a very nice stun. But here you go. You see this Sukuchi, and they're out.
Yeah.
This is like one problem that I see for Bat and Scent, and then you can get
Top lane FY. Okay, first blood's gonna be there.
And the courier.
Now that I think about the Weaver Eye, didn't we have like a qualified game where we casted this, and you were saying this was actually one of your favorite duos? I know we've seen in the past like Io combined with a lot of things. Of course, Io Gyro really comes to mind, but. Yeah, I think we did get that Weaver Eye, and you were saying you're a really big fan of this.
No. Look, I'm a big fan of any IO combos. Top lane, they tried to go on Fishman, but the Glimpse back saves him. I have one account with like just IO games, 500 games of IO. Like, just spammed it when I was trying to hide it, hide playing IO, whatever. Don't ban me, Gaben. That was a long time ago. These other accounts were allowed, but in any case, yeah, Weaver IO is just fantastic. I love it. Like, IO Weaver is great. Tusk Weaver for me is my second most loved duo, but for the lane. Later on, it's like whatever. Yep. However, IO Weaver throughout the game is just too strong. I need to start buying this Bracer on Weaver, by the way. He's my go carry. If I'm playing carry, and I'm still buying Braid Band. I need to start doing that.
Well, a lot of it is because we've seen this Weaver into Tiny maybe at least once, maybe twice, right? And we saw the Bracer in particular try and tank up, and then I think that game I actually asked you the question if you would have preferred the Maelstrom before the Dragonlance, and then the Weaver went Maelstrom that game, and then went Dragonlance afterwards, but without the D-Lance stats, he still got blown up. So I wonder, Lowe's going to go Falcon Blade Treads. I still don't think that is enough from the Tiny Burst. So let's see if he has to go another stat item before the Maelstrom or not.
It's kind of weird, like there's just a lot of... I don't think this hero is fully cooked. Like, there's still Glimpse, Stop, FY. There's Bat as well TPing in.
They might be able to get... I was going to say, maybe they can get Bark as well, but no, it'll just be FY that goes down. So Kataomi, pretty decent rotation for him. I mean, the Bat Rider is going to be able to get the kill. You'll leave the Centaur solo. Looks like DM is going to be perfectly okay. He's got the Wraith Bam. Bunch of Tangos as well. He's doing a good job with the creepy Equilibrium too. And Kataomi's actually thinking about still staying around top lane. Doesn't have the greatest mana, but can always use the stick to replenish some of the resources. Maybe they even can glimpse FY?
Yeah, exactly. we think the same. But they will not be able to do that. By the way, from this bot lane, I have some real brain rot. Like, I click on Centaur, he has a Raid Band. I click on Weaver, he has a Bracer.
True. Yeah, okay.
Like, what kind of a meta? Gaben, fix this. What's happening? Ice Rock, please.
Man, Kataomi, that's so unlucky. It was a nice read, but the sentry he placed around the top secret shop is just out of range of that freshly placed ward from FY, so... And unfortunately, he's going to continue to be scouted out. FY is going to come over and soak up some of the experience.
Yeah, that's a perfect observer right there, and that's something that you should... Oh, by the way, this as well. Dragonite IO isn't that bad as well once you get the form. Toss back. They have Glimpse as well.
They've got Glimpse as well, I suppose. Yeah, maybe Ori's in some trouble. It goes under the tower, but
dude.
I mean, the IO nearby, they are doing 0 damage.
Yeah, that was a lot of healing happening. Like, you get Dragon's Blood, and on top of that, now you have...
you got a regen.
Perfect. Nothing wrong with
Fishman's
this.
Dead. Oh, nothing wrong at all.
That's how you defend your tower now.
A lovely kill.
This is...
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Just...
I was going to say, at least the Elder Dragon form's over, right? Like, that's... at least that's something going for them.
Yeah, that's true. It's kind of sad for this Tiny, no one playing versus... They picked it into DK, they know what's gonna happen, but it's like probably one of those matchups where the two... You're gonna farm, that's completely fine, but it's not a hero you can blow up at any point in the game, and... makes you sad, boy.
DM might have the TP on the Centaur. Well, he's got level 6 now, I suppose, and yeah, we'll stun TP back to base.
We'll lose a full wave of creeps though, because they will get denied, but you're fine with this. You get level 6. Top lane, Glimpse on.
They're instantly tipping into top. They've got Stampede to be able to close the distance after the skill rate. That'll come into play. But the TPs actually aren't going to be of assistance. Tian Ming didn't want to reveal himself, and it looks like FY would have been a little bit slow to get there. Maybe they were also concerned about no one swinging towards the area.
Yeah, he didn't show himself, and there's a dragon form pushing mid, so you kinda know that he's making a move. He has to be making a move, of course, if that's the case. Bat. Ooh.
Jesus, man, the damage from Ori with IO. A Fishman? What? Hey, okay.
No avalanche to save you, bro. There's Glimpse, though.
Okay.
Lou is coming in.
Lou's here.
Yeah.
Where's this man come from? I mean, at least the Sakuchi's expired, but they're gonna dive under the tower. It was no concerns for them at all.
Oh, he wasted Sakuchi. He wasted Sakuchi. He messed up super hard. Oh, man, I hate when this happens.
Oh, kinetic field soon.
He's going
for it. Is he gonna feel... What? Okay. No one's here.
Yeah, now he doesn't have ulti. This might actually cost him his life. Let's see. It's kind of hard. DM is here. They need to retether.
Okay, not a bad stun. And they will.
Yeah, just break the tether and re-tether to run away. By the way, I hate when that happens. What happened to Low there is so dumb. Like, you go into Sakuchi and you go for a kill, right? With the Sakuchi. But he misclicked, right-clicked the Disruptor. And because of that, he hits him instead of running through him with Sakuchi. It happens. Like, it's not very often, but it happens. You can see it. It's so annoying.
Just do better, bro. What can I say? Just don't click on them.
Never miss, bro. What kind of a pro player are you? The hell?
Yeah, I know, right? I would expect better. Pro players never make mistakes.
I'd do it better. There's this like Bosnian mentality. We would always do anything better, you know. We have a pro player. In football, if he loses, yeah, I play football better than him.
Is that just a Bosnian mentality? I feel like that's everywhere.
I guess it's everywhere, yeah. It's just that Bosnia is the one I'm aware of. Yeah. I guess shitty mentality is everywhere.
I tell you what, Twitch chat has all got that. Reddit's got that.
Twitch?
I've got that.
No, Twitch chat. Nah.
Twitch, no. Bro, these players ain't got shit on me. They should see my mid skills. They're ass.
Haste
Or the haste. So I don't know, this game took a bit of a weird turn after some of the stuff that happened mid. I mean, you do have Watson top net worth and balling out, but we have seen the power of this Io. You can combine with the Weaver, you can combine with the Dragon Knight, who almost has a Blink Dagger as well, and Bark as well is actually rushing Blink Dagger too, so you know, I suppose we've seen this. I know Collapse is kind of, at the moment, is going this Blink Scepter. I know some people are still going Echo Saber in some other games, but they're about to have double Blink Dagger from Azure Ray, and the DK will open up the map, and then it's going to be very difficult for NT to play into just the all-out aggression.
So I completely agree with you in that way, but I don't think that Entity are like a pushover. Sometimes DM, even with this Blade Mail, look at Low. You saw that, right? This is one of the things that I'm thinking of. Like, first and foremost, you can't kill this Centaur once he pops Blade Mail. Like, you can, but you're gonna commit a ton of your heroes. And then whatever you're doing can be punished, which is something that I really like about Entity's draft. Like, you can be punished by Glimpse, Static Storm, you can be punished by no one blowing you up. You can be punished even by Bat, who's having a good time as well. I love the Earn build into Vessel this game, instead of rushing Blink. I love it. You're playing into Io, into DK. Makes a ton of sense. Like, so some teams, you just feel that they don't have enough oomph, not enough damage at this stage, and then you have Weaver, Relocate, DK, Magnus, just your whole game falls apart. I don't think that's gonna happen to Entity. Or it can happen, but they have counterplay. They have counterplay potential. Blink on no one completed, by the way.
They do know, though, this deep observer in between the tier 2, tier 3 tower was able to scout the courier out. So they are well aware this is going on. No one's actually even going to blink in the river, try and snag the DD. So maybe AR can go for some potential bait play. I mean, Ori's got his own blink as well. You can relocate the Weaver in. So let's see. Let's see if they're going to be ready for this and set up.
Well, you see that FY is the only one showing up front, so no one will take the bait. Let's see.
Yeah, they're going to fire. I mean, you're going to TP Bark in as well. The Static Storm's already been used, so they don't have to worry about the silence in the backline. Glimpse will be there. Bark's able to jump in and land the RP. Solo onto no one, but it's not going to matter in the end. You're happy with using this ultimate to get the kill. Your Dragon Knight's a bit of a concern, though, is Ori. Starting to fall low to the Terrorblade damage. Watson looking to get involved early on, and I mean, Kataomi's the one that actually gets the double kill. Now Low as well, charges through the river. We'll also be able to find the Disruptor, but in the end, I mean, Azure, they were ready for that attempt with the Tiny, but just weren't able to convert into a successful team fight.
That's Watson as well. Let's see. You have to be careful, Low. He's fine. No. Just amazing plays from Entity. I can really see so many teams just lose in this fight and be completely blown up by the sheer number advantage of relocate and everything, but they were in position. They knew FY was a bait, and they just still went on it and they went on it with full force. Very nicely done. The static storm perfect, breaking the fight apart. I can't believe that Tiny actually managed to live. No one lives only because of one last millisecond of cooldown on Avalanche.
The end bottom.
Okay, this might be a kill.
Going to be able to do a lot of damage before the Blade Mail is active, and with Tianming continued to heal up low, it doesn't particularly have to worry too much about some of the return damage. So yeah, they'll be able to get a kill out of Dragon Form in 10 seconds. Looks like it's probably not going to be required.
Wisdom Rune, Katomi, and FY.
Oh, we pushed him in.
I wasn't gonna get it anyway, just
Radiant's middle
needs to
tower
be careful not to die here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and you don't go in, right? Like, if you're low, you go in, you get lassoed, you can die. There's Relocate to save you, but it's kinda sus movement. Oh, maybe some
Maybe a glimpse?
glimpsers? Yeah.
They're going to get low.
Dire's bottom tower
Oh, and they're going to have so much burst potential.
Relocate.
I mean, they would try with the relocate, but he just goes into the Static Storm anyway. Or he's going to follow FY. It's a pretty decent freezing field. DM's
Nice,
pulling
RP.
Bark jumps over the top. RP as well into Ori's damage. That's what they needed to turn the team fight, but no one. He's still fighting with an Arcane Rune. They got to kill him quick before the combination's back online. Even Watson's coming over. He could sunder the Tiny. He can jump in for the
what a
finishing
bro.
blow, and he'll find it. John
Any
Ming's somehow
glimpsers?
still alive, actually, with the raindrops keeping him healthy for the moment. Bark's going to be able to find another double skewer. He's forced to stand his ground, but unfortunately, there's no escape for him. Entity kind of get a little bit lucky. I mean, the Arcane Rune was perfect for no one, so he could get multiple combos off in that fight.
bottom tower
I really
is
think
under
that Entity, you know, they're just playing too well. There is, of course, there is some luck with the runes, there always is, but you have to be there for the luck to matter, and they're playing out of their minds. The way they're setting up fights, the way they're quick on the response every time there's a single little opening, and these heroes enable them. I just love this draft, man. Like, you have Glimpse, you have Tiny to jump in, you have Bat with Lasso as well if you need that, and on top of that you have a ton of mobility from the Centaur.
Radiant's
At the moment, at least, it's looking really great. When it might turn is when your Magnus comes fully online. Because you could see how much Bach did that in that last fight. Holy hell, man. Just tether him. Just tether him. Let him hit the targets.
Well, top tower will go down as you're able to claim that. We do have a response out of Entity.
Ayo.
Looks like they will run into Tianming. Yeah, ward's going to be placed down. And we're going to see him end up dropping. So another kill lasso is going to be used. Kataomi will get it. Another big thing in that previous fight, and really the only big team fights we've had so far, we've also seen Watson show up, which is very, very impressive. I mean, this is definitely something that the Terrorblade can do if you're farming around the area with meta, but even for him just to show and use stunned on no one, so he could feel much safer about jumping back in with the combo. And I think, again, this is something that carries are starting to recognize and do incredibly well, is show up to these early skirmishes.
Yep. It's also he's playing this TB, one of his best heroes. Plus,
Yeah.
when you look at Azure Ray, what do they have? They have RP and they have Dragon Tail, right? That's it. Like, you should be able to sunder off almost in any fight. So that's kind of good for him as well.
I jump straight to no one. This is pretty close to Radiant's side of the map, but it will not matter. They have so many people nearby. A couple of ultimates used as well, and what do you know, Watson's in a great position as well to be able to capitalize on this opening. So they'll expend the glyph to try and defend the tower, but this will still go down.
Now, something that Azure usually does much better, it's that first fight around the mid lane when Weaver was diving in deep. Usually they get more out of the map after that, because they get more kills, because the trade is much better with that first reload. That's something that they do also with that Klink Slardar strat. They just overwhelm you early on. It didn't work versus Entity. Entity came well prepared with a lot of reactive heroes, a lot of big boys as well that are hard to kill. And now they're in a pretty comfortable position, 4k ahead.
I don't remember, were the Tinies we seen going Echo Saber, or were they going Blink straight into the Phylactery Conda?
Straight Kanda. Straight Blink
Okay.
Kanda. Yeah, they weren't doing Echo.
Okay.
Most of them, at least. The bug will die, so Roche loses that minus armor, but they still should be able to take it. I don't even know if you contest this at this point.
Doesn't seem like they want to. I mean, Static Storm still cooldown for 10. Zempede's about to be up. Roche, yeah. I'm just going to go down too fast. They're just happy with what they're getting on the map. Mid completely shoved out. Bottom completely shoved out. They're going to be able to farm the jungle at the minute mark as well. So a lot of net worth still will go Entity's way even after they give up the Ages. Could even glimpse someone.
Ori?
Or go. Maybe that's also a play. Ori's going to show them in the mid lane. And they're just going to blow up the Dragon Knight before there's a response with the Vessel out. We see how squishy this hero potentially can be.
Yeah, Dragon Knight and squishy, that's really not the two words you hear used in the same sentence very often, but yeah, they blow him up. And that's without Phylactery, by the way, that's without Kanda, without anything on Big or no one. He was alone, and they did use a lot of spells for him, so of course anyone dies if you use Lasso and all 5 heroes are hitting you. It's, maybe a Bristle lives against that, but that's about it.
You see though, 5,000 deficit for Azure Ray, but of course with the Ages, let's see what they're going to be able to get out of the map. Currently, Entity have really good wards set up. One's going to be dewatered from Tianming, but still there's 2 other very deep kind of lane wards at the moment. So this will give them a lot of information for Entity whenever Azure Ray are actually starting to cross the halfway point on the map.
Yeah, just being that aggressive and playing on the enemy side allows you to have some better vision, of course. Which is also something that Azure Ray should be aware of. They know where Entity was playing. So even this smoke isn't really that far back. Instead, it's they're already on the enemy side of the map, and that's where they smoke. And then, like the read that you know when you're playing at this level, you have a good read where the wards are at all times. You just see a hero, you see him running in somewhere with the wards running out. You see where they were playing. It's like a meta of its own, warding meta, but you kind of have a good idea where the wards are, where you could be under vision.
There's going to be a bit of an advantage in regards to the objectives. They're actually coming back. Okay, just a couple here showing. What I was going to say, with Azure taking the bottom Tormentor, we saw Entity weren't currently set up to also steal Radiance, so they will get a couple of shards to work with. Crystal Maiden's definitely not the worst. It's either going to be the Eye or the Magnus next, and both are okay.
Yeah, kind of interesting they didn't at least, you know, read that and try to snatch it, but again, you are playing into Aegis, you're expecting this RP move from anyone, so... What does IO Shard even do? Grants overcharge, slow resistance. I also gains
That's good.
spell lifesteal and can now share spell lifesteal with its tethered targets. 10% spell lifesteal. But your spell lifesteal, I guess, when you use spirits and stuff. Also tether damages now, right? Damage per second 40, so you get that as well. And the slow resistance, of course. Pretty neat. Okay, not the worst shard, right? Not the one I would be buying on IO, to be honest. Like, there's so many other items that you need. Smoke up,
Right,
they know.
smoke up.
They see them.
Those are going to lead the charge as well.
They know.
No one's also ready. Blink's already used. Fishman's going to pop out. A pretty nice pick off to be able to start. Watson's actually going to look to enter, and now they got the jump onto Io. That's a great target if they can blow him up. That's a heavy enabler for the Weaver.
Ori.
Down both supports go. Now they're going to be able to turn to Ori as well, but the Skadi from Watson, this Terrorblade, is a gigantic issue for Azure Ray. Lowe's just going to be able to sneak through the glimpse, but it doesn't matter after the time lapse. He's still in trouble. Mimo down to the south. No one and DM are also hunting as well. FY is going to be caught out on the cliff.
Just don't look at them,
Entity.
bro. Just don't look at. They're not there. They're not there. Just turn around. Oh, Entity, man. What an amazing fight. Once again, and that's into Aegis. They realize as long as we kill Io, and this is truly the state of the game, as long as they kill the Io fast enough, there's nothing Azure Ray can do. Like, you just don't have the damage burst at the moment to deal with TB and Scent, and you can't sustain yourself through all the damage that they're dealing. Just, you can't sustain yourself against this Tiny that will finish off Kanda now. You also saw how fast, you called it out very nicely, how fast the Dragonite fell after the IO is gone. It's just this TB, so much damage from him.
How is Ori actually going to have any impact this game? You're up against the Vessel and the early Skadi from Watson. Like, it's how does Ori actually play fights against the early item counters that they have against him?
Yeah, it's rough to say, even once he gets that BKB, right? Like, you get the BKB and you're still gonna be suffering. FY dies. There's a halberd on Scent. You know your game is rough when this Weaver gets glimpsed back into the fight. Like, this Disruptor is glimpsing the Weaver back into the fight during the team fight. That's how little he worries about Low and what he can do with Weaver. Usually Weaver is the one hunting these backlines, and the BKB might allow him to do that. He's got it. He's also going for a shard next.
Did they bark? They're gonna try and jump the Magnus.
Glimpse.
Really, Skewer's gonna not do much if they can stampede after him, and also a couple of heroes got the blink as well. I mean, they are really struggling to get anything going on Azure Ray.
This is literally Metamorphosis high ground push. There's no mag. There's absolutely no reason not to force this. They don't have creeps. That's one reason, at least. But the creeps will arrive. And you know what's also so hard? Like, how do you deft this into Bat with Lasso, into no one that can jump you? You have to be really careful how far you go in.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Looks like they're just gonna give it up.
Glyph. Give up the tower, give up the Glyph. The meta is off, so this is pretty bad position to be in if you're Entity. Gotta go back, gotta continue farming. And this is really, like, when you press Weaver, when you look at Low, like, he's got Daedalus now queued up next, he has the shard. Once he gets the small crit, you're gonna have some damage at least, and your gameplay might be to eliminate these two supports immediately and play off of that. Like, with the BKB, you can kill them before the Static Storm or Lasso maybe. But, like, the sheer fact that he's considering it feels bad. Like, going for the Daedalus, you won't have a lot of, like, your stats will be gone. I don't know, there's just something weird. I love buying Daedalus on Weaver, it's great, but more often than not, I feel I'm forced into buying it than that I actually like buying it.
Okay. Well, it definitely feels like, unfortunately for Low, he's in this position where the offlane Magnus, who is going for this Echo Hurricane, had to go back for the BKB, so he wasn't really able to be a right-click threat as maybe he was hoping with the Irie to potentially buff him. We've seen the Dragonite have some difficulties this game as well, so maybe the Weaver is, you know, it's going to be enough for the Daedalus, but unfortunately for them, they have really lost every single fight so far this game. No fights have gone well for them at all. You're 8,000 gold behind, and Entity are already set up for this next Roche.
He switched it, by the way. He went at least Dragonlance first, so the crit will be last, and that's already a little bit more acceptable the way I see it. It activates your shard a bit.
They go for Low in the lane?
They have the scan.
Nice scan. Or he's not with them. He's actually going to TP base, lacking some mana, but he has the BKB finally completed.
Are you
greedy? This is greedy. Hoping that he's going to be able to get the Wisdom Room, and AR were already set up, and Entity will cut it at that. They see no angle for them to be able to protect their Tiny. And this is 50 seconds without him for Roche, so Entity, if they're going to contest it, it's going to have to be 4 on 5.
Yeah, that's a bit of a throw right there. Just a tiny little bit of that. Yikes. Sometimes you jump in a little bit too far, you make some blunders when you're up ahead. Make things a little bit interesting. But it is a huge opening. Let's see if AR actually goes in.
Maybe with the ward? Arc wouldn't be a bad jump. Katomi, does he want to go for him? They're going to go for the
Watson.
Iron Instead. That might be even better. They're on to Watson over the Terrablader. They have the damage. Sunder's going to be available for the timing. He gets it off for the last second. Watson has a second health pool to work with, but FY stands in the middle of the lane with the freezing build, and finally a fight will go incredibly well for Azure Ray. They got the jump on the Iron. That was the target they wanted. But it didn't matter in the end. They had to dump everything to kill him. It gave plenty of time for Low and Buck to be able to use their spells and right clicks accordingly.
Now they're fighting like lions, like tigers, like this top lane fight was amazing for Azure, but they did fight 4 versus 5. I mean, that's probably the best situation that you could hope for. Like you kill off everyone while Tiny is dead. I'm surprised actually. Okay, Entity are ahead and they're feeling great, they're feeling strong. You have this butterfly Skadi, your Terrorblade is huge, but just the control from Magnus is gonna kill him if nothing else. The RP was there, then the skewer, so he can't really use anything. Can't use the Sunder, then the BKBs as well. Yikes, that's a huge blunder by Entity. Still 2k ahead, but the game doesn't feel nearly as great any longer. Of course, it's still fine. They can still fight after this, but they just gave a huge influx of gold and experience to Azure, Cheese and Aegis as well on top of all of that.
Yeah, the fact that Ori's third net worth as well. When I really felt like the Dragon Knight has struggled this game, but this is, he's had a couple deaths, but he's now getting closer towards a Scepter. And we'll see. Let's see what they're going to be able to do differently inside that fight. Like maybe, again, like you said, they took a 4v5, so maybe it was a 5v5. I mean, it looks completely different, but you have brought Azure back into this game, and now they've got a lot more items to be able to take some successful team fights with.
I'm just looking at
51%.
Yeah, just very even now. Completely even game. Like Dragon Knight is gonna have his Aghanim Scepter completed as well. Still very possible to blow him up, but now you have to. I have a feeling now up to that point when Tiny died on the Wisdom Rune. Up to that point, the fights were pretty simple for Entity. There just wasn't enough damage from Azure. Azure had to outplay them out of their minds to win fights. Now I think they don't have to. Now it's pretty much very even going into these next fights. It's all about who initiates first, who gets good vision set up, some decent vision set up earlier.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Why any gem enjoys? Okay, looks like no one's got a gem. And we might see Radiant look to try and pick up a gem pretty shortly as well.
We haven't Tiny one, right? Sorry, you meant no one.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And dude, I know. I every time I cast no one, I think I should be saying nobody instead when I mean like not the player. Yeah. I don't know. He makes it a bit difficult.
Look at this tier 3 tower, by the way. No one is defending it. You can't def it. There is a double damage rune though on this Tiny. Maybe he can. If he had the blink. If he had a blink, he could take this Aegis. Like, there's enough damage in him.
There's a big wave top, so this tower's going to take a lot of damage, and they're going to have to TP the Weaver back.
You can reel it back.
Yep. And Scan does clip on some of the other members that didn't go back. Like you said, they can always relocate back in. They're getting closer to their side of the map as well. Ori will TP away from them, but NT are going to be a little bit too late. They're hunting their prey, but unfortunately they get back in the kennel, so
I mean,
They're
you,
not
you
really
saw
cool.
them. You saw the Weaver on top lane. You saw him TPing back to defend. The moment you see that as entity, that's your go call, basically. Just go. It doesn't matter. Like I said, they have this reload. Reload is good, but it doesn't save you from burst. Like, you're still going to burst one target down by the time IO relocates in. You're probably playing with a hero deficit, so that's why they all ran back, and now they can strike. They have Aghanim's DK. Crystal Maiden with the BKB, by the way. Did you mention that on FY?
no, I didn't actually.
Yeah.
And
Boots of-
the fight up top for Roche, that freezing field, I think he actually got all the duration off.
Boots of Bearing.
Katomi?
Katomi? Yeah.
I think, yeah, Radiant Smoke, so as soon as it popped on Ori, they're well aware. They're going to send the dragons up first, and now this is going to be a little bit more difficult. The bugs and the dragons is going to scout them out and break the formation. They will catch the Batrider. They're going to reposition over to the other high ground.
Yeah, and then the Manta is gonna scout them out again and see if they use it. Actually, there's no Aegis anymore, so this fight wasn't forced hard enough by Azure Ray. Back to farming. Low is kinda big though. Now this Weaver is actually a threat. That's a small crit. MKB or Butterfly will not rescue you anymore on the TB. All you need is the good control that Magnus is bringing. Some nice RP to prevent TB from sundering anyone.
It's interesting that Fishman as well. I'm seeing some other disruptors actually buy the shard straight away. So he's opting not to. Glimmer Scepter is Fishman's choice, but that's, I guess, a bit unlucky because they didn't get the Tormentor.
Never lucky, Fishman. Unless he's playing Bane, then he's always lucky.
Ori is going to pop no one smoke. Just be able to blink away. Also, Ori actually blinks into the avalanche, but still Bach is going to be able to close the distance. DM's going to find a bit of an opening onto the eye. Now with Watson nearby as well, that's a dieback from Price, so he can't rejoin the fight. It still doesn't look easy though for Entity to chase, and AR can still fight as well. I mean, Bach, with the potential angle for the RP, they're going to be able to catch no one over to the right side. BKB was
nice
use. Or Kataomi. It's looking about their end. Low on the high ground, starting to pump out the damage. DM's going to be able to jump into the middle. Importantly, Bach got the RP onto the Terrorblade, so there was no follow-up damage on DM's stun. Watson now needs a Sunder target. He doesn't get much health back, was just onto an illusion. Now FY's ulti. Once again, the freezing field in the middle. The team fight, there is no response. And AR, they'll also be able to catch up to Fishman. A 4 for 2. You lost the IO to start. You're able to do it with a numbers disadvantage as well.
Man, like the amount of repositioning tools that they have on Azure Ray is insane. Just from the Magnus, by the way, nothing more. Just from the Magnus, he jumps in, repositions them twice, uses a really nice RP. He dies in the end, but he's the main and sole reason why they convincingly won that fight. One thing that never ceases to impress me, by the way, is how lucid some of these players can be in teamfights. FY denies the illusion rune as they're going back next to the IO. Like where IO died on top rune. Like he denies it in front of Watson just so they don't have that extra amount of damage in teamfights. Just a random CM play, which is, for me, incredible. Everything else is fine. Okay, I can expect you to use good freezing field, expect you to use VKB, but just doing that little thing, having the peace of mind to do it in the mid of all the chaos and Tiny possibly jumping you and everything. Just showcases how well aware of every individual spell he is in the game and what his limits are. But yeah, less about that. Really nicely done to control Watson, to not allow him to use Sunder once again, something that we discussed a little bit earlier. They have the damage necessary and the control necessary now to kill him off before he does it.
Entity going to be trailing underneath this Radiant Observer Ward. No one's going to be able to get the stun. What was the crit? No one's still with the counter initiation. They're going to try and lay the static storm down, but the response from the BKB will be there. Lowe's, he doesn't care at the moment. Still going to be a little bit cautious now the magic immunity will expire.
Yeah, I don't know who this Saviana is, but no one should send her a kiss because this feather just saved his life. Yules and all the missed hits and just flying.
F5 pokes his head a little bit too far forward. He's going to be able to respond with the BKB and just walk it in the middle. They've also separated DM. Bark's going to skewer him straight on top of F5's ultimate. And Watson, I'm just going to have to do it by himself, but the RP will be there to respond. Bark will still go down afterwards. No one with a jump in as well. Low is going to die. The illusions. What? 30 health. Low will live. No way he gets out.
Incredible. Let's see. Dragonite is still around. Ori, he's thinking about joining this fight once again. IO buyback. Relocating in. Maybe healing the... Yeah, he's healing low. He's healing low so they can fight. But...
Meta, this is not a fight that can be had, I don't think.
Yeah, without meta, that's really scary. By the way, one of the biggest items that changes everything, and that's why the fight looks that way, is this fresh Daedalus on Watson. Like, he just got it. Roche will be down bot, and look at them TPing back. But, I mean, once again though, Entity, they're choosing to take this fight. At least it's even in numbers, right? Like, no mag on one side, no centaur on the other. But you are playing into the enemy outpost. And no meta, of course, what you mentioned earlier.
She's down for another 30. And you are... let's see. I mean, you're going to have a bit of... Centaur's back live. He's going to have to come through the portal. So you'll have a 5-on-4 for a little bit of time. We actually cancelled his TP. DM's actually going to go the long way instead.
Yeah, like you can go TP top, right, and do the outpost, but if you don't have the control of the outpost of the twin gate, then you might just die. So better like this. Run back in. Meta now is on once again.
Now, do want to say it's not an issue now, but top lane is getting shoved in, and these are super creeps with the double catapult. So you're eventually you will be on a bit of a timer here for Entity with creeps inside.
I think like it's scary, but not that much. You'll lose a tier 4. The vision granted by those creeps means absolutely nothing at the moment because you know where everyone is. You know that they're around this pit. This is the only place where they can be. Nice smoke. Let's see.
No one. Lowe's going to pop the smoke. They're trying to jump the Weaver. Not really the ideal target, though. Lowe's never going to be bursted up. No one with a response to the BKB is going to stop Bark from getting the skewer away. And look at the posturing from either side. As soon as they see the BKBs used, they want to reset and maybe see if there's a different angle. But this will favor Azure. But the Metamorphosis is used. Now, Entity are on this timer.
Yeah, I feel like the tier 4s, by the way, they are being assaulted now. Let's see, Watson wants to fight.
They gotta go. He's got to find an angle, but he also needs someone to jump, and it's difficult for no one to do so without the BKB.
I feel like their only play is this.
DM.
Lasso.
Katarm is going to be able to...
Bye-bye.
Oh my god.
Watson.
And now they've got the Dragon Tail stun. Watson's going to be able to pop the BKB with the RP. They'll just kill him off. It does not matter if he's got the BKB activated. No one. This is going to be a dieback for the Tiny as well as Entity. Just a horrific fight for them by Roche.
Yeah. Horrible fight. They're not out of the game yet, but this looks like a very convincing lead now for AR, who are missing a couple of buybacks, but still though, this is looking great for them. One thing that I need to address though is like the strategical aspect of this fight. I feel like your only possible play, I'm not saying it's a good play, but maybe your only possible play is to just force Roche and force them to get to you. Like, you are playing into RP, of course, and the illusion and everything, but force them to take this fight, because your meta eventually will run out. You can't get into this place in which you're chasing them. Easy to be a general after a battle, of course, but That was so well played by Azure Ray. Just seeing that opportunity of meta being used and then just dodging, baiting them into this bad position. They were forced to fight and they couldn't win it. They knew it.
To quickly add, Fishman did complete Sept on the Disruptor. So this is a big benefit to the team fight. Let's see how they can use it though. They're going to be playing behind from Megas and it will be 4v5 for 30 seconds. But how can you utilize the static storm perfectly inside the team fight? DM, yeah, almost the blade mail low. Gotta be cautious about that one. If he gets some crits, DM.
He's got Satan.
Fishman's also just dying to illusions.
Yep. This is very hard. They need Tiny at least.
And tries to jump. Will be able to get the stun, or his response is going to be there. And dude, these crits from the Weaver! What is the damage, man? Last one's going to be there onto Magnus, but the early BKBs means his Static Storm is useless, and also TB is just gone. G's are dropped even with the buybacks. They know they cannot hold the base as Azure Ray. What an interesting game. You know, first 3 fights look really good for Entity. You take a bit of a mistake when no one gets caught. Then they take a fight 4v5 around that top Roche area. Azure Ray get Roche, and then all of a sudden from there, they never look back.
Yeah, unfortunate for Entity. I don't know how else to call it. That one play on top Wisdom Rune basically loses them the game. You can see FY, he's not super impressed by the gameplay. I don't think that a team such as Azure should be after this game. Because honestly, that one play just lost the match for Entity. That's what it was. It's hard to, you know, how to put it, like, I don't want to be too harsh on no one, but that one play changed everything. They were in full control. All they had to, the game plan was simple in that moment. After that moment, anything can happen. Like, the game was blown up apart. The early game was so fantastically played by Entity that it's a shame that they gave away such an easy opportunity to AR. All that said, AR, they took all their chances. They played really damn well. They showcased their proficiency around these Roche fights very well. The bottom fight was amazing. Eventually, this Weaver gets level 25 with the level 25 plus 1 Gemnet attack. The game just becomes easy for him as well, as there's too much damage. Watson, like a high level match overall. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Like, even in this last fight around the pit, Watson, there's like a bazillion particles flying around. He manages to Manta dodge Dragon Knight tail, you know, like Dragon's tail. It's like, I don't know, I'm just impressed watching them. Here as well, nice RP, nice control on Watson, but this was the fight. This is what pretty much changed the game. You could argue that maybe Entity just shouldn't have fought. You know, you don't have your Tiny. He doesn't have buyback. Maybe just let the Roche go, get the Tormentor or something, I don't know.
It was interesting how... I don't know, I even thought late game was still going to be relatively okay for Entity. It seemed like something that was missing inside some of the team fights. I don't know if it was just like... Even though the RPs weren't always the greatest from Bach, if like in regards to pitting multiple people, it just felt like they were always important on whoever he caught, whether it be, you know, the singular person.
I mean,
FI is... Yeah, sorry.
No, I can't. I stopped you, but for what it's worth, like what was missing for Radiant as well is again no one. Like in these last couple of fights around the pit, his initiation also wasn't really there. He jumps like a Weaver, uses Avalanche and loses 50% of his HP. Gotta call it as it is. What you see is happening. Unfortunately for him, he had a fantastic early game and then a couple of mishaps. Couple of adjustments, of course, from Azure Ray forced him in a bad position in which he wasn't able to contribute as much. Same for the Bat, but that's what happens once this Weaver suddenly has a big crit and 3 Gemnet attacks. Like, you die to him. Like, you can't... you're not as free to do whatever you wanted to, like you did before. So, harder game.
Yeah, we saw they got to the stage where Azure, you had enough net worth and you at a position where some of the mistakes that were being made, you could finally punish for them. And when those mistakes occurred, they never let them slip away. That gave them that net worth lead, and they never really looked back after that fight around the top roast pit. So for them, a very important victory. Like we're saying, there's all of today. We only have one team that is guaranteed elimination or have confirmed their placement. Unfortunately, that is Heroic being out of the tournament. Everyone else is still fighting for their lives to be able to make it to the playoffs. So these are some very important victories, and it's going to be Azure that strike first on our second final day of the group stages. Though we did see some really good signs of life for Entity. Let's see if they're going to be able to turn it around. First a break, but when we come back, we got Game 2 Entity taking on Azure. Azure able to come out on top in game one. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue with that momentum and find a back-to-back victory in our first series of the night. Lizard, we'll have to see if some things change up as well. It definitely just felt like, there wasn't overly too much of an issue with Anthony's draft. It was just, one mistake, unfortunately by no one. We saw how much it was able to cost him in the end. Hopefully they can just wipe the slate clean, go ahead and look at next draft, because they were in a great position to be able to almost get that victory.
I think these kind of victories actually hurt. These kind of losses hurt you more than the loss in which you're just stomped or something. At least to me, because you were up, you were going for that win, for that W. You were playing really well. Everything worked, and then everything fell apart. For me, at least personally, that hurts more. I'm not sure. Let's see how Entity deals with it. A lot of big professionals on this side, so I'm sure that they will, just rinse and repeat the early game, and then later on they can make a couple of adjustments, maybe not lose as much focus. They will be playing into an Admiral Kunkka, though this is a hero we always saw at the beginning of the last month and in a lot of qualifiers, but he did fall off. Like, he's not. I don't think he was banned in the first stage last game, so or maybe even at all. Not sure, but in any case,
he was banned first phase. Yeah.
God damn it! Just go with my false narrative.
Sorry. Yeah, he wasn't banned. He wasn't banned. They
right?
voted him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it just overall good hero to pick up. That Aghanim's Blade Mail shard build or whatever you go for, X marks the spot, always nice. Just brings a lot of utility, but can be abused by playing a little bit too fast until he comes online. Like, that's something that Azure have done really well against the Kunkka, like with some Slardar Links, with IO Weavers, these kind of heroes, but they will not have the IO pleasure, the IO combo this time around, and they might actually still get their Clink slow later on in the game. Let's see. They've played actually Clinks on position 4 as well in FY. Didn't enjoy it that much, but their draft was kind of cool. It was the position 4 Clinks with Bristleback that they rolled on offlane. And then you had Bach being the true carry of the team. Kind of cool that they have a lot of different ideas about the game. But let's see, probably gonna just see a couple of a support on Azure, maybe something to still hide Kunkka's lane a little bit, and then for Entity you could possibly get your DM hero here, like something for him as well. A lot of heroes left in the pool on all positions, of course. Did you like the bat in the last game? I think he did quite a good job, like 90% of the game.
Yeah, but it felt like late game, it didn't matter who he jumped, he just died straight away. And I don't know, that's probably just because the Weaver. I don't think that's his playstyle, and I don't really think they could have taken fights any differently, but it did really feel like late game he was quite useless. There was no... you couldn't jump the Magnus straight away because the IO would protect him. If you try and jump the IO, then the Weaver's going to kill you, and then the IO just brought back in those instances. So
I feel like
I didn't hate it. Yeah.
What they didn't really do that well in these last couple of fights was Lasso Stampede, right? Like they would use one spell then the other. It really became a little bit messy for Entity. Like, they lost a bit of focus. They get the Centaur here. Like, Centaur can play really fast, and that's the nice thing about him. Like, the not so nice of a thing, let's put it that way, is the fact that you will be playing it to X marks the spot. So you're playing with Lasso Stampede, but X marks the spot can mess all of that up. And Azure, they go with Crystal Maiden Gyro. This still could be some sort of a gyro support, by the way. So these could be your two supports on Azure. Something that Entity have to think about, because okay, but Gyro is okay-ish. Like, you're playing, you just ban out the Morphling, which means that Gyro most likely will be the carry. But when did we see Gyro do the best? When he had some big buff position 5 or 4, some IO, which isn't something that he's gonna get this time around.
At least starts to give them a pretty strong lane if a lot of magic damage versus Centaur. They are squishy though, so there is some turn potential, like with the Batrider reposition. That Flame Break, we are going to see Entity pick up the Luna.
Seconds remaining.
Bane, of course, is banned once again for Fishman, so he's out going to have to play a different hero this game.
Yeah, I don't know if he plays Shadow Demon, I wouldn't mind that. With the Luna, not really the most popular combo at the moment, but overall I feel like the hero is strong. I go with ET. That's also very solid. Like, you get this Luna ET lane. I'm not sure if they are the team that played this before, but it is a lane that has been played a couple of times. The last time it was played, it actually didn't win. I remember the lane exactly. It was Luna ET into Rubik Kunkka. The last game we casted together, exactly that. But the ET actually didn't win it. Even though I thought it was a pretty good lane for him, pretty solid.
Azure Ray's turn to ban.
I'm looking at Darkseer. So this has always been one of those frustrating cures for Luna to play into. An incredible illusion hero to be able to get.
Yep. So Kunkka is mid. That's what we're seeing, right? Like Kunkka mid, Darkseer off lane. And I saw a lot of smiles when they picked Darkseer, so they're cooking something. They really like this draft of theirs, and you have this vacuum wall into Torrent Storm, into just Gyro dishing out a ton of damage, freezing field. Like their team fight is just fun, you know. Looking at their team fight is just fun. What do you ban out? You ban out the clock. You ban out all these bulky fours that, yeah, tiny clock. Anything else that's kind of
10 seconds.
in your face for?
I mean, I think you ban
5 seconds remaining.
Tiny and leaves Tusk in the pool. But I'm trying to think of other fours, melee fours. they really want.
FY Tusk, come on, let's get it. Let's get it. I think you ban it. You get rid of FY Tusk. This is probably what Entity will do, and then you get the Tiny. I think, but you're thinking Tiny is better. I disagree in that. I think maybe Tusk would be. Let's see. It's all about how they feel. Maybe you're correct. Yeah, you get that Tusk out. Come on. I'm not sure though. What do they need? They need a mid laner or an Entity. Let's see. They need something into Kunkka. Do you give no one the Tiny, by the way?
10 seconds remaining.
No. I don't want to say it again.
So you're banning it? They ban out the puck instead. Ha! Okay. Cool. I mean, cool. Very cool. Very nicely done by Azure Ray. The fact that they ban out the puck and they also snatched the Tiny away from Entity. I think Tiny would have been good for them. Just decent into Kunkka and overall decent into all these heroes. A lot of blow-up potential into Gyro. Now you have to pick a hero into Kunkka that does well against him. And by the way, Dragonite untouched. Why wouldn't you? Like, realistically, why wouldn't you DK no one here? The illusion is bad, right? If Darkseer gets it, but who cares? It rounds up your draft nicely. It's not really that much of a playmaker. It's someone that can jump in, and they might lack a little bit of burst damage after the laning stage, but hero that lanes well into Kunkka. Maybe an OD if you want to go crazy as well. DP as well. Similar play style.
Yeah, I like DP. I like DP a lot. I want a team fight here because I'm a bit concerned that Azure will just out team fight them. I know entities are kind of decent, but I just see like Darkseer with Torrent Storm, like you were saying before, and I'm a bit worried. And we've seen DP conquer like it's a free death profit lane and game.
Ember.
Oh, that is a forbidden hero.
That's something
That
you
is a-
hate. Okay,
I mean,
I'm gonna step back. Take it away,
Alright.
Aries. Why do you hate Ember? Why do you hate Entity? Why are you biased? Let me hear it.
I just the games that I've seen people play Ember after the Mage Slayer getting nerfed, he's looked pretty doo-doo. Like he's not looked very good at all. And so this is so I guess it is some recency bias, I suppose. Maybe some other people have had some success with him, and then they're trying to suggest the Ember. But look, okay, why I could be fine this game is the catch versus conquer is like it's not bad to be able to dodge it with the slide if there's people nearby on the creeps. And then there's no real frostbite can be a little bit annoying. In fact, like quite annoying for any spirit hero in the early game. But it's a no one Ember. I mean, this guy is on the spirit heroes and the pucks and everything. He's incredible. But I don't know. I again, like, to answer your question, it's just I don't know. I've seen this hero lose a little bit too much lately off the back of the Mage Slayer nerf. So, well, let's see. How do you feel about it though?
I don't know. Like you are so strong-minded about it that I'm kind of going your way. But they could have went for these more of like Dragonite DPs, these heroes that are telegraphing what they want to do in the game, but they would lack some burst potential. I feel like they have more outplay potential with this Ember now. It's kind of cool. Like you can go in with the bat, with the Stampede. You can do stuff behind the lines, of enemy lines. Of course, this hero isn't really picked a lot, but it is one of the heroes that no one became famous with. So maybe he can provide us with some no one magic from the mid lane. But no, I'm not completely sold as well. Let's be honest. Like I'm. There's a reason why he's not picked.
Let's see. Let me even see how many games he's been picked so far. Ember.
Ember.
Okay. 6 games, and he's only won once.
But he did win.
30 seconds.
He did win once. Well, there you go.
Yeah, right. That's very good. That is the win rate I want to see on the heroes I'm drafting.
Look, they proved that it can be done. That one win
But he didn't
proves
play
that
it.
it's doable.
That was.
Did he play it before?
All right. No, they haven't played it. It's a bunch of other teams. Let's see what no one can cook up.
Yep.
I'm even trying to remember how this lane is supposed to go. I'm pretty sure it's just a skill-based matchup. I don't think there's anything much into it. So
Yeah, a lot of damage can be dealt by both of them. For me, it's like just I feel Kunkai is in a stronger place at the moment, and then the Tidebringer, he should be able to mess Ember up. I do think that Ember has better rotation early on, and Ori will be a little bit more passive, or should be, right? Like Ember just likes to make things happen, move across the map very early on once he gets the 6. That's something that they have from the mid lane that they had in the last game as well with Tiny, and that's their playstyle. They want to have a very active mid laner. I respect that.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's
Does seem
courier
like
has been killed.
both teams have a pretty strong safe lane. Oh, it's a nice chorus snipe. Fishman gets one, Katsumi gets another. But I mean, ET Luna, pretty strong laners. How does though bottom go once Spark gets the second point in the shell? Because I know this is something you've been mentioning a lot when we get our darks, is that this is a very big buff to his laning stage, and of course his supports as well. Do we feel like they can get kills against the ET and the Luna with that second point in shell?
I would say 100%. Yeah, you have FY on Tiny. You get second point in shell. Some toss back potential is there. Of course, the question is how fast do you get level 3? That's always like how much can you pressure this Darkseer? And so far he's not pressured at all. He's farming up. He's getting his experience. They're in a pretty decent position at the moment. Some courier snipe will happen as well, so no extra region. for them down bottom.
And then top lane too. I mean, we've your Gyrocopter and Crystal Maiden, a lot of magical burst, but these are also a couple of squishy heroes. And if they're caught out of position, Batrider Centaur offers a lot of kill threat. So are we expecting? There's probably like a 50-50 lane in a way where like both carries or both cores should be able to farm, but there is some kill threat from either way. You'd say?
I would say there's a ton of kill potential, but one thing that is maybe different than how it usually is, we have a hard camp open on top. That might change things quite a bit, because both of these sides can farm it. Like you have a Batrider Cent on one side, you have a Gyro CM on the other. So I think we'll see something a bit different than usual in the lane, just because this camp is open. A lot of silliness can happen around it.
No one does seem to be having a pretty good time around mid lane as well. Fairly even at the moment, but we do see the Ember has opted for a very early point in the chains. Sometimes we see this, especially when there's like a Mirana on your team. See how he's going to continue to skill build. Blightstone is getting delivered, but at the moment, maybe it's going to be a 1-1-3 build. Don't think we get any Orb Corrosions anymore in the Ember. Will be interesting if he does, of course, previously before the Mage Slayer nerfed, it was Mage Slayer plus Maelstrom. I think now it is just the Maelstrom build that we're getting. But I'm not too sure. We will see what no one wants to cook up this game with the Ember.
Bot lane Bach with the fortification. Dude, he just took away half of... He might even kill him. I guess the way this is going...
Nice avalanche.
Nice, yeah, indeed.
And cancels the Echo Song from Fishman. FI will still take a lot of damage from the tower, but the vacuum... FI gets out, and now they're going to get a double kill. So both FI and Bach are with the spell casting down bottom.
They just got outplayed.
It was perfect, yeah.
Like, everything about this lane is perfect so far. The fact that Bach was just constantly getting solo experience, FY creep skips and fights with the Elder Titan, meanwhile Bach is getting all the experience under the tower on his own, so he's level 4. He fortifies the creep wave so that Iron Shell kills off the Luna. She was literally full HP when that fight started. Went from 100 to 0. It's not like she was poked or something before. Very, very nicely done by the two of them. And that's a scary lane. If this is a lane that can make everything happen for Azure Ray.
Yeah, and really enables Ori as well. Like if Bach is having a good game, then Ori can easily rotate to bottom, and through the early mid game, the Iron Shell and Surge onto the Conquer to enter the team fights. Because that is potentially one thing they can have difficulties with until the Tiny Blink is actually being able to kind of get some of these pickoffs. So, I mean, Darksy having a great time. And we've also seen as well, like this hero, if you... What's going on?
No, just the farm that he's getting under the tower. I'm salivating over it. Plus the toss back on Fishman. They have Avalanche. They're trying to block him with it. So he might just solo him. FY might just get the kill. He has Iron Shell, yeah.
They go for Watson? Okay.
They have toss in too, but no Surge. So maybe if FY rotates behind him, or Watson actually... He's caught, right? Nah, not really.
Well, we do have stuff going on inside the top river. Where he's trying to snipe some of the stack. See if he's going to be forced to use the boat. Looks like that will be the case. Kataomi is going to try and split away. Frostbite will still land though. Nice Echo Stomp. Fishman disrupting that aggression onto Kataomi. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the kill though. This run buff really paying off dividends here to keep Ori alive, but looks like Tianming will go down. So yeah, very nice rotation though out of Fishman's ET. It's a great stomp. Although, is it a good rotation? Because Watson Luna just gets dived onto the tower.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for Watson. The silver lining, I suppose, is this is a hero that takes stacks well. But it's really not a good position to be in. The tower is being pressured, 50% HP. FY is kinda low, but with Tranquil... Dude, this is just massive. Level 6 Darks here. Tranquils on FY, so he doesn't have to go back. Mech will be completed in about, what, 650 gold. They might go on him again. You need to react to this. You need to react to this.
Yeah. Are they gonna drop the wall? Watson's begging for a TP. He'll kill FY, but it doesn't matter. So, okay, what is going wrong currently? Is Watson, should he not be playing bottom, or should Entity be reacting and trying to protect him? Because this is
he's
a 3 deaths now. He's
feeding, that's what's going wrong. Like, they're feeding down bottom lane. They rotated out way too early for this Luna to stand alone. Kataomi now.
Top tower is under attack.
Just don't feed, lol. That's what you're supposed to do. Anyways, yeah, he needed an assistance from no one, honestly.
Ooh.
But I really think that's the rotation that needed to happen when that was going on. Like, your Batrider TPing in does nothing. But Ember didn't have it. He didn't have resources to join, and because of that, Luna dies once again. She doesn't even have she didn't even have a TP, so she's forced to farm around this tier 2 tower.
Well, like you said, at least she's someone who can catch up. Watson's actually going to be going D-Lens instead of that Mask and Madness. Meanwhile, Deem is also getting hunted. It's a bit more of a tricky kill.
Yeah, and there's no hard camp stack, but there is an ancient stack if they really wanted to go crazy about it. Gyro is mid, low.
They're going to be able to land the boat. No one, nice slide dodge. And now, maybe this is the opening. I'm sure it's going to be difficult to get the kills with the run buff. Tianming on a slither of health, but the finishing blow wasn't there. Meanwhile, Bark as well is also going to try and rotate. Watson, oh, the carries game just got worse. And they didn't even kill the Tianming. Oh, no.
They didn't kill him, yeah, he survives. He ran away with Frostbite. But it's literally just this bottom lane that is winning them the game. Plain and simple at the moment. He joins this fight, he uses Surge on Gyro. Lu can get behind with maxed out Rocket Barrage, he kills off the Luna. If anyone is dropping low, he uses Mech to save them. It's just perfect, and FY dying is really not a big deal. He might go on DM actually. Stampede, is there any rocket enjoyers? Yeah.
They're gonna chase him.
Missile has been used.
Oh,
never mind.
Okay.
Just look at FY. Look at his look at the gold on this rock.
Not bad. Rockman is apparently rich.
You need some gold set.
Look, if they don't take this stack soon, AR will contest it. You can just call down freezing field, and I don't think you care how much you use on it, especially if this is Luna's catch-up.
Yeah, they could do it. They could do it. Sometimes, though, in a game, you have to ask yourself, is the risk worth it? Like, if you're 5k ahead 10 minutes in, like, you're having a fantastic game, what if it backfires, like, going in there? Is it worth it? Like, if you take it, the game is over. But if you play... It's not over, but it's it's in a really good pause. DM, yeah. Takes a lot of damage there. I don't know. I just hate these kind of plays, these kind of risks. They're gonna go in, though. Darkseer leading the charge. Will be late.
Katomi farms it all. So the Bat Rider's rich. Gonna get him close towards the blink. Unfortunately, they are a little bit too late, though, to contest. They will try and ward the very up. Maybe they want to fight. Katomi actually drops a ward on the high ground. We'll see with the Bat Rider. Fishman, can he disrupt this? Won't even be able to try and use any spells with easy surge in. FY finds the angle. Quick and easy kill. Top tower is going to go down as well, uncontested. This is... I don't know. It's not, it's not looking good.
Not looking good, bruv.
Don't. Lowe's going to take away the triangle farm. What is our Luna up to? D-Lance into Mask of Madness. So Maybe
doesn't
actually
have
didn't need
Mask
the
of Madness,
mask. I don't know if the seeds are surrender. I mean, mask is so much your farming speed with the attack speed, but maybe the seeds is lifesteal isn't. Sorry, the health regen is enough. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not only the lifesteal, I would say, it's movement speed between the camps.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, popping it, being faster across the map. But I guess when you're 1-for-1, beggars can't be choosers. You get whatever you think is the most important, and Manta is a bit more important when it comes to your farming speed, getting that earlier. So, it's like, if you got the Mask of Madness first, you would get Manta faster, but now that you couldn't get it, maybe going back for it would be too... Maybe that's the thought process. I'm really not sure, because I love Mask of Madness on Luna regardless.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the Yasha next. It also helps out quite a bit. But he's not in a happy state.
No, not at all. And I don't know, like maybe this game you're just going to have to try and look at the Conqueror and the Batrider trying to cut waves. You probably are going to lose some heroes. I think it's easy, definitely for the Ember to be able to do it. Pre-blink on Tiny, which FI now has it 13 minutes in. Incredible blink timing.
And smoke, blink, there's Greaves on Darkseer. The only... Okay, Fishman, he's gonna be an easy one, and they will rotate. Look at this, they're separating in two. Tiny Darkseer still hunting top. I love this. They might not even get Fishman because of it though.
Oh, they got the X again, okay.
Yeah.
It's really cool what they did though, like you said, they just split away. FI was already looking for another jump. Kind of nice read though from Entity just to make sure that wasn't even a possibility. Dim went all the way back to base past the T2 tower, so I guess was somehow able to get that information.
Yeah, the question is now, what do you do with this blink on Bat? Like, he's got it, but where's your damage really coming from? You've got that, and you've got Blade Mail on Scent and the Ember. I guess you could fight, but versus Greaves, I feel none of that damage truly matters. And if you don't take a decent fight, he will continue farming. He'll probably have a pipe next.
Just like, I don't know, lasso into Earth Splitter. See if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, Elder Titan helping out a bit, maybe.
No one? Oh, FI is going to be able to get both of them. Now the boat's going to fly in with a slide on cooldown. It connects onto the Ember Spirit, but the chain control is there. FI unfortunately stuck on the high ground. A little awkward spot for him to be in. Katsuomi, bit of a nuisance, but that is all he is, and they're going to squash him as well for that, so 2 kills and 2 very easy kills, barely breaking a sweat or Azure Ray.
Yeah, just a perfect wall, catches both of them. The jump from FI as well. Hard to play this game, really. If you're Entity right now, you're just so far behind. It doesn't... 6k, 15 minutes in is a big lead. But it's not only about the lead, it's about the way these heroes work. Elder Titan is never the most active hero, you know? He's never the hero that actually rotates a lot, but is very good at reacting, and that's something that they have on Entity. At least you can react with the ET and maybe stall the game. Watson, be
Hot
careful.
lane low.
Guy.
They need more. They're going to get it through the Ember TP.
Let's see, they could
Let's
kill
see,
him.
2,000 health. He's so far away from the tower. And yeah, they're going to get him. It'll take a while. He's trying to run towards FI, who does get the combo out. Tianming's also going to move in as well. They're probably just going to have to cut their losses at Fishman. Although with the Frostbite into the freezing field, no way. And this is this Crystal Maid you just never expected. But this goddamn support offers so much control in the early game versus these spirit heroes. Just you max the Frostbite, 3 seconds is enough. Everyone else gets in there and they blow up no one. And that's 2 deaths in a row. And this hero cannot have a lot of deaths to be successful in this current meta.
Look, it's stupid strong. 3 seconds shouldn't be enough. It is enough. Like, it's one of the longest routes. It's so good versus the spirits. Like you just said. They killed the gyro, but look, they won't get anything on this map without suffering some
are scanning.
Watson.
Oh.
Is-
Nice dodge.
That's a nice
dodge
juke.
turn 2. Never mind. I mean, DM's here.
Radiant's current
He can maybe use the Eclipse. I mean, it's only level 1. It's going to do no damage anyway. So,
CM.
DM finds a nice jump in onto 2. They're also going to try and have Kataomi look for the last. So that's FY that's actually putting him in. It's going to be a good Echo Stomp. Alright. Earthsplitter Flight's great.
Woo!
It is great. That was the overcommitment that we were waiting for and the reaction. Exactly like you said. Listen, this ET, what he provides is counter initiation for when the enemy team jumps in. An Echo Stomp Earthsplitter like that puts
Tip
you
this man.
in a
I can't
pretty
believe no one
decent
is
position.
tipping him. I just can't believe no one is tipping Fishman. Come on, like I would literally force all 4 heroes. Perfect. Very well played by him and the rest of his teammates to even get into that position. But Azure Ray, that was a bit too much. Like, diving the Luna, I thought it would actually work out for them, but in hindsight, of course, that was a little bit too deep. Behind the tier 2, under the tier 3. Nice jokes by Watson, by the way. He didn't try to just straight go back base. He knew that was blocked out, so instead he tried running a little bit into the trees, and it did buy enough time for everything else to connect.
Now, what does that mean, though, for NT that bottom fight? Like, how back are we right now? It's only 3,000 lead. It doesn't look like a lot. But
We back, baby!
We back, or we like kind of like fake back?
It's not a fake back. It's like a huge lead thrown by Azure. I still feel that Azure have a nicer draft overall to play with. That's the problem, but we're back. We have a game.
I like the sound of that. Watson got Manta now, so his farm's going to accelerate. What did Bat get after that? 4 stuff as well is almost done for Kataomi. So that now gives you some initiation potential for them. But I do think we're going to see Azure respect them a lot more. Like, that was very, very deep, where Entity, without a doubt, were able to react and come from multiple angles. And we also saw the Gyrocopter up top as well. He was also, that death for him, he was farming very aggressively. So I do think, maybe there was some greediness in the previous plays, potentially with the lead they had. And now we'll see if that's going to continue, if they even give a mistake away for Entity to try and capitalize on.
Yeah, you just still have to, I think, take it a little bit slower on Entity and wait out a couple of extra items. Like, you need this BKB on Luna before you take the next fight. And on the other side, Azure, they're still ready.
top tower is under
But let's see, Surge on Fishman. Is that really... Did that really just happen?
Yeah, I don't know how they missed him.
I literally can't believe he missed him. That was insane. That was crazy.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower
I wonder-
is
The
under
BKB
attack.
also completed on no one, so will allow them to take these fights. A lot of magic damage from Azure. A lot of mixed and magic damage, but not a lot of physical. So these BKBs will be very helpful.
They're going to try. At least they could force out the BKB. And they will
Needs
get
to
that.
TP out. Yeah. He needs to get away straight, because
Dire's
always
top
have to be careful now with the X marks versus BKB. You can still be caught.
It is unfortunate, but I do think these BKBs are something that he's going to have to continue to use like that to give them time to stall. I mean, importantly, DM is farming all of this top jungle,
Dire's top tower
mid shoved in, and you are not in a position to contest it with the BKB down, so we instantly see they're starting to move on mid. No one with the help of the creeps should be able to bring the tower down. Die of Glyph, I suppose. But this is a good trade for Entity. You're going to get 2 T1 towers, you'll give up Rosh, it doesn't matter, but a lot of camps are still going your way.
Yeah, for sure. This is the best option that they could have... The best choice that they could have made. Like, you do give that... Maybe if Fishman was a little bit closer to the late a bit with Echo Stomp, that's something that ET can do very nicely. It could have been even better, but overall, you don't contest that. You're still waiting. You're waiting for the BKBs. All your team fights need to be around your vision. Like, you have this bad Elder Titan. You have to play that way, and you can delay quite a lot with Fishman. Let's see, surged up FY.
Are they ever defending a T2 tower though from Entity, or is it solely just high ground defensive? Azure trying to push it.
You can delay it. You have maxed out Echo Stomp. You don't have to defend it, but you can delay it very nicely with Fishman. He just has to be careful about this counterplay. Surge tiny, blinking in on top of you. That's a roughie. Mid.
Just trying to force some scary comms, asking FI for the boys to come over, but no, they're actually thinking about high ground.
In a very careful way, though. I mean, that X marks the spot is literally only for the lasso, nothing more. They're just afraid of low being dragged too deep under the tier 4s. Meanwhile, Entity, they do have a BKB now on Luna.
Oh, FI? And they saw this ET just move up even slightly too far. He's going to instantly buy back. It seemed like they're already happy to give up the barracks, so I'm a bit surprised about the buyback unless everyone's going to come defend. Are they cut bottom, I suppose? Okay, yeah.
You can delay it with Elder Titan as well. Oh, X marks the spot. Maybe you cannot delay it.
Fishman, maybe Katomi can 4-staff him? Nice, just out of the avalanche.
They won't lose the range axes, but in the end, Azure Ray did get what they came for. Look at this smoke, though. No Earth Splitter, nothing like that. Maybe they're hoping someone will TP top, and then you can catch them. But Azure Ray are just retreating together.
No way, not low. Although they are a little bit away from him. Dim's gonna jump. Looks like they'll be able to kill the first life quickly.
You see?
They don't get the first life, but they do get a free kill onto the Crystal Maiden, which isn't bad. In this stage of the game, when you're playing a deficit as well, any instant pick-off to give you the numbers advantage you are happy with. It would have been great if you could get rid of the Aegis, because it is still in the hands of low for another 2 minutes.
Come on, that was really sad. They could have finished him off. They could have. They just didn't count on Bach and his Greaves. Like he came in just in clutch, saves the gyro, and you don't get a kill on him. They could. The thing is, okay, you're happy with the CM. You could have gotten both. That's all. You could have gotten an Aegis as well.
Yep. With Bo2, what are our thoughts on the itemization for him? Because we have seen some Darkseers go for a relatively early Scepter, especially when there's a good target to be able to get the illusion. This game, it's actually going to be a BKB for him, so pretty defensive. Overall, yeah, what are our thoughts on the current build?
Man wants to be a bit safer in these fights. He goes for the BKB. I don't know. I think Aghanim's would also be fine enough. I think he's not really dying that quickly anyway. BKB is ultra defensive.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What does it allow you to do? It allows you not to care about Echo Stomp and the stun from Centaur. Those are the two main things, of course, and then there's some Lucent Beam and the Ember magic damage, but let's see.
Radiant's top tower is under
I think maybe it's a bit too defensive, but
Radiant's top tower.
Maybe around the Tormentor?
well,
It dies too fast at this stage.
It's under attack.
Oh, I was going to say, he might
oh,
get
he
it.
almost. yeah,
almost
almost. They're doing
They're
the
going to
same
go
thing.
high ground
X
again,
marks-
though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Can't have Katomi dying to the Tormentor. Oh my god.
It's the worst one that they could have gotten. I mean, Bat is also. These two supports actually.
Yeah,
Holy hell,
no good.
their shards are bad. Like Elder Titan's shard is really good if he is high level. If he has level 15, like plus 25 Astral Spirit Hero attack, and maybe if you have Aghanims, like if you're rushing that, then it's good. But besides that, it's not that great. But Smoke, Aegis is gone.
Katomi's going to be able to find the lasso onto F5 with Eclipse. Oh, the X, I think, from Ori. F5 still alive. He's still... Okay, never mind. Watson's able to blow him up. Meanwhile, no one inside the river as well, creating chaos. Has to respect the crits, and these were a lot of BKBs used from Entity. Ori's Torrent's going to be able to catch the Centaur on the escape, and They want to
FY in the
guarantee the
back.
kill with the Torrent Storm. Meanwhile, FY, they didn't kill him. Oh, he bought back. Okay.
He bought back, yeah.
Fire out.
They killed him,
Very interesting.
yeah. He disappeared, but because they have such a map advantage, they have this outpost as well. They TP straight back into it, and basically the one hero that you killed is the one that's the easiest to commit that buyback with. He does it, he joins back in. I get Entity, I understand what they were doing. You're trying to go in, you're trying to fight as those as that Aegis has just disappeared, but you're fighting with a huge gold gap between the two teams, at least the strength gap between the two teams. Like the damage wasn't there, the lasso on the Tiny. I'm not sure, like you have BKBs on Ember, on Luna.
Again, it was the X from Ori though. Like it was an instant X into FI being able to use himself, which means you pretty much waste this Kataomi Blink initiation. So all his items is, you know, his net worth is useless. FY. Once another jump. This time it's going to be onto DM.
It's got Stampede.
And yeah, but is he going to be able to get it off in time? And yeah, he's going to go down too fast. They're going to maybe poke if he has a buyback. Will they? No, they won't. Okay.
One side left remaining, they don't need to force it super hard. My only question in that last fight, yeah, you did save FY, but he still dies fast enough. I don't even know if he managed to use the combo. But he dies super fast. So my question is, okay, you got your target. What's the play afterwards? Because I think for your fight to be good, you either need to deal with the Kunkka or Darkseer, and you just don't have the damage to do that. Even with the lasso, you just can't take them down fast enough. Like, you kind of have to not fully commit, I would say, even. Like, maybe bait out a couple of the... You have good heroes to bait out things. Good heroes that don't rely a lot on ultimates. Much easier to take the fight if you're Azure Ray. All you have to do is pop this wall vacuum and then lift your hands off of the keyboard.
Yeah. How do you bait though an entity? Because doesn't it seem like you need to use BKBs? And if they don't have these, then how do you even team fight into Darkseer? Like literally everyone. How do you actually team fight if BKBs on cooldown? So like they are kind of your timing focus as well, where they only have a window of the 6 to 8 seconds, whatever the BKB is.
Maybe some outplays with no one, but it's all looking way too difficult right now. Let's see. High ground defense, Fishman, this is where the hero shines, so maybe something they can do about Lu stepping outside of his teammates' range. He's got Satanic Daedalus, by the way, on Gyro. I don't know if you mentioned too much what his item progression has been lately, but he hurts.
They're smoking to Ori. Let's see, I mean, everyone else might come through the portal, and yeah, it looks like that'll be the case. So, if they still go for this... Okay, nice scan from Radiant. Clips on the portal, they're still going. No Ember.
Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, I don't know. This is... Like you said, I mean, this is a Hail Mary. 1%er. No one? Or he's got an invis. He's going to see no one.
I do like this for no one. If he can bait out something. Like, he's the one with possible outplay.
Oh. Alright, they're going to try and get the jump onto the Conquer. Do they have the burst potential to bring him up? It looks like it might be the case. Or he's gone, but low. I mean, this Gyrocopter can still turn the fight. He's got such an overwhelming amount of net worth that Watson... forced to run away, and with a surge, that'll help them close the distance. Watson will still be able to assassinate Bark down on the low ground, and now Tian Ming, he's in no man's land as well. The missile's still going to be able to connect, and Low gets the ultra kill. When no one should still be able to clean them up, with DM standing hand in hand. Combined together, they will get a 5-man wipe, but alright, I'm not bad.
Not terrible, not bad at all. I think that was a buyback from who? Only DM? Just a amazing fight in which they have this Luna in the correct position at all times. The lasso brings Kunkka straight on top of her. Everything is in. The Kanda damage, the ulti damage, all the glaives that she's dishing out. Even this fight was so close until the bitter end. Maybe if Fishman hits the missile once, then the Luna can loosen beam Kanda, the gyro, and he dies as well. It was like just the nuances made a difference for Gyro to get that ultra kill and maybe overall come out on top, but you're really not sad. Even with committing the buyback on Centaur, that fight went pretty damn well for Entity.
Yeah. It really could have been great for them if the boat didn't get off in the Conquer. They were maybe about 300 health away from killing him before the combo was used, and without the run buff to protect the gyro, he may have gone down as well. So, I mean, let's see. Maybe you just go for the Conquer again. They showcased they had the ability to be able to kill him.
Two heroes.
Let's see if they even try and force Roche.
Scary. A lot of team fight, but this is how they lost the game the last match, that is. They lost it in the Roche pit. This time around, they don't have to really force it. They don't have any big spells.
Smoke's gonna pop, no one.
This is...
Charge into Bark. No one's got an arcane to work with inside this team fight. And like you said last time, it was really important for him to be playing on the front line and creating chaos and being a nuisance for Azure Ray. Let's see if he's going to be able to do that again.
That's exactly what I want to see from him. Just poke in. There's no hex, no catch for you, nothing that should kill you straight up. If he is able to bait out a BKB or a big spell, that's a huge win already for Entity.
Creeps in the base. Looks like no one's actually going to go back to try and deal with this next wave coming in as well. It will mean this Arcane Rune is going to expire, so they're not going to have it for that big team fight. Maybe they can move up on Azure Ray now as well, knowing no one's not here. We'll be able to rem them back. So they didn't get too much macro. So that's aggressive remnant in. No one. No remnant actually placed defensively now as well. So he's going to have to try and BKB. Kataomi gets the last rip of the X once again. Instant response. Bark's going to be able to get the combo. Look at the damage from Watson though. Bark, nice force stuff up to the high ground. Now low as well as charging down Watson. This Luna, can she escape? The Earth Splitter from Fishman's going to be able to get her out of danger, but it looks like the both supports will go down.
In the back.
Meanwhile, another fight's breaking up to the northern side. No one is going to be tossed into the air. A buyback into the Remnant. He'll rejoin. DM as well is nearby as well, but I don't think you've got an answer to low. This guy has way too much farm, top of the net worth. The buyback's the only thing that's going to stop them in this team fight potentially. Is no one is able to get some separation. Bark is hunting though. No one's out of Remnants. It's going to be a dieback for them, but he's so pivotal inside these team fights, and they will get him. The nuisance is down, and now Azure's 5 will easily be able to take Roche, and they can walk it down for the finishing blow.
X marks the spot once again, saving the day. Ori on that Darkseer manages to rescue him. You have the wall. Luna almost kills him, but there was also, of course, Tianmin with the Force Staff saves the Darkseer, pushes him high ground. Saves him for long enough to have some more impact in that fight. Meanwhile, Luna wastes the full BKB duration to even try to kill the Darkseer, so everything else is a little bit easier for Azure. But that fight is exactly how it shouldn't have started, in my opinion. But maybe that was the plan. Maybe the plan was Ember goes in, creates a chaos, and then Kataomi can jump in from the back because everyone is responding to the Ember. If that's the case, it's a really sneaky plan, but for Entity, unfortunately, it didn't work out. No Ember for 60. This should be Megas. Maybe a game, but Megas for sure.
Watson's 700 gold away from Rapier, so I don't even know what he would sell to get. And I don't think you sell treads. You may have to. Maybe Wraithband and some of the creeps inside the base. You've got Glyph at least.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. The Dire now have mega creeps.
We did see though, like lasso into Watson's damage with the shard was almost enough. So close to Rapier gold if he sells.
Radiant's middle tower
At least no one's going to be up soon, so they'll have a 5v5.
You see this FY hero, you see this rock X marked, you're instantly
That's him
moving
with the
back.
backline jump. They're going to try and make the attempt once again onto the Conquer. We saw last time they almost killed him, and this time they'll do it. All right, they get the Aegis as well. Now can they take the fight off the back of the respawn? Jumping tries to enter the fight, but he's going to be off the mark kind of with the initiation with the spells. And can they stop them from retreating? Though Bark's still alive. He'll assist with the surge. I mean, NT need to get more out of this. Potentially FY caught inside the base. The Sun's going to be back up. Going to be cautious about Bark though. No wall, but still the potential combo with low jumping in. No one, he wants to do it though. Instead, the drop's up to him. Down to the low ground, onto the gyro, with the Satanic still on cooldown. There's not enough life still. Down goes Gyro. FY is going to be able to TP back to the base at least, but we've got Rapier now on Watson. No buyback on the Gyro.
Look. This Luna hero, a perfect fight, by the way, from Entity. Amazingly played, defending the throne. The lasso was good. They blow him up. Luna moves in with the Moonglaives, right? Like with this shard usage, and without the Rapier, and they managed to do all of that. It also is one of the best heroes to push with the Rapier and against the Megas. Like, you don't really care. Luna, all she has to do is kill off the tier 3, and the Rexes are falling, and soon is your throne as well. So definitely he's fine. Definitely an option for Entity. Definitely a way for them to win this game. Level 23 Luna, soon to be 25. I mean, once again, we have a game, and once again, Azure Ray can't throw their bodies just in.
Yeah, what is actually going on? This is another Mega Creeps game where it's only 4,000 net worth lead. Like, it's so close. Watson Satanic is actually huge. I feel like if he gets this, the probability, it's already 10%, but I think this is a huge item for him. I don't know if he's...
I love how he said
will,
that,
honestly.
10%. I love how he said that. It's already 10%. Wow, you know, such a...
I mean, that's high, dude. It's Mega Creeps. Already 10%? That's pretty good.
Nah, it is. Yeah, at this point, I guess you don't save the buyback, right? Like, do you? I'm not sure. You have Rapier, I mean...
I think no.
Yeah, Satanic probably better, right?
Your team doesn't have buyback as well, so it's like...
He just sold Dragonlance, so he's buying out. He's going Satanic.
No one's got buyback currently. What an interesting game we have right now. 6,000 net worth lead. See what Azure want to try and do. I mean, Roche can't be up for another 3 minutes, or he's got an Aeon disc queued up, so he's recognizing that so far he's been the target. You know, he can't X-save someone if he's the one getting caught inside the lasso, so at least we'll have this item very shortly to protect him, and that is going to be a big issue then, because that has kind of been the game plan for Entity very recently, and it has been working. The fights actually look very good if they are killing him off before he gets to... I think that was... did he get any spells off that fight inside the base? I know bottom he got bowed off, but...
The trick is, there's a bit more now to work with, I would say. FY does have a Wind Waker, right? So that's an item that can be pretty useful as well versus these big initiations. So maybe a Wind Waker on him and the Aeon disc, and then suddenly you really can't kill off a target from 100 to 0. Then again, on Radiant, by the way, you do have this Kanda Rapier combo. This is ridiculous damage. It doesn't really... Right, like it doesn't matter. Even the lassos, I don't know how important they are when this Luna is just going to be lucid beaming from distance. You won't be able to approach her.
Like how just Fishman and Watson inside the base. No one's out. He's actually pretty close to Daedalus as well. Buyback is going to be up in a minute. AT even has a might. Fishman. And this is not like your tier 5 neutral item Midas. We are still 19 minutes away. So they actually think they could go long with it. I mean, maybe, I guess 20 talent cleave could be kind of nice to also hold.
Look, he has a shard already. This is your Midas. I'm buying an Aghanims eventually. That's the Midas. You know, I'm fine with this, honestly. Like
Yeah.
Elder Titan, it's a weird one in some sort of way. If you get to level 20 too late, it doesn't even matter. Like you're not really dishing out the damage. But in this game, I really think you are. If you can get on top of Gyro, you will mess him up. Even with just the items, these items and just the Ags, you will dish out some significant damage.
It's like, what other item would even go to have impact? Like another like utility or item? I don't know. They actually kind of aggressively smoke on Azure Ray though. So maybe they read this though. If I show top, so I guess it's not like the wave just disappeared. They will TP one back. I think even no one still hasn't come back just yet. Watson though. Alright, Blow's gonna show. Forcing out an early Griff would be great. Early wall though, and they don't get the Watson illusion.
They hoped for it. Only Ember showing.
Blow's gonna try and force the Glyph. Katsuomi with the BKB with a drag back. Hang on a sec, what are they doing? Low Satanic's gonna be activated, but the damage might be overwhelming. It's not gone. Low's not gone, he's still alive. Watson, he'll activate his own Satanic. But the ramp off from Ori, now Watson's BKB's expired, the Rapier's in danger, Watson's gone. Alright. Dude, that looked so scary for Low, but survives on a slither of health. They take it in the end, and it's a big 2-0 for Azure Ray.
Dude, how does he... what? What? How does he live through that? Back in. There's a Luna with a Rapier and all these heroes around. Did they not commit properly? I was sure he was gonna just disappear to the Kanda, to the Rapier, to all the damage. I don't think he even had BKB on, right? Am I...
No.
Okay, he has Satanic AC, sure, but it's still a Gyro. He's not like this massive hero.
Dude, I was so confused. I saw him sieging. Like, yeah, okay, he's just trying to, like, poke a little bit, couple right clicks, see if he can force the Glyph. And then he kept going. And I'm like, hang on, what's going on? Like, surely this is scary. But he did the calculations. Obviously, Low is big brain. He's done the calculations. He ran the numbers. He knew they would not have had enough to be able to go through him before Satanic activated. And, I mean, Mans was right, so...
He was very right. I didn't believe it because of the Rapier. Like, I see this Luna, I'm scared of her. You saw what she could do in previous fights. She did blow him up a couple of times and nothing has changed in that way. It's not like he got a new item or he didn't have the run buff on, right? They didn't pre-use it or something like that. So, just insane last fight. Of course, no buybacks or Entity. On Entity, nothing really that they could have done to stop the push of the throne, so GG after the last fight. But overall, they crumbled in the laning stage. This was extremely well played by Azure Ray in the beginning. Like this was the fight that kinda turns it all back into Entity, not into Entity's favor, but you have a game after this. However, the laning stage was a disaster. Your Luna had 4 deaths off of the bottom lane. No rotations were available. This Bach Darkseer had Greaves pipe too early on, so you were always playing from behind, even though the network advantage never looked. Let's see this
again.
Yeah, so Luna is there. They drew him away from Luna. That's what it is, and he doesn't have. He sold the Dragonlance. He never had a pike on Luna. He never had any mobility. He sold it for Satanic later on. And he was going for Swiftling, but he couldn't reput. That's what happened then.
Yeah.
So it's basically not coordinating very well, with the lasso.
Which... I just really don't think that's how they expected that last fight to go, though. Like, I don't think you were expecting the Gyro just to run up and start sieging a throne when... They're probably talking about, like, Kataomi looking to try and find a jump on the Crystal Maiden or the Conqueror again, like we've said. They're probably discussing, how are we going to find an angle on the Conqueror? Does no one need to start the fight? Does he need to create chaos so we can reveal the Conqueror? He's got Aeon Disc, actually, so maybe we have to go for a support. They probably weren't even discussing, like, if Gyro is just sieging Throne, like just standing there, then the Luna needs to be positioned behind, so we just force her over. So I mean, it just seemed like they weren't ready. Of course, I was very confused about the siege. I really thought Gyro was some crazy stuff going on.
Okay, so what I thought is he's just doing this, and then there's X marks the spot. If they go, he pops Satanic, whatever. They still have an advantage. But he went so they managed to pull him away so deep that I thought they just messed things up. But yeah, cool play, cool game. A couple of interesting like plays in game 1 and in game 2. I would say that game 1 Entity should have convincingly taken it, but they just dropped the ball around that Wisdom Rune. This second game, however, completely in Azure Ray's favor. They just dominated from the get-go. They lost a couple of fights, sure, but the game they very deservedly won.
Yeah, no doubt. And this is a big victory for Azure Ray now, because I think we're going to be taking a look at the standings. Yeah, we are. So Entity coming into it were 6-2. Azure Ray were 5-3, so they have swapped positions. Azure Ray going to leapfrog Entity to be in second place. We've got to keep in mind first and second place are the upper bracket, third and fourth in the lower bracket, and then 5th to 8th are all eliminated. And these teams do not have a lot of games left at all. In fact, Azure Ray, they still have 2. They're going to play versus Spirit and OG, which are Spirit is struggling, and OG, I don't know what's going on with them. You know, they're having good games, having bad games. So Azure Ray, they've got no more games today, so they're going to be able to have a break. The last day, though, will be a big day for them, and they will also now get to chill and watch Spirit play versus PSG Quest, which is going to be our next series coming up. And this is pretty much a series. I'll do the calculations after, but I think if Spirit lose this, they may be... I think if they get no maps, they may be pretty much out.
Yeah.
Of course, like a lot of results. Yeah. It's not looking good. So it's kind of now or never, and really for PSG Quest as well, who, we have seen, we've casted a lot of PSG Quest games. They struggled. They got 2-0'd yesterday by OG. So before that, they had won 4 in a row, I should say. And now, against OG, they didn't have a good showing. So let's see what they're able to do against Team Spirit. This is a must win for either side to try and continue in the hunt to be able to make it to the Elite League playoffs. But with that being said, we are done for our first series. Azure going to be able to get a much needed 2-0 victory over the Entity. We're going to send it to a break. When we come back, we've got our second series. It's going to be Spirit taking on PSG Quest. All right, we're done with our first series, and now we get to look forward to our second series with two brand new opponents. We've got PSG Quest taking on Team Spirit. We're in a position now where these teams need to start getting some victories. Team Spirit currently towards the bottom. In fact, they are tied bottom with Heroic on 3-7 map count, and PSG Quest just above them on 4-6. So they get some wins.
I would actually say, yeah, both of these teams are in the danger zone, right, of being relegated. They want to get into top 4, and they need some wins for that. But like from Team Spirit, the only good series that I've seen from them was the Falcons one, where they really played well in game 1 and game 2. I believe they lost one; they tied out with the Falcons, but they looked strong. The other series, I don't know if it's that no TI blues or early in the season or what it was, but they just can't find themselves. They can't find the proper Dota that you expect from them. Meanwhile, on the other side, PSG Quest, I have to say this similar things about them, but of course, they're not in the same position. They haven't won 2 TIs or anything like that, but they've taken good games off of Entity and Heroic, and then the other ones looked pretty damn weak. But those that they won, they looked unstoppable. So if they can recreate the stress that they had against Heroic and OG, I do believe that they have a good shot against Spirit in the current state.
And what do you feel like those were the important things that they did in those victories for PSG Quest?
I feel like they had some out of the left wheel strategies. Like if you remember Malik on his axe, I always come back to that game. I feel like that was a fantastic showing by them. It was completely different. Something that they played around really damn well. So maybe that's something that they can recreate. They're Morphling on TA 2000. Morphling or Luna probably the strongest carries they can go for. They had some interesting. Overall, I think the offlane was where the game was won for them. If they could abuse Malik's hero pool and catch the enemies off guard, like they can take the series or the game easily. That's something that they've done twice. Once with the Axe and once, I believe, with Pangolier as well. If you remember that game with Pango offlane, when we were worried about Pango, damn, he just dominated and just became an extra core very early on. So maybe something to look out for out of PSG Quest.
Okay, well, that's it, because you're up against a team who I know are struggling, but they can flip the switch and all of a sudden be that team that everyone needs to worry about. And you were saying for PSG Quest, the big reason why they were able to get their victories was the offlaner on Malik, and I feel like this is very similar as well to Team Spirit. I mean, often Collapse is that person being able to get them victories. I mean, everyone can do it as well. It's not just him, but we have seen games where he is definitely able to hold a lot more of the load when required in specific situations. So let's see what the Malik and Collapse battle is going to be like. Let's see what the battle between everyone else is going to be like as well, because we do have a draft getting underway. Team Spirit going to be playing on the Radiant side. They've got second pick. We've got PSG Quest on the Dire side with first pick. And let us see how different this series and is going to be from the previous one that we just saw, and what ideas that both Spirit and PSG Quest come in with.
I think very different. Like looking at the bans in the last game, I think the series is going to be different because Team Spirit and PSG Quest, you have these meta heroes that everyone is picking, the Lunas, the Morphlings, the whatnot, but the Disruptors, but you have something different coming from PSG Quest and from Team Spirit that you need to address. And you mentioned Collapse, you mentioned his Magnus, it gets banned out immediately. IO as well, something that has been picked a bit more often. Did Spirit play it? Let me check. I guess they did, because you see the ban out coming out very early from PSG Quest. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 mid laners / offlaners and the Chen. So focusing a lot on Malik and on mid lane. On Noob.
I don't think they played it. I just took a look, at least in the 2 recent series, and I didn't see it. No. Yep. But
interesting. Yep.
It is something that we have seen them play in the past, and people are really starting to play the IO. So No surprise about still getting rid of it. And this is, of course, something that we saw them do ever since Malik had success with the offlane Pango. Then they started to draft it instantly first pick when it was available, because they obviously feel like this hero is the potential for it to be flexed is definitely there compared to other teams. We're really only seeing it played mid. I will say that I don't know if it's any different now. I don't know if any other teams have been doing it. It's very difficult to catch up with every single series, but this is a frustrating counter. I'm not sure if you played the Pango to Grimstroke. This makes it very, very difficult for your angle into team fights. And there's not really an item that you can go for to make it any better.
Yep. No, of course. Like Grimstroke stopped being picked a bit against him. I want to see some Grimstroke sent now, maybe some Grimstroke combo on the offlane. They could go for a Doom or something like that as well, but Grimstroke on his own already good. Soulbind is annoying, but of course Phantom's Embrace as well isn't any easier to deal with. I love the Tiny ban. I think that's maybe something that Team Spirit really could have abused. You get this Inkswald Tiny jumping you. On top of that, you get some Phantom's Embrace, and then as a Pango, you just don't have a play against that. But Centaur banned out next. Okay. We'll see. One other thing that I have seen from some teams that they did very nicely against Pango, if they don't have a Bane, if they don't have a Grimstroke, they would get something like a Beastmaster on offlane, and then you have Roar against Rolling Thunder, a hero that I do believe is currently undervalued, even though we see more. Like in the last week, it started being picked a bit more. I still think that Beastmaster is slightly undervalued. Underplayed, that is, but let's see. Still, a lot of different heroes that can be picked by both sides. Some collapse Mars left in the pool as well. Also, by the way, what's the last game we saw Mars?
Yeah, true. I don't know what's going on with that hero.
Fell off a little bit. Another one that maybe I expected a bit more of is the Omni Knight. Everyone that picks it loses with it. It feels like a meme at some point.
With the Mars, it's got 21 games with only a 33% win rate. So, bit of an issue with it. Let me actually see. Falcons have only played it twice as well. OG played it 6 times. I mean, that's Whisper, of course. They're 3 from 3, but a lot of teams seem to be struggling with the Mars, which we saw like the recent tournaments that it was getting first phase as well. So I don't know what has changed.
I guess if Amar isn't playing it, you're probably you can be sure that it's not in a best spot. But it's not the greatest hero into Pango anyway. I do like it with Grim. I do like it with Grim versus anything. But there are probably better offlaners to be picked into the Pango here. And damn, this drafting is taking forever. Come on, boys, what's up? Did you not get your good sleep? What's happening?
There we
a
go.
lot of reserve time.
Banned out.
Lost on
it is.
Quest. Okay, so this task opens up a Darkseer as well if they wanted to play it on Collapse. Like some Darkseer Tusk. I've seen some teams also experiment a bit more with Marcy on Tundra. I believe played it on offlane. I've seen it not necessarily that much in the tournament. I've seen it on position 1 a lot as well in my games. So quite of a flexible hero. Isn't really picked that much overall. But I'd like to see some Tusk Darkseer maybe. Not a Darkseer, no combo with Grimstroke, but feels good overall.
And also, like, very often, I know Mirror has changed a little bit more recently, but he's like predominantly just ranged heroes. So he can also pick up the Grimstroke, and Miposhka can then play the Tusk if you find a better ranged option for the carry. I know no Morphling's banned, but Clink seems to be around, Weaver's around, Drow, depending on the game, although no Morphling, so you're not probably going to pick it, or no TB, but so there is definitely that option for Tusk even to be 5 if that's something you want to look at.
Yep. That's your you're not picking Darkseer hero, by the way. Even though we did see the last Darkseer match into Enchantress win. I'm not sure which team it was. There's so many games, but the
Seb, I
last
think, played the Enchantress.
yes, OG played in chess and they lost to a Darkseer, and then the game just was absolutely done after the laning stage because of that.
Yeah.
But that's just some individual mistakes I believe that happened. I still believe that Mensch is pretty strong into the DS. So let's see. There's still a Luna left in the pool. Out of all these big carries, there's Lifestealer and there's Luna. And okay, there's also Gyro, who has been picked more and more often now.
Well, we've seen Omar play the Gyro, but of course this is Flex. This is also something else where with the Tusk getting picked, you're looking at some ranged offlaners. So Enchantress, you said prevents a Darkseer. Also now Enchantress Gyro kind of stops like an Enigma. You could be looking to Razor for Team Spirit. This is always something. I mean, Gyro carrying to Razor can be a bit frustrating with a static link, but then you can just put the Gyro as a 4. I do know Lal doesn't mind the Razor, but that hero is kind of fallen off. It does seem a bit more team specific, like Falcons in particular.
I like it. I like the Razor call. I think Razor Tusk is a pretty solid lane as well. And yeah, it's a perfect call from you. Good job. Ares, you're on fire. I'm blessed to have such a caster with me. I can just chill. You make all the calls. That's it. But like you said, they do have the flex potential on Gyro. Put it on a 5 or on a 4, and then you can maybe pick something that's a little bit easier to play into the Razor. Usually it's these long-range glass cannons that do it well against him. And they follow up with the Faceless Void, so a little bit of catch. Not a lot of combos with these 3 with Faceless Void, but still, it's a Faceless Void meta, like overall. I can't believe we are not really seeing him, at least in the first series, got ignored completely.
5 seconds remaining.
Can nice lane as well with Green, on right? Quest?
Yes, why not? Like, it's a lot of catch, not too bad. You could go for something. This Void hero, he hates playing into dots on offlane, but there just aren't played that much. Like a Viper offlane or Ven offlane, like these kind of heroes, but they aren't as popular. And another thing that's for PSG Quest, like we talked about the flex on Pango, so still have to keep in mind that it can be. Their draft is just fully open at the moment. These heroes can go anywhere besides the Enchantress, Gyro and Pango. Of course, by the way. Yeah, just get the Enigma into Void. Make his life hell.
I really wonder how Spirit try and draft this last bit, because I feel like they haven't utilized the Inkswell enough with their heroes. And I also think you need damage inside Chrono. I don't think there's many heroes that initiate but also get damage inside Chrono.
If you're looking at your frontliners, maybe something like a Lash doesn't really initiate, isn't that flashy, but maybe that's an option. But overall, I wouldn't mind some. Yeah, you see this Naga ban. You have a Faceless Void, even though there's a Gyro on the other side, you're still banning out the Naga because she's too good against him, and this Gyro can be a support. So I like that ban from Team Spirit. They're not taking the bait of this Gyro, but also have to be careful about the mid lane, because actually, never mind. Pango and Enigma. Enigma off, Pango mid. What did you say? The mid lane. Maybe you don't have to worry about the chrono damage as much as being able to jump in and make stuff happen. When it comes to Inkswell, you have Tusk already. So I'm thinking you could go some losing hero way, like an Invoker on Lina on mid lane. Something that isn't really winning that much as of late. Or you can just go for one of the spirits and actually have a very fast mid laner that can rotate easier.
Oh, we're looking for a carry then, right? Because Enigma Gyro side lane with the Pango mid?
It depends if Pango is a carry or not. Mango mid, Enigma offlane, and now we have to see if Gyro is core or not. Most likely, they would rather have some long range distance against
Team spirit
against the
turn
against
to
the Razor. Well, it kind of is that, right? Like with the blink, you
Or
can get away. It's a really good pick into Void, by the way. Like
yeah,
it's strong hero into Void. You can get away from Razor and Tusk.
10
Is
seconds remaining.
You gotta pick some catch now, like some puck or mid, something like that.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Dino maybe. Puck's better
an option.
though. I don't know.
Yeah, just
Yep.
puck.
You may now select your heroes.
This
Okay,
allows you.
I hate
to,
this
to-
puck set.
You hate it?
Yeah, no, it's ugly.
The set.
Yeah, the set, not the pick, not the pick. Sorry,
what's
dude. Yeah,
it
that was a
called?
shit call by you. That was a shit call. That was a bad
horsey.
suggestion of the puck. Yeah,
Yeah,
the seahorse or some crap. Yeah.
Seahorse
guys-
set on puck. You guys will see it.
Sorry. You were saying though?
No,
I
it's a
don't even know
good
what
puck.
you're saying.
It's a good puck game overall. You have this catch into anti-mage. You have a catch versus Enigma overall. Like you have some good rotation potential. You have Grim Tusk with puck. Like you can do a lot. You have to focus on securing Collapse's lane, and then you have everything that you need, right, to create enough space for your turret to come online and to pressure AM so he doesn't do it as fast. On the other side, if Malik has a good time in the lane, gets some Vlads, blink fast. I've seen some drums Enigmas as well. I love that actually with those Eidolons early on. Then you can pressure the map and create enough space for AM, and it's a really good AM game. Like that's what I like here. When I say really good, I'm not a big anti-mage believer, but I do think that this TA2000 plays a mean AM, and it is a good AM game. So if they create enough space for him, like the Axe build into Faceless Void, I think I like the most. I'm not sure if that's what he goes for, but it's very annoying for Faceless Void to play against. So carry to carry matchup, it's decent. You have Enigma for late game, like that can very often be the ultimate win condition. It's not a free Enigma game, of course. There's Puck, there's also Chronosphere later on, but kind of even. I'm not gonna be biased one side or the other. Really, I like both drafts. Maybe I'm missing something right now. How the lanes are gonna. Maybe the laning state changes everything.
Okay, well let's go through the lanes then. Well, we're gonna have Grimstroke Void up against the Enigma Gyrocopter. Firstly, the Spirit did with Eidolons in this lane.
No, you have
Okay.
you have some Inkswell and Stroke of Fate potential. Like there is something that you can do, but overall, if Malik is on point with the micro, I think this is an easy Enigma lane. So for Enigma, at least, this should be a simple lane to win and to pressure the Faceless Void, and also, of course, get a lot of CS, maybe a lot of denies with Eidolons if he's able to keep them alive. So I do think that's a good lane. When it comes to top lane, though, what do we have there?
For battle.
Do we have? It's gonna be what, Razor Tusk versus the AM Enchantress. So, what are our thoughts about this one?
I feel like it should be easier for the Razor Tusk, right? Like this is usually a lane-winning combo versus almost anything. It's no kill potential. Wait, did they just plant 2 observer wards? They did. And one sentry scouts both of them out. You have to deny both observer wards. Look at this.
Oh, dude, I thought they got them both.
One got denied.
At least I got a sentry as well. That's moral. That's morale.
Okay, that's some next level grief right there.
What happened? Who did one person place both, or
No. They did it at the same second. They literally planted two heroes planted the ward at the same second.
That doesn't. I don't know. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence in Spirit if they can't even
Or maybe he wanted
communicate
to
on the.
send. No, you can't. You can't plant the two words at the same time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're low fate.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you already, if you already both supports don't know what they're doing to start the game and they place observers at the same spot, like usually this is kind of like very quickly communicated. I would imagine. I'm also like half joking and very much looking into it,
No,
but
you're not. I know. I know you're biased against Team Spirit.
I'm a big Team Spirit fan. How dare you say that?
You know what? I'll tell you one thing. SCA fans, if you are biased against their team, or even if you talk anything
Oh,
shit,
they will
they'll
kill
rip
you.
you
They
apart. They'll
will.
kill you.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
yeah,
like
yeah,
that. They're,
yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry to all you SCA fans, Zapakabar and all this. You know, I love your food. It's great. I love your nasi, goreng nasi, this, nasi, that. But
Wait, didn't you say very recently you don't like one of the Indonesian foods?
I don't like
I
nasi
feel
lemak.
like.
That's Malaysian. I mean, I like it, but it's not as
Sorry.
good as some other ones. Like I like the other ones more. However, they're super weak when it comes to anyone flaming their teams. CIS teams, though, Eastern European, they don't give a shit. Like you can rip them apart, and they're gonna jump on the bandwagon with you, and also flame the team, the team that comes from their country. Like they're completely fine with that.
I mean, us C boys have to be defensive. We've not won anything in 3 years. I mean, what TNC before I think it was an MDL tournament right before COVID.
Yeah,
That
the
major.
Earthshaker Morphling.
Yeah, the Earthshaker Morphling. Yeah, and besides that, what did we win before that too? So yeah, we got to they got to be defensive. If no one's supporting their team, it's our chat just. It's the classic C memes. They will never stop. They will never stop. You win a TI, it's never going to stop. Team Spirit win 2 TIs, OG win 2 TIs, it's never going to stop. And eventually you just learn like, it never stops. Doesn't matter who you are. You just have to
embrace it.
see who cares. Yeah.
Embrace the memes.
The memes, is that what it is? Is that how you have a successful life? Is embracing the memes?
Exactly. You have to.
Okay. Interesting.
Might not have a successful life, but you'll have
A happy life.
a happy life, exactly. More enjoyable one.
Okay. Let's see. So let's see if you embrace the memes. Maybe this game, are there any meme builds that anyone can go for? If they embrace the memes, it's morale.
Not sure. Miposhka is embracing these Eidolons, though. He just took a ton of damage together with Rocket Barrage. I don't know. No big meme builds in this game. Everything pretty stock standard. They did manage to deal with a couple of one Eidolon after the respawn, and maybe another one. Miposhka went for the Stroke of Fate build, like something you probably have to do into Enigma. You dish out a lot of damage, by the way, but only later on. Early, it's not that amazing. Maybe if there's like 6 Eidolons, then the damage will be there, but not too amazing.
Definitely does seem like there's a lot of kill threat in both side lanes, though. We already see Mirror taking a lot of damage, but Tier 2000 is going to hold the Blink to be able to escape from Collapse's Static Link. It's one thing where you're not going to have a lot of power for the Razor with how you use your Static Link. Maybe you'll actually start to use it onto the Enchantress once Mirror has shards, which she does.
It's not a bad lane for them, for Ench and AM. Like Tusk, Razor usually dominate, but Ench AM, if you can get a lot of nice creeps, you always have the Blink to work through the shards and the Static Link, even against Tag Team. If you just noticed, Tag Team proc, they instantly TP out, so... Top lane should be fine for PSG Quest. Bot lane, Inkswell, Omar.
Oh, the
Not sure about this.
They're about to expire. Oh, Yator even jumps over for it. The bash leveled up, unfortunately for him. Omar even turns to the...
Stroke of Fate.
He got punched.
Did he forget? He literally never even tried dodging it. I feel like he forgot. He was just playing with fire there. That's perfect for Team Spirit. Like a very needed kill on this lane.
I think even importantly, let's see what Miposhka if he goes 2 points in Stroke of Fate just for the Eidolons or not. The kill's going to give him a lot of experience. So he's continuing to soak it up as well. Where'd the Lotus go actually down bottom? It looks like Miposhka got it.
Yeah. I would actually love to see 2 levels of Stroke of Fate.
Okay.
I mean, even Inkswell is good because you have Void, he can jump in. But, I'm not sure, we'll see. He's actually dealing with these Malik is really not controlling them all that well. So far, at least. Maybe something is up, but these Eidolons are dying. What's happening mid? What's with the... Haha. Discord.
Wow. Go add this.
I guess the server has to be wrong, right? Like if they're having delay on Discord, that's usually how you sort it. You choose a different server for the voice. Not sure.
Are you a Discord professional now, are you?
I'm a Discord enthusiast. I have a Discord shirt,
Really?
by the way. Yeah, I have a Discord hoodie. They sent it to me when I was a streamer, and they took me like one of the first streamers to join the program in 1991 or something. I don't know.
Wait, where'd they take you?
Huh?
You said they took you somewhere.
No, they just gave me a hoodie.
You said they took you into the program. Is that what you said?
Ah, into the program. Yeah. I was like, I had the free Discord Nitro back in the day or whatever. Okay.
You don't have Nitro now? You're not apparently enough of a Discord enthusiast?
Am I supposed to pay for that as well? No. If it's free, dude, like why would I give them money? No. You think I ever paid for Irfan View or that WinRAR thing? Like, of course not. And it asks me every single time for 25 years. I've still not given them a dollar.
Wait, what was the first one? No, WinRAR. What was the first one?
Irfan View. You don't use that? I guess it's not maybe as popular. I think it might be from the...
What's the first word you're saying?
It's a name. It's like IRFAN. Irfan. It's like a name. The name of the dude that developed it. It's like a good photo viewer app, basically. Very, very compact. I'm not sure. Maybe someone in the... What do you mean?
You said a photo viewer. What are you using it for?
Yeah. For just opening pictures and just doing some quick edits and stuff. It's very quick, very compact.
I see.
I don't use. I don't know. I've always like, for as long as I remember, I'm using it. I got it back in the day when you would buy an internet magazine, like a PC magazine. You know, you'd get this CD with a lot of demo games on it and demo programs, and one of them was that one, and I've been using it ever since, forever. Let's go. Games
magazine, huh? Huh. Interesting. I can't relate. I don't know. When did
I'm a boomer. Yeah, I'm a boomer.
Yeah, you are a boomer. You are a boomer.
Dude, it's getting like a demo game. I still remember when Warcraft 3 was one of the articles. Miposhka, bot lane. There's no Omar close enough, at least, and they'll miss a kill because of that.
Your choreo. Man.
Collapse, stop.
People just be losing... Okay.
Mira maybe as well.
Gone.
No, he's fine.
Don't get too ahead of yourself now, mate. They got one kill. PSG Quest fan.
It shall not be.
I'm biased. That's me.
I don't know what's going on. People be losing cores a lot, though. It's like...
Dude, I'm literally pissed every game I play. These Eidolons, by the way, at this point are dying way too much. But I'm pissed at my courier. He's got a mind of his own. He just wanders off. Every time I hear...
the courier's fault.
Every time I hear a courier has been killed, like right now, I quickly check if it's mine in a game, you know? I'm just stressed at this point. Like, yeah.
No, I think the level of Dota has like ridiculously climbed. But people just feed couriers. It's so funny to see. Like every little other thing has gotten so much better. Even like, small efficiency things of like mid laners, for example, like dropping null in backpack and all their stat items for bottle just to get a little bit more HP and mana back. But it's the courier micro. That's that is not been good. This one has not been improved.
I think people started ignoring kind of the value of a courier, especially early on, because it respawns fast enough. But also another thing in the last couple of days, what I've noticed, last couple of weeks, people are putting more emphasis on these deep wards that scout out courier movements again. Like position 4s, when they have nothing to do, they go kill the courier and they creep skip and stuff. So it became more popular. But I agree. Yeah, the couriers, make couriers great again. Give us back one big courier. One mothership courier. Let's go. Let's bring some toxicity back. Have my mid laner cry.
Like,
I need my bottle.
Sounds like a horror. You can't do that. There's no way people would be able to go back. Where this community is already. It's a tricky one. Like
dude, that's the best. April 1st, bring back one courier, and you can refill bottles again with the courier.
Oh god.
But it slows it down 90%. Just look at your mid laner stealing the courier for an hour, still sending the bottle back.
I legitimately think bringing one courier back would be one of the worst changes, the worst reverts they've ever done. I mean, they haven't reverted a lot, but like, you can't do that. Please don't do that. Don't even like think about it. It's just
they won't do it. This change, no one absolutely argues with this change. Probably one of the best quality of life changes in the game that ever happened.
Yeah. Amen to that, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We're back. Wasn't too long of a pause. Malik had to restart. We're good to go. So, just a bit of a recap. Top lane, tier 2000 was able to get a pretty big kill onto Collapse. So it does look like, this anti-mage is having a great time at the moment. Static link has never been an issue. And Carlos is about to make his first rotation of the game as well to try and secure some of the power runes. Might even bring a creep to the fight as well. We also even have Omar rotating, so Lal's getting no assistance. They are wanting to really secure their side lanes, and so yeah, good luck, Lal.
You didn't really talk a lot, like this is the first time we were mentioning mid lane even. They didn't really talk about them at all. With this wild wing, they want to actually pressure the tower even. They have the catapult.
That's a production courier snipe now.
Production, can we get a courier count like somewhere?
I don't. You might be asking for a bit much.
New tech. Let's go.
Yeah.
Maybe not right now, but just some courier statistics.
My opinion of this mid lane matchup has changed now that we've seen it a couple times. I really thought Pango into the puck was at least favored for Pango in the lane because your universal damage output and puck having low armor, but I know that was at least the low armor thing was the case when he went Orb Corrosion. It seems like the Blightstone spam is just not enough, and this is another lane now where I've seen puck is just even with the Pango, and even the other times I saw the puck was actually a little bit ahead, so it seems like it's much more skill-based matchup than being like 60-40 Pango.
Yeah, which makes it even better for Puck, because later on with the Dream Call, he's obviously the one that benefits the more out of his spells in the matchup.
Yep.
So far, no rotations though from the two of them. Only rotations towards mid, nothing from Larl, nothing from Pango. Larl actually, I don't even know if he can rotate out any longer. This tower of his is way too low. It's gonna fall to just some poke from Noob if he leaves the lane.
A very big tower to find. We are going to see the next power rune come up as well. This time there's going to be a bit of a response from Spirit, but again it will be a rune for Noob. A haste rune as well. And maybe they're spying out Maposhka, who is going to get to the tier 2 tower. Do they want to go for it?
Come on, this is going to be
No
Omega
way.
deep.
No way.
Yeah.
Another
If he doesn't have the
card.
Phantom Embrace, though, he probably dies. But they can rotate into Yatoro instead. Look at this. TP's out. Nicely done.
Okay. So, first rotation, even with a haste. Noob's not able to get a kill, but, I mean, it's kind of like job done in a way still. You put all the heroes away from bottom, which means with the Eidolons on Malik, this tower's going to end up going down.
What about mid, though? They have Puck, they have Grim, they have Tusk. Can they go on him?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Still maybe a bit too deep. Gyro rotating in. Very calm game. 9 minutes in, 2 kills. What's going on? These two teams, I expected more. I wanted more kills.
Yeah, but you take PSG Quest with how much they're getting out of the lanes have to be very happy with how passive this is currently. 3,000 net worth lead. I mean, that is crazy. I mean, Malik is incredibly farmed, even though he fed over probably a lot more Eidolons than he'd be hoping. He's got Vlads already into the drums. The anti-mage, importantly, this is a hero that can have a lot of difficulties in majority of lanes. Some lanes he can be quite well in. And it looks like this was one of those lanes. So tier 2000's off to a really good start. And this has to be concerned because this looks like a incredible anti-mage game. You're only worried about, yeah, sure, Chrono if the Void's playing from ahead. And Lal as well. Speaking of Lal, but Poshka's actually going to run in with the Ink Swell. It's going to be able to connect onto a couple, but the Shield Crash will mitigate some of the damage. It doesn't matter in the end. They will get a return kill, but Lal with the DD could also just kill both the supports with the spells being back up shortly. Going to be cautious with the flak cannon damage, and there we go. Now with the Corona as well from Yatoro. Clips onto the Enchantress inside the river, tier 2000. Not enough damage. What? High ground hit. All right.
Yeah. That looked like a very weird one. On the high ground. It looked like he dodged it with Waning Rift. Actually, with Phase Shift, right? Because he had an orb flying. I'm not sure. One or the other. In any case, it got connected. That's a very happy TA 2000. A fight that was disastrous for Quest. They lost a lot of targets. A lot of heroes ended up being pretty damn good for them in the end. Just by that one kill from Anti-Mage. I would say it evens everything out. This is 5k net worth, AM, 11 minutes in. You will have this, like, maybe minute 13, you're gonna have a full Battle Fury completed. It's really not a bad timing at all.
I mean, he can really go for whatever item he wants to because how incredibly farmed he's going to be this game. So what do you feel like is the progression going to be? Like, of course, Battle Fury Manta is what we always see, but what is some of the other items that tier 2000 is going to be considering?
I'd really like to see the Aghanim still. I feel it's
Okay.
I feel it's a good Axe game for tier 2000. So let's see.
Is it like Axe Diffusal?
Not sure. I think the build is with Diffusal now as well. But even just getting the Axe and spamming the fragments mid lane.
They want to. Oh, nice silence from Lao. Stops the Rolling Thunder. And with the Jordan is going to be able to make it up to the high ground though. Tier 2000's coming. If he's able to get a glimpse of it, this Mana Void's going to do a lot of damage. Lao finds the orb at the last second. The leash is going to stop the anti-mage from continuing to pursue on.
She's still in.
He's still wanting to catch up to him. Oh, 70 health. The strength treads from Lal actually in the end, but here comes Noob, tier 2000. Nice shots from Mira. Still with the U-turn. Noob's going to be able to catch up to him. Lal, no mana. And Mira, he's going to die into the tier 2 tower as well. Really cool plays from everyone. Tier 2000, the anti-mage getting active super early on. Mira, nice attempt. Really nice with the shards. Unfortunately, it's just they didn't have the resources. They were going to go once again, even if you block them the initial time.
Where's this anti-mage in my games? My games always have some AM that's just AFK for 25 minutes, and then when he comes, our throne is still exposed and probably dying. TA2000 fighting it out.
Radiant's bottom tower
A
is
nice
under
attempt
attack.
from Team Spirit as well to stop him from doing anything. With Soulbind, with Phantom's Embrace, everything to slow him down. But in the end, they do get Larl. And Battle Fury completed. This is where you see him actually coming online. And the drums on Enigma as well, like something that we talked about during the draft. I love this item on Enigma. It just allows you to actually be active. Like, you don't need Blink. If you get drums, your Eidolons join the party as well. You know, they can groove as well to the beat. Get in there, get some kills maybe, get some damage going.
I just build on Yutori. We really don't see this often. I mean, he didn't have a horrible lane. In fact, it was fine. But he's really behind in net worth, so struggling to keep up.
Maybe it has a little bit of something to do with the matchup.
Yeah.
Like, super late game, I feel it's still alright. Faceless Void for me is still the god of ultra late game. Like, once you get that refresher, double chrono, you can kill off anyone or win any team fight. Maybe that's something that they are hoping for already, but hopes and dreams when you're playing into an Enigma, it's scary.
And there's smoke from Quest. They're ready to go. Malik is super close to Blink, but I feel like it is not required. What do they want to try and put their attention on, though? Seems like Spirit are doing a pretty good job to read this. Mira and Maposhka starting to run towards bottom.
By the way, this is a very rare thing on Tusk, this burning thing, right? Like, is this unique? Is this the only one, or there's like maybe a couple? I think maybe FY
I don't know if it's the only one, but
sure.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I thought
Omega
it
rare,
was
yeah.
rare as well. Let me check. What even is it off? I don't even know.
It's the Trail of Burning Doom, the ethereal gem. It's on his fist.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly how rare, but I'm pretty sure it is quite.
Yep.
It looks
Still-
sick.
Yeah, I still remember the first time I heard that there's some courier that's like 30k. That some Saudi prince has it or something like that. I'm like, what the hell?
Is it the only one? What is
You
it?
can have an item that's... I can't remember. It's just some courier that was super expensive. Some Warthog or... I don't even know. I don't know if it's still the same price.
Tori
Maybe it
baiting
is.
top lane. They saw the time walk used. They're thinking of going. Collapse gonna
Collapse.
poke out of the trees early though, so he kind of gives it away. And now
Man,
with the
just
damage from
edge.
Dakalis.
Structures are fortified.
Yep. Ench is kind of really good. Look, any sort of glass cannon hero is good into Razor, almost any. But
What a name,
Enchantress...
lol. G2000 is gonna go early. Malik's gonna follow. Can they get him on range? No.
Top tower.
Oof, well, I mean, that's two TPs down bottom for the cause. Meanwhile, Noob now in the mid lane as well.
Collapse.
Looking for Q onto Mira. Got to be cautious about Collapse. Yeah, I mean, this hero doesn't particularly mind with the Inkswell movement speed. He might be able to catch up, but Noob just has enough mana for the shield crash.
Dude, that... Just the movement speed from... Inkswell from Storm Surge on Razor. He almost dies there. It's crazy. Have to be very careful. And like right now, if you look at Team Spirit, they just don't have plays on the map. You need a BKB on Razor to maybe force something. But with this Midas on Faceless Void, you're kind of just chilling, waiting for at least some Maelstrom on him before he's able to at least do some damage in the chrono.
Which is a concern if you're still needing a little bit of time, because this Battle Fury Anti-Mage is
Farming.
uncontested. 154 last hits. I mean, Enigma is actually only a couple behind him as well, so Malik is also getting a lot out of the map, and looks like this tier 2 tower is going to be under threat. Malik might just black hole him with Ducalis here for the damage. They might not actually even need the black hole. Oh my god. And we do see, though, on the opposite side, they get a pretty big kill onto Noob, so finally something is going to go Team Spirit's way. Let's see, 2000 looking to try and jump at Poshka. And they're going to be able to cut him off as well. Malik on the other way of the stairs, intercepting the Grimstroke. It's really only escape avenue, so this T2 tower will eventually go down. No glyph for Radiant.
I just love how active they're playing. This Faceless Void is less active than the Anti-Mage. Like TA2000 has a full Manta, I believe, completed, but the Courier got killed. And Ducalis' Courier as well, which probably had a 4-staff, so I have a 4-staff and Manta that will be laid, but Void top. Blink Dagger, Black Hole, easy kill from Malik and AM.
Alright, they got him.
I mean, you get a task, you get a gyro, you lose the Void. Not really the trade you're hoping for.
No, it is not at all. They're cooking. PSG Quest.
Yeah,
and very well.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to wait out Enigma, Faceless Void, Enigma, Faceless Void, you know? On one side you have this big-ass black hole to work with, which can change the game completely, and on the other you have, what, you have the Chronosphere, which can counter the black hole. It all depends on who gets initiated on, and I feel like Malik, all he has to do is just save the black hole for the Faceless Void. You don't have to use it. Everyone else kind of can be sorted out. But same can be said for Faceless Void. All he has to do is wait for Enigma to initiate, and then he can maybe use a good chrono. It's a very cat and mouse kind of a game in which you don't know who the cat is and who the mouse is.
Till one pounces and the other tries to scurry away. Get the tail and gobble you down whole.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
What
that's
else?
what happened in Australia, at least.
I see. And yeah, and then you get bit by a deadly spider. That's usually right.
Well, that's life. What can you do, brother? Lol. Jumped in with the combo. At least he's got a haste. Noob's gonna get the first stun, but there's really no follow-up.
That Dreamcoil doesn't really do anything. Yeah.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Tower gone. Malik is wanting some boys. They're pinging your Toro top. Black Hole's still down, of course. See if they're going to be able to do it without it. They do see your Toro with this Absorb Ward by the camps. It's pretty difficult. Gotta wait for the creeps is the issue. They saw the anti-mage. Yeah, okay. Omar. Run into a couple of heroes. Ducalis is nearby. It might be a return kill onto Mira. Omar with the Nature's Attendants is taking a little bit longer to kill than they'd like to, and so Malik's going to be able to stop Mira's TP. Now Collapse as well might be in trouble. BKB's...
Can he escape? AM is on him. Let's see.
I don't think so. No, Mana is going to blow up to the Mana Void if they get a glimpse, but this BKB, 9-second duration for Collapse, lasts long enough for him to be able to make it back inside the base.
Yeah, just a little bit too long, and the Enigma was, he was a bit too far to use Malefice or to get the blink off. Also, by the way, the Enigma with the Malefice, he's got the shard. I do like it. I know you questioned it a couple of times, and so have I. But it does help out, like this shard. Just getting an extra bit of stun and also spawning the Eidolon can be really annoying on a target. Sometimes it's good, like you Malefice the target, and without spawning Eidolons you use Black Hole, and you can solo the target because of the Eidolons that are spawning. They add some extra damage, which is also sometimes pretty cool to have. He's super rich though, so a shard doesn't really slow him down.
They are smoking to the Void, so with Chrono and Collapse, I feel like they're going to be able to probably kill him inside of the ultimate, but we do see Noob is also... It seems like he's reading this with the Innoviz. Not going to continue to trail, so Spirit does yeah, it's much deeper inside PSG Quest territory now. And yeah, they're not going to be able to go for that. So unfortunately for them, attempt is not going to go through. And still this net with lead. Look, it's not growing that much though. Lyle is really farming. I mean, this puck is second in net worth, and it's a pretty goddamn good puck game. They have nothing to deal with him as the game goes on.
He's farming, and so is this Faceless Void, right? Like with the Midas that we questioned maybe a little bit earlier, but now on top of that, he's got a Mjolnir, he's level 15, he's got farm. Like, game is pretty evenish, I would say, at this point. No BKB on Enigma might be a problem.
I'm back here.
He's got Blink.
He's got Blink. Oh man, that timing I feel like he
had to.
I mean, he would have died anyway. Bottom lane, Black Hole, Malik.
Nothing
That
for
is
Puck,
a
you say?
gigantic kill. Nothing for Puck. Yeah, I mean, all right. You Blink Malefic's Black Hole. Apparently, they got something for Puck, and
yeah, they have something for everyone. Black Hole is for everyone in this game. It kills off. The only heroes that sometimes don't worry about it are like Abaddon, but with his ulti. But overall, if you get caught, you will probably die. By the way, that Mana Void, he had to do it, and I loved his presence of mind just to use it there, because if he doesn't Mana Void, Tusk blinks away, and then you have to chase him, yada yada yada, maybe you get chronoed. Instead, now you just go free into the Rosh Pit. Looking good for Quest. Aegis will be there. It's massive for them because they're playing into Chrono. So now you can force a fight regardless. Basher on AM on top of Manta.
you feel like really the next big location they want to try and claim is maybe the triangle of Radiant, because it gives them access to tier 2 top and mid, and you got Wisdom Room up in 3 minutes as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You don't have to do it straight away because you don't have Black Hole. Like that's why you can see Team Spirit already smoking up. Like, it wouldn't even be a bad fight for them, I would say, on Team Spirit, because they have all their spells and items. Meanwhile, on the other side, your one big ulti is not there, so maybe bound to farm for a while longer.
Okay. How do you set up the map, though, to enable that eventual invade from PSG Quest?
You're not really... All you have to worry about is really just pushing out the waves, and then when the time comes, you have to smoke and go into the triangle. I really don't think we should look way too much into it. Like, just make sure that your lanes are pushed out. You have Eidolons to work with, you have this Pangolier as well, Enchantress's Creep. It's doable. It's doable.
Interesting with Lyle, we have seen him rush the Prisma. Gotten some very different puck builds so far as well from the games we've been covering. Not as many like Witchblade, Maelstrom, Prisma, Scepter builds. We've actually been getting a little bit more like Blink Witchblade into like the Sunjin Kai Octarine. I think that has been, though China likes that build a little bit more. And I mean, I'm not saying this is... I'm not critiquing or anything. I think it's just highlighting that Lyle is going for a bit more of a different build. That probably a lot of it is because they're playing from behind and are lacking damage.
A lot of damage in the Chrono, right, with it as well. Maybe one of the reasons.
Yep. Yep. And let's see. Again, I mean, I don't... Sorry?
Black Hole? Up.
Blah.
And Black King bar as well. This Enigma is ready.
And this is space. This is a lot of space, in fact. This is a very interesting smoke. That's... I mean, you don't care about that. I guess...
No. Sorry for stopping you. I thought maybe maybe there was a kill on AM, but no, he's too big.
Oh. Just a lovely first hit bash to get rid of more mana. Yeah, no, we're chilling. 9,000 net worth lead. You do still have your Tori trying to get out on the map. BKB is about to be completed here with the next couple of camps. And we are starting to see even a gem now picked up for PSG Quest. So they will really look to try and occupy the map. Lyle's going to be able to find an angle to jump in with the ink spell. This is a great opening. And we can see Lyle's damage output. He's got an arcane rune as well, so the spell's going to be back up shortly.
Perfect usage. Like, absolutely perfect. They see this one little small opening and they go on it. Top lane, Faceless Void. There's no black hole anymore. Yeah.
Did he miss?
Attempted. No, he just didn't kill him.
That's the only... he didn't do more damage than that? I thought he would have done way more.
Time walk.
Okay, true.
Yeah, helps. Any case,
how close did he get?
Oh, look, Abyssal mid.
It's got a little bit of mana. Blink up in a couple seconds as well. They're going to be able to cancel it. No, Lyle's away. Turns with a claw. Yotoro's going to jump in as well. Nice Hurricane Pike. Sends Yotoro back to his high ground. So not in position. Might die to the impetus. Oh my god. There's damage from Dakalis. Now Lyle as well is still getting hunted. They will not be able to catch up to him. And the fact... Alright, looks like they'll get Moposhka, but... Man, you almost lose Lyle. You almost lose Yotoro as well. Some very scary stuff there. They kind of dodge a couple of bullets.
I don't know if you instantly caught on what happened, but Yotoro jumps in, and he has no mana for Chrono. And then the fight is kind of done. He doesn't... Like, one thing that I'm noticing about this build, I think sometimes you need a wand or some
I hear Abyssal in the base. Collapse?
Collapse.
Nice Snowball's going to be able to dodge the Rolling Thunder. They instantly cast it as well to try and escape from the secondary bounce back of it. The shards is a bit frustrating for tier 2000, but once the silence expires, he's out. The resources are low and Aegis is out as well.
Yeah, they move back, they reset, continue farming. No reason to force it. No black hole for 60 seconds without that. Without the Aegis, you probably aren't that strong. You are, but, you know, you don't want to risk it. Dakalis also in that fight where Void didn't have mana. He missed like 3 impetus shots due to high ground mischance. So Faceless Void was kinda lucky not to have died even before popping the BKB.
Double scan. Fortunately off the mark from PSG Quest. Very close, but Toro's able to get the TP away. And they will look to try and smoke. Of course, Chrono was not used. And they've got both BKBs at the ready. Almost Scepter for Law, but unfortunately this is going to be a fight that breaks out without it.
They want to use the BKB Mjolnir at least once this game, I guess. Like, I haven't seen a Chrono.
Ooh.
I literally haven't seen a Chrono for 20 minutes.
They may still run into Malik.
It's a good pick-off if they can get him.
It's deep, though. And the response is just instantly there. I mean, you see Yotoro's hesitant. They're still sticking around. Yotoro tries to jump in. Chrono's out. You're going to be able to get the kill into Malik, but you have to commit so much
the black hole is there!
To kill. Malik will not even die at the initial start of the fight. Somehow Yotoro is able to leap away to the north. Noob is going to be in pursuit. Just jumps over the top of him, but they're going to be able to get a glimpse of him around the neutral cramps. No TP, unfortunately, for Yotoro.
He's joking the hell out of them, though.
No way. This is just... He's gone. There's just no way. They're going to see him down to the camp. Tier 2000 will catch him. It's some very messy and interesting team fights.
Interesting, unique, specific, different. I love these. What are the adjectives? I love them. Like you go in and you try to kill off the Enigma, or at least bait out the BKB, and that was all fine and dandy from Mira. I think everything that he did there was correct. But there was just no damage in that Chrono stream. He goes in, you have to kill... Look, if you're committing Chrono on Enigma... We were talking about this cat and mouse game. It's all about the two of them. This game is all about these two. Who gets the big teamfight spell first. And you Chrono the Enigma, but you don't have the damage to kill him off. That usually shouldn't be happening. Everyone else was a bit separated. Anti-Mage as well, of course... being a problem for everyone. I love this craggy coat on him. Just an extra chill 8 armor and 12 bonus that you can get.
Yeah, I think for the chrono, I mean, of course, we saw the BKB at the start for Malik, but the mech was there at the very end for Omar, and he's pretty close to Clarives. Oh, it's got a big recipe actually, so.
I love his build as well. Like this like this Greaves and Solar Crest. Like you can cast it on someone in the chrono. A lot of bonus HP.
A bit unfortunate that he didn't get the shard. Of course, it's definitely not bad on Enchantress, especially if you're going this build. Dakalis even wants a Hex too, so we were saying that there's not a whole lot Puck has to be worried about. It seems like really at the moment it's Blink Abyssal potentially, and of course the Black Hole from Melik, and now with the Hex, Lowell might actually have to go some like Lincoln's build, which can be a little bit frustrating when you want like Septum Mjolnir for mass damage.
Yep, the moment you called it out the first time, Enchantress already queued up the Hex straight after the Pike, so he's gonna be a big issue. He's actually hitting level 15 as well, and this is where the damage from Ench actually gets significantly buffed up. You get that plus 45 damage talent. Actually, he didn't go for it, he went for the Wisps. This is a true support, I'd never take that.
Well, through the portal, it's another gamble. Collapse, is he gonna be able to... I think they'll all get out. So Roche will be down bottom for a little bit. And do they read this fast enough though on Quest?
They are going in.
Oh no, they're going to be able to do it. Oh no. Dude, how many times has this happened?
They need to be quick.
Oh my
though.
god. Yeah. They should be. They've got Vlad's and no drum active. Yeah, it'll go. No way again. They know. I mean...
Yeah, it will.
They can... Yeah, it's gone. And they hear the
roar.
Goddamn roar, but they're like, oh yeah, what do we do? Oh man, we've seen this happen to a couple times on Spirit, and then it also happened to them, and then they killed Roche before it went through, but just so unlucky.
Yeah, I think it's this actually has become one of these plays that you have to think about. Every time you use that win gate to wait the rush on the other side, you have to be careful not to lose it in what 10-15 seconds on the other. Gotta be careful. Tier 2000 now with that Aegis, with Butterfly. Tier 3 tower, 50% HP already. One big item that we might get eventually is Aghanims from Miposhka, by the way. He's got a Void Stone for now that literally doesn't have a single useful item in his inventory, which is
yeah, I was just looking at it, honestly.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know. Does he buy Aether with this gold? I agree. I feel like he's going to have way more impact with the Scepter.
I think you just
so
go
this Void Stone kind of... Yeah. It's a weird looking Void Stone, but it's just helps him spam.
Weird. So weird, yeah. It's like you see that item build on someone, you can guess the MMR, you'd go like Herald. And, yeah, it helps you out with mana a bit, and he is buying Aetherlands first, so just for that extra range in the end.
Yatoru is getting scouted out with this freshly placed Observe Ward from PSG Quest, and they are all actually pretty close to see him. This ward by the Rift. Yatoru's actually going to look for a solo kill. He should be able to get it before the response. Not unless there's a bash! He bashes. How did he do that? How did he stop Black Hole? What am I missing? He'll die. What was that? Am I tripping?
The bash? Did he bash or?
He bashed in Black Hole. What's going on? I'm just so confused. What?
I mean, your bash can. Your bash can. I didn't see it like. But your bash can bash sometimes as well, right? On voids.
But is there a...
Is that it?
What's the delay? Is there like a second where you can cast stuff in between the double bash?
You shouldn't be able to. Like, did he cancel it on his own?
Oh, it really looked like he got bashed. Miposhka also separated from the team, so tier 2000 just, this dude level 25, 10-0 and 2. You peek out for a second, anti-mage is on your ass, and he's going to try and chase down Collapse as well. Alright, Mirror's got Scepter. Okay. But what doesn't mean anything.
Well, delays it a bit, right? Like he sends him back home.
Radiant's
Aegis
top
will be
tower
reclaimed
has
in what, 2 minutes? So
fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, this base is not going to be an easy defense. Looks like at least just Razor posturing with the Eye of the Storm. T2000 is going to wait for the next wave. And no chrono even when Yutori's back alive, so T2000 is going to jump and Noob's going to be in as well. What a perfect timing of the Rolling Thunder! Just as Mirror tried to protect him with a snowball, now they got the bash on the park! Are you serious? J Control is there, Lol's going to die, and it's just
Buybacks.
all working for PSG Quest!
everything is on point, and they still have a minute to work with on the Sages. Absolutely.
Radiant's middle
Do you even go back at this point? I don't think you do. There's an Aghanim spying out for TA2000. He's got it right now. Finally, the fragments are there as well. Another thing you have to worry about.
Radiant's
Look
top
at Collapse just running away from the illusion.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yikes, this game just blew right open. Faceless Void, you have Chrono, but he really wants his butterfly before he takes this next fight, and
Has fallen.
I'm not sure if he's gonna get the time to farm it.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Oh, they're not leaving. He high ground walking too. I mean, he's still got Aegis for 30, I suppose. Alright. Not bad. Not a bad start.
Bottom tower
Unfortunately, not enough control.
has fallen. Are scanning.
You could do it again, kill him once, and then use the coil on the first time and Chrono the second, but unfortunately, coil wasn't available for that previous attempt, and T2000 is going to be out.
He's level 25 as well on the Faceless Void. No Aegis anymore. And this game, you know, like we've seen, the two of us, we have casted so many Mega Creeps. It doesn't mean a lot. You're still playing into Chronosphere Faceless Void. He should have his Butterfly now as well. He does.
Let's see. Let's see if it's going to be enough though with the butterfly. So
I'm just...
1%. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, high hopes, man. High hopes.
Been killed.
In this position, a little bit too much than what you usually expect for a team like Spirit this tournament, but see what they can do, and let's see if PSG Quest can close it out. They have had some difficulties of closing out games we've seen. They've gone to a couple Mega Creep games and lasting for a long time.
Radiant are scanning.
That big ass hex completed on Enchantress as well. I don't know if we've seen it in action, but it helps out a lot. A lot of these bashes from Pango. Like, you know, when team doesn't have what it takes to catch Puck, eventually, like in Heroes, eventually they itemize for it. And West has done a really good job at doing that.
Yeah, and Lal is not going defenses. He's going full damage with the Daedalus. So if you get caught, I mean, it's going to be up to Mirror with the snowball. Of course, this is another X factor as well, like with the kick. I know we've kind of brought it up a couple times when he's been using it, but this really is a big thing that PSG Quest have to be worried about on how they execute high ground fights. They will go, though. Collapses the target. He's going to be able to activate the BKB. Well, Noob also, like, the Rolling Thunder just disrupting the backline. No kills have come of it just yet. Looks like they will be able to kill off Maposhka, but he's got a buyback.
Has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are
Nope.
under attack.
He's the only one stuck. Okay, he's fine. He gets away. Yeah, who do you kick back? That's the only... You know, I'm seeing the Saganims on Tusk and I'm thinking, you're gonna jump in and kick who? You kick the Anti-Mage, he blinks away, most likely, at least. You kick the Enigma, you're gonna get Black Hold. Like, you have to follow up instant. Whoever you kick, you need... If you wanna kill them, you need to follow up with a Chrono. And kicking Gyro, okay, you can kill the Gyro, but who cares? If you kick the Enchantress, you're probably not killing her fast enough anyway. There's just too much heal. The Untouchable slow as well.
seest me not.
Smoke.
Like a
30k
desperate
behind.
one is that.
Yeah, and bot lane is pushing in, so like if you're Quest, you know for a fact this is happening.
Alright, well,
Hilarious.
unfortunately not able to get anything for Team Spirit. Got to come back to the base. And Roche up in a minute, PSG Quest. We'll start the posture around the bottom side. It's going to be down here for about 25 seconds around then. Unless it will, and then it will go through the portal up to top. And we'll see what even the call is going to be for Team Spirit. If they even want to consider about somehow contesting it, or if they feel like into the ages is a better choice, which I don't know. Would you feel like they should contest it?
I feel like contesting it might be a better option, just because of the nature of the game. You have these big ultis on both sides. If you can win the team fight, it's much easier than having this anti-mage sitting in front of you with Aegis and forcing you to use Chrono on him. If you use that Chrono on him, it's kind of lost anyway, right? Like, you can't fight after he respawns. If you fight around the pit, however, maybe you can find multiple targets in the Chrono, maybe you can kill the AM. In any case, it's an extremely difficult fight for you. That's what Team Spirits are known for. They're known for taking games out of the gutter and somehow winning them.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, you know that incident that happened top lane as well with the black hole, confusion.
Yep.
Yeah, he just cancelled it. I look back at it. He just cancelled it.
Yeah, it happens.
It was confusing me, dude. I was so confused.
Sometimes you just click fast after the black hole or something. You right click on the spot. It happens to pro players just as to any herald out there. We needed that Lacoste. What the herald was that? We needed that one.
What the herald was that? I was like, what are people bashing in Chrono now? Like, are you able to hit in this? They changed something. There's been a patch. I was so confused how it got cancelled, but yeah, no, he cancelled himself. Doesn't matter. It was a while ago, but at least my mind is cleared now.
You can move on. You can move on.
I can move on.
I get it. I'm not sure if Team Spirit can move on after this, though. Aghanim's now as well on Enigma. Cheese on him. You've got a full team rotating down bottom. Aegis, of course, on TA 2000. No buyback on him, but how do you kill him twice? And Poshka.
There's a Wind Waker 2 on the Pango. And Mimo, yeah. Poshka gets jumped.
He just started TPing in front of them there, like, a little bit too slow.
Well, let's see what we got in store. Mirror kickback into whatever damage Lol has. I don't know what that tip is for. Paul Maposhka is having a rough one.
Ducalis has been tipping him the whole game. Like, literally the whole game.
Alright, kick back, silence, kick in the air.
Dream Call as well.
Oh, they're gonna be able to get him, dude. That's kind of everything. That's core for 60 seconds, which is a huge window. That is your damage from the park, so this should be megas.
Well, you don't have Grimstroke and you're still waiting for Monkey King Bar, which is now up and online on Faceless Void, so more damage. You should probably get Megat here without a fight, though. Probably, yeah. So, if you're Team Spirit, the best thing that you could somehow, if you could accomplish it, of course, the best thing that you could do is kill AM without utilizing Chrono once, and then Chrono him after. But you saw how much they could do, like 50% HP maybe, and that's it. He's in!
And he's going to jump them beforehand. A snowball from Mirror is going to be able to keep Low alive. Kick as well, doesn't get him back inside the base. The Rolling Thunder is onto the Pango, which is a pretty decent target. Malik's reading the wings, ready to jump in with the black hole. It connects onto two. Law's on the outskirts. That's a dieback for the puck. Meanwhile, Collapse as well. He's going to be drained down. PSG Quest. Overwhelming amount of lead. It does not matter in the end. They even give the cheese over to Noob. So the Pango, another round of resources for him to be able to work with. I mean, the buyback, sure, they can be there, but unfortunately, without the big ultimates, it's really not going to do enough. Yutoro killed off for the final time this game, unless he just keeps missing. Okay, finally
Wicked
gets the
sick.
kill. Collapse will die as well, and G's are going to be dropped. PSG Quest able to take game 1 in our second series. Pretty goddamn convincing game at that. They held the lead at least pretty much from start to finish.
No, 100%. It started in the laning stage and it never stopped. Antimage had too good of a game. TA2000 once again proving that he's one of the best carries at the moment. Like, looked insanely strong on the Antimage. I feel like this guy always has impact.
Yeah, he's a
90%
beast.
of the games, exactly. Even if his team loses, he still has impact. And speaking of impact, Ducalis Enchantress 7-0-12 died 0 times as Enchantress. Hero is tanky, but she usually at least falls once or twice in a game, even in a winning one. Very nicely done by him, itemized properly. Overall, the whole team played well. Malik, once again, probably the shining star in that mid game. The one that enabled them and allowed them to get this far in. But all this summary aside, what's happening? Is Team Spirit out? It's looking
True.
rough for them now,
Yeah.
right?
Let me see. According to my calculations, I don't even know if we can work out if they're out just yet or not.
Right, they are 1-2-3 or 1-1-4 now. If they lose the next one, they're out 100%. I'm just not sure if
Yeah.
they're out with 1-2-3. I think so as well.
I think you got to look at the map count. I don't know if the. Yeah, I mean, what, they're 3-8 now. Heroic were eliminated with 3-9. So maybe unless some things change early today with the first series victories from other teams. I mean, yeah, let's
Let's keep it for a bit later on when it's confirmed, but it's not looking good, right? It's not looking
I would say, like, if they lose next game, they're out. Because, I mean, Heroic are... yeah, but it depends who Heroic are versing. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Regardless, I mean, Spirit even have to verse Azure Ray, which is their final series. And Azure Ray looking pretty goddamn good. 7-3 at the moment. So, yeah, it's not looking good. Well, so they have 3 maps left, right? So they can minimum be 6, which would be tied with Entity and G2.IG if they lose all their maps, but other people are going to jump up. So, I don't know. I'd say they're pretty much donezo, but maybe there are like some crazy sequences that happen that somehow put them in like a tiebreaker situation, but yeah.
Not
No
looking
bueno.
good. No bueno for Spirit. PSG Quest, on the other hand, looked, you know, like they just show up in these hard games. They show up versus teams that are kind of considered, on paper at least, historically stronger than them. At the moment, definitely isn't the case. PSG Quest dominated from the get-go, from the laning stage into the mid game and into the late game. Very nicely done. The Midas on Faceless Void was some sort of a decision to help you scale well. It's not a bad item on him. It was picked up quite often before, but he just never came online fast enough. Malik, solid laning stage, was on top of the network charts for the first 20 minutes. Then later on, TA2000 took over, but that Enigma was just on point. He was making space across the map when he had the black hole and even when he didn't, with the Vlad's drums. Like, very active. Like, two players that played very actively that you don't necessarily always expect. You know, like Antimage and Enigma. Sometimes the games fall apart around them, but they didn't allow that to happen.
Yeah, no, they didn't indeed. PSG Quest, a very good showing from them. All the players had all the impact they need to be able to get them over the finish line in game 1. And let's see if they're going to be able to repeat that success. And of course, it all starts with the draft. So first, we'll send a break. But when we come back, we've got game 2 draft right around the corner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our next game coming up very, very shortly. Should be a draft around the corner. Just waiting for all the boys to get in the game. Lizard, why don't you start the game? What's going on?
Guys,
we wanted to go.
I'm just an analyst. I'm just an analyst. You hold the start game button. It's always on you. It's always the casters, guys. It's never the analyst. So Lacoste, me, SVG, we never start the game. It's always on the caster. It's these Arises and Caps, and they're at fault. I promise. Always. You see it in his eyes. Look at him. Look at him. He's scheming there, finding ways to delay the game a little bit more. He just wants more camera time. That's what it is. I just accept it and say it's true, Aries HD. Where's that HD come from, by the way?
It's because I couldn't get Aries.
YouTuber? Oh, okay.
No, just couldn't get Aries, so I don't know. It was some cringy. I don't know. There was. It's just no. I don't like it. I don't like speaking about it. But I don't know. People are. You have to add a bunch of random stuff to the end of your name, just if you can't get like the initial tag you want. So this is something that some people were doing in like 2018 or 2019, whatever. And now I'm
Aries in HD 1080p.
It's a very good joke, brother. This is, some people say, when am I going to go like 240, whatever the up one is, 14,000p. Yeah, 4K.
Yeah.
That's one of them. Yeah, you always.
Actually, like, I completely forgot about this. But my first nickname ever, like, I made Lizard maybe when I was 12, 13, but my first nickname was Aries. That's the one I used.
How have you just remembered this now?
I don't know. It's literally just it was completely out of my head because I didn't use it for way too long. But yeah,
it would have suited you with how big you are, but it's a shame. I've taken the title.
Nah, you're
coming for you.
No. I've seen you. I've seen this man in Bali. He jump scares me. I couldn't recognize who it was. It was like, man, this is some muscle man right here, strolling around in his tank top. Chilling. What's happening with the game, Aries? Are your muscles blocking the start of the game, or what's going on?
No, I like this talk. I like speaking. I like it when they're on my muscles. We don't need to worry about the game. Yeah, this is good. I'm enjoying this. Lizard's hyping me up. It's undercover though. It's under wraps. No one gets to see it. I'm in a jumper. It's only for the special people, and then we get another. Maybe we get another Bali major. I'll walk around in a singlet.
Oh man, that's
see, and then I can.
That was the perfect location for a major. I just love I love whenever some tournament is going on in SCA and I'm invited, because it's like growing up in Bosnia, in such a poor country, like these kind of places, these remote places, they just look inconceivable. Like you're never gonna get there. It's like a different world. That's how far away it looks like. But being blessed to be a part of Dota and going there was an experience I liked. I know it's kind of close to you, right? Like all these Kuala Lumpurs. And by the way, you're going to Germany, right? And you're heading out to Europe soon.
Yeah, well, I might be going to the major. I might pop in and say hi, watch some of the games, and then I'm going to be going to Germany for a little bit. So yeah, that'll be nice. I'll be there for a couple of weeks, and then might come home for a little bit of work, and so we'll see. It'll be fun. Get to go experience Europe for a little bit. So,
have you been before? You have, right?
Yeah, I've been a couple times now. I've been like 3 times or something. So,
okay, where did you go?
Yeah, where did I go? I've been to Munich, been to Dusseldorf, I've been to Berlin. Oh,
you really like Germany?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty nice. I mean, I have a reason to go, so it's like a little bit. There is a reason to be going back there, not just because I like it that much. I mean, there are other places I'd probably go to a little bit differently.
I see.
So, it's nice. Like I recommend it.
You like their beer and the sausages. I see what it is. The bratwurst. I know. I get it. Of course, that's the reason. What's going on with the game, by the way?
I don't know. They said they're starting soon. Your Bark likes Germany a lot, so maybe we just have really good taste together. We both enjoyed.
I mean, he
respect
likes
he's
it
living
because
over there
his
now.
wife is forcing him to like it. His wife is like, "You're moving here with me. You have
forcing.
no, you have absolute." But you know what? It's actually really cool for him that his team right now has headquarters as well in Germany. And
Headquarters or they're boot camping?
well, the boot camp is in Serbia. Actually, he's not even with them.
No, I
Right.
think he just is in his house. They don't have. I'm pretty sure they don't have headquarters there. Are you thinking of
Actually,
Mouse?
you're right. No, I'm thinking G2.IG. My bad. G2IG. They have I think they have some sort of a facility in Berlin. I believe so. So that's the mix, and I think we have finally a draft. Bring us in, Aries. I had enough of your face. Bring us into the draft.
This is up to
Let's cover some
production.
Dota.
Production. Whenever you're ready to go in, we can change the topic about travel and Germany and all that. We can get to our second game. We can see what Spirit are able to do if they can find a map victory. Again, not quite sure if they're actually eliminated currently or not. I base everything off Liquipedia. Liquipedia not being updated until this series is over makes it a bit difficult. So the calculations are too hard for my little pea brain. So I will just be basic and say that they win this, they're out. They lose this, they're out. They win this, then
Maybe not.
maybe there's tiebreaker chances. Oh, Liquipedia updated? Okay, no, never mind. I didn't.
Yeah, let's see. They need to win this regardless. I feel like you don't want to drop out of this tournament with having like one win or something. So getting a good game against PSG Quest would do much for their morale. I think this is something that they planned. They plan to let Pango go through in the series, and that's what they're doing twice in a row now. But this Pangolier as well for PSG Quest is flexible. Like we've seen it on mid lane, it looked good. We've seen it on Malik on offlane as well, where it looked great. So yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't you consider at least eliminating it? Like, it's interesting that Team Spirit are worried more about Keeper of the Light. I know it's Noobs, like he's great on him, but I don't know. Pango sounds scarier to me.
What'd you say? Sorry, should I get rid of what?
I mean, I'd rather get rid of Pango than Kotl, but PSG Quest, they have a mean Kotl, so I guess you just don't want to play into that. We've seen a couple of teams like I don't think it was Quest. Yeah, Heroic had, and Alok played an amazing Keeper of the Light. It's like how the whole team plays around Kotl. Sometimes it's very hard to match with anything else. So I guess because of that, maybe it is justifiable. But maybe they can find some different strats on how to counter it. Last game they went Grim and Puck. I wouldn't mind seeing Grim with something maybe a little bit more impactful from the off lane, not from the safe lane. Like last game, you had this Grim Void safe lane, which wasn't bad, but it doesn't give Grimstroke this hero that he can play with later on. That's the problem. Like, let's see, at least Tusk is the same, and in the last game he was that partner. Of course, you have the Snowball with Inkswell. It's not as good as something else, but it's still pretty solid. Also, that fiery thing is bugged. The item that he has, and it's like 1 in a billion. It's ultra
Really?
rare.
It's bugged?
Yeah. It's bugged, yeah. I think B-Cop knows all about it. I think I talked to him about this item, because I'm not really that much of an item fiend. I don't think I ever bought anything when it comes to items in Dota. So, but I do like some nice Enchantress sets. I spam her a lot. Tusk as well, that fiery thing looks kind of cool.
Unlucky for you, don't get the bug, you're not cool enough. This is what happens if you win 2 TIs, but you're here casting with me, so unlucky. What can you do? Alright, you know.
It's alright.
I can give you some gem to put in your task.
Yeah?
I don't know what it would be. It wouldn't be that cool, but could be something, you know?
It would be from you. Would it have like a description underneath it? From Aries with love, that's all I need.
Yeah, man. It's I know what no, I'm fine. I
You don't want to say
word.
what you would write. Yeah.
Yeah. You know the word I'd use.
Yeah.
The good Aussie C word, but it's just I can't. The other swear words can. Yeah, no. That one's not coming out. Don't worry, that one's not coming out. Okay, yeah, we can bring this back. I suppose I like the anti-mage ban. I think that's a lot of respect. At least how I look at it, it feels like Spirit felt like the anti-mage was the biggest issue in the draft with how it disrupted
Morphling.
their picks. Oh, is it still in the pool? Okay, I was going to say that you could just Razor again, but Morphling is still there. I had no issues with the Razor. I don't think they did as well. And I really felt like the anti-mage was the biggest issue into the Razor, but Morphling's still there. You can just go for it.
Just go for it, lol. You're playing into Gyro. Pango with Diffusal and some Basher. You know, he brings a lot of control against anything, and so he does versus Morph. Holy hell, we see a Storm.
Dude. The games we don't suggest it. The games we don't suggest it. Because we've been suggesting this here a lot. We've just not gotten Storm.
How the hell does this guy go through? And I mean, not go through. How the hell does this guy get picked? Every game when it's a fantastic Storm game, we don't see it. I really think what's happening here is Team Spirit, they have this bucket of heroes and they've been picking all the best and it hasn't been working. So right now they're like, yeah, let's switch it all up. Let's go. If nothing is working, let's just invent new Dota, new meta. The easiest buck pick of their life, I think.
Yeah, so this is a bit of an issue, right, with going the Storm Spirit here. So, look, I will say, I do think Storm, ahead versus Puck, is really not as bad as what a lot of people make it out to be. You can just go Orchid. I know Orchid was nerfed in the recent patch, but you can still just rush Orchid. And if you do play from ahead, there can be a bit of a window where Puck can have difficulty farming Yules and you can get a lot of kills across the map. I think Orchid already makes a little bit of sense into the Pango. Like you, especially as an offlaner, you're really going to lack any items to like counter it. I mean, you will probably have to go Yules yourself. So I really don't think this Puck into Storm matchup is that bad. But of course, you have to be playing from ahead.
All I hear is a Team Spirit enjoyer coping right now.
All right.
I'm kidding. I know what you mean.
Enough out of you.
I've seen this matchup so many times, and I know that it can go both ways. But it's easier for Puck to play, in my perspective.
Yes.
There is no catch for Puck as well. There's some like Phantom's Embrace, maybe a Blink Tusk, and you have to itemize on a hero that's not in the meta with an item that's also not in the meta. For me, that's already looking rough. But Team Spirit, they're that kind of a team. They can innovate and they can switch things up. I feel like the best thing that they maybe could do right now is put the enemy team out of the comfort zone and put them in a zone in which they feel better in. Because the current meta obviously isn't really working for Spirit. Is it the heroes? Is it the playstyle? I'm not sure, but something's not clicking. So banning out the troll and the morphling, eh? And the AM.
I hope Bloodseeker gets banned. I definitely think this is something you can look at for Team Spirit. Is an angle. I mean, counter the Pango. Yeah, go. Sorry.
No, I agree. Somewhat. Do you maybe worry that your scaling is off then, or are you fine with him scaling?
Yeah, there's always concerns about how the Bloodseeker is going to be able to scale. But you have. Yeah, he's not. He doesn't scale as hard as some of the other heroes. So maybe Gyrocop the late game could be an issue. Like he doesn't particularly care too much about Rupture.
They ban out like TA. They ban out Drow, TA for the Puck matchup as well. Maybe like that was also something. But overall, TA probably strong here. Don't want to play against it. So they're expecting Dawnbreaker off lane. You have your Storm mid. This is your carry, right? So Gyro support.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I think so, yeah, exactly. Maybe your Bloodseeker makes more sense now.
10 seconds remaining.
Could PL.
Some Naga,
Yeah.
some illusion hero, sure. I don't know, like that Blood Seeker with maybe a Blade Mail, with some Rupture versus Pango and versus Wind Ranger doesn't sound too bad. And it's a
Does
semi-core. You
Blade
have...
Mail?
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say, does it seem kind of sus if you're worried about him scaling, going Blade Mail?
Maybe, yeah. It does. Usually it's like Maelstrom that you get first and then you can farm up. That's true, that's a valid point. But even just having the Rupture into her could be cool, and then you have the Storm that can cover. Like Storm, Dawnbreaker, you know, these are heroes as well that can scale pretty damn well. So maybe just play this chaotic game, because already it's looking 10 times more chaotic than the last one, where you had this Enigma, Faceless Void, everyone is kind of waiting for the big ultis, big spells. This game, I don't want to see minute 10 with 2 kills like in the last game. I think we'll see something a bit more active. Let's see. Oh, Clinks!
Alright. Are they voice lining? Who is it? No, it's the Carlos. Okay.
Etanash. Yeah, he's been spamming the last game as well. Etanash. Okay, so what do I like about Clinks here? I like the itemization that this hero can go for. Like, I think with the itemization that you can go for, you can later on in the game deal with these heroes. At the same time, you are playing Clinks, Storm into Puck and into Wind Ranger. I feel like the Dream Coils can be the best Dream Coils that you've ever had in your life. You know, if you can get on top of these guys, if you can catch them. Windrunner as well with Focus Fire against the Clinks, against the Storm as well, looks super solid. I'm not sure, it all depends on like who initiates, because there's so much blow up potential coming from one side and the other. Storm maybe gets an Orchid, Clinks can do so as well. It's an interesting pick, interesting draft from Team Spirit, not something that we've seen recently, at least. Different heroes. Speaking of that Blade Mail, maybe that's something that the Dawnbreaker can go for. Like, it's not a bad item for her. Allows her to scale a little bit through that mid game. And I want to see what he's going to go for. Like, Collapse. Is he going for your full utility Dawnbreaker, or is he going to go for some, you know, right click, some damage, some no Aghanims Dawnbreaker? I'd maybe rather like to see that. You know, like no Ag, some blink into a stun. The old school style.
Yeah. I know, I think it was Gladiators, one of maybe Darcher.
Mm-hmm.
I think Darcher, I don't remember. It was one of the recent tournaments. Ace was still playing Dawnbreaker and going that Scepter build, and was having a lot of success with it. I actually thought it was a strategy that people were going to pick up, but did not see many other people trying to run this damage build like we saw from Rezo at TI, and of course other Dawnbreakers at that stage as well. But let's see. When I think of Yutoro, I do not think Clinks. I know this man plays a lot of carries, and his hero pool is very vast. But I don't know if I've ever seen him play this hero.
Same, yeah. Same. He is a big China Dota enjoyer, right? Like, at least from his love letters to and from Ame. So they're playing Ame, but China is playing a lot of Clinks, something that Team Spirit, of course, has scouted, and maybe something that they can utilize for themselves. Clinks isn't the most difficult hero to play, of course, not something that you need to practice a million times. I'm sure that you can play it to as high of a level as anything else. He's a gold Clinks, like, not too bad.
Just gonna watch some by. Rest of the people stand on the high ground.
I don't know if you remember it, when FY was playing Clinks, I talked about the Gyro Clinks matchup as well. It looks like...
Yes, I do remember.
Like you know what it is like and how it went in that game. And I'm afraid for Yatoro as well in this game, because this Gyro, if he has a good time and he buys a quick shard, like, he can literally hunt you down and kill you off throughout the game. Magic Missile, you can't run away, and Skeleton Walk, it's dealing too much damage. Like with that Rocket Barrage shard, it can be really... Magic Missile, Homing Missile, I mean. So it can be really rough.
Just quickly about bottom, we did see Spirit tried to block the wave. Unfortunately, one creep went through, so Mira had to shards it. But anyway, we'll go into the tower. It's going to bounce back into Spirit's side. And then we can speak about mid. So again, I think in the lane, it's very, 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 very skill-based matchup. Both should be fine, but again, the game is really the big thing that we're looking at between the Storm and the Puck, and if the Storm... last game, Spirit also didn't rotate for Lal. We saw PSG Quest, their supports put a lot more emphasis on trying to secure the runes. We'll see if it's going to be a different story this time, if Spirit want to try and help Lal in the early game.
Yeah, it also comes down to that level 6 timing, right? You want to kill off the Storm once before he gets it if possible. It's much easier to rotate to a Puck, I would say, than it is to rotate to a Storm. Because Puck is super mobile early on. It's hard to get a kill on him. Meanwhile, on Storm, as long as you have any sort of a hero to tank the tower, you can probably dive him. So we'll see. Especially if Puck gets a level 6 faster than Larl, then it's even easier for Noob to maybe even get a solo pick off. We'll see. Still a couple of minutes away from that.
Wonder, do you feel like this is a lane where they're going to be able to punish the offlane Pango as well? Or is it, again, Malik who's going to have a pretty good time?
The two ranged heroes could prove to be difficult, but I do think that... I think it's maybe better for Malik and Omar, like looking at this lane. I think it's stronger. Like Gyro and Pango can dish out so much damage from long distance. I like that Gyro didn't even go for homing missile this early on. It's so good because you're playing into two ranged heroes, they can just kill it off. So he goes for flag cannon. It's a lot of damage versus these squishies. I do believe it should be easier for Pango Gyro.
Do you know Death Pack counts as a deny? Oh wait, no mind, sorry, on Friendly Skeleton. Okay. So very interesting. Dotori's, I've not been watching really too closely how the other Clinx's carries have been playing the lane, but Dotori is using Death Pack pretty frequently, and I think this is... I imagine just as a result, the lane is kind of going to push out. But again, you have Omar spamming Flak Cannon, but it's not too much of an issue, I suppose.
I think you're happy if you're Quest, right? Like, even if you're pushing in, this hard camp isn't blocked. That's massive. 2 games in a... Well, not 2 games. Not the last game, but the game before in the first series. It's not very often that you see position 5 give up on the hard camp. Like, usually they body block it with 1 sentry with 2nd. They die for it, but this camp doesn't live.
A lot of ushering from Larlin. Having a good time, 22-3 compared to the 17-3. So Lal Storm Spirit, I do think this has always been one of his better heroes, and we were kind of... I think Storm is a little bit better of a pairing as well with Inkswell down bottom. Ducalis might be in trouble with the tag team and the Starbreaker. It's a ridiculous amount of damage. There will be a trade though. T2000 is going to be able to... should get the kill. Collapse is going to do as much damage as he can, but the power shot charge up. That will cut him short before he really does enough damage for Mira to maybe think about a turnaround kill. So it is a 1-for-1. Of course, Team Spirit are going to get first blood though.
First that for Ducalis in the series as well. He could have lived if he just tangoed through all the trees, but then you waste a lot of the tangos, then you don't refill Noob mid. Noob, they're kind of even, I believe, on experience as well. Larl after this wave should be, yeah, on about the same 5.25. So we'll see who hits that 6th first bot lane, TA2000.
It's a big kill, and they're going to be able to get it. Wind run's already been used. And Collapse going to be able to get the kill as well. All right. Double bracer now all ready for the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. He's pinging out Larl mid. Is he thinking about going? There's a magic wand, infused raindrops. This is not a kill. He needs level 6. This is definitely not a kill. And yeah, speaking about Collapse, he's big. One of the nice things that they have, they're playing into these 2 ranged heroes, but they can get on top of them easily. However, with the Centaur though,
Oh, nice shackle. Collapse with the power shot. Just off the mark.
Omar was rotating mid, by the way. Trying to maybe go for that Storm pick-off, and Storm is too low, so if he stays here, they will have Dream Coil. Maybe that's still a potential kill, but...
You'll save for the rune at least.
Yeah, at least for the rune.
Again, I was mentioning, like, if Spirit are going to bring their supports, but they are far too late to contest it. And this is going to be coil on Puck. Unfortunately, there will be no fight for them. So Law's just going to have to go back to the jungle and get his level 6. Very vulnerable about continuing to play the lane without his own ultimate. And again, Malik is having a very good time as well. So I think my opinion has to change on this offlane Pango. I feel like this is 3 times in a row where we've seen Malik just be absolutely fine.
They're going for him.
They are.
That Tinkswell though.
He's got a lot of one. Double Lotus too.
Yeah, that Tinkswell was just a full mess. Didn't do anything. Larl should hit 6 here. And she will.
Not there yet.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get it. Oh, Cole's going to be up beforehand. And they're going to use the chain control perfectly. No missile, but it's not going to Oh, the creeps tanked up the rocket barrage. Might still tick up to the blood grenade and... Oh, he didn't zip.
He ticked to enchant and blood grenade. People forget that this is dealing damage now as well, right? I think it has a little bit of...
Ah, true. I forgot.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
30 damage per second, I mean, it's not bad even.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think even if he zips to try and stop the blood grenade damage or enchant, he'll chase him down. No TP to escape. The Carlos, though, gonna run into 2 of them. Tier 2000, gonna try and offer whatever assistance he can. Even Noob's gonna rotate down as well. No coil, though, makes it a bit of a weird move, and... well, they're just going to split away and then reconnect over to the east, so Spirit will be okay after getting the kill.
This bottom lane, at least, is a huge win for Spirit, right? Like, okay, there's net worth on Wind Ranger, but they should be happy with it. Dawnbreaker, almost 6 mid lane Storm once again. Another Dream Quill. Damn, bro.
And now Malik as well. A lot of hate. Rolling Thunder to be able to catch up to Maposhka. They got the cliff to be able to bounce from. Really nice shards placement. It's not going to matter in the end, but Mira making it work for it. But this is...
Come on, that matters. Like, doing those shards matters for you as a player. That just feels great, you know? It's a morale victory. What doesn't feel great is losing your Storm twice in a row and the tier 1 mid. That doesn't feel great. That's...
Yeah, what you...
rough.
The hope is the Storm playing ahead against the Puck this game is it's not there now. So now, so everything I said about potentially Storm like having Orchid and having advantage over the Puck, that's not going to happen when you're playing from this deficit. So you will go back to what often happens with the Puck versus Storm, where Puck is just very far ahead and always catch you with the silence and coil. Top lane, Yatoro. And do whatever he can. He's got 21 charges, but there's just no one here. I mean, he had the... I guess
Snipe.
Solar Guardian, Maposhka. Wait, what? What'd you say? Snipe? What?
Snipe TA 2000 with a power shot. He moved in as well.
Oh my god, you got sniped?
Yoink. Yoink. I mean, the man deserved it. He moved in, he rotated. That's the rotation tax from the carry.
Oh, I see.
They see Storm. They see Larl. They see him. Puck is rotating in.
Oh, does he see him? Okay. He doesn't have much mana. Omar wants him. Tier 2000 is a bit hesitant.
Yeah, a bit too deep. If they just backed out, so he doesn't see them. If they just allowed Puck to go first, maybe. But Puck is still on a hunt. Actually, he knows.
Oh man.
Witchblade is there.
He's got Witchblade. Bottom lane.
Bot lane.
Vittoria's trying to get a kill. First rotation here of the game for the Clinks. Malik as well. Rolling Thunder's up. A little bit too late with the silence. Nice attempt from Maposhka. But the cast was already there. And with the Dawnbreaker collapse, on 1200 health they're going to have to go through, but looks like with Omar's Rocket Barrage damage, need a little bit more. They'll get up with a long-range right-click. Omar will, of course, pay the price, but you're happy with that. That's an off-laner for a support going down. Mira thinking about Malik, but everyone else decides otherwise.
Radiant's bottom tower is
He
under
could have
attack.
went there, but you can't kill him. He has Swashbuckle to get away from the shards. It's just a crazy game. Yeah, 10 minutes in, we have 12 kills. That's
Radiant's
how many?
bottom
10
tower
kills
is
more
under
than in the
attack.
last one. So much better. Puck is rotating down bot. On one side, your Storm is suffering quite heavily. On the other, your Windrunner got a bit messed up. But Storm is definitely the weakest link in this game. Bot of the net worth at the moment, Malik.
This is a nice go. Really cool play. You throw over the... Oh, Noobs? Wait, Noob? Is Noob just dead? Jaunt's over the right side. At least the core's going to stop everyone from chasing. Meanwhile, 2-2000 is going to try and run in. Focus fire to target down Yatoro. Omar as well with a backstab. He can get that extra damage required to find the +1 kill.
That's a
There's
double.
not going to be a miss up on the higher ground. T2000 is ultra rich.
Yeah, this is now top of the net worth charts after he jumps through everyone just like that. Number 1, Wind Ranger, TA2000 going for a Maelstrom. Damn, like he'll dish out way more damage in these next fights now once he picks that up.
Is under attack.
Even with the Javelin, it's already significantly improved damage. Versus the Clinks, like you could see how easy it is for him to just keep on top of him with the Wind Run. Dude, this Puck, does he even have boots? At least in Courier, yeah. I mean, he didn't have them. I was just waiting to see in Courier if he's got them. Yatoro?
Is he dead actually with Orb on cooldown?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Just
attack.
no damage. Yeah, Witchblade gives you armor as well, right? Like you get 6 armors, so that also helped out.
Dire are scanning.
Do you remember the other builds that we've been seeing from the Clinks carry? I know we got that Desert build with the Slardar. Was there any others?
There's a lot of builds right now that I'm seeing on him. Even some Diffusal builds I've seen on Clinks. He's doing Dezo right now. Dezo into what, Dragonlance? I've seen some Orchid builds as well. Like just an early Orchid and then you get pickoffs with it. I think an Orchid this game, if you get it fast enough, would actually be pretty good too. But Dezo allows you to get these fast pickoffs with Tusk. He initiates, brings control, you kill them.
I really wonder what LoL itemizes this game as well to have impact. I don't know if it's like Witchblade BKB. So, I mean, a BKB I have to imagine is somewhere going to be in the decision pretty early on with what he's up against, considering playing from behind. He's still going to go the Orchid route, so okay. Let's see how fast he's going to be able to get it. There will be a smoke from PSG Quest. Rishka's in a pretty good position to be able to pop the smoke. And Team Spirit, it's close enough to the area if they do go for it, they would be able to defend him, and
Radiant's
so
bottom
PSG
tower
Quest not
is
even going to
under
make the
attack.
attempt. I wonder, again to stick on low, I wonder if he does change his opinion when he sees Noob now starting to go for the yours. This is not going to be a second item Scepter. So the staff will definitely go towards that. Let's see, this is at
like
least the
this-
one thing... Yeah, go, sorry.
No, I'm just saying this Orchid is also good into Wind Ranger. And later on getting some sort of a Bloodthorn versus her is also nice if he even gets there. But I agree with you, it's too late. Bot lane collapse.
He made the go on Melik to force out the Rolling Thunder. Now the team is moving over. 3 points up in Inkswell.
Could be a nice kill.
It's a great kill. 21 charge of the Lotus they have to go through. Let's see if they're going to...
TP
Oh,
in.
no, they missed the start. I think it's a bit too messy now. I mean, Puck to the outpost, it's a long TP. He's going to be able to lay the core down. Yeah, you get the kill on the Dawnbreaker, but it just does not matter. When Pango goes down, but you see the response from Quest, it was just a bit too messy. The first zip doesn't connect. He's able to get you can react in time. Oof.
Yeah, even the fact that they look, they instantly reacted. That's something that needs to be said about Puck. Like Noob, literally the same moment they are going on him, he's TPing, so he kind of had a good idea what's going to happen. But also the fact that they're tipping, Puck is tipping to the outpost, and he still has enough time to save him. It's well, not necessarily save him, but strike back. Let's see, they're tipping bot. TA2000, no mana on him.
Still is going to disrupt them with the silence, and now Omar with the backline stab as well. Lyle's going to be cautious, zips through the missile. Lyle should be fine now. Omar is overextended. This will be a kill into the gyrocopter. It'd be a lovely run if the Storm Spirit's able to get it. But he won't, unfortunately. Storm's got to run the other direction. Mirror's the one that gets the gold. This is Blink now for the Tusk.
I am absolutely shocked he's not just going straight shard on Gyro. I really think this game is absolutely fantastic for a Gyro shard. Maybe he's hoping for the Tormentor. I forgot his name. Like Tormentor shard as well. Everyone loves that, right? Like getting it. Look at Noob. Look at Noob mid. He's thinking about it. He was snooping out Storm, but not close enough.
I've not taken a look at Collapse's items in a while, but he's got an Orchid. So let us see. Let us see what he's going to be able to do with this one.
Okay, if you're Storm, you really don't need it then. Like if you have it on Collapse already.
Oh, he's got Midas queued up. This has got to be a bait. He's got Midas queued up. Dagalis. Again, the rotation, so this tower's got to go down. It's just this TP point. It's proving to be too big an issue right now. Team Spirit keep butting their heads for just one kill, and it's an Enchantress kill. Like, it does not matter.
They were setting up because it would be a reveal of this Orchid, right? Like you could use it significantly in the fight against the Puck, maybe. You know, and if you could kill off him, it would be great. But he's got Yules, Witchblade. Like, how are you killing him with that? It's not gonna happen. They just don't have a mid laner. Let's call it how it is.
Oh, he did it. He bought Midas.
He bought the Midas.
Oh, I think it's going back to base. I think he's selling it.
You know? No, he didn't sell it.
Coming. Okay. Oh, God.
Guys, we're going late game. That's it. That's the call right now. Give me 30 minutes, guys. I'm gonna come back. I've seen worse Midases. Noob, though.
Oh, he might die. Oh, no.
He's very dead.
He wants out so bad.
He's very dead. At least, you know, this Midas, he used it. It has, of course, 2 charges, but...
Ah, yes.
Tango.
Solar in? Orchid being used, so Noob's going to be fine. PSG Quest is starting to bring some of their extra reinforcements as well. Ducalis putting a lot of damage out to Mirror with the impetus. Last one might be enough. Noob will finish him off.
Man, I actually think there's just so much kill potential for this draft of Team Spirit if they played a bit better on the mid lane. Like if they had a more active or any mid laner at this point. This Orchid combo on Dawnbreaker and Dazzle combo on Clinks, it's just a killer. You can kill anyone off. Oh, the dust connects.
Is it because of...
Oh, he blocked him! He blocked him with the archer!
I mean... I don't know. I've watched a little bit late. I don't know if he could have orbited over the top, but that was... Let's say
like,
that was cool.
I think he couldn't. He couldn't either the cooldown or something. But in any case, he couldn't. Look, I don't think
that was cool.
He didn't plan to block him, of course. I mean, I'm pretty sure he didn't. But still, a really nice play.
It must have been on cooldown. It must have been. Yeah. So, oh well, it's a nice escape. Tower goes down. Midas paying off. Lol, getting closer to the Witchblade. This is level 12, so it's okay. Let's see. Let's see what he can cook up. Let's see what they can do. I mean, it's a lot of stalling that needs to be done. Once you don't have the greatest supports to be able to split the map.
Yeah.
Of course, you can chuck out the random ink swell.
that's it, right? Like the Grimstroke, maybe hiding in the trees, chucking out Inkswell and Stroke of Fate, you can do that, but you get caught very easily. That's the problem. Like, you're not some extra mobile hero that does it very well. He's even just saving this for Storm instead, who will have Witchblade very soon, though, so that's a positive.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Woo!
Maybe with a Wisdom Room, they're trying to smoke, but Poshka's going to TP in, but definitely die beforehand. Maybe Die can snatch the Wisdom Room. Mirror's starting to come over. It is warded, though. It's just the supports on Quest. This is a really good opportunity to get some kills. But Poshka gets blown up from 4 to 0, but looks like they should be able to get the Gyrocopter. Noob's rotation puts a lot of pressure onto Lau. Under the pump, he's going to die. Looks like Ducalis is going to join him as well. Now, Noob, are they going to be able to respond with a puck? They're lacking a little bit of control. Orchid out of mana for Claps, unfortunately.
Let's go in.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Blinks back up. Orb in a couple of seconds. And he will. Clap's just got enough mana for the Orchid, but the Or's going to be able to purge that one off. And now, Noob, nothing he really needs to worry about. Witchblade.
But the damage.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
It
Nothing but the
jaunties.
damage, yeah. He's out. Oh, Mira.
Mira.
Super.
They got him! No way. No, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the kill the same way he did, like the one on Legion. You know what the problem was? Legion had no stick charges and no mana for Orchid, but because of
saying?
puck jumping...
You said Legion?
A Dawnbreaker. It's big Thai lady on the offlane. My bad. I confused them.
That's understandable. It's okay.
I have to keep this only to Dota, or I'll get in trouble. But in any case, like the Orchid on hers, like she got the Magic Wand charges, she uses the Orchid on Puck and then manages to escape because of it. Let's see though, they're smoking up. 4 heroes smoked on Quest. They have this Blink Diffusal, Pango, extra 2,000 gold for the Aghanims. Gleipnir.
Radiant are scanning.
By the way, Gleipnir Manta on Windranger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Strong. Slot.
Scary.
Very.
What's happening?
They smoked. No, when they smoke, you need to be silent or...
Oh. Wait, who smoked? No one smoked right now. Or are you saying from before?
Yeah. They smoked into the pit. Easy rush.
Okay.
I am slightly triggered that Omar doesn't have a shard, by the way, still.
Have they? I don't even... Surely he's telling the boys to get Tormentor.
Yeah, I think that has to be the play. There you go.
I mean, that would be...
Storm gets the shard and his net worth just doubled. So
Nice.
that's also good.
Actually, he's got no mana to really use the Overload. Radiant definitely should look at it. Enchantress has one. Okay, Noob just bought his. I was going to say, if they... Noob would have been the person who may have gotten the shard if it wasn't the Gyrocopter. But,
by the way, jokes aside, Storm's net worth isn't that far behind anymore.
That's impressive. Still, though, like, again, for him to have impact, that's a couple items. You are very reliant, at least, you know, you BKB, and you have to kind of get a kill off the back of the BKB, then reset, and hope the rest of the team can kind of pull the weight for the remainder of the fight.
Yeah, he needs more, of course. Just, if nothing else, because one of the items that he's carrying is Midas, so...
Alec?
Really
oh my god, getting solo killed by Utoro. Alright, we got a game. We actually have a game. PSG Quest. Looking to wrap. I believe they did just smoke under the ward. They're maybe going to try and reposition the high ground. Let's see if they can take the fight 4v5 if they just want to dip out even with the ages.
This isn't an unkillable... Yeah, it's not an unkillable Ench. He can die.
Maybe with tag team. Make it even easier. Nice. Shark was going to prevent the snowball, and yeah, they're just out. They're just going to split over the way to the left. Oh, they got low. Nope. If he wants the coil, T2000's going to be able to come in. Coil's going to Might need to break it instantly, and it's not going to matter in the end. Oh, no, he's got
shot.
Okay.
Yeah. They pinged out Yatoro as well. And you can see the TP on top by Omar. He might plant the sentry. Let's see. Here, next to the stairs, he's gonna plant it. Yeah, there we go. He sees him. Dust is there. And this is where I'd like that shard, you know. A lot of damage can be dealt by the rocket while he's running away.
They've got Solar Guardian. Mira's gonna try and TP, and they need more TPs though. There's the Solar. Yatoro can potentially turn, but of course PSG Quest are responding as well. Rolling Thunder currently on cooldown, but the Orchid's going to prevent the spell casting. Miposhka's been able to enter the fight as well, but meanwhile the backline T2000, he got on top of Yatoro. Yatoro is gone. That's the damage from Spirit. Collapse is going to BKB TP up, and Miposhka will not have the same fate. T2000. It's a big triple kill for the Wind Ranger, propels himself further and further on top of the net worth.
And these are all the fights that, if you're Quest, you have to be taking, right? Like, you have to be chasing them and just killing them off, and it still looked fantastic for Team Spirit. You're drawing them so deep in. You have a TP area as well to use, this outpost that you can get to, and you have a Dawnbreaker. You have to, like, on both sides you feel like you must fight and take that engagement, but TA2000, it's so easy for him to maybe kill off Storm as well.
Again.
Yep, green pole is there. She's gone.
Oh, I mean, don't play from ahead. This matchup is no fun.
Yeah. I don't know. I remember some caster during the draft saying, yeah, this matchup kinda even, you know.
I didn't say it was even. Shut the hell up. Don't throw me on the bus like that. I said it was playable from ahead.
No, I'm just
I did also say it wasn't as bad as what some people make it out to be. But, you know, you play from behind, it looks pretty shit. You die a couple times and you feel the power of this puck.
No, definitely. Like, it's not as bad as some people make it out to be. Like, this 1-8 Storm, I mean, I've seen worse. I mean, it's not that bad.
Dude, shut up. Shut up. Leave my read alone.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Collapse. Is he gonna be able to get away? No.
Oh. Alright, so we got a couple solo kills across the map. Meanwhile, Yatoro's about to run under a sentry. Dude, Omar. Oh my god. What a read. What a read. Well done. That's very impressive.
I feel like
that's
all the
tips.
Yeah. They just told him, hey, just keep an eye on Yatoro and where he goes with Klings. That's all we need from you. They have enough catch for him. All he has to do is just pay attention how he's moving, drop the sentries. Yeah, impressive. Very impressive from the Gyro.
Oh. I was gonna say, Love might be dead again. He's running bottom. They're already TPing down. I'm just gonna go back to the boys. So Tier 2000 is completely by himself. No one else is nearby, but... Oh. Oh, a little bit awkward. Didn't even go for the shards.
Aghanims, Manta, and Gleipnir. Like, this guy is... He doesn't have a BKB, of course, but it's probably not very killable at the moment. Needs some MKB, and that MKB isn't too far away from Klinks. He just needs the recipe, and that's it. So you'll have a ton of damage in these next fights. So you can still take the game. It's 7k advantage, of course, but it's not impossible once you get a BKB on Storm and MKB on Klinks.
Yeah. I think we have seen so far, I mean, Yatoro's solo killed Malik multiple times, and it's not only that he has to be worried about, he's also going to be worried about the soulbind on Miposhka during the Rolling Thunder. So, I mean, this is... Let's see, one, how Malik is going to be able to teamfight against his heavy counters and getting blown up from 4 to 0 from Yatoro's right clicks, and really if Yatoro can even get in a position to kill the Pengo, because that is one big thing he's going to be able to provide his team. Alright, we got BKB on low. Alright.
Smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke on smoke to Carlos. Looking his head forward. Noob's going to be able to find a coil. At least the coil's on onto Lal. There's not much he has to be worried about now. But maybe a random silence.
Yeah.
Oh, over the left side, they get the jump onto Omar. almost enough.
Nice.
Nemo Malik as well. It's a great shackle. It's a great shackle. TA2000 got them both, and now the stuns as well. Instantly on the jump in on collapse. Dude, TA2000 is just such a fun carry to watch. This guy plays so well.
And he plays everything. Like, he plays that anti-mage last game, Wind Ranger in this game. He's playing your Morphlings. I think he plays TA as well, probably.
Yeah.
But in any case, just a fantastic player overall. Like, that last fight was literally won by the Shackles. Straight up, they didn't have a chance. They have a BKB on Storm, let's see. Maybe when Clinks is up, they can defend a bit. Not mid. I don't think mid is defendable. Maybe the bottom lane though, or top. Yeah, they're just backing out. Once again, happy with what they got. Managed to get a nice little team fight, no buybacks. Even with them, like, you would not be able to defend. They back out, Malik pushes out top lane. Rosh will respawn them. That's a super long timer, so gotta have to wait a little bit for the next stages at least.
Did they smoke inside or outside the base? Did you see? I didn't know. I didn't see. I'm not sure if you did. So.
I don't think the ward's connected. I'm not sure. I'm not sure as well.
They're kind of playing like they know something's up at least. 15,000 defers running up into a high ground is going to be very scary. But they are already set up. Oh? Are you going to be able to play out this one as well? See, he's got Scepter kindly queued up. Ready to just quiet some. Yeah, that's the impact. Like, that is your
only way, right?
Well, they are set up first down bottom at least, so you got some vision here to take a team fight. PSG Quest going to try and go straight through. Look at a glimpse of collapse. Smoke's going to pop. Noob's also going to try and give them some information, see if he can scout out some of the smokes with the blink jaunt away. They will re-smoke on Spirit.
They really want to take this fight. They're not aware how far away Rosh still is. There's still a minute without it respawning. I feel like they need to use the Storm Spirit the way Entity used No One. Just go in with the BKB and make stuff happen, create some chaos. And then Clinks can follow up. TA2000, look at this positioning.
Oh, smokes pops.
Storm,
and they're going to be able to get the shackle as well. And he's just gone. Malik as well. Once again, on the jump in from the Tusk, preventing any snowball save. And Yutori is even going to get caught as well. Trying to do as much damage output as he can inside the Rolling Thunder, but they just have such an overwhelming amount of net worth lead that it will be
this
a
might be
wipe.
Game. Yeah. This is Omega rough. The Rosh will respawn in 20 seconds. Super late Rosh, which is something that benefits, I guess, Team Spirit right now. But this game, Team Spirit, they're still playing. They never got a proper fight though. Throughout this whole game, they never got a proper initiation. They never got a proper setup. It's always them being jumped on. And TA2000, once again, not even about like the hero skills and everything, just about the positioning and like the map awareness to position himself where he was. It was perfect. Once again, another fight won pretty much because of him. Shackles on the Storm and everything else follows up so easily.
We set a barracks. And out they go. Roche is up. Might just have to go top though. We'll move very shortly. And so maybe one more attempt from Team Spirit. 25,000 deficit, 1% chance for them. Any gems? They do have a gem on Noob. Yutori's going to run straight to tier 2000. Noob was a little bit away from the Wind Ranger.
so deep, TA2000 though. Like he knows about the creep and where it went, so should have an idea. Like he saw the medium creep just walking around, so something went on there. Collapse.
Torres saw the wisdom, trying to get his level 20 for the talent. We'll have it now. Goes for the strafe attack speed. So it's something. I don't know if it's going to be enough though, but yeah. Roche, and in they go. So it's going to be second Roche. He just cheese up for grabs, and it will go uncontested. Spirit want nothing to do with it by the looks of it. They're just going to go back and force to deal with the creep waves on the map.
Some map control, that's it. That's all you're getting. You're getting some map control. You're getting a prayer that your Storm can at least complete this Aghanim's before the next fight. But I'm not sure this changes a lot at this point. The Aghanim's Wind Waker on Pangolier very soon as well. Needs a recipe. Nice little ratting happening by Atoro.
There you are.
Yeah, he's trying to be a bit annoying, so it forces at least no back, you know. But the problem is this puck already has the travels. With those travels, he can TP back top, push with TA2000.
It does catch him a Poshka on the opposite side of the map, so at least that is something. I'm gonna try and start on TA2000. La will zip in as well. Is there gonna be extra damage to be able to blow him up? TA2000 gets the pike away, might die to the right click, and yeah, they get the crit. La's okay as well. I like thinking about the Rolling Thunder, but won't commit it.
Yeah, there no puck, right? Like he was. I'm not sure if he traveled to. Yeah, no, he didn't even use travels. He used Dream cooldown bottom, and even though it is good, you kill the Grimstroke. At the same time, you get initiated because you used it. You get initiated on. So. Yeah, Team Spirit trading Poshka for an Aegis skill.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan up. I know someone's nearby. Or
He might be scouted.
might.
Even.
Yeah, very soon. Observer Sentry is actually going to go all the way around. Look. I would not even mind Lyle consider about selling Midas and Bottle for the Scepter. I feel like this is your last fight. I think this is actually fair. Something you can think of.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair. This fight is make it or break it anyway. The only question is if Quest are even going to force it. Because they don't really have to. They can just spread out, farm the map, maybe catch a Toro one more time. Or catch anyone out of the base, really. Because Pangolier is the only hero of theirs that can really go in mindlessly. Nope. He's hunting the Toro.
Oh, you might see the Skellies soon. Oh no, it's behind the tree.
You know what? Like, actually, he's very lucky that the Skellies didn't start attacking. They had no vision for the Centaur. If Puck sees that it's being attacked, maybe he'd go in.
But yeah, you're right. You know, no need to sell the Midas. PSG Quest back off. Without the Aegis, they were comfortable enough with walking up. So Scepter will be soon completed on Lal. And he might have that 20 talent as well with a +3 seconds Electric Vortex. This is all just minor things. 30,000 deficit. They did get a glimpse of Yatori with his Observer Sentry combo up top. And Noob
Puck is on him.
Instantly going to be there.
Yeah, he might solo him here.
And it looks like, yeah, he probably will. Yatori just going to try and farm as much as he can, but...
Mid lane.
Well, out of the base, Mira forced to pop a BKB to try and get out of the shackles.
But that's your go time, right? Like, now that you have killed off the Clinks, now nothing is stopping you. Storm does have an Aghanims, but you might be Megad.
Alex, if we're going to roll up and jump in. Straight on top of the Grimstroke. Lars going to get the Vortex out, but there's just no one there. Without your Toro, zero chance for a fight to go their way.
GG.
And G's are going to be dropped. And unfortunately, with this loss, this will send Team Spirit out of the Elite League. I mean, we're not going to see them at Dream League Season 23. They didn't qualify in Eastern Europe. And now in Elite League group stages as well, they won't make it through to the next round. So unfortunately for these boys, this has been a bit of a rough year to the season. And for PSG Quest, importantly though, a really, really important 2-0 victory for them. I don't know what it is with 2-0s. They either get 2-0 or they do the 2-0ing. But they're going to jump up to 6-6 now, and they are definitely still in fighting position to be able to make it through.
Yeah, look at the heroes, by the way, just from Team Spirit. All gold level, 1 bronze, and on the other side you have some, at least master tier, right? Like Enchantress. I don't know what is it called, level 28, and another one as well. Honestly, the second game, very uneventful. After the laning stage, after this good performance by PSG Quest and them dominating the Storm, the game looked just like this salvage rescue mission for the Storm Spirit, in which she has a Midas and everyone is just playing around the map trying to get enough space for Storm Spirit to come back in. But it just never happened. I don't know how. I didn't even want to check how many deaths he had. At some point, it was 9 or 10. But super rough game for Team Spirit. The first one was difficult but playable. The second one wasn't even playable. This mid lane matchup was. They picked the Storm quite early, right? It wasn't this super late Storm. They picked Storm and Klinks, instantly got pucked.
Yep.
And it's such an easy call to make, to pick this puck up versus these guys. Like, I could see some potential from Team Spirit, like this Dawnbreaker with an Orchid, and then you have a Dezo Klinks. You jump the one target, you blow them up. But they were far too few in between. Like there were just no plays happening on the map for that to happen. It was just PSG Quest getting one pick off after another after another.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Spirit, that's going to be their road done now to try and make it into the playoffs. So who have Quests actually got to verse next? Let's see. They got G2.IG, who I mean, that's a must win. That's honestly probably whoever wins that potentially make it through, because G2.IG are currently 6-4. So again, just to update, G2.IG 6-4, PSG Quest 6-6. So that's going to be a very big series for those two teams to be able to work out what is going on. Have they got their series today? Yes, that's going to be the last series of the night as well. So that'll be the last series for PSG Quest as a whole in their group stage hunt. But with that being said, we need to send a break. We need to get the interview set up. We're going to have one of the members of PSG Quest to join us for a couple of questions. So when we come back, we'll have an interview with the winners. We'll see you guys soon. All right, quick break. We are ready to go. We've got our interview set up. It's going to be Omar from PSG Quest joining us. So, firstly, congratulations on the 2-0 victory. What do you feel like it is with you guys? It's either you're getting the 2-0 or you're getting 2-0'd. What's going on with that one?
Thank you. Yeah, we are honorable men. We play best of threes, not best of twos. We only lose 0-2 or win 2-0.
That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. And honestly, just one more question. I'm just intrigued because I know you guys do have another series later today. How's the mentality going into that one as well? You guys are going to be playing up against G2.IG. Are you confident? Is this a team? Have you done preparation beforehand as well, or were you preparing for this team, this series, and then in the break you're going to look up against G2.IG?
To be honest, we haven't prepared for them yet because we were preparing for Spirit yesterday. And so far, we have zero idea about what we're gonna do. So we were just gonna chill for like 1 hour, eat, and then just prepare, study a bit, then be ready for the match.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Listen, how are you?
Yeah, congrats on the win, man. I want one question. Where's your goddamn gyro shard? Why didn't you buy the shard? What happened there? You don't like it? It looked like a fantastic shard game for me.
Thank you. I think this hero, to be honest, I didn't have a single idea how to play the hero like 2 weeks ago. It's Dukal is giving me most information about hero, and I think there's obviously 2 ways to play hero: either like full damage and with shard and that kind of build, or either just be very tanky. And the thing is, when we're picking it, I don't know why, somehow we always end up with gyro Ensh. And in this sense, we prefer to have Ensh as damage dealer and me as the guy who just my job is to
running
die.
in.
I just die.
Yeah.
So I just buy every tanky
great.
item. It just delays my
you had
time.
like Greaves and Solar Quest, right?
Yeah. So I just buy Solar, and I cannot manage to buy my shard. If I get it from Tormentor, I'm very happy. If I don't get it and Duka gets it, I just flame him and move on.
Yes, cool. I like that answer. Really insightful. It was all about the Dota and in-game. Tell me one other thing. Like, if you manage to win, you guys are sometimes looking really strong. If you manage to win the tournament, what are you gonna do with the money? Invest in Bitcoin? Like, what's the plan?
I didn't think that far, to be honest.
I get it.
For now, it's just small goals, Think one step at a time.
Yeah, that's very humble and honest. Like, one step at a time. You guys are winning, so I hope it continues this way. Thank you for the interview once again.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you, man. Okay, second series done. One step at a time. Humble man is Omar. I feel like we casted like 90% of their games. How many series have they done? I'm trying to think now. They've done 7, 8 teams in a group. So I feel like
casted a lot of PSG Quest. Yeah. And they all seem very nice. Like all of them from the chat that we've had with them. Also, one thing needs to be said. I don't know what the breed of players that comes out of all these like Middle Eastern countries, right? Like Lebanon, Jordan, and stuff. I don't know. They're always very nice. Always very nice to talk to. They can be a little bit spicy in games, but when you talk to them, you get the GH vibes. Just enjoyable to talk to.
Yeah, seemed like a lovely guy, Omar. So I'm sure he would be very nice in the team atmosphere and team environment. So good to hear from him. I know I didn't want to hold him too much and drain him out. He's got a very important series versus G2.IG. Like we were saying, I'm pretty sure the winner of that, maybe some other results because G2.IG still have another series after PSG Quest. But that is your PSG Quest really need to win that to put themselves in a position where maybe you can avoid some tiebreakers, or at least maybe you can get some tiebreakers going their way. So the only results we know currently are Heroic and Team Spirit eliminated out of Group A, Everything else is still yet to be determined, which means our upcoming series are going to be even more exciting for us, at least on this stream. We've got Entity taking on Falcons. We saw Entity early today. They got 2-0'd by Azure Ray, and now they're going to have to go up against a very difficult opponent on Team Falcons on top. So we're going to send a break. When we come back, we've got our third series of the night, Team Entity taking on Falcons. We'll see you guys after this.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got some great Dota to come. We are halfway through the day. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z-Quixotics. Dude, I saw these games on the schedule yesterday, and I was so stoked. We have Entity, right? Taking on Team Falcons. You know, these guys have looked so good, and I just can't wait to see how this series is gonna unravel.
Yeah, it should be pretty exciting. Both these teams are near the top of their group, so I'm pretty sure Falcons is guaranteed qualified at this point. Like, they're going to be in the top 4 teams, but where that placement is can still change. Yeah, looks like we got the standings here. So with 8 wins, pretty sure they can't be knocked out. I was like trying to look at all the different teams, figuring out.
So they could force a tiebreaker at 8 wins, I think.
Potentially, but I think based on the teams who play each other, like, I don't think enough teams can get 8 wins and knock them out of the top 4. So I think they're at least in there, but they could end up in like the 4th position, which would be, you know, unideal for them. So definitely any win here would go a long way, especially if they 2-0. I think at that point they're guaranteed in the top 2 teams.
I think even just a single win, they're already guaranteed through without tiebreakers. Top 2, yeah, I think at 10 wins they're probably top 2. I think you'd be right. Which, I mean, for those of you who are a little bit unfamiliar with where the seeding is after this goes directly into the playoff double elim bracket. So the top 2 seeds are going to be, you know, much happier. They're going to be in your upper bracket, and then the bottom 2 seeds, you know, 3rd and 4th from each group, will be playing an elimination series right out of the gate. So big deal between 2nd and 3rd, you know.
Definitely. And Entity still has a shot at the top 2 as well. So both teams looking for a 2-0 here, I imagine. But for us, it's just going to be an exciting game. I've had a lot of fun watching Entity. They bring out some weird drafts, which have been, unfortunately, starting to get banned out a lot. Like, the Monkey King strat has not gotten to come out in this group stage, I'm pretty sure. And that's, you know, we don't get to see it, but I understand. I understand banning that out. You don't want to deal with that. And Falcons has been pretty cool to see. They are the team to watch for a lot of people. They've been bringing in some really strong performances for the most part. Yesterday, a bit of a, you know, struggle versus OG. I think they got 2-0'd. We watched that at the end there. And curious to see what adjustments they make, or if any, you know, maybe it was an OG thing. We heard from the interview, you know, like, that was some of the best games we ever played, right? So maybe OG was just popping off on that game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, with all these teams, you've talked about it before. I've talked about it before. It's the fact that, like, there is a very fine line that separates, like, 1st and 8th in each of these groups. Like, yes, there's, you know, teams already eliminated. Heroic and Spirit mathematically cannot advance, but they can take games off of literally any other team, right? Spirit, who 2-0 to OG earlier, OG ends up 2-0ing Falcons. Like, there's you know, Spirit ends up taking a game off Falcons, right? So there's, you know, there's possibility for any team to win a series here. It just depends on the draft. It depends on the day, how they're feeling. And that's what I love about Dota, man. It's super competitive. No team is really ever, like, guaranteed a victory, right? We saw, like, you know, Gaming Gladiators all last year. They were super dominant, but they weren't ever guaranteed, you know, grand finals. They weren't ever guaranteed the title. They had to work very hard for it. And, you know, it worked out until it didn't. And that's how a lot of people are kind of approaching Team Falcons. They're like, they look unstoppable. It's got to keep working out until it doesn't, right? And then some other team shows up and starts winning tournaments.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people have also been asking, is it a patch thing? Because some of the
True.
the best heroes for Falcons are really strong right now, but no top team wants to think of themselves as just a patch team, right? And many of them are very high skilled players, so I'm sure when the patch comes out and massively changes the game, I'm sure, not just another letter patch with a slight Pango buff, when we get that huge change, I'm sure all these players will adjust. You know, maybe it'll take a moment. You got to find like the new broken stuff. You got to spam it out to Grandmaster. But I mean, the team looks really good, so I'm really excited to see them as we get into a new patch. And in fact, all the teams, right? New Dota patches bring some new strats, new ideas, and it's always fun to see what teams are really quick at adapting and which ones take some time.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, oh my gosh, there's something stuck in my eye. I'll deal with that later off camera. But I guess they're having some computer problems on one of the Team Falcons players, so they're trying to get into the lobby, get that all sorted out. I will say these two teams have some really fun drafts, and Falcons, it seemed yesterday, kind of struggled against the drafts from OG, and Entity has some similar ideas where they will draft kind of out of the box heroes that maybe catch some teams off guard. But I'm feeling like that could be something that Falcons need to adjust for. We'll have to see, but yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I think Entity here. So we've mentioned the Monkey King strat, which has been really fun for them. They've also played Earth Spirit mid a lot for no one, which Crit is a fantastic Earth Spirit player. I don't know if I remember seeing Malrine play it, at least not recently. Maybe in the past that I just don't remember. So curious to see if Falcons tries to steal it, ban it out. They lost their game versus OG yesterday, but I don't think it was strictly just because of the Earth Spirit pick. I think it was like draft as a whole, plus OG just playing absolutely on fire. Another big hero we often see contestant series is Chen, which Falcons has not played a bunch of Chen yet. It's not one of Snaking's like most famous heroes. He is he plays a lot of Enchantress. Haven't seen a ton of Chen. He has played it. I checked the pubs, the profiles, all that. Can play it. I don't know if Falcons has worked it in a lot. I've noticed they tend to ban it out, and Fishman definitely plays Chen, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that be one of Falcons' bans this series. What else? Razor. I doubt we see that get through.
Yeah, I don't think Razor's ever making it through against Falcons, especially with how good the hero has looked right now. Like, it's not even that it's just mid lane, right? The hero is being played in almost every lane, and it's doing well. Like, even in lanes where it kind of gets shut down or slowed up a little bit, it still seems to scale. Now, that being said, it doesn't have like the greatest win rate of the tournament by any means. I can try and pull it up here, but it's only take a moment. Yeah, it's actually sub 50, so 43% win rate. That actually does kind of check because we were seeing this hero first phased a lot, and it's one of those things that it's not getting a favorable lane in the majority of games it's getting picked, but the fact that it still has a high win rate on first phase Razor or overall first pick Razor is pretty impressive in general.
Mm-hmm. I also think two things on Razor. One, Falcons being the team to watch that everyone's looking at. These guys are Razor masters, and I think they kind of pushed Razor into the meta on their own, and everyone's like, well, why are Falcons winning everything? Well, they keep picking Razor. All right, all you guys, all you core players, learn Razor, right? So I don't know if everyone else is making as good of use of Razor compared to Falcons. And maybe that's why they're like trying to imitate the winning strategy, but it's not as good as like the OG players, not like Team OG, but like, you know, the original Razor masters here on Falcons. But also, I feel like there's been a swap in Razor's identity a little bit. You used to think of him as this early lane dominator, you know,
Yeah.
Link destroys you in the lane. You pick up these like fast items, kind of run it down. Sometimes you see that, but a lot of times teams just don't give him that matchup, and he ends up farming. And I feel like he's actually now, we've seen him struggle a lot in the early to mid game, but as you get to the mid to late game, you're like, wow, Refresher Razor, sure am dead in 2 seconds. That's sick, right? All your armor is just being shredded by double Eye of the Storm. Link on like 2 different heroes. He's suddenly hitting for like 500 plus damage. You have no armor, and he's just obliterating your team. So it feels like he's switched to more of this late game hero. And I'd be curious what the win rate is on that, like games before 30 minutes and game after 30 minutes, like how he does.
It is strange because a lot of times the hero, like he's always had that scaling potential, right? Ever since the BKB refresher build came out, like people were like, dang, Razor is scary late game. But now, like with Dota, on average, the game time has gone up like 8 minutes or something since a year ago. Like it is substantially longer than we were. And so you look at Razor and yeah, you just first pick him in drafts. You try to counter him and he's like, I'm just going to play for the 45-minute mark. We'll see what happens. And has like 6 items and gets his 25 talent. And suddenly you're like watching your attack speed just start to disappear against this guy. Yeah, he's very good. He's a very fun hero. And yeah, I'm excited to see that he's in the meta. Because like I said, I think he makes for interesting games, interesting lanes. But speaking of the game, I believe we have a draft available. We'll have to see if we can get that going in just a moment. But yeah, we managed to get, I don't know which person on Falcons it was that their computer was crashing, but it looks like they're back in, ready to go. So we'll hopefully have that draft for you in a moment. I will say, spoiler alert, there is no Razor. After all this talk of the Razor, we're like, oh, it's such a cool hero. And it was the immediate first ban out from Entity. No shock there. But there is one hero that has made it through the draft that we are hopeful for. We'll see what it actually makes it through, right, Zach?
Yeah. The thing is, so the Monkey King strat is a 2-part strat where obviously you need the Monkey King, and then you need an offlaner who functions very well on their own. And Centaur seems to be the #1 fit for that. I think they tried it with some other offlaners, but at least in the official matches we've watched, doesn't seem to go through until you can get both of those heroes. And so you can ban one of them in this first phase, or you can wait to see if Entity sets it up. Like they start with the Centaur opener, and then you're like, okay, Monkey King ban in the second phase, or you swap it. They pick Monkey King, and then you like ban, okay, Centaur, take him out, right? So I feel like that has been part of the trouble for Entity to get that strat. Here, they're picking less track. Pango response, I think these openers are fine. I think when you get to Entity's double pick, if they see both heroes open and they think the matchup looks good enough, you might just see them lock in both if they feel like running this strategy.
Yep. And so going into next phase here from Falcons, if I don't see... I mean, the thing is they only have one ban on Falcons, right? So you either... I think you ban the Monkey King legitimately, because if you ban the Centaur, they will still go DMs Brewmaster, right? Like we talked to him, we got to talk to him yesterday in his interview, and we're like, how, like, do you hate doing this? Like playing these 2v1 lanes where, your Monkey King's off doing his own thing. He's like, nah, man. He's like, this is the best thing ever. He's like, it actually makes the game entertaining and challenging. He's like, Dota's so easy otherwise. And it's like, that mentality for me is wild. Like just going to a lane and be like, this is going to suck. I'm going to have to do a whole bunch of stuff just to not feed. And he's like, this is fun. This is how I enjoy Dota.
I mean, he's been playing Dota for a bit. He probably started Dota back when it was like the solo off lane days, and now he's like, oh, it's all this boring 2v2, right? But you give him that Monkey King lane support, it's like, yeah, it's like being back in the day, being on my own, getting what I can out of the lane, not having to depend on teammates. Let's go. So it's a fun mix-up. All right,
Okay.
Falcons, what do you want to deal with, Brewmaster or Centaur? Because if you leave it in for Entity, DM said he hated those heroes, actually. He's really bored of playing them, but
yeah,
they look so good.
He might be less bored playing them in the 2v1s, but they actually ban out heroes that are fantastic against the Centaur, right? Both Gyro and CM give you really good kill threat in a 2v1 lane. So they are absolutely setting up for this Monkey King strategy. And I think if you're Falcons, you probably ban the Monkey King here. or they call the bluff and like, hey, we're feeling pretty good at the top of the groups right now. We'll give you the Monkey King and see if we can beat it. You know, maybe that's the plan. I know when we've spoken with Snake King in the past, he treats every game as like, we just want to win. They get rid of the IO. That's a good idea too, because they've also been playing the IO.
Do it, Entity. Do it. Do it. I do think IO, that's like another power combo you could pick here, right? IO, Marcy.
Ooh, Monkey King
Let's
Centaur!
go.
Let's go! All right, we've waited the entire group stage for this. I don't think you guys have realized how big of a moment this is going to be. You are all in for a treat.
I'm so excited. We'll be talking about it a lot in the cast, I'm sure, because this is core to the strategy, is just like following the Monkey King and seeing what he gets done. So real quick to talk about like some of the other stuff. I think the IO ban makes a lot of sense because IO Marcy has been gaining some popularity, and that's another power pick you can get with the two heroes. And you banned out like Disruptor, for example, who's a really good support versus that combo. Plus, IO can then pair with Leshrac, and Leshrac, they often run it on no one. There's technically flex value onto the support roles, but it's usually just no one's hero. And he has looked good enough on his own, but looks better when you get some mana help. And the IO pairing, especially if you get the shard with the extra spell amp and then like spell lifesteal, it's a pretty insane combo with Leshrac. So I think that IO ban makes a lot of sense to cover two bases at once. And for the position 5 here on Entity, I'd kind of love to see someone that still helps with mana, but maybe you just need a strong lane for your potentially last pick carry.
All right. They go for the Life Stealer, a classic counter to the Centaur lane. But here's the thing, man. Centaur's solo. If you're not killing this guy, which I don't know if you can with these two heroes, he wins the lane. Like, he's winning his lane no matter what, if you are just drawing even, quote unquote, right? Because he has twice the amount of XP that he can get from creeps for you. So I like the Mirana, though. That's a Snake King classic. Works really well with the Shadow Demon setup. Not great for Pango, so we'll probably see Snake King go for like an early point in Leap, max a Starstorm, just keep a single value point in the arrow. But I mean, this is a classic Falcons hero, right?
Yeah, it's really good for them in general. But I think in this particular match, the nice thing about Arrow is that it gives you a lot of kill threat, which I think is one of the ways you punish the Monkey King roaming strat, is you need to kill either DM, who's solo offlane, or you need to roam in a different way than the Monkey King. Like, no one else can match what Monkey King can do in terms of killing couriers, but you just roam between the lanes and kill heroes because Monkey King is like in your base, right? So he can't participate. And I think the Shadow Demon plus Mirana offers a lot of kill threat for any lane now. These two supports can just go together, and Disrupt into Arrow is a really powerful combo. Granted, take some time to set it up, because once the disruption comes out, it's like a couple seconds, nothing's happening. Maybe Monkey King will rotate, like TP in to try to like help out in those situations, but it's probably like a level 1 Monkey King, so you're not that scared. So I think it's a cool idea. I think the last pick, probably offlane, also want that to be a strong hero that you can threaten here, which I guess will be strong into the Morphling. Morphling into Lifestealer is a good pick. It does mean you're getting like a last pick position 5, which is pretty rare. I wonder how they're going to capitalize on that.
Yeah, that part is strange. I mean, unless they're doing something weird with the Lash, but I doubt it. Yeah, I think probably your position 5 here for the Morphling makes the most sense. The Clockwork ban, he's been a pretty good staple, especially when you're looking for something tanky to just put in front. Also really annoying at messing up the Pangoliers, Rolling Thunder. So I can get behind that. Gosh, maybe you just... The other option is you still just go back for the Bane. And you just say,
it got banned out.
Oh, did it? Okay, I was like, maybe you just go back for the ban. Yeah, I didn't even realize it was first phase banned. All right,
it's
that
rare,
sense.
right?
Yeah, I was looking at all the other bans because I was like, they're surely not gonna first phase ban this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have Undying, which is something we see occasionally. It's not super common, but it is like a pretty strong, bulky melee hero.
Mm-hmm. Downside is Falcons has last pick. So if you do pick Undying, it's better if you know you're going to be running into a strength hero.
Yeah, you can just dodge it.
Yeah, or at least a melee hero, whatever attribute it is.
I mean, honestly,
just
it doesn't even need to be melee. They could just pick something like a gyrocopter. Is that banned?
For Entity?
It is banned. God, come on.
What's left? I think you just need
Gargo
a
ban.
decent laner who can maybe offer a save. Just because I do think this Shadow Demon Mirana threat will be kind of scary. Don't really want to do Pugna because of the Shadow Demon. Okay, they're just going to go for the Venge. They got the swap save, stun setup. Like, just very stable position 5. And since you don't know your matchup, I mean, you know you're into Mirana or Shadow Demon, but without knowing more, I feel like that's probably a pretty safe support pick, considering that this is some of the most supports we've ever seen banned in a single draft. So you're really going down the list on who's left.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a very like you said, kind of a low one that we don't see all that often.
Mm-hmm. And I will say it's nice versus the Lifestealer Rage too. You got the BKB piercing swap, Pango too. So sometimes you can like swap him onto some weird terrain and mess up his role.
All right, so what are we looking for? If you are Team Falcons, you need some offlaner here that beats the Morphling. I mean, it doesn't feel great picking the Mars because, yes, it's great in a Centaur Monkey King, but it is a lost lane into Morphling and a lot of armor reduction from the Vengeful Spirit.
Mm-hmm. Avenge swap too, even if you trap someone in there.
Maybe you play for like Tidehunter or Night Stalker. Oh, okay. That's cool. How do you feel about this one, man? Because I don't know if this actually like wins against a Morphling, but it seems tanky enough.
That's what I don't know if I'll find the game in time, but I'm pretty sure we saw this in another series where some team picked Underlord as a response to Morphling, and I thought, okay, Atrophy Aura, kind of cool versus the base damage of Morphling, right? The Firestorm has percentage-based damage, so like maybe in the lane it's not that impactful, but later on when Morphling has tons of strength, like maybe that's kind of cool. But then I don't remember it doing all that well. Like it didn't really shut down. Of course, that was just a sample size of 1. Maybe there were misplays, something happened there, right? So I'm interested to see it again because I think like the theory of it is kind of cool in the lane, and I gotta see it again. You know, like is it just a fluke that one time? I will say I've liked what we've seen from some teams that run the Underlord, which is like you globally rotate around with the ultimate, which I think can be kind of nice once you get to that like early mid game stage where Entity is depending on Centaur to kind of like play on his own and then Stampede contribute. But if you can just bring the numbers, then maybe you can still like punish that global help from Centaur, and they don't just like Stampede away and you waste all your time.
Dude, I am just so excited that we finally get to see this draft again from Entity. Like, more than anything, I don't even care about like what Falcons has drafted. It's just we've watched the whole group stage being like, Monkey King's gonna make it through, right? And then it's just first overall ban Monkey King every game against Entity. So I'm really excited to see how this one's gonna play out. They apparently Falcons, like watching their last series, they're like, man, that Bane IO combo was brutal. So let's ban those and we'll deal with the Monkey King. And maybe that's the correct assumption because that series also looked really good from Entity. But here we go, everybody. It is game 1 of Falcons versus Entity. This should be a very entertaining game. We're gonna have the courier sniping Monkey King from Katomi and honestly, very fun. As for
Definitely.
Falcons, they're on a lot of comfort picks here. Malrine gets his Pangolier, which I don't think we've actually caught him playing at all recently. He's done a lot of Timbersaw.
Yeah, I do think so. Here's the thing with the Monkey King. I think this is a strat that can fall flat, but not a lot of teams run this, right? It's just Extreme Gaming at first with ZinQ, and now Entity's actually done it more than they have. I don't know who's practicing it in scrims, but I feel like this is a strategy that, because it's so new, people are not reacting to it well, and that's part of the reason it does so well. However, I think Falcons has AUI as a coach who is a fantastic like theory crafter and thinks about this kind of stuff. And I think you can punish this kind of thing. Like if you're all really careful with your couriers, especially once you hit level 4 and can fly it around, and you can punish the fact that Monkey King is off on his own. You try to like, you don't chase him too much. You don't let him cause the chaos. You just straight up win your lanes, right? I think there are ways to deal with this strategy. For example, this deep ward already scouting Monkey King moving in. And so I'm looking forward to see what Falcons tries on how they're going to deal with this. Snake King starts to bring his courier out immediately, like, whoa, what am I thinking? It's crazy.
Dude, okay, so this is what's so smart about how Falcons are approaching this. The beginning of the runes, or before the runes and everything spawned, like, Monkey King's always going to be trying to get 2 things done, right? Scout the enemy team, get an aggressive ward placed, and maybe take out some Watcher vision, right? He doesn't actually want to fight at level 1 because all he really is a Primal Spring. That being said, he uses that time on Snake King to get a really defensive ward placed to basically scout out where the Monkey King is planning to place his ward. And that works out well enough. That being said, he might be losing his courier in a moment here.
Trying to move it around to where the Watcher is. Monkey King might end up missing it because of this. He's looking for it under the tower. See, this is what you need to do. You need to micro your couriers around.
Yeah, really good stuff.
It won't always work, but as long as he doesn't get all of them, I think that's a relative win. And Snake King's going to succeed here, I think, on this first courier. Yeah, it looks like it's good.
And this is also scouting any movement that he's making towards mid as well, right? As long as someone is watching the mini-map. And the Monkey King, he's just going to start walking into the base. He's going to look for anything, but that Pangalier's courier is not coming out quite. Oh,
he wants the bottle.
He wants to send it out, but the Monkey King's sitting at the tier 4s.
Yeah,
so
I think they're checking.
has to wait.
Yo, look, he's TPing home. He's going to walk with it. He's literally going to hand deliver it. I love it.
Dude, he's got...
He's going to get one.
Skitters, he's becoming a full courier. He's got Skitters items and Malreen's items, and he has Leap, and he's just going to start leaping around with a Windlace, delivering items.
This is hilarious. This is Dota in 2024. The position 5 actually just becomes a courier.
He like sees Snake King, he's like, what the heck?
That's the biggest courier I've ever seen in my life. How much is that thing worth?
I feel so bad, Murata, from anime protagonist to courier in 2024. Unlucky.
No, this is so cool. I actually love this. I know for a lot of people, this is like, ooh, this isn't Dota. You know, this is so different. I think this is so cool. This is like quintessential Dota to me. He's going to try to gank up here. It's under the tier 1, and it's an Underlord. This is pretty tough.
Yeah, Snake King's actually done this perfectly. The fact that you've only lost 1 courier here at the 3-minute mark, your middle lane has not been slowed down, is fantastic. And that might be why they go for that Life Stealer pick. But the first blood top does come through, goes to Watson. Patience finally rewarded at the 3-minute mark here for this Monkey King. But if you're Falcons, I think you're pretty happy with how this game is going regardless.
Yeah, those Skeeters like, man, my courier's so slow. Where are my items?
True. It's like got a bracer and
here we go.
Deliver on Snake King.
Now this is really big for them because I think part of the you start with 600 gold, right? And by not getting your courier ever delivered, even though the Centaur is in theory being denied out and losing stuff, he is picking up small items and he's getting to like 1,000 net worth actually realized in items. But the carry does not get there. But now with this like initial delivery of items, like you're actually getting a net worth advantage usually, but actually DM's doing really well in this lane because Snaking has been trying to match these movements. So DM's actually level 4 with a good chunk of last hits.
Yeah. And this is, I guess, just the approach Falcons have come up to dealing with this, right? They're saying it's more like valuable for us to essentially just have a 1v1 lane bottom, and our 5 gets sacked so that the Monkey King's not killing couriers. And I mean, so far it's working out. This is the best strategy that we have seen someone come up with, and it's not a surprise in my eyes that it's Falcons coming up with this strategy, right? When you have Owie and Snaking on the team coming up with some way to beat this.
Brit's looking for Monkey King 2, trying to protect the courier.
That being said, it's space for them to get aggressive here onto Amara. Blood Grenade into the Primal Spring. They get the kill again. Okay. The Monkey King effect starting to add up.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to mention, like, we've been so excited about the courier sniping because it's fun, it's like different.
Malrine?
Solo
Oh, what a dive! He baits him on the magic stick. That's
Very
a
well
big
played.
kill. That, I mean, this is almost no effect from the Monkey King. This is just a sheer solo kill in the mid lane.
Very impressive. They have been picking Leshrac a lot for no one. They're very comfortable with that hero as well.
Uh-oh, couriers.
Might get a second courier. It's nighttime though. I don't know. Can he see it?
Oh, he sees it, yeah.
Oh, he sees it. He sees it.
Radiant's couriers.
He knew there was another one going bottom as well, so we'll see what he does. But
Yeah, look where
well played
DM
by
is.
Skitter.
You ever see an offlaner farmer here at 6 minutes?
3 points retaliate, dude. Easy
They might
clap.
get him for it though.
Yeah, I mean, you're level 5 on Skitter with an Orb of Corrosion. You can't TP because of Arrow.
Radiant's bottom
Eventually-
tower is under attack.
Oh, he's
Well,
gonna get
unless-
in on the courier action?
He's trying to angle himself, but no, not gonna happen. Good play there from Snaking, good patience, and yeah, DM. A slow, painful death here against the Lifestealer, but that's great for Skitter. It does take him far away from the lane. He doesn't miss too much, only 1 wave. But now level 6. Fishman will walk up D-Ward. This Katomi was positioned right at the top here. They get a nice boundless strike into the missile. They don't have a point in Split Earth, but Mauri's got to walk away from this Edict.
They don't get the kill, but Pango's roll is down and he's low. He's gonna have to go back, so
Maureen?
pretty impossible for him to rotate.
Katomi is coming in really aggressively here, and he will get punished. Wait, he gets both!
Radiant's middle tower is
Wow.
under attack.
That
Katomi
swash just
was-
destroyed the Venge. It did like 250 damage.
XD. Okay, so I think what he was trying to predict there is that Pango was low and was gonna go home. So he wanted to go try to steal the Wisdom Rune, or at least fight the Pango for the Wisdom Rune. But good call by Falcon, saying like, I bet he's gonna follow me, come over here, Amar, and we can kill him easily. It's a level 2 Monkey King, right? So like, we can definitely kill him, even though I'm so low. Does Deem get his Wisdom Rune? Yeah, okay. So in the end, still 1 for 1 on the Wisdom Runes.
Okay. Well, I think overall, very even start. We see a lot of teams kind of panic playing against this Monkey King strategy and end up kind of overcommitting to dealing with it. Or like ends up, they don't commit anything to try and dealing with it, and then they lose like 12 couriers in the first 10 minutes of the game. But he has 3 courier kills only, I'm pretty sure, so he's looking great. Stun out here from Fishman onto Crit. Does steal an Arcane Rune away from the mid lane, so I think obviously either of those heroes would have loved this item, or loved this rune. Will not find it.
Yeah, so stepping away from Monkey King for just a moment here. The other lanes, I feel like Morphling did not really get shut down, so I'm not fully sure. Like, maybe it's not a lane counter that they're going for, but like just overall, because that passive from Underlord does still apply throughout the whole game, of course.
Is under attack.
I've seen this
Centaur looks
before.
dead back here. Wait, actually,
No
way.
Dude,
Oh my
he
God.
actually gets out. That is huge. Q's up,
That's
gets the
3
safety
heroes.
bubble as well, just in case. I mean, it is it is 3 heroes, and it takes time from Skitter to walk all the way down the lane and then all the way back. So getting the kill is necessary if you're going to make that commitment on your one position, because it is slowing up his farm speed. Katomi here in this mid lane, trying to dodge out all these heroes, but they're bringing the numbers. He's going to go down and giving it up to Malrine. Best case scenario for Falcons.
Yeah, he maybe should have actually just died, but I don't think he knew where the Pango was.
Yeah.
Now, off of that, they're going to smoke right away. They do have roll available.
We got to go for DM, right?
I think so. He has no Stampede. He is tanky, though. This is like a 1400 HP Centaur with safety bubble under his own tower. It's not easy.
But Lifestealer makes it so he can never go anywhere, right? If he hits him once, his movement speed goes down to like 200 flat.
That is true. Ghoul Frenzy, 30% slow plus Orb of Corrosion.
Fishman just stacking while the enemy team is right next to him. Snaking will block the hard camp, and I think Fishman realizes like, oh, hello there. Stun out, Rolling Thunder from Malrine, looking to grab the Vengeful Spirit. Jump does connect. And this should be an easy pick off there for the Pango. Instead, Snaking takes it for himself. And they get the tower. So this commitment bottom not only gets them a kill, but a tier 1 tower, which is quite nice. Incoming no one, though. And DM, they get the stomp onto Snaking, but they don't have detection. Instead, he's just going to use his time to finish up this stack.
I think Pango roll just killing a position 5 as opposed to your Centaur. The real loss was if you lost stacks. So I think it's good that Entity came back in. They did lose the offlane tower, which is unfortunate for them. But maybe a little bit expected when you're doing like this 1v2 stuff. Right, it usually does mean your tower takes a decent amount of damage, but actually because they chased DM so far in, like their own safe lane tower on Falcons is like half dead, which is maybe better than you'd expect from a typical 1v2 lane.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad point. I didn't really consider that. We're gonna see. So, for those of you who are wondering, like, how this Monkey King, like, has any impact later on, because he's level 4, which is a little bit higher than we've seen him in the past. I think there was, like, a 13.5-minute game we were watching where he was still level 3 on the Monkey King. But that being said, he had, like, 15 courier kills, and it was, you know, he was rich, but he had no XP. If he survives one fight in the mid game, he's going to get, like, three levels out of it, legitimately. Like, that's what ends up happening with this hero.
Oh no! This pause is quite unfortunate for Monkey King if Falcons looks around the map right now.
That's true. They're like, wait a minute, what is this?
He
What is this
just
tree
stepped off
doing
the
here?
high ground. Yeah. Amar came in.
Wow, dude, Amar, come on, bro.
They're from Creep Wave together, right? With,
Yeah, I know.
Fishman, so they're all friends, guys. This is friendly banter.
I
It's
know.
not just the all rage, but it's always fun to see. It adds some fun to the game. I mean, we already got the Monkey King running around. Now we got the quote unquote friendly banter.
Oh yeah, it's purely friendly banter. Leshrac is finishing up a huge stack right now as this smoke comes out from Falcons. They also infest into the Pangolier, so they want to get active. He just got his defusal. This is basically like guaranteed find hero, kill hero time for him. As the power rune is going to spawn top, and that might actually save some heroes on Entity. If it was bottom, I think they would show up for it. So yeah, it's just gonna be Fishman who gets picked off for this. Much better than no one on the Lesh.
They can defend this mid tower though.
Yeah, no way, right? These guys are really strong. Skitter also finished up the armlet at the same time. He is going to be seriously scary as this game goes on, and I think we'll have to see how they plan to deal with that.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Another courier goes down.
Dire's middle tower
Now he hasn't
is
gotten
under
that many
attack.
this game. I think I was gonna make this point earlier, but we got sidetracked by something. Monkey King can actually just play 4 support, right? Like you can do a normal 4 support Monkey King without killing couriers. So even though he hasn't gotten that many, he actually just rotated, got some early kills, got some couriers, right? And is taking up some mental attention from Falcons that you normally wouldn't have to do. So I don't think like this isn't the success that you would love to have, snaking, getting
Watson!
finished off here by Watson.
That was cool.
Dire's
Yeah, I think snaking, maybe underestimating his own level 4 Starstorm damage, because, yeah, it definitely caught me off guard. That was a lot of burst magic.
That's true, I didn't think about that. The Stolen Starstorm is actually pretty good. The double hit plus Adaptive Strike and Waveform is actually so much magic damage early on.
Tomi's scouting out all these TPs into the mid lane, right? So, seeing Maureen, that will give them the green light to back away. Do not want to dive or force the objective here.
No, it's just unfair.
Classic Voyeur Monkey King right here. Watching Pango activate that amplified damage rune. He's gonna see
They want to fight
Lifestealer
for the
coming too.
14-minute rune. I don't know if you can go for this. It's going to be top.
Ooh, fast
They
disrupt
do
by
manage to
crit.
find Monkey King. Very nicely done from Crit. Goes to...
No way!
Okay. He's out. He's actually just out. Very cool.
Classic escape artist Monkey King.
That's
You
good
only need a
stuff.
couple of those. That's like the payoff, right? Sometimes you feed on their side and you're like, wow, he's so bad. But you get away once or twice. That was the Lifestealer Infest rotation. Totally wasted. Didn't even get a support kill. Just attempted one and the Monkey King leaves.
Plus Demonic Purge. That was like first Demonic Purge usage. Which, I mean, it's a relatively low cooldown, only 60 seconds. But the fact that Katomi gets away from this is pretty wild. And it's just space. Like, he was scouting that whole rotation out for like 40 seconds, and so Watson's just farming the triangle and the ancient stack on the side. So he's just getting net worth during that whole time.
Yeah, there's a slight lead for Falcons. It's on the... It's mainly the supports that are the difference here from the stacks and the kills that they've been part of. But it's overall a very close game.
Dire are scanning.
I'm not sure about this Underlord, how much it will slow down the Morphling later on, because it's just not something we've seen in a while, but carry to carry, Morphling versus Lifestealer is usually very good, and I imagine Entity will feel fairly comfortable going into the late game with that.
Usually, right? My biggest question is how farmed this Lifestealer is, because a lot of times Lifestealer, if he gets kind of ahead, this hero just doesn't die late game. But Lesh is also kind of in that same vein. Like, once Lesh has like his fourth big core item, I feel like this hero never dies. That might have been the blink reveal there from DM as he walks into an illusion. They're gonna look for Pango. In comes the Stampede. Demonic Purge here onto the
Radiant's middle tower
Monkey
is under
King, but he
attack.
gets the Primal Spring away again. Swashbuckle in, Maureen looking for
Connected.
DM. This would be a great kill, but he's got a blink. It gets canceled from the Infest from Skitter. Perfect timing. Arrow connects onto a creep, unfortunately, but DM will still go down. They end up finding a nice kill here, and the chase gets rewarded. Dude, that Infest canceling the blink was wild.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna be a failed rotation, but actually ended up connecting. Ooh, wanted that. Oh, that's such a sick Underlord
That's
ult.
cool. Underlord ult to the mid lane to cut the tree from the Monkey King, and Amar will find himself a nice little assist. And we'll just go right back to the bottom lane to farm.
That's so sick. I love it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right. Skitter mid lane, feeling unstoppable here on this life, so they're just going to put a lot of damage into the tier 2.
Leshrek's pretty farmed. He has his Bloodstone and Kaya already, but Pango Roll and Lifestealer Rage do make his early game hard. He's not able to make use of his really high power. Diabolic Edict, of course, still does a lot of damage, but it's more random, right, in a team fight, especially if anything else is in the area, like creeps.
The other thing to consider, like, Lifestealer's Orb of Corrosion is really value at this point of the game against this Bloodstone, right? Like,
That's true.
it is 20% healing reduction that he's going to get from this, which could be the difference of Leshrac dying or surviving in one of these fights. And there's the blink initiation from Malrine. They get on top of no one. He doesn't even get the Bloodstone pop. He just gets bashed up and dies.
Really nice roll by Malrine, gets the initial stun, and then just keeps the Venge away from swapping the Leshrac, because that's the one way Leshrac survives, being swapped out and then being able to live a little longer and maybe spell steal enough. So very nice call by Malrine, gets him a double kill there. Oh, are they gonna find crit TPs down here? Yeah, there's the disruption on Monkey King.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See if he can keep this going. He's just going to try and take the portal. Arrow will be dodged out.
Fortified.
Oh, he tries to go for the mischief dodge there. DM on the side with the blink. Has it to follow up onto crit, but the damage from Snake King is too much. And now,
On the way.
Stampede on in. Morphling is coming, trying to finish up crit. Rotation from Malrine, but the Underlord is here as well. He's trying to get the kill onto this Mirana with the leap forward. Is he going to be able to do it? Nice mech. There's also a pipe. Dude, these guys are tanky. Watson will continue to leap into a waveform, into a TP. So the Morphling cleaning up some really valuable kills there for Entity, as they do force the entire team to the bottom side of the map.
Watson making great use of the Mirana steal there. All 3 leap charges he gets every time. Well, actually, I think if you like repeatedly morph her, you have your own internal cooldown, but the morph cooldown is so long that by the time you copy her again, you get the 3 leap charges to work with.
Yeah.
4 actually too, if he gets his own shard, right?
Exactly, right? That's what I was going to say. It's like at some point you get the shard on Morphling always, and the shard is actually really good on Morphling as compared to a Mirana, because like the Mirana shard gives you the extra leap charge, but it also gives you a 30% slow onto anyone you leap near, which is super value for a Morphling.
Mm-hmm. And of course the attack speed, right?
Yeah.
Which support Mirana doesn't make the best use of. Like, it's good for killing Tombstone, things like that, but and a Morphling with, he's got 200 damage right now. You give him a free 100 attack speed, like that's pretty scary. And it's really nice this game too, because Lifestealer just wants to run at you, right? But if you have so many leap charges to get away, it's a big pain. So they will pick up the Monkey King here.
It's a good kill. Absolutely.
They didn't have to use the Lifestealer either, so they're still looking for a roll target infest gank. I think they should know this though. They should see the Radiance coming out of that Pango.
Oh my gosh, Watson! Watson! Oh, sorry. He almost couldn't
Close.
finish the Tormentor.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
You're not getting that. Fishman? That's a pretty good shard.
Yeah. So they trade Tormentor and the Monkey King further tier 2 mid. I think overall this is pretty good for Falcons. They're TPing in. They're going to see Katomi. He pops the Rage immediately and he just accepts his fate. Fishman's going to get found as well. Blink in from crit. The arrow to follow is going to find the Vengeful Spirit. Double kill for the Pango. Falcons turning up the tempo here as they are taking another tier 2 tower off the back of this Lifestealer.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I like this first pickup, first item blink pickup by Crit.
By Crit?
Yeah, it's allowing him to set up for his team, which otherwise just has roll. But if he gets the blink disruption, you've got a pretty easy arrow follow-up, and then you have time to roll all of that. So it's really good initiation, but also just the usual save, right? If you need to save anyone on your team, blink over, disrupt. It also means later when Venge, like if he doesn't use disruption to initiate and Venge is like coming in to swap, he can blink disrupt the Venge to prevent the swap for at least a few seconds.
Going for another
They're just
infest
going
play here
again.
mid. Yeah,
Yeah.
why not? They see no one. His team was smoked nearby. The Rolling Thunder's going to come through. The blink in. Fishman's here with the swap. He's got to be careful. He just swaps him right into an Underlord. He gets him on the backside. Fishman's going to die as well. Watson, he's got to clean up and big, but he won't be able to. The pipe, the amount of healing is just too much. The Atos cancels the TP. And boy, oh boy, Falcons are really hitting their stride.
The all chat to finish it off.
And Malrine's caught DM, tips him in advance, saying he's like, I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm coming for you. But DM, no, he gets to blink out. He's going to TP home. And now, with Lifestealer at the top of the net worth chart, I don't know how you deal with this guy, because he is getting to a point where he is too tanky. And the amount of healing he's getting from hitting heroes like this Leshrac, like this Centaur, or even a morphed, like Strength Morph Morphling, like, it's hard to kill him.
I think
And he's got
Falcons
shard.
in a pretty
boy.
good spot here. Trying to think
Dire's
what
bottom
their
tower is under attack.
plan of action is. You can probably take this tier 2 without needing Roche. Then you've already opened up the whole map. You could get that Roche. I'm trying to think if they're strong enough to push high ground. I think they should be because Lifestealer can do it pretty safely with Rage. You're just a little worried about swap. I think it should be okay though.
Such a good ult placement from the Fiend's Gate as well. Like they barely caught vision of the Vengeful Spirit, and Amar just drops the Fiend's Gate on him, knowing like, all right, well if he swaps out the Lesh, like I'll be here.
Yeah, we're getting to see more of the idea behind the Underlord pick, which is that it was not able to stop the Morphling in the lane, but he farmed all right for himself. And then in these fights, when like early on, when Centaur wants to just be on his own and contribute with Stampede, Underlord is matching that. So you're not falling behind in map efficiency farming. Then in these fights, he's able to just pick the best spot to be in, show up, and then just throw in some auras, the Atos, all that stuff, just like contributing in the usual off-lane utility kind of way.
Ooh. Needs to be careful on the Lesh here. Malrine trying to close the gap. Infested again. In comes the Underlord. Stampede to try and turn this around. Malrine with the roll-up, but now no one is completely alone, and they will find themselves a massive kill here on the Lesh. They are really starting to struggle here. Bottom lane, Crit comes in as well. Manages to find Fishman on the Vengeful Spirit. And Skitter comes through the portal.
Structures are fortified.
Portal lasts long enough that they're also, like how we just saw them use it there, they get a kill on one half of the map, and then they're all immediately in the bottom half.
And this is where they want to
Just
be,
playing
right?
everywhere.
They get this last tier 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're seeing a massive gold difference here on Falcon supports versus the Entity supports, but also DM has really been struggling on the Centaur, not really finding a lot of net worth since the lane stage, just because there's been just hyper aggression out from Falcons trying to push this envelope a little bit.
I think the hindsight 2020, of course. I think the fact that they got Pango and Lifestealer, and then a super tanky Underlord offlane pick, meant that
Dire's bottom tower.
even though Leshrac had a really good start, and honestly, even DM did, right? Fairly quick items considering he went 1v2 and they didn't get that many courier kills. But then how do you use that? Because you're trying to kill Underlord, which feels bad. You're trying to kill Pango, which if you get to roll up, you have very little against. You're so invested in magic damage. And the same with the Lifestealer, right? And they're able to just do things like this.
Man, DM? Dude,
Oh,
what an escape. Bottom lane, though. Another portal onto this Monkey King, scouted out by Amar. Doesn't have 4 staffing away, but an Atos to follow and staking with an arrow. They should have more than enough damage. He's gonna try and TP home. Okay, Yules, never mind. They've brought a lot of stuff. They're not allowing him to do this.
We've now seen him do this a couple times. Maybe another reason behind the Underlord pick, the global ability to kill Monkey King.
Okay.
And so we've talked about this, like wasting too much time chasing Monkey King and you like fall back to your own half of the map. But when it's Underlord and you ult in and you cancel the tree, you get the stun, you get to like teleport over, kill him, and then you just twin gate backs, or not twin gate, the Underlord gate back, so that you don't lose any map efficiency. In fact, you're gaining it because you're like killing a Monkey King and then going straight back to farming. So
Yeah.
I don't know. All things added up, we've seen Underlord sometimes fall flat, but I really like it this game.
Dude, I love the like smile coming out, being like, "Hey, but you didn't see this one coming," you know, and the voice line from Monkey King is just perfect. Okay, that was unexpected. Yeah, I think the ideas Falcons have come up with for the Monkey King draft of Entity has been great, and it makes sense as to why they made the bans and the draft decisions that they did. And we were wondering, like, okay, are they going to let it through? Are they going to go for something else? And clearly did their homework. This looks like a really cool draft from them, and it's answering it completely. Top lane looking for Watson. Once again, an infested Malrine Pango. The jump on in, the chain stun holding this Morphling in place. There's nowhere to go. Eventually, he's going to run out of HP.
Very well done. It doesn't look like they are trying to push high ground quite yet. They're down to about 45 seconds on this Aegis. Maybe just using it to get even more farm. Because they're 10k up. But high ground's always scary, right? And I think the potential swap back when you have so many melee heroes is even scarier. So maybe just want to be extra farmed before going.
Yeah, I mean, he just finished Ags on Pango, but Skitter has got a BKB queued up, and I think they'll probably wait for his BKB. That would make the most sense to me before they want to go high ground. He's also going to hit his level 20 talent here in a moment, so that infest movement speed and health. Oh, no one. Dude, no way. A very good Yule set up here. The rotation in from Amar. He is healing quite a bit off the Bloodstone, but another infest rotation from the Pango and Lifestealer. Dude, they're so fast with this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're making really good use of the infest. It's I feel like off cooldown they are getting kills with it.
Well, Lesh buys his BKB right before he dies, so he will have that next fight, but for now, still struggling quite a bit. It's again Snake King's Mirana that we're looking at net worth here, and it's like he just has Guardian Greaves, a Yules, and almost a Force Staff. He's just kind of stuck item-wise. Like, he's got all of his slots full, but he is only like 300 gold from a Force Staff, so he is super farmed.
I mean, he's got 3 kills, 15 assists. I think he was stacking a decent amount, and then just doing his jungling in between.
He also just got his shard from Tormentor, so net worth inflated a little bit off of that free 1400, but still, it is pretty nuts how big he is this game. He's going to come mid, try and cut the wave. They're going to potentially go for this kill, but smoke, blink in, stun from DM. Great save from Crit. Does connect. Boundless strike to get the kill, but here comes the big 2! The Infest Bomb looks to try and grab Watson. The Stampede buying him some space. He's going to turn into the Lifestealer, pop the Rage, try and waveform up to the high ground, and TP out. Watson does make it out alive. Oh, that was close. So close to being a disaster.
Yeah, Skeeter chose to get a basher too, so I think he got 1 attack in during that Rage TP. Very lucky that was not a first hit bash for Watson. That was looking pretty scary.
Amar has done it again. He has found the Monkey King on the top side of the map, pops the Shivas, has the Root, has an Atos, and Katomi will die again.
They're trying to set up on the return.
They are, and that's actually a great find. Can they bring down the Shadow Demon? Crit. He gets the blink thanks to the pipe. No way. But now the jump in from DM. They're trying to bring down the Underlord. These two taking. They just destroy the Lashrak instead. DM, BKB, TP on out. Watson does have a waveform, but he gets bursted instead. Fishman will be the next to fall here. Nowhere to go. Caught by the Demonic Purge. Oh my goodness.
This is so well played by Falcons.
That looked so sick too from Entity to like turn that on the return, I guess you would say. But dude, yeah, they just brought the numbers and the pipe, the amount of healing they have is just too much.
I can't believe they can't even get Shadow Demon there.
The pipe, dude.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nuts. Look at that. Entity just not able to find anything. They've tried to make plays around. The game started okay, but I think it really just ties back into the fact that 2 of the cores have natural debuff immunity and magic resistance, and the last one's Underlord, who I don't know if anyone has ever felt good about ganking an Underlord.
Not typically, no. Katomi trying to get away from the life stealer. We're seeing a rolling thunder though in the bases. He just solo kills Fishman, and now looking to finish someone off. Ends up clipping DM here. Gets the bash. Closes the gap here for Skitter. He just needs one bash from Skitter, and he will finish off the kill. He has raged really deep into the base now. Needs to be careful. The Orchid comes out. Boundless Strike is there. DM with a revenge stun. They're going to be able to get him. That is the best case scenario. Swap back. Pulls Lamar into the Wukong's command as well. Double kill for the Monkey King, though. That is not the one you want these kills going to.
Over aggression. This might really hurt them too, because Roshan is up in 30 seconds. We see the line drawn. As long as they don't walk in and then leave the pit, they will see it spawn before either of these heroes are up, which this is a big swing for Entity. They're still 18k behind, which is pretty painful, but they haven't lost any of their barracks yet, and most of their towers are okay. I mean, mid's like kind of halfish dead, but
this is quite funny,
spot, especially if they find more. Actually,
yeah, they should get crit. This was a very funny little exchange, but yeah, surrounded by all 5 heroes of Entity, and he's got no buyback, so he will be dead for sure for the entire Roshan. Katomi did get the Orchid right before that fight, and that's what caught this Lifestealer off guard, right? Rage ends, gets immediately silenced, and he's like, oh crap, you know? Which, I mean, I think is one of the voice lines they could use this game, but they're not using it. Yeah, that's a big play. Like you said, getting Roche here is massive. We'll see what they can get done with this. I still think they have a massive uphill battle, but this is a very good start. Nareen with the Rolling Thunder gets the good stun here onto the Monkey King. Tries to get to safety. Stampede is out. Does he make it though? Chase continues. They've got him. Really nice plays there from the Pango and the Mirana.
The other side, there's an infested Underlord just running in. Not the usual delivery system.
Well, I mean, it works. You can't argue with the results so far, but Amar's just getting popped, and Skitter needs to be very careful. That rage about to expire. Here comes Malrine. Arrow, not on the mark. So they will get away. Okay. Skitter surviving is essential. If he dies there, it's a massive problem. But, I mean, trading Underlord for the Venge, I think Entity, again, pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it looked like it was working, but I guess then you realize, oh wait, we're actually like 4v2. It's kind of scary. And that adaptive strike might have done it. I missed the exact final moments, but I think it connected well at the last seconds of Rage. I think if Rage had ended, that might have been the Lifestealer kill.
We'll see here.
Radiant are scanning.
Guardian Greaves as well. It might have just been the Greaves. It's hard to see there, but yeah, very close to finishing off the Lifestealer. Well, they'll find DM. That was
so fast.
I was like, I could have sworn there was a Centaur there a moment ago. A hero with 3,300 HP. A Centaur not typically known for being so fragile. That is no buyback on him either, and they're looking for Monkey King here in the mid lane, or in the river rather. Somewhere they're gonna find him. Well, they'll get his D ward.
Will
at least.
they?
Come on, I want to see the death
drags
summary
this out. I think it gets better. Watson Morphling. He's been doing some work in the fights where he's. I feel most of his deaths are him getting ganked and chain stunned, right? But like in actual fights where he's given free roam.
Not again, Katomi. He gets the Orchid onto Amar. It's actually enough for him to escape. He tips him back the other way. That is hilarious. He has no TP for another 10 seconds, but Feed's Gate is down. Dude, is this why he buys the Orchid? He's like, I'm tired of getting chain rooted from Amar with these shenanigans.
No one kills me 10 times in a row, breaking my trees with Fiend's Gate.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wow, that's funny. All right, still an 18,000 gold lead. They are pushing it back, right, up for Falcons. They're about 19k ahead earlier. They had the little bit of an oopsie whoopsie on the high ground into the Roshan, but it's back, right, in terms of their golden net worth advantage. Tier 4 items, we're going to see those start to drop. Martyr's Plate picked up for a couple heroes, and the Mindbreaker for the Lifestealer, which Skitter is almost level 25, as well as Maureen. These guys are super high level. Well, They are going to see Skitter here. The rest of the team smoked up behind him. Snaking comes in, drops an immediate ward sentry. It's going to get some vision, but they blow him up onto the backside. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Both supports dead. Now looking for crit on the Shadow Demon. Gets a disruption to buy himself a little bit of space. It's looking like a decent fight here for Entity if they can keep this going. Watson's going to pop the BKB, try and lay into Skitter, but dude, your health bar, it's going down and fast. Forced to get away at the moment. Jumps in here onto no one. He's got to get to BKB, but he just gets bashed instead. Katomi with a nice Wukong's command onto the Pangolier. The buyback from Snake King actually keeps him alive with those Guardian Greaves. Massive plays here from this Mirana as the Aegis is going to get claimed, and Watson, no BKB on the respawn, and Arrow will connect. Bash after bash after bash. 5 dead, basically, if you count the Aegis. DM in the mid lane. He's the only survivor.
Was that intentional?
Great buyback from Snake King. Helped you save the Pango. I think if you get the Pango, that fight starts to look a little better, but there's so many 4 staffs, just reposition him away from the Morphling. And the fact that they find Fishman instantly, he just got to do nothing. The Vlad's aura and the Vengeance aura removed from the fight instantly, along with the potential swap save and the stun spamming, all that. The Roshan's banner got killed like instantly, actually. They had it like in front of their tier 3 in the mid there.
Yeah. Dude, I want to point out what happened to Lesh here. He like comes into the fight, gets bashed off of a Rolling Thunder, off of a Shield Crash swashbuckle. Skitter walks up, bashes him, and then he swashbuckles on the Pango and bashes him a 3rd time. He was just straight up bashed for 3.5 seconds and died. Oh, they catch the Monkey King. He pulls him off the tree with the freaking Havoc Hammer. No way. That's cool. And now mid lane, they've gone for the Centaur. BKB will protect him for now, but Skitter's cleaning up the lanes of Barracks. Bottom's gonna fall. Yule's out from Snake King, gets the Leshrac, won't hit him with the stun. They get themselves 2 melee Barracks, a full lane in the bottom.
Falcons looking in a good spot for this. I imagine you continue up the ganking, holding the map, get that 3rd Aegis. It'll have Refresher. That's like, how many seconds is that? Immunity.
Watch no one. Bash
1,
bash
2,
bash
3. Feels bad.
Dude, it is. I was like watching. I was like, how did he die without BKB? And I just see it. Just literal shield crash bash into bash from Lifestealer into swashbuckle bash. Absolutely wild. Back into the real game though. Crit's trying to get out of here. He's like, I don't want to be here anymore. But Amar comes in, so much sustain with the pipe and those Greaves. He's even got the Martyr's Plate buff as well, so yeah, good luck. 3 dead really quickly on the side of Entity. Dude, how do you kill anyone when he has Martyr's Plate on Underlord?
That's the neat part. You don't. You just get killed, and then you lose. Is he gonna backdoor this Rax?
I mean, who's gonna stop him?
He's doing it. He's doing it.
Dire's middle barracks has
Oh,
fallen.
quick pause. Oh, DC'd Lifestealer, unlucky.
That was a DC'd Lifestealer taking the Rax. Just accidentally hitting it while disconnected. Oops.
I was so strong, I crashed the game. Sorry, everybody.
I wasn't supposed to be able to do that. From here, I mean, I'd say it's looking like
it's hard.
a win. Yeah. At this point, you're gonna like need some fountain swaps kind of things. Morphling was just never able to hit that critical mass where he is much stronger than Lifestealer and he makes use of the rage and like kills everyone. Instead, they were kept relatively even, and then with the extra control from the other heroes on Falcons, just we saw Morphling do some good work, definitely had damage, just not enough, not fast enough before everyone can turn on him and kill him.
The zoning Rolling Thunder to allow them to secure the Mega Creeps.
Is it zoning or is he actually killing Fishman here?
You know, Is there a difference?
Now have mega creeps.
Death is
Really
the
well played
ultimate
from
zone.
Falcons. Dispersed were
With
finished up on
Yes.
Pango as well. Jeez. Well, I
Here's what I
feel
wanna
like
see.
with Mega Creeps, there's no reason to slow down, right? They just go right back in.
Yeah, they can. I want to see them do Roche because it'll get a refresher shard on Lifestealer, and I want to see him Rage, BKB, refresher shard, Rage, BKB, Rage, and just hit buildings for like 20 seconds in a row. No cares.
That would be pretty neat.
Oh, that's an instant Roche spawn. It's up already.
Wow, it was. Oh, no one. Careful.
Who's dropped the Skull Basher here?
They are just going to go for the Tormentor and try and sneak this real quick. They managed to get it done. And in mid lane, they're like, all right, well, no one's alone. Immediate ward, Sentry drop on the high ground. Malreen's going to find Watson. Gets the Blink
No
stun,
way.
the Rolling Thunder, the Abyssal Blade, and Arrow's not going to connect. He ends up getting the waveform out, but he's got a long ways to go to get back into his base. He'll turn into the Pangolier, go for the Swashbuckler out to safety, but you've lost 2 already. Both supports down. They're going to buy back on this Monkey King. No one. Still has his BKB, has his Bloodstone. Going to try and heal himself back up. Tanks a stun. Wait a minute. They got on top of him again. The bash, the bash, the bash. No. He's dead a 3rd time. Now, a buyback, however, coming through. Wukong's command. DM trying to hold his ground. Onto the backside. No one wants to try and punish Amar. He's got to get on top of Scarab with the Demonic Purge, holding him in place, and you cannot get away from the Lifestealer, baby. He's now onto Watson. Abyssal Blade is there. The Pit of Malice, the Divine Rapier hits the deck, and just like that, Falcons will take game 1. Managing to be the first team that we've seen actually shut down this Monkey King draft. Nice try,
all
brother.
chat this
Close. Wow.
Some smiles from Falcons here.
Dude,
Very
these guys
cool.
are having fun.
Yeah, that was a very cool game. The Monkey King strat, a very fun mix-up, but we've been saying it just takes some theory crafting, and like this, it does have weaknesses, and Falcon seems to have found some of it. It requires turning your position 5 into a courier, but by doing so, by taking out some of those early observers, you just prevent what the Monkey King wants to do. Now, I do think like out of that early game, they were actually still looking okay, but from there, Falcons just made tons of great moves, and I think that's where their draft had more strengths. It punished the fact that they knew it was going to be a Centaur. They picked heroes who weren't terribly weak to that Centaur, and they just didn't have very many plays on Entity, but to go really, really late.
I think if they were to rerun this draft on Entity, they would just simply ban the Lifestealer. I do
I think
feel
so.
like that was the biggest problem for their draft because it enabled so much, right? The Pangolier, like Blinken initiations with the Rolling Thunder, with the Lifestealer bomb was massive. The amount of pressure it puts on the Centaur lane, the fact that they could kill him when he's like lane pulling and cutting, right? That type of stuff doesn't normally happen in what we've seen from this Entity draft, and maybe that was a little bit of a mistake. Maybe they overlooked the Lifestealer ban, because I think we've seen them ban the Lifestealer in the past when they picked this Centaur. So yeah, it was just really cool recognition from Falcons to counter out this draft.
Yeah, looking at the draft, after the Lifestealer pick, they grabbed Morphling. So maybe they thought the Morphling into Lifestealer match is good enough. But I feel like with the fact that Leshrac mid was already revealed, it's just like so much magic damage is like your playmaking in the early game, and then that was into Pango Lifestealer, and so it was not. There was no playmaking. Maybe they could have. Maybe they feel like they misplayed a bit. Maybe if we get an interview later, if they manage to win game 2, we can ask about that. But I'm thinking going into game 2, I mean, I would love if they actually just ran the Monkey King strat back again. They're like, no, we still believe in it. It's our favorite draft. If you give it to us, we're going to do it, and we're going to execute it better this time. I would love to see it, but I kind of think they may not.
Yeah, I think the way Falcons addressed it is genius. And it's so funny when we were memeing on Snake King at the very beginning of the game, but we're being honest about it. It's like your position 5 is a literal courier now. Like he TPs back to base, picks up a bottle, picks up a wand, picks up the bracer, and starts leaping to the mid lane so that he can get the bottle there as fast as possible, and then just runs all the way bottom. And it is the difference between this Monkey King getting like an extra 300 to 400 gold for all of his, for his team off these courier kills.
And keeping the enemy at their initial 600 gold and allowing you to punish that. Like, laughing about it, but like I actually think it was like a fantastic way to adapt to this strategy. I think it's...
And he planned this from the start.
I'm curious who thought of it. Yeah.
It was 100% planned from the start.
It's a very well planned strat.
Like, you don't open Windlace on Mirana as a position 5 if you're not planning on running courier. Like, like that's actually what it is. He opens Leap, goes Windlace, and is like, all right, you have your bottle? Okay, yeah, Monkey King's there. Cool, I'll be back in a moment, guys. Good luck. This is just such a genius play from these guys, and it's not surprising, right? This is one of the most creative teams. It's one of the reasons that they're at the top of the, I think, people's power ranking. Like they come up with things that people just don't expect.
Yeah, and I like this a lot. I know there's many people who just hate this Monkey King strat and they're like, it's not real Dota. I get it. I respect that. But I also think Dota, a big reason a lot of us love it is because of how complex this game can be. And I love seeing these elements of creativity come out. One, the Monkey King strat, right? That's creative on its own. But then the creativity required to look at it and go, yeah, so the play here is that Snake King has to become a courier and he has to bring the items to us, right? Like, and this is massive brain Dota, right? It looks so simple. It's like the position 5s bringing items out, but it's like, it's so cool. I love this part of Dota, like the chess game that is the drafting phase and then the execution in the actual game. They lost a couple couriers, but I think it was like 5 or less than that. It was.
He had 5 at like 11.5 minutes, which is way less from what we've seen, previously.
And the initial courier kills are the most important to prevent the first set of items coming out. And that is why Snake King, being a courier, getting those first items out, the bottle, and then like the bracer and the oov over to the Snake King, not Snake King, the Lifestealer, that's the most important part. And not being able to kill those couriers and prevent those items is what then prevents... Here's Centaur with like 1,000 gold because he's having a rough time, but it's against a 600 gold Lifestealer, so we just don't care, right? It becomes 1,000 versus 1,000, and that's why they're actually able to kill the Centaur a couple times, because they actually have items to do so. So, awesome theory craft by Falcons, very good execution. Crit had a ton of great disruption saves. Like, once we get past the Monkey King strat and actual Dota being played, right? They were infesting off of cooldown, so many active plays, tons of great disruption saves, arrows were always off. Always on the mark, and like Amara getting like these global Monkey King snipes and then like joining fights was like really cool use of Underlord.
Yeah, this was a really fun game. This would be like a great case study for teams looking to figure out how to play these types of strategies. But for now, we're gonna go to a break and we'll be back with game 2 of Falcons versus Entity. Everyone stay tuned. Hopefully it's just as exciting. We'll see you after the break. We are back, everybody. It is game number 2 of Entity versus Team Falcons. My name's Cryptic here with ZQuixotics. And yeah, game 1 was super cool and a definite educational session if you were here to follow along with us. But now we've got a whole nother game developing. Zach, do you think they will run back the Monkey King strat? Because you and me, we're thinking like you could do it. If you ban the Lifestealer, this would be a good time to try it again. But maybe they're a little bit afraid. What do you think?
The competitor side of me wants them to just do it again. Like, I like the creativity in Dota, and I like the confidence. And I want them to say, you know what? We screwed that up. We can still do it. Like, we love this strategy. We want to make it work. Round 2, here's the adjustments we need to make it work. I would love that. But I also understand that Falcons really did their homework on it. And maybe you want more time than like the 5-ish minutes we had between game 1 and game 2 to go now do the reverse. You go look at Falcons game and you're like, okay, here's what they did. Here's how they spotted me. Here's how like they move their couriers around, right? Maybe you need more time for that. So I would understand if they didn't go back for it. I hope if they play again later, like in the tournament, I hope they bring that Monkey King strat back with like their own new adjustments, because that would be really cool. Or just do it right here. Like I'm all for it.
They picked the first slash again. It could be. And you and I were talking, off stream, like, oh, what do they change? In phase 2 here, they double ban supports and heroes that are actually a little bit annoying for the Centaur to deal with in the lane itself. And we were thinking maybe leave one of those in, ban the Lifestealer, and kind of change it up. We're going to see that Dragon Knight actually picked up first phase from Falcons since there's no more Pangolier. And we'll see how that is going to change things. Shadow Demon's already removed as well. There's a lot of heroes that have slipped through.
Yeah, they kept the same bans on the side of Falcons. I mean, they won, right? But Entity has shifted the Timbersaw and the DK for now this Shadow Demon and Pango. And those 2 heroes were very problematic for them in that last game. I'm curious if they feel that's it. That's all the adjustment we need to make. Now we can run back that Centaur Monkey King. The last time they banned the Crystal Maiden Gyro, fine with the Gyro ban, though I think you can also get around it if you wanted to. I think the fact that Pango is out is already really good, but I do think with the Leshrac, you don't like having to play into these debuff immune heroes, and you give the Leshrac a good start. Like, he was doing tons of farming. You tried to get the bottle snipe, stuff like that. You tried to set him up. He had a good net worth at the start. And then it's like, do I gank the Pango roll, the Lifestealer Rage Infest, the Underlord, right? He had no good targets to actually, like, give back to his team. Monkey King helped me. Now I help the team. He didn't have that. So I'm fine with just the Lifestealer ban here. The Gyro ban could be support, could be a carry. It does decent versus the like solo Centaur in theory. Now with these adjustments, I wonder if Falcons still lets it through.
I think that's what they're debating. I think right now it looks good. They go for the Marcy ban. So the other strat that they've been going right on the double pick in second phase is either the Monkey King Centaur or the IO Marcy. And it looks like they will go ahead and you can prefer to play against the Centaur Monkey King again.
Do it, guys. Do it.
I think you go for it. Yes, it's going to be a little bit hard for the Centaur into the Crystal Maiden lane. We know that. But is it worse than playing against what was the Lifestealer previously?
Alternatively, I think they'll go Brewmaster and then something else.
Yeah, you could just go for the Brew +1, right? Like, there is still that option.
I'm pretty sure it's one or the other. I would love for them to just run it back.
Go like Brewmaster Rubik.
I say, okay, maybe it's not me being a competitor, but me being like, I just love the education of Dota, right? I want to see the direct comparison of Monkey King Centaur strat with like one draft versus another draft, because it's rare you get that kind of comparison in between games of like 2 teams, because usually you like change it up a decent amount and you can kind of make some comparisons, but it's tough. So maybe there's that part of me that just wants to see like a very similar draft but different enough to see how it works out.
Yeah, it's like a scientific experiment, right? It's literally the scientific method, right? We're just like, we're changing one variable, you know, trying to see what happens. But I think you could run something like Brewmaster Grimstroke here actually and feel pretty strong into this lane. We've seen that a couple times where like Inkswell onto the Cinder Brew, you just run down any hero. The supports are kind of just food for you. Crystal Maiden's not an easy hero to run down, but it could work. All right, they'll pick up the Clockwork. They might actually just hide where they're going with their combo right now, though.
They could still do Centaur. I mean, they pick this hero a lot regardless, even without the Monkey King. So they could just bait it, like pick the Centaur, make you think it might still be a threat, see what they pick, and decide if they feel it's worth it. Otherwise, this is maybe the Brewmaster. What else could you pick? I guess you could pick your other support.
You could definitely pick your other support and save your off lane for 18. I actually wouldn't hate the Grimstroke, but then I have to wonder if Falcons would just pick the Brewmaster themselves and then just be okay running the Dragon Knight mid into Lesh. But
I don't think I've seen Falcons play very much
Yeah,
Brewmaster.
I was gonna say I don't know if they pick it though. Is the thing, right?
It's not really an Amar kind of thing.
Okay.
They're going to go for Marana.
Very different approach to this game now. Dang. So it's not, it looks like we are going to get our scientific experiment, you know, of what we wanted to see.
But it's actually, yeah, it's actually like a fine opener though. It's just not the Monkey King Centaur, but like Arrow into Cogs kind of works. It's a little awkward compared to some other setups, but this is a pretty active support duo, which I think will do a lot better in terms of if Leshrac has a good game again. It's a different matchup this time into DK, but we did see no one essentially solo kill Malrine last game. He is very good with this Leshrac. So assuming Leshrac has a good game again, these two supports will have a much easier time joining Leshrac and making use of the early damage. That Doom pick is very good against the Leshrac though.
Yeah, this is pretty cool, and you know, with heroes that typically shut this down, being the, you know, the Lifestealer already banned out, you could go back for something like a Slark. You could go for a Medusa here, which we haven't seen a lot of Medusa, but she is one of the single best carries in the game against Doom.
I think you do, like, you either do the Centaur or Medusa or something.
Darkseer.
Okay. Yo, DM's so happy right now.
Yeah.
Playing a different hero.
I was curious about this one because of the Clockwork pick.
Yeah, it'll work well with Clockwork, and it's a way to copy illusions of Dragon Knight.
So they actually ban out Sniper, which that does make sense because we've seen Falcons actually play safe lane DK a few times, right, for Skitter. So you could be running offlane Doom here, safe lane DK. You want to ban out the kind of freebie that would be the mid matchup of Sniper versus Leshrac. I like that idea.
Yeah, it says something about how good Sniper is in the mid lane when you already have a hero like Clockwork who can get to the Sniper, and you're still like, nah, it ain't worth it, man.
They banned the Medusa. Yeah, I think you actually have to ban Dusa. It's a really good Dusa pick. So
Who
makes
else
sense.
is there?
I mean, you could just go for something like a Luna still, right? Like just a pretty stable lane hero. I think plays relatively well into all of them, has like good hybrid damage into the DK. Otherwise, you go for the Wraith King, which we've seen picked a few times into Dooms.
You have to ban Alk now if you're going to do that, I feel like, because Falcons does have... Am I crazy? No, yeah, Falcons has last pick, which I think they've been prioritizing. Maybe it's just coincidence in the times I've noticed. I feel like they're last pick quite a lot.
What else could they even go for?
Yeah, we also have to keep in mind Falcons draft is pretty flexible here. They will run the Dragon Knight carry if they think it's worth it, if you can pick a really good hero in one of the other roles. This is most likely a Doom off lane, so I'm really just looking at like a mid or a carry for Falcons. And you'll wait to see whatever you get. I think it makes sense that they ban another illusion hero because you're unlikely to want to pick an illusion hero against the Darkseer. And Leshrac is one of the best illusion killers in the game.
Oh, Malreen's Huskar. Yo! I forgot that they can do this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's a couple teams that can run themselves the Meepo, and yeah, Entity is one of them. It's great into DK. It's not bad into Doom, because if you do not Doom the main Meepo, it just pops Mega Meepo, and then you're kind of sad. So this is a neat pick. I like it a lot.
Can you just go Sven or Faceless here now, I think?
I don't know
Skeeter
if you want
plays
to
a
pick
lot of
Faceless.
Sven.
Faceless Void is like hard countered by Meepo because of the Earthbinds preventing Time Walk.
That's true.
You could go for Sven. That's definitely a skitter hero for sure. What the heck?
Yeah.
There's a Timber Saw still in the draft. All right, so that's going to be Malreen Timber, I'm guessing, right? Offlane Doom. We'll go skitter on the DK. We're running a triple tanky boy draft from Falcons.
This is sick. Another fun mix-up in terms of the draft here at the end. It's looking pretty normal up to this point.
This is wild.
Yeah, I feel like with this adjustment, I don't know if Darkseer's game will feel very... Well, okay, I guess it depends how many early kills you can get, assuming this is the Clockwork paired with him. Like, how many times can you run down the Crystal Maiden and get some kills going? Because otherwise, Dragon Knight pretty good at surviving against Ion Shell, though he does not have that much wave clear to push it back out. But then you won't really get a good illusion this game until late game, when Dragon Knight gets really farmed and like picks up the items, which he kind of has to. I say that actually, I don't know if there's another build you can do on Dragon Knight. Everyone goes Aghanims, which is at that point when Darkseer will have a really good illusion. But until then, like the other illusions, like who even cares?
Yeah, you're only playing for the DK illusion, that's true. Unless like you get some auras off of like a Doom or something, right? That's about it. I will say Watson's Meepo is pretty scary, and it does have kill threat into the Doom Hoodwink lane with the Mirana, but you can't really do anything until you get your second clone up. The thing that a lot of people forget about Meepo early on is once your second clone is available, you can send it through the Twin Gate and start to gank the side lanes. And I think that is something that we might see early on, because combine that with the Darkseer Clockwork, it's really easy for them to find kills onto the Dragon Knight and to the Crystal Maiden at that point, right? Having Earthbinds, having the cogs, the battery assaults, like that is a lot of threat. So we'll see what they can get done on this. I think, again, another very unique draft from Entity. We get some cool stuff, but the last pick, Timbersaw, might be too much. I'm a little bit worried about this one, because yesterday we saw OG come up with a couple of drafts to really deal with the Timbersaw, which this series completely was ignored. It wasn't banned game one. Falcons didn't pick it. And this game, same scenario, and they end up grabbing it on 24 now. So this is really cool adaptation from both teams. I'm excited.
Yeah, let's look to see how much Malreen can get done. Leshrac will have an okay time in the lane, though, I think. I think Leshrac will still get what he wants as a ranged hero, and does output a good chunk of damage in the early game. Timbersaw maybe will go for a quick Eternal Shroud or something.
I'd imagine it's quite valuable this game to get an Eternal Shroud. We've seen a lot of Timbersaws go the Kaya as their first item, just because you need that bonus damage for your spell kit and that little bit of extra mana.
You see 30 seconds to battle.
God, Timbersaw has some of the best voice lines.
He's got some fun ones for sure. Amar, the type of player to use him for us throughout the game as well. Or what am I even saying, Amar? Well, he would be actually, but so is Malrine. I don't know, this duo, they're like egging each other on. They do the all chat stuff like that. It's part of the fun of watching Falcons. I'm so used to Amar being the the Timber player, just kind of mentally associate it.
Oh, nice arrow there. Does connect onto Skitter. Hold up. Battery Assault comes out with the Ion Shells. He throws a slow here from Snaking, but it's not enough, and the first blood will go into the hands of DM. That's a really nice arrow.
Great way to start the lane off for them.
Not going to happen.
All right, let's take a look at this. We'll come back to top lane a little bit. I want to look at mid here. So Malrine on the Timbersaw versus no one on the Lesh. Well, bottom lane, Watson's actually just running these heroes down. Not an easy lane at the first couple of levels. Amar's actually gone for an early point in the Infernal Blade as opposed to going for Scorched Earth. Not something we typically see, right, on a lot of offlane Dooms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually it's Scorched Earth level 1, but I think early points in Infernal Blade are fine. If not level 1, usually like level 2 when you want to play aggressive, which seems to be some of the idea here, just trying to put the pressure on to the Meepo.
Well, Meepo also wants to like get value out of the Ransack, I think, and so hitting heroes like the Doom when he's in the wave will give him just that little bit of HP trade, right? It's 9 HP per hit, but if you get Infernal Bladed instead, it doesn't become a very valuable trade. Oh, nice arrow. The Earthbind set up here from the root. They're going to turn around onto Fishman. Blood Grenade comes out. Can they get the kill first? Who's it going to be? Amar leapt down here by the Mirana. The level 2 timing was so fast.
That is sick. I forgot to even think about that you could get Earthbind to set up arrow. It feels like Amar was caught off guard by that too. Either caught off guard by that play or the fact that level 2 came out that way, had a good chunk of creeps. That is a very nice play by Entity there.
I've been like watching Watson in this lane for the whole time, and like looking back at it, it was very intentional because he hasn't been harassing Amar at all. He has been just beating down creeps, trying to force the CS advantage, and yeah, it worked. That was very cool. Mirana will get the pull now. Deny a full wave.
Ooh, top lane. They've trapped Snake King, who's trying to do some creep dragging.
Oh, Tony.
Ion Shell on him.
Yeah. See, this is what gets so scary for the Crystal main. You don't have Frostbite quite yet. At level 3, you're a lot less likely to get found, but
No money for you.
At the same time, when you're level 3, that means level 2 Ion Shell's out, and
yeah.
you'll die even faster.
Or, you know, also level 2 Battery Assault. Monka
That's
W.
Ooh,
Big
bottom lane. They
Oh
already
yeah,
brought
they
the
find Amar
Earthbind.
again. He does
a
have
stun
a
on like
Lotus.
the one tree left in the lane.
There was actually only one tree. Oh, that's good. Fishman does have the Lotus, so that at least gives him a little bit of extra like trading potential here. But I mean, we're talking about the level. Oh, what a play from Crit!
Nice.
That's nice. Top lane though, they're diving here onto Snaking. They get the kill. Katomi will die in the process. A 1-for-1 trade. As that level 2 Ion Shell getting to work, just clearing up a huge wave here too.
How many denies can he get?
All right, he gets
Getting the
2.
big ones. Yeah.
Yeah, you got the big ones. That's the important ones.
And Fishman gonna be upset with that death. He had the Lotus if he was a little faster on it, but yeah, sometimes that's how it goes.
Snaking is trapped. Did you see this?
No, I missed it. I was looking at the mid water runes.
Okay, very weird.
The prize is mine.
Snaking was like trapped in the trees by the ghost and lost like half of his HP.
Oh, you hate the neutrals, man. They're anything but. They're just looking to kill. In the mid lane, they stole the water rune from Malrine to try to keep that bottle low, help no one out a bit there.
Structures are fortified.
Ooh, really nice fort under the tower and putting a lot of pressure here. Should be able to get a couple denies. Yeah, Malrine's playing the lane super well.
Radiant's courier has
Bottom
been
lane
killed.
looking for crit. Off the mark there, but there's going to be the divided we stand. The second clone comes out. Crit trying to leap away, or get away, but a leap follow up here. Great bushwhack, but
more.
Fishman chops through the trees. He will claim himself a little bit of revenge there for the earlier death. This is a good
Came
pickup from
through.
Amar. The mana burn, actually. Keeping the main Meepo low on mana.
That's true. It's also just a really nice aura to have for Doom, who has some mana issues at the start. Ooh, plus a Crystal Maiden. He can actually, like, really spam out his spells now.
Yeah.
Snaking still wrapping around.
Oh, off the mark with the arrow. But yeah, with snaking on the wraparound, they get right on top of Watson. That's a brand new Veil delivered as well. So tons of damage coming out from these guys. As now Fishman chased down from Crit. A little bit of Uno reverse here. Crit looking for the bushwhack. Does connect. And one more auto attack will seal the deal. Very nicely done. Mid lane, though. A big kill. Rotation from Katomi will take down the Timber Saw.
Radiant are scanning.
That's messed up. I don't think I've seen that in a while. He battery assaults, picks up the invis, and then just walks in. Like, you can't even do anything. That's so sad. Sad for Timber. But a great kill for Entity, especially after losing their bottom lane heroes. Looks like they refill mid bottle as well.
Ooh, Watson accidentally clicked the Twin Gate and lost 70 mana.
You hate that. They have committed 2 wards down here. They're looking to put the pressure on Watson. They do not want this Meepo popping off.
Yeah, and they are making the rotation, but no one's here as well. They will see Malrine, and they're like, wait a minute. Maybe we don't want to fight this. That being said, Watson is top on his other Meepo. So they might be looking to get on top of Skitter. And he will do that. Poof comes in. First Earthbind is out. Second Earthbind is there. The wall gets dropped. The battery assault. Skitter. I don't know if you're making it out of this one. Yeah, plenty of damage coming out from these guys. The Ion Shells to finish the job. We go back to bottom lane. We'll see them finishing off Fishman here in just a moment. Crit does that. And mid lane, though, you're going to lose your tower. No one's here to clean this one up with the Edict.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
These are
attack.
some really nice rotations out from Entity.
Dire's top tower is
That's the
under
cost
attack.
of the earlier aggressive fortify on that mid dive. Otherwise, when you see Leshrac pop Edict, you fortify and he just has to back off. The creeps usually die in that time, but killing that tower immediately now steals a hard camp
Radiant's
stack too.
bottom tower is under attack.
So that's what I was talking about earlier with like Meepo being able to come through the gate. It's really nice to gank with. That being said, Watson is really underfarmed. He is the lowest net worth core by quite a bit. Wasn't really, focusing CS in the lane as much as just trying to like find kill opportunities. Meepo does recover quite well though, so I'm not too worried for him. But as of right now, he's definitely a little bit on the struggle
Dire's
bus.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Falcons did prioritize him. Well, that was scary. Falcons did prioritize slowing him down, right? They've
Yeah.
rotated down there several times now. They've committed to observers, so it's not that crazy to see like why he's low down there on the net worth. It does mean the other cores have been having a free time. I say as DM,
Bottom tower is under
gets a
attack.
little low, but looks like he's gonna surge away.
No one might be in trouble here. He's gonna try to turn around. Gets a lot of damage out, but yeah, more than enough from Malrine. He'll be able to hit the Dragon Tail here onto the Mirana as DM gets taken down. The amplified damage from this Timber Saw is just way too much. It's 3 kills
Triple
top
kill.
and
4.
1 kill bottom.
Get my due.
That is a amazing series of events from Falcons. I'm surprised. I thought like maybe they either turn around with Lesh or they all back. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Maybe it looked good because they were all kind of like clumped together, but
I think they were off the time on the call. Because you can see he turns around with like the
Yeah.
wall and wants to go in on Lesh, but the arrow doesn't connect. It's like if they get the arrow into the wall turnaround, maybe it works out. Fishman here on the live feed. Whew, down to 20 HP, he'll live. Scouts out that rotation.
Raindrops.
Yeah, right.
Radiant's bottom tower
Well,
is
this,
under
so
attack.
Falcons has an early like 1K lead. It's not huge. The two top net worths are on Entity though. Even though they just died, Darkseer and Leshrac, all just passed by
Radiant's structures are
Doom.
fortified.
These are strong heroes. I think that earlier fight was a bit
Radiant's bottom tower has
of a
fallen.
slip up on terms of initiation. But now that DM is really close to a pipe, looks like he's got like 700 gold to go. I still think they'll be pretty strong around these heroes. Plus the Clockwork. Okay, Clockwork just hit 6. Marana still needs to get her 6. But like these 4 heroes will be quite strong together. And maybe they can make space for Watson in that way.
That is true. That is a big point. And Watson, it's easy for him to join fights if he really feels obligated, right? You could send one of his clones and continue to farm, and he's going to get his second clone, you know, in not too long. Hookshot comes out from Watson, or onto Skitter, sorry, as they'll be able to bring down this DK once again. This is the thing that's scary, right? 3 points battery assault, and these ion shells is huge. They're going to come in on Malrine. The wall gets dropped as a zoning tool here. They don't actually manage to pop it on anyone, but Katomi is here looking to try and make some space for the Leshrac, who's going to get surged away now. Amar, he really wants his Doom target. He's going to settle for the Darkseer. Malrine just pops that Marana, the Arcane Rune he picked up earlier, paying dividends. As Darkseer, that old dude, he actually just one-shots the Lesh as well. DM now trying to surge himself to safety.
Dude,
Dude,
this
I don't
Arcane
even
Rune
think he makes
Timber
it away.
Chain is disgusting.
I don't think he gets away.
He's actually just running 4 different heroes down.
Radiant's
He's gonna get him. Oh my god.
Here comes the all chat.
2,500
this
damage
time?
before that last kill as well on the Timber Saw. He just did everything. He threw like 12 Timber Chains in this engagement.
That was an extremely value Arcane Rune, and then just immediately nukes no one down to half health too on his way out to go grab a Haste Rune.
You want to see me do it again?
This time just a little bit different.
Smoke up from Falcons on the wraparound here. Gonna find Fishman. Blink Dragon Tail out from Skitter. That's going to be his Blink reveal, netting at least a kill, as they should be able to grab the mid-tier 1 tower now as a result. And the slight gold advantage they had a few minutes ago now starting to really add up. 3,000, potentially 4 now when this tower falls. Yep,
Radiant's
Malrine
middle
Timber
tower
looking
has fallen.
very good now.
Mighty money.
That Dragon Knight kill top looked good at first, but just took them in a little deep. And they tried to save each other, which I feel kind of like... This is the second time where it's like if you actually just sack the 1 or 2 heroes, the others get out. But trying to get together, surge someone, I'll tank this for you, right? It actually just ended up leading to all of them dying.
Yeah, Timbersaw having 15% spell amp right now is kind of cracked. And the best part is this hero has a very good chance of getting Whisper of the Dread on tier 2. So if you find that, it's even better. A little bit of deja vu here. I think we've seen Fishman walk up there, find a Crystal Maiden waiting for him. This time, unfortunately, does die for him.
Dire are scanning.
Do we have... Okay, I was going to say, do we have Blink Doom? But he's going to actually finish up a Shiva's Guard first. And I like this. I think just getting the early Shiva's Guard, rely on his DK to Blink Initiate, and your Timbersaw to just kind of run in. Timbersaw gets a Shield Rune now. Oh, nice hook shot on the bottom side here. Amar, he's got the Hurricane!
Dick pickup.
They weren't ready for the Hurricane, man.
Amar!
Bots? Oh my god.
He's
Dude, this
putting
guy,
it to him.
he's kind of built
The
different, I'll be
mental
honest.
warfare is
Radiant's middle
real.
tower is under attack.
right, Snake King will be the one that gets caught from the next rotation here in the bottom side. Set up on the back of the Moonlight Shadow. He also just finished the Shivas in that process, so his courier's on the way. There we go.
Timbersaw's almost done with his Eternal Shroud. I mean, I was saying, like, oh, the 4 heroes will be able to do stuff. That window closed really quickly off that one bad fight, because suddenly this Timbersaw, he does not care very much about magic damage anymore. Mage Slayer's almost done on Dragonite too.
Looking for Amar again. Hookshot number 2. He's like, haha, pull you back into the arrow. Who's the bot now? Doom comes out. He gets him, but a huge bushwhack from Crit. Into the follow from Malrine. Watson's close by. Looking to grab the Dragon Tail here onto the Clockwork. We'll be able to disengage at least for the moment. Watson with the poof out. He's gone. Still trying to take down the Clockwork. He's got a Cogs he can drop here. Will be able to perfectly block them away. Skitter, his blink is being canceled by an illusion. And he TP's out. Come on, how do you not all chat right now? Entity.
Do a bot smiley. That was a sick vacuum by DM.
Yeah.
He vacuumed Timber away as the Leshrac was dropping from Yules, and I'm pretty sure a Whirling Death in all those trees would have instantly killed him. So very nice vacuum there. It makes me feel bad that they keep making him play Centaur and Brew. Like, in this game, they're in a rough spot right now, but, like, he was top of the net worth for his laning stage. He's, like, 3-0 to begin with. It's like, oh,
They're
man.
doing it again. They're looking for Amar top, the blink, the stun, the arrow. They've got him. All right, now you all chat
You
in.
gotta all
Surely.
chat back. Come on. They're
Surely.
focused in. Their zone. They probably have him muted. Actually,
I was just
now that
going to
think about
say,
it.
I would love to find out how many of them have Amar muted.
They may not even know this is happening. This is just all for the viewers.
Good.
Ooh, are they gonna find Watson?
Oh, they looks like they are.
Oh, look at that timber
my
damage,
goodness.
dude.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. Great setup from Crit with that bushwhack. They smoke and they're gonna head top. See what they can find. It might just be Katomi here on the Clockwork. Smoke pops. They're going to guess onto the right side. They would be correct. They will see the clock now. Force Staff comes out. Great Cogs. The Dragon Tail comes through from Skitter. We'll cancel out that TB. Hook shot. Not going to connect. It's funny. The Shiva's guard actually pulled the creeps there.
Yeah. He probably would have been run down anyways,
Yeah.
but he could have wasted a few more seconds of time.
Kaya Sanj nearly done now for Malrine as he has the Eternal Shroud. He's had it for a bit. We'll see Tier 2 items start to come out. Tier 2 jungle items start to come out as the Light Collector picked up on the Doom. A fantastic find. And of course, the big one is going to be the Timbersaw. Whether or not he gets the Whisper of the Dread.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, speaking of Whisper of the Dread, one of them goes to the offlane Darkseer. That's a good pickup. They're going to smoke. Pop the Moonlight Shadow. They see Malrine going through this triangle. Getting the Timbersaw in the opener, it would be great if you can kill him. I just worry that you don't have the damage for it.
I don't think
Long
you do.
wraparound from no one. Will take down the courier. The Sanj gets delivered, though. So Malrine still has his item. And bottom lane is a regen rune. Scouted out.
If it's literally just Timber tanking everything, nice deny. If it's literally just Timber tanking like Diabolic's Edict, Battery Assault, Double Ion Shell, they can kill him. But the reality is that it's probably not just going to be him, right? There's going to be a bunch of teammates nearby helping out, absorbing some of the damage. So I think Timber is pretty much off limits at this point, and you dodge wherever he goes. Doom is still pretty killable, and it's really good for the mental warfare since he was all chatting. You know, you gotta return fire with the kills. Dragonite pretty hard to kill. What do you think? Because these are not heroes we often see in this kind of mix. Meepo, known to be a very strong early to mid game hero, and then eventually drop off more to the late game, though that's changed a little bit nowadays. But he's against, in the 1v1 comparison, like this Dragonite carry, who has also become a better scaling hero, but is also not a traditional like late game carry. Do you think Entity is okay just dragging this out?
That's the thing, is like, I'm not sure if they can, but Mega Meepo timing is online. If there's ever a moment when you feel like you have that semi-early game advantage, it's now, but the hook shot just barely misses onto crit.
Fishman, you got to scout with this kobold.
He's like, no, we're all grouped up. The value 25 gold for our whole team. They're actually smoking back the other way here on Falcons to get a good ward placed in this mid lane.
Invis rune from Malrine. He can go ahead and scout for his team.
Oh, great blink stun. They get the Mirana dead immediately. The question is, can they get more? Nice bushwhack here. Finds Katomi on the clockwork. No hookshot for 10 seconds. They're trying to keep him alive, but he is just surrounded. Malrine will chop him down as they continue to look for more, but doesn't look like they're going to get it. They do get the buyback out of this Mirana, though.
They thought maybe they could fight, but clockwork getting kind of like stuck in those trees a bit. Meant the actual positioning for the fight was awkward. They end up giving it up. It's gonna feel bad. Tormentor for who? Fishman?
I mean, not bad. An extra leap charge is always good.
Yeah, I think Jetpack would have been better here because you might be able to find Hoodwink in the trees with it. But, oh well, what can you do? They're going to get the first Aegis, which is pretty feels bad for a Meepo.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. You would love to get this on the Meepo. This would be super good, but... Okay. I mean, Falcons still have really good control of the game, right? They are really strong. This Timbersaw is putting out ridiculous damage. As much as we're, like, you know, having fun this game, kind of memeing about, you know, their all chats. These two teams are quite friendly, right? You mentioned it, like some of them have played together in the past.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What's the point of being friends if you can't all chat each other a little bit?
It's true, it's true. I mean, you ever go do like in-house lobbies and you all 10 of you sit in one channel and flame each other while you're playing? That's
I don't have 10
true
friends
Dota.
to do that with.
I was speaking hypothetically, of course. Oh man, that's sad. Yeah. Bottom lane tier 2 tower. Skitter's gonna get to work on this with the Dragon Knight. Should be an easy take, but Malrine's gonna scout some TPs in here from DM. So they'll respect the Dark Seers rotation. Does have those Guardian Greaves completed now after the pipe. I would love to see the Shard for him this game, because it is really annoying trying to chase people down when you're being slowed so much by the Dark Seers. So we'll pop the fortification. A counter forge comes out from Falcons.
For how the game has felt, the net worth is not that bad. 4K. I suppose that's also... Well, actually, it goes both ways, because on one hand, it's like, oh, well, Meepo, he's always efficient, right? Even though behind, he's like an efficient farmer. But actually, Doom is also devouring things.
Oh, boy. That is a big TP rotation here. And, yep, no one punished for trying to cut this tower. Doom comes out of the backside, trying to just chase down Katomi on the clockwork. Hurricane pulls him right back. And that's just an easy pickup here for Falcons. Sorry, cut you off there with what you were talking about.
No, you're good. I don't even remember. My new thought is, do you ever get the tools to deal with Timber at this point?
I don't think so. I think that was the problem with this like draft is you pick 3 massive strength cores that are really tanky. Right now, like, Doom is the squishiest one. We've seen him die multiple times, but Malrine, he's gone for just a massive HP build, right? Eternal Shroud, Kaya Sange, now going for an Octarine. After that, he could go for a BKB if he actually wants, but he'll probably just go Blink Dagger, right? So at some point, he just becomes very difficult to bring down if you can bring him down at all. And then, of course, it's a Dragon Knight who's going to have Aghanim Scepters. His next item has a Casual Mage Slayer for some magic resistance this game. We're going to see a smoke wrap around here, just barely missing. Oh my gosh, he would have seen crit. They actually see snaking on the backside, but they will find Amar in the jungle, tries to hurricane away again. Hookshot actually catches DM, and Malreen's going to use this as an opportunity to come in. No one, he's trying to just finish off the chase here. He wants to get at least something. Great stun on to 2. Watson comes in, the wall is down. Amar is still out. Freezing Field from Snake King's going to get canceled. Who do you even find? You can't just settle for the Crystal Maiden. You've got to get more. Looking for Skitter now. The root comes in here from Watson. Malreen down quite a bit of HP, but he's going to turn his attention. No one jumps in. He's going to pop Amar onto the backside. He's got a Yules. He's going to need some help. An arrow just off the mark. Malreen finishes the job. Here comes another Earthbind. Mega Meepo is here. Katomi zoning off crit. Who are they going to find? The Disperser doing work. They've got Skitter. Katomi takes the Watcher. Nice little cogs here to push them back, but a Blink Dragon Tail out from Skitter will find the Marana. Ends up being a really scrappy fight, a 2 for 2, but you get the Aegis out of the Dragon Knight.
I think it's okay. I think someone else on Falcons died earlier, I think, in respawn. Maybe not. I do think that was relatively good for Entity. I think they were hoping to get more. The Doom Hurricane across this like little chasm thing gave him some extra distance as well. Bought him a lot of extra time for everyone to rotate in. Malreen was not able to get as much easy damage in, I feel like, so they were kind of like kiting around him. In a lot of these earlier fights, we saw him just delete heroes immediately, but he had to kind of work for it here. If this arrow had connected, I think it would be a very clean Timber kill. Yeah. But easier said than done. Great stun by Skeeter, because I think Watson probably could have killed that Timber there once popping Mega Meepo. I think it was a good call from Entity to get out at that point, though. Not drag this out too long.
Blink Dragon Tail here onto no one. Gets popped by crit as well. They had a good ward, it didn't actually see the Lesh, it just saw the Ancient Camp move for a moment, and they're like, oh, there's someone here, you know?
Never seen a creep just move for fun.
You know what? That's a good question.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They should, I remember when, like, creeps used to, like, have, like, the snoring thing at nighttime?
Yeah.
They used to have, like, the Z's above their head.
We should bring that back. I feel like it's just a bug that they don't show it anymore.
Yeah. That's some boomer tech, in case you're wondering what we're talking about. If you're a zoomer and you've only been playing Dota for a couple of years, you're not going to get that reference. $8,000 gold lead now for Falcons. They are feeling very strong.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Malreen's going for a Bloodstone.
Yeah.
I feel like this is fine because he's so strong. But at some point... what did they find over here? Are they going to kill no one again? He's under his tier 3. Surely it would be crazy to go this far, right?
Yeah. Ag's Clockwork is going to give them a lot of vision. They do have a Ward Sentry as well. Plays kind of deep. Yeah, they're actually just going to back away. They're like, okay, they see too much. Time to leave. I'm thinking about the Bloodstone against a Meepo is actually kind of cool. Like, he might be able to, like, hit more of the Meepos and force the Mega Meepo out earlier. Because it does increase the size of Whirling Death and Chakram.
Probably do insane healing through all your damage, too. He's going to find an amplified damage rune. So after the Bloodstone, I don't know if he ever even needs to get BKB, but I feel like the one way you kill him is like a Hex comes out, you chain stun the Timber, and everyone just whacks him. Which is why like the Bloodstone kind of prevents that from happening and provides a bunch of magic resistance versus the damage from Leshrat, Clock, and Darkseer that is necessary to kill the Timber. But I just feel like he's very unlikely to be caught in that position outside of a mistake from like his own positioning.
Crit has just taken like 9 flayers to the face and is at half HP now.
They
It's
found
very
Watson.
funny. Yeah, he does. He pops the Mega Meepo, gets the Disperser off, trying to run away. Great route, but Crit comes in with an Atos. Sharpshooter to connect, the Dragon Tail again, and Watson's going to go down. That is a massive find, and they just don't know about where that ward is. Great pullback, though. They managed to take down the Doom, and now DM, a little bit scary. No one. No BKB gets the blink out, though. Fishman, 2 more leaps. He's trying to just get into the base. Malrine might chase. Atos is down. Arrow dodged out. No one. He's going to fall. The Breathe Fire from Skitter does it. An amazing Bushwhack in from Crit as well. Katomi will bite. 4 for 1. The chase from Falcons is just too good.
He didn't even pop the amplified damage earlier. He pops it after everyone dies.
We need more
Doesn't
tower
even
damage.
Need it, yeah.
Radiant structures
Oh my god, this last pick Timber is absolutely destroying.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That's going to be probably
Radiant structures are
second
fortified.
4, but I imagine they might just back away. Like, they don't have great tower pushing here. One of the, I
Dragon
guess...
Knight ult, 10 seconds. off.
Yeah, it's like one of the downsides to the draft, right? You have a mid-timber and an offlane DK. These guys aren't particularly known for doing a lot of tower damage, but once your DK ult is back up, shouldn't be too bad. They need to go the attack range talent, so should be able to siege fairly easily.
Remember when Timber had that attack damage talent?
No, wait, what? He had an attack damage talent?
It's like 100 damage or something. It's crazy.
Dire are
Why in the world?
Tower damage.
That's funny. Remember when they
Made them
nerfed
crazy.
Flamethrower by like 5 damage when this hero was like really broken? And they're like, that'll fix it.
under attack.
I do recall that. Look, he hasn't gotten the shard yet still, so.
Thank
He's
God we
buying
nerfed
one
it.
now, actually, for the tower damage.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you can do here on Entity. You need the godliest vacuum wall combo into Split Earth. You need the shard on Leshrac, have one Split Earth already going, vacuum onto that so you can do the second Earth Splitter, or not Earth Splitter, Split Earth, like chain stun, and then Miko's got to be whacking away the entire time. Like, I don't know how. I don't even know if that's enough damage.
That would be very pog, I'll give you that. That would be
That's true.
amazing to see, but the execution from Entity at this point in terms of what is necessary to win a full team fight is really hard. They have to start these fights off by just getting a pick somewhere else, and Falcons are playing a little bit split. Like, you can see Amar, he's top lane here, not available for this fight, but Clockwork, he might be the one in trouble. Great Earthbind! The arrows caught the Timber, but can you actually kill him? He's just healing through everything. He had the Bloodstone going. Katomi tries to get out, but sniped from Snaking. The Earthbinds, one after the other, onto the Timbersaw. Mega Meepo is here, but guess what? Earthbind's got him. He's going to be forced to dig, and Malrine sitting at almost full HP here once again. Atos is out. Split Earth is down. They've just got to get away from this Timbersaw, but it's so difficult. Gets surged up onto the high ground. He's okay for now. Amar looking for a Doom target, won't throw it.
Malrine left that fight with more health than he started with. That was a pretty good start for Entity, all things considered.
I'd
They
like to
killed
point
Skeeter.
out. Oh, go ahead.
Radiant's top
No, that's it. Like, I feel that was a relatively controlled Timber, and they just could not do anything
Oh,
to it.
that Doom, it's still available. He's caught no one. He's dead with no buyback for 60 seconds. Amar gets the BKB off in Malrine. He's just running through to these Meepos. You can't get away. You actually can't get away. The sharpshooter from Crit's got him. Dude, it's just too far behind at this point. This Timbersaw is just unstoppable. I was going to say, in the last fight where he lived through everything, Malrine killed one hero, but did 16,500 damage.
His damage has to be insane this game. It's got to be super high.
When you're against the Meepo like that, and he goes Bloodstone, like, if you're not in Mega Meepo, you can't actually kill him. He just pops Bloodstone, puts the Chakram under him, And he's out healing any damage. Like, that was ridiculous.
Where is it?
Yeah, 50,000 damage in this game on the Timbersaw in just 34 minutes. Finishes the game 16-1-8. That is pretty much as good of a game you could get out of a last pick Timbersaw.
16-1-8. Yeah, that's pretty terrifying. Pretty terrifying. I gotta say, the cast range from Atos with Scurry is nuts. He was catching people from off screen.
True.
All right, very well played from Falcons. I think, I don't know, if we go back to that last pick Meepo, was it worth it in the end? I mean, obviously they lost, but like, was it just execution that lost them, or should they have just done something else? Because I feel like we ended up in a very similar issue as last game, which is like, oh, the heroes that are doing well have very difficult targets to go on because they have the debuff immunity. And this time, it was very similar, where it's like, okay, Leshrac and Darkseer were doing well, and then the targets to go on are Eternal Shroud Timbersaw and Mage Slayer Dragon Knight. It's like, this is not very easy for the heroes that are having a good time.
Yeah, I think Meepo is fine against the Dragon Knight and the Doom, and I think it's actually really good matchups. The Timbersaw, though, is way too much for him to deal with. Like, it's actually one of the hardest matchups in the game for a Meepo, and like, looking at it now, I don't remember it being this bad, but yeah, this was brutal. Malrine just crushing it once again on the Timbersaw. And yesterday he got it both games, ended up losing both those games to OG, but these were first pick Timbersaws, right? Literally first phase, first pick Timbersaw, and then OG coming out with some drafts specifically tailored to shutting down his Timbersaw from the mid lane. This game, you get it on 24 pick, and it's a completely different experience, right?
Yeah, and I will say Falcons also had some really good rotations, because the early game started off all right. Darkseer was like top net worth at like 6,000. They had like 3 kills up there, right? But there were 2 early rotations. I forget the first one, but the second one is when Entity like hookshotted onto the Dragon Knight and then ended up losing like 3 heroes. Oh no, that was the first one. Then there was a second one where Entity ran them down like across the map with that Arcane Rune on Timber. Picked up like 4 kills. That I feel like set the tone for the rest of the game. Like, maybe there was recovery at that point for Entity, but after that it just felt really, really difficult.
Yeah, it was just exceptionally played from Falcons. 2 really good drafts, and yeah, I mean, I was excited to see the Meepo. I thought it would do better. It got shut down in lane pretty hard. Like, they focused him early on, right? Like, they were making sure that Watson's Meepo never really got off the ground. He was like 6th on net worth pretty much from the beginning, and it paid off big, right? If he was able to get active to get to like some pretty big items, maybe he matches some of the tempo that's coming out from Falcons, but I still feel like it's an uphill battle into this Timbersaw. You can just... yeah, I think, like you said, like, there's a dream scenario of like hitting this like split earth into Vac wall, a second split earth, the hook shot from Katomi to follow it up. Like, there's scenarios, right, where like, okay, you managed to get the dream fight, but the alternative is Falcons just walks in and like Malrine just uses his spells.
He simply presses buttons.
Yeah, it's like, it's so easy for them to execute the fights. Like, this was so much damage being dumped into the Timbersaw here, but again, this was the fight I was talking about. He did 16,500 damage, and the Bloodstone healing is just absurd at that point. He can't actually bring down the Timbersaw at all.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. They started on the Timber. He backed away for a second. He was like, wait a minute, why am I backing up? I don't need to back up. I can walk into 4 heroes. He just goes back in. They just do not have the tools. I mean, it was the perfect last pick. It was absolutely fantastic. It ends up being a slightly untraditional draft where you have a DK carry, but it's not the worst. If this game drags on and Entity wasn't so far behind, like, maybe we start seeing the problem with this kind of draft. But off of a strong early game, this is the strength of the draft. It's literally strength, which is like they're all so hard to kill, and then you just force these fights. It maybe sometimes takes a while, but they get there, they eventually kill everyone, right? They chase so far. It's like, yeah, you can't kill me, you can't stop me. You just keep running down, and eventually you're dead, and we'll just hit the buildings.
Yeah, this was a very fun series to watch, and honestly, really happy to see Falcons kind of bounce back after yesterday. Entity still going back for like some of their specific drafts that fits their team, their play style, and I can't really fault them for that. This will put them at 6-6 if I'm not mistaken. So they are going to be sitting right in the middle of the pack, tied with PSG Quest, who is also at 6-6, and then G2.IG, I believe, is their last series, who is at 6-4 right now. So there is still some games to be played, but yeah, this was quite fun. All right, here we go. We can take a look at the standings. Falcons up to 10-4. This absolutely guarantees them, if I'm not mistaken, the top 2. There's no way that they can come out of top 2 now. So this is a big win for them. They should be super happy about this. We'll see, like we said, PSG Quest, Entity, and G2.IG all sitting at 6 wins, right around that middle spot. Only 4 teams advanced from each group. So those last series coming out from each of these teams is going to be vitally important.
Actually, I think if Azure Ray wins their next like 2-0, and then G2.IG could get it like 2 2-0s, then maybe Team Falcons goes down. But they're definitely top 4 at this point. And then they would at least get to play a tiebreaker for the second spot.
Yeah, it could be. It'd be fun. I mean, I would always love to see tiebreakers just because they're super hype. But I think for the most part, this was a very well executed game from Falcons. Kind of back up to what we expect out of the team yesterday. People were kind of teasing them a little bit, but it was honestly just perfect games from OG. You can't fault them for that one. But I do have some bad news. Falcons will not be available for an interview, so we will not have one with them. I wanted to talk to them specifically about all chatting because it's just been super funny.
And game 1.
Yeah, and game 1 because my goodness. But yeah, this was unfortunately maybe not willing to leak some of the strats this time. We'll have to.
Valve is really cracking down on the communication score, so IRL mute now after all that all chat. What can you do? It was for the people, though. It was worth it. It was a price they had to pay.
It was absolutely worth it. All right, so that with that being the case, we are going to go to a break. We'll be back with our final series of the evening, everyone. It's going to be G2.IG here versus PSG Quest. Stay tuned. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It is the final series of the day about to begin, and it should be a great one. It's G2.IG taking on the side of PSG Quest. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. This one should be good, and it's also a very important series for both of these teams. They are right in the middle of these groups. We looked at these a little bit ago, both sitting at 6 wins. Getting a 7th win pushes you completely out of tiebreakers, if I'm not mistaken, but you know, it's close because you want to get to your 8th to try and get to the top 2. It's going to be, yeah, an intense series.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number you got to be at, but it's close is the important part, and no one wants to get eliminated at this stage. You want to make it to that bracket format in the next part. So we got G2IG here. They've been relatively looking good from the games we saw. Like, I feel some of their early game, like, that's the strong part. They seem to have come out of the lanes decently. And then there's sometimes, like, a couple slip-ups. And I'm sure that's something they're trying to clean out as much as possible. Quest, their opponents, sometimes it, like, seems to come together. Other times not. I don't know. Both teams, like, generally doing all right, but just still working on pushing it to that next level to compete and move on to the next stage.
Quest has looked like a feast or famine type team, right? They've either 2-0'd their opponents or gotten 2-0'd. There's been no draws from this team at all. So we'll see if that's going to like break that trend. I guess now that I think about it, so is Entity. Like after that 0-2 that they just took, they're also at 6-6, only 2-0s across the board. So this is an important one. That being said, the 2-0s that they have gotten have been against some of the weaker teams in the tournament so far, right? The ones that have already been eliminated, Heroic and Spirit. Mm-hmm. And the teams that they lost to were Azure Ray as well as Falcons, right? And OG, who looks quite good. So it's one of those things that like, you know, they're losing to the top teams, winning against the lower teams. This is now a pretty good like test of strength here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. See what they bring for the openers. Some standards are coming back. I feel like these guys got banned out so much, but teams have started to move to banning some other stuff, and now we're back. The cycle is complete. It's Pango versus DK in the mid lane again. Well, not guaranteed, but there's a good chance.
Definitely a good chance, right? Like we've seen safe lane Skitter flexed, or safe lane DK flexed to Skitter. Wow, that was I don't know why my brain struggled with that one. But Pangolier always played in the mid lane. There's no exception to this at this point. So,
well, you say that actually. I think part of the reason they pick it is Quest is one of the few teams that feel like they'll run the off lane Pango, and it kind of works for them. But they're like the only team that does it.
Okay, so you think like G2IG grabbing it's like a little bit of a deny pick? Is that why?
I think so, but at the same time, it's also just such a good hero that I don't think you even need to think of like, oh, we're stealing it. Just like, oh yeah, that's our Pango pick. Pretty good hero.
Might as well.
Yep. So I think it's
Bobica Lion. Let's go. Yeah, this is he's still one of the few teams that still plays Lion like consistently, right? All because of Bobica. I like it. Gives good magic damage to the Dragon Knight as well.
Yeah, and the instant illusion clear as well. I think it also helps out the Pango a bit. The mana drain going back into your allies to keep your active mid-hero. Like we always say, you just need the diffusal and you're ready to just get online, be active everywhere. Getting some mana helps. We got our Io Marcy. This is the new hot duo that's been rising up.
This is such a fast draft. Like no one has taken any reserve time really to think about what they're doing in phase 2. It was like, all right, Gyro, G2IG is like, yeah, we're gonna go Lion Phoenix, which makes sense, right? Against the Dragon Knight, you get yourself some health percent based damage from the Phoenix Sunray. You get some blind that comes out from that as well. Then they're like, okay, well, that's a green light for Io Marcy. Fantastic egg killer. Arguably the best egg killer in the game right now. And G2IG have to think about their response.
feel like Faceless could be okay as a way to
I like that.
the Chronosphere for the relocate ins, and then it's also a good setup for Phoenix Egg. And then you can just ban to protect it here in the last stage. Otherwise, I guess that's the safe lane as well, IO Marcy, so you could go for an offlaner that punishes it. I guess you get your choice here.
I mean, I think it's best to just pick the carry. They're going to go in for the Luna. Maybe it's a little bit safer. It also is a better matchup into the Dragon Knight. We see this a lot of times as an answer just because it does have a lot of hybrid damage, right? Not just physical damage from the carry roll, but also you can bring a lot to early fights in the form of the Eclipse and the Lucent Beam spam. I don't know how well she holds her ground against a Marcy, though, is the problem. I'm trying to think like where you want to go next in this draft. I kind of like the Mars or the Magnus ban. I think that one does make a lot of sense. Like, yeah, you don't have a melee core to play it around, but it is like one of JT's most successful heroes. I think we watched a game recently where JT Magnus was balling out of control. They ended up losing, if I'm not mistaken, on that game, but it wasn't like his fault. He had some sick plays on the Magnus. Oh. Zach, can they hear you in VMix?
Oh, sorry. That was on me. My bad.
All right, we're good. No worries.
Everything I said was not worth hearing. It's okay.
No nonsense. It's okay. We're good. Brewmaster, the next ban. Fantastic. So next we have the mid lane pick for, or I'm sorry, not the mid lane, the off lane pick for G2.IG. In terms of what's left, I'm trying to think what they want it to be. There's not a ton, right? There's not a ton of offlane heroes left in this pool, but could you go for something like an Enigma? That's a pretty good counter to the black or to the IO Relo and the Marcy, right?
I guess you could. Gyrocopter's usually pretty good against it, but I guess you want Io and Marcy together, so you'd have to do some lane swapping around.
I guess like Marcy is one of the few heroes that can get to Enigma, right? If you like rebound, dispose, like maybe you can actually pull him out of position, but oh, okay. They go for the Wind Ranger. This has been one of the counters we've seen coming out over and over again against the IO.
You can focus fire him down, shackle shot potential. Marcy, not the most natural MKB builder because she needs some other items first. But we've seen Marcy's win in this against Wind Rangers. But I think it also, like, the team as a whole played a part in it, right? That Marcy was in a good spot, Wind Ranger not so farmed. So maybe this has been working in scrims and we just haven't seen it in the officials yet. So always looking forward to see it again. Against that, because it's, I mean, is that offlane Wind Ranger or are they flexing the Pango to the offlane?
I think it's offlane Wind Ranger because it's not bad into the IO lane. We saw like what Wind Ranger and Shaker into IO Marcy the other day, and it was going really well, but then it was a mistake actually that resulted in Wind Ranger dying and the Earthshaker dying at like level 2, which shouldn't have happened. And I think they should be okay running Wind Ranger Lion into Io Marcy. I feel like that's an okay lane.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, there was a really sick body block from Marcy during a wind run that got the Wind Ranger killed.
And it's like they actually had an opportunity to first blood the Io and didn't go for it. But in terms of picks here, I mean, it technically could be mid or off lane. I feel like they're probably looking at a harder counter to the Pango here. Ah, that's a good sniper pick. It's not good for the Pango lane, and it is such a hard counter to Luna in general. Like, Sniper is so good against this hero. That puts a lot more weight on JT to find him, but he has to be, like, finding the IO. So, oh, man. That is a cool one. It creates basically, like, 2 necessary to find targets on that G2.IG you have to go for.
Yeah, I think as long as Quest comes out of the lanes even and doesn't fall apart in the early game, like, I feel like that will be a really difficult sniper to deal with. But if they are behind, I feel like Sniper and Marcy are just going to have to farm in the early game, and they're not going to be able to do very much. And then G2IG could maybe be doing a ton of early active plays and make a bunch of space for Luna, which we've seen Monet play this hero very well and hit like a very scary timing. And you might lose later on, but when you're like 5,000 gold ahead at like 20 minutes, right? You just go forward and win. So G2IG still has a window there. I think we definitely have to keep an eye on how well Wind Ranger does in the lane this time. And then the Pango, he shut down for Sniper? ? Or does he still just hit his item timings and then roll around, kill people? You know, is it how good of a game can Sniper have in terms of shutting down this Pango? I think that's very important for them.
That is the big question mark, right? And we're going to go ahead and jump into game number 1 here, everybody. It is G2IG versus PSG Quest. If you are just joining us, a very important series for both of these teams. They're sitting at the middle of their group at 6 wins. Getting up to 7 or 8 wins would put them out of a potential tiebreaker scenario. So need to pull this one out, you know, for either of these teams. This is a massive series. Oh, having a little bit, I guess, problems with the game feed there. We should get this up, though, in just a moment. I'll give you guys a radio cast, though. Oh, never mind. You don't even need it. Haha, we're back saved. Here we go. Smoke out here from G2IG. Quest is in a good spot here with a solid ward, but they only have 3 of their heroes. The smoke barely doesn't pop. Oh,
That's soon.
They saw Omar thanks to the night vision from Monet. And then a pause.
If the smoke had broken, they have the observer set up on the cliff on the side of Quest, so they would see it. But really good use of the night vision from Monet.
Yeah,
you don't actually level this yet. You save it, like you save Lucian Beam, or you save the skill point to see if you need Lucian Beam in the lane to secure creeps. But I like the idea of taking Lunar Blessing early if you are trying to make these level 1 plays for that night vision.
Absolutely. This is, again, you exactly correct. Like, we almost never see Lunar Blessing grabbed here at the beginning of the game. Like, a lot of carries need Lucent Beam to secure range creeps, but you pick this up, that extra 250 night vision under a smoke, like, will potentially give you that split second extra vision to try and start a fight. And I know they saw Omar, which is why I'm surprised they are looping back to bottom. Maybe they just knew that they were set up and don't want to take the fight.
The battle begins.
But all right. No brawls here for the runes. There's going to be 2 for 2 as everyone heads on over to their lanes.
I think from their perspective, they had 4 heroes and saw 1, but they didn't know where the other 4 were. So they didn't know if they were getting into like a 4v5. That would be worst case scenario, and that's not worth taking. So I think they were looking at the other lanes to try to hopefully find like if you find one hero, you know at worst it's 4v4 and you can kind of take that. But not running into anyone, so yeah, it just ends up being a very quiet start.
Definitely excited to see how this mid lane's gonna play out, right? Sniper versus Pango, these two heroes. I mean, Pango is one of those things that's like, as soon as he gets level 6, he's going to try and kill Sniper. Once he has Diffusal, he's going to try and kill Sniper. But it's getting to that point where it's an uphill battle. Well, I would usually say so, but NTS has actually managed to get a couple of really good denies.
They have better rotation potential on G2.IG to maybe shut down this Sniper. We'll see if they opt to bring heroes at like what point. IO pretty garbage at rotating. Actually, I say that we've seen some tanking IOs.
Yeah, we did see like a
wind
windlace, like double circlet stick IOs, like running around with, you know, first point to overcharge, just clicking the mid laner. That was very funny.
It's not usually what you see out of IO though, so we'll see what kind of player Decalis feels like today.
Level 2 timings coming out. Just gets a return though from JT as he hits level 2, and they're gonna look for TA2000 here on the Marcy. He's low. They don't have the damage to finish him off, and now looking for Ducalis. Manages to get the tether away. Very close exchange.
Sick double stun.
Yeah, it was.
Bo2.
And he did have to go Hex here instead of the Mana Drain, which I think a lot of times he would want to have the Mana Drain for the lane. But now you're playing into the IO Marcy sustain, and it's going to get a little bit more difficult. She's going to regen so dang fast.
Once he does have Mana Drain, though, you can keep Marcy low on mana, and then that could stop a lot of the aggressive potential.
Yeah. Oh god, watching Sniper is so funny. The quack headshot is one of the greatest immortals of all time.
I love that one. Luna kind of struggling right now.
Oh my god. I just watched Ducalis like triple deny creeps in the top lane under a power shot as well.
Io's got some good damage in the early game, especially with some sidekick extra.
Yeah. Universal heroes, Pog.
Monet should have some good damage too, but... well, I guess he's got some denies. He's been having a little harder of a time than we might usually see. But I guess Dragon Knight's pretty good at this kind of stuff.
I was going to say...
2 bracers.
Yeah, well, it's also going to be like, oh, well, I mean, Breathe Fire, of course, right? But he just doesn't even have it. He just skips it entirely. Goes Dragon Tail, Dragon's Blood, and he's just like stunning Luna and trying to go for denies.
Dire structures are fortified.
See, I didn't notice that. That helps to explain a little bit why she's missing some.
That's very funny.
Because, I mean, by comparison, Luna's at 10 last hits while Marcy's at 22.
Wow, okay, yeah. That's a huge difference. Also, to consider the fact that they were a single auto attack away from killing out that Marcy, and Lion ends up going 2 points to Earth Spike, so still doesn't have the Mana Drain. And this is so weird, because I haven't seen Bobica use a single spell in, like, 2 minutes. You know? And this lane is just free farm for TA2000 at this point. Well, dispose
Really
back, forces the wind run. I think this war of attrition from these two, they're going to always win, and now they're looking for Bobica. The stun, he's trying to line it up, can only choose one target. Nice power shot out to do some damage on over to the Marcy, but again, you're playing into this IO lane, right? They don't mind making these trades.
Yeah, I wonder if he feels like the regen from IO Tether makes it not as good to spend
What is that message?
Time mana draining. Wake from toilet. What?
What? Someone has their mic on in the bathroom.
Someone
No.
left it in there or something.
I'm sure it's something along the lines of like garbage mic. I don't know. That's a very very funny.
That's a new one. I don't think we've seen. I don't think I've seen anyone give that as the reason.
We've gotten a couple virus alerts, you know, but
Yeah, that was new too.
Not toilet microphone. If you're a gamer out there with a wireless headset, do us all a favor. Take your headset off before you go to the bathroom. No one wants to hear that.
True. Just because you have the power to bring it doesn't mean you have to.
With great power comes great responsibility.
I must mute my mic.
Oh my goodness. Well, game's looking great here, at least for the start of Quest. Getting a lot of CS. Noob here. Now actually going for the 2-point shrapnel and just stacking his hard camp here behind the mid tower. Trying to amplify his farm a little bit. And you can... He's not really like beating Nothing to Say too hard in terms of CS. Like the lane's actually fairly even. But level 6 out from the Pango. At the rune here, the river, hastily picked up by a Bo2, and he's going to use that to also take a double bounty rune.
Get wrecked,
All right.
nerd.
Wait, he just...
What?
Oh, no,
Misclick?
it was on the wrong hotkey. Oh, that
Threw
feels
his
bad.
blood grenade for fun. You know what? When you get a win that hard, you get the rune, you get 2 bounties. You're like, you know, that's a little unfair. I gotta even it out. Throw a blood.
I don't
grenade
even
into
need
nothing.
this blood grenade.
I'm so rich now. I think Io pings out. He thinks there's a ward too.
Yeah, we get the replay. Thanks, thanks, guys.
Sorry, Baboka.
Sorry, buddy.
to do that to you.
Oh no. All right. Well, all this has been happening. Xnova has actually been getting some stacks into the bottom side. He's got a triple stacked medium camp here for the Luna, and he's gonna stack the easy pull as well. So, just being really efficient here on the map, and this is gonna help Luna a lot because she is really struggling in CS right in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, up until that stack, Dragon Knight had more denies than she had last hits. I mean,
Yeah.
So that seems strange. We were looking around the whole map, so I didn't see exactly what happened, but I don't feel like that's supposed to happen.
So I will say I tuned in a little bit in the bottom lane, and Omar was just spamming flat cannon on cooldown. And every time the Luna would come up for CS, it was Dragon Tail into flat cannon. And now he has 2 points breathe fire. He opted to not get it at all. But yeah, it was every single wave he was coming up to try and CS. Dragon Tail, flat cannon span, they deny like 1 or 2 creeps, and he was just losing a lot of HP on Monet. A very slow game. First Blood is still available, mind you. Bottom lane shield rune will be picked up by Omar on the gyrocopter.
They can't catch a break on the rune.
We're seeing
I
now
do think he's doing...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, he's doing better than I thought. Like, considering that was a sniper counter pick, he's doing pretty well. He's clearing up a hard stack now, too. Yeah. He's doing fine.
Basically neck
Classic
and neck.
Pango things.
Noob did like decide to not go for the 0-4-4 build to like hard counter a lot of the melee heroes, so he does end up going for this like 4-point shrapnel, more of a farming build, and I don't hate this. I actually think this is what he needs to do this game, because when I was talking earlier, like the reason I really like this pick, you're not going to go Ags Conda on Sniper this game. You are going to go like Dragonlance, you're going to go for like Chrysalis, like BKB, you're gonna build like Sanch and Yash. You're gonna build like your standard right-click sniper build. You're not gonna go for Ags Conda. You don't need to, right? It's the idea is you want to be able to force, you know, Wind Ranger or Pango to go for one of these 2 heroes, and if Sniper can just stand there and auto attack, he's gonna do an absurd amount of damage.
I'd be up for that. I think Conda Ags is not too bad either, though, because it could help set up for Marcy Io relocating. Like, it's a little bit more stun from a long range.
Speaking of
Dragonite.
stun, oh boy, that's a lot of stun in the bottom lane. The Rolling Thunder, this control here from the Lion as well, and that's a really nice kill. Puts that a really quick end to that first Elder form, the Elder Dragon form.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it looks like just a little less than 300 damage on the tier 1, so you're gonna get to hold this longer, which is great because Luna needs some time to catch up here.
Yeah, I think Noob just farming. Okay, I take everything back that I said about Noob's build. He is just gonna go Axe Conda, but he just builds a casual Dragonlance first, which confuses me because that is not what we normally see on this. But eventually he's gonna need the Hurricane Pike, so it does kind of make sense. Bottom lane, they're gonna chase down X-Nova. Malik here has a Dragon Tail as well. They're trying to get the damage out, and with Marcy and Isle coming through the gate,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
yeah, it
attack.
should be an easy tier 1 tower here on the bottom side. This is a great rotation.
Yeah, gonna get an early tower. Didn't work with the Dragonite form. That's okay. Catapult plus
Radiant's bottom tower has
safe lane
fallen.
rotation.
Dire's structures
I'm gonna try to
are
defend their own. There's a catapult and a focus fire going on, but I think they're here with plenty of time.
Yeah, they need to kill the catapults. They have to make sure to pull this creep wave out, but I guess they'll just clear up the wave. Catapult gets a couple extra hits. Not the end of the world. Dude, there's been so many stacks this game. I'm looking at every creep camp, and every camp has like multiple stacks on it. Like every single hero I look at that's in a jungle farming something, there's like a massive stack there. I actually have no idea how this is all happening.
It would help to explain the low kill score. Everyone's stacking
1
rather
to
than
1.
fighting. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the triangle on IG has a quad stacked ancient camp. Nothing to say. We'll find Ducalis here. Has that brand new defuse. He actually dodges out the
Nice
initial
reload.
stun into a reload back the other way, and now TA2000 wants to get active. Stun back the other way here onto Bo2. The nice unleash. The damage from Noob is here. There's gonna be the egg.
Oh, this is such
The
a dead
unleash.
Wait!
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
okay,
still
fine,
gets
fine.
it.
Yeah.
Dude, JT tried to deny the egg. Did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something you can do. You kind of forget it's possible, but especially if you know the opponents are going to get it for sure, might as well throw it out.
Well, a nice dive top. Great plays there from Ducalis. Honestly, turning that fight into what would have been like a guaranteed 2 or even 3 kills into a 2-for-1 favoring them. That was a really sick reload. And then, of course, just jumps back in on Marcy. Just blows up Bobica. Noob on the sniper. Close enough to offer support.
Yeah, I think that's the logic behind the Dragonlance. Like, eventually you do get this Ags, and you can contribute from far away, but even outside of your ultimate, you still want to be able to help. And for the same, like, even though the build is a little different than the typical, I won't say typical, because at this point it's, Ags Cons is pretty normalized, but rather than what we used to see with just the stand-in right-click build, like, you still outrange a lot of these heroes, so you can still contribute some damage that way, just not as much if you went, you know, Crystallis, Maelstrom, those types of items.
Dude, Noob is so farmed now on this sniper, and I don't know if you've looked at the triangle at all lately, but dude is salivating right now. He's got 4-point shrapnel. He is going to make quick work of these stacks.
Luna's about to do the same, or she just did the same, actually, just finished off her triangle. She's still the poorest of the cores, but slowly catching up.
Is under attack.
If Nothing to Say can find some good roll rotations. He has his Diffusal halfway to Blink. That could,
The diffusal will help a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say it could even up the game, but I mean, it is a dead even game in terms of net worth. But I
Yeah.
feel like you don't want to hit the same timings as this Luna. You want to be ahead, and I think that's important for them to try to get her back ahead. Wait, this is a pretty defensive relocation.
It's a really good
Or, like,
smoke to the top
shallow.
lane, though. Yeah. They're going to go for an initiation onto JT. They got him. The blink reveal out from Malik, which he's actually had it for a bit. But he's just, again, the game is slow. Everyone's just farming. And he now has almost a Mage Slayer, I think. I mean, I'm assuming that's what he's going. DK still loved to go the Mage Slayer. That reload, though. It was shallow, but it works.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe too short. I thought they were going to get that follow-up kill, but actually turns out to be literally just enough.
So TA2000 now only 350, 300 gold away from a Battle Fury. A build that we don't see all that often on the Marcies, but we saw this yesterday. It worked out really well. Ducalis is going to follow his boy to the bottom lane. He's like, I'm sorry I didn't TP sooner, Master. Forgive me.
here's your boost. Yeah, I wonder if this was always the plan. Like, we used to see carry Marcy's build Battle Fury, and then it seemed like recently it was more Armlet. I wonder if this is saying they want to go late game. Late.
Yeah,
and
they are way stronger late game.
Yeah, I wonder if that's partly off of like, hey guys, I really shut Luna down. Like, they're not gonna beat us in this like early mid game timing. So like, oh okay, let's just straight go late. She'll never pass me if I go Battle Fury.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I legitimately don't know how G2.IG can take this late game. TA2000 with the Battle Fury and that Unleash clears up a massive set of Ancients here. And that will get her a lot of extra farm. Because we've seen the scaling potential on Io, right? Just as a support and what he brings. But you still have Gyrocopter as a great scaling support. And a pretty dang farm Sniper and Dragon Knight. And I would say Sniper is better off in this matchup because like you have the Lion able to control up a lot of the DK illusions. But how do you feel about this scaling for both teams?
No, I think you're pretty spot on. I mean, Dragon Knight, like, eventually you reach the point Dragon Knight can be split pushing with the illusions, which could help you get the information you need for a relocate gank. And Luna will, like, if Sniper continues to have this good of a game, and after you finish the Ag Conda, you do eventually go back for more normal right-click items, right? She'll still have trouble getting to him. He'll be able to kill the Pango roll while he's, like, just moving around. Phoenix Egg he can kill from afar.
It's a really good read.
Right, it does just look like a good game.
Blink stun out onto Lion. However, nothing to say is here. The Finger of Death onto Malik. The Sharpshooter's there. The reload in as well, but this Rolling Thunder is causing so many problems. They've got to close the gap onto the RC or onto this Wind Ranger, and they do. Monet now here on the Luna, doing a lot here. Able to just help bring down this Sniper. He's had it too good for too long, they say.
Now you see what you are up
It's a really nice fight for G2.IG.
I was surprised at how well this went. Nothing to say, actually, being in the top lane here was massive because I thought for sure, I was like looking at this, like this is a great fight for Quest. Like they were setting this one up for a while, but they actually waited a little bit too long as NTS like came through the gate and gets like a perfect Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, and Sniper kind of got baited in a little bit, so now he's out in the void and just cleaned up after that.
This is definitely an uh-oh Pango moment. You know, level 14 now, top net worth, almost has an Aghanim Scepter with Blink Diffusal pre 20 minutes. You always have to wonder, you're like, could Pango ever be shut down? The answer is arguably no.
First pick, by the way.
Yeah, nerfed, by the way. Yeah, this hero is very good. So 1,000 gold away from a blink or from his Aghanim Scepter. He'll absolutely have it by the 20-minute mark at this rate.
I mean, it's what they need. It's a little slower than I thought, but ultimately, if they do pull an earlier lead on G2.IG, especially around the strength of the Pango, and especially if you can find Sniper early a couple times, like, Luna will eventually have the power to destroy the base really quickly, and maybe you can break open the game. But, I mean, one fight doesn't doom them or anything. Quest still has a lot of room to work with here, and as long as they just keep scaling, I feel like, you'll be okay.
It could feel a little bit slower as well because he goes for the blink dagger. A lot of times we just see like diffusal ags, right? And then people go back for the blink. But NTS actually goes for an early blink, which ended up paying dividends in that top fight, right? So they're just doing what they can to protect the sniper in the mid lane, right? They've got a lot of wards placed around here to make sure they're dewarding as well. And they just want to keep this mid tier 1 tower alive. They're going to go for the D ward, though, I imagine, on G2.IG here. Like, they know there is an enemy ward here. And no X Nova wraps around, drops a sentry, and a D ward.
You're trying to get a deny.
All right, BKB done on Marcy. Is that your go time to fight, or are you still... Like, this is, I think, the thing about the Ag sniper, right, is he can't really initiate. You need your other heroes to go find something, and then you need to make sure that the fight is happening around the sniper, like somewhere near him.
Yeah, but they're doing exactly that. They're rotating 2 sniper while he just pushes mid. I think G2.ID is reading
Great
this.
scan.
They're like, this is pretty suspicious. They get the scan out.
They don't see where they are on this ward. NTS hiding in the trees perfectly. They get the tower, uncontested, and they will just disengage here. I mean, that's great patience from G2.IG.
I think this observer spotted that smoke.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, it looks like nothing much should happen. Well, actually, I think they're about to see Sniper in their own observer ward.
They definitely see him. They know he's there, and shocker, Bo2 has a blink with an Eye of Azure, so he's going to go for this initiation onto the sniper in just a moment. There it is, the stun, the focus fire, and Noob's going to go down in the mid lane.
Is under attack.
I'd say very nice find.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're going to get tier 2 out of this as well? Sniper's dead for 35 more seconds.
Yeah, you actually...
Catapult here, too.
I think you're right. No fort on the Dire side. So this is a tier 2 tower, basically for free. You get Tormentor, I guess, at least. It goes to Ducalis, though, which is not the best one. That you would definitely hope it would go onto the Gyrocopter, have some more kill threat with that homing missile, but... Yeah, great movements from G2.IG. Now a 3,000 gold advantage, and they need this. They need to start pushing their advantage while they can.
It looks like lines are being drawn to push in the bottom 2, or the mid and the bottom lane. G2.IG, if they get that off lane tier 1, they might feel comfortable enough doing Roche.
Oh, gonna walk by a ward that was recently placed in the mid lane. Noob very happy about that. They still never found the one that's placed deep in their own jungle, which is great. Nothing to say with the Rolling Thunder, able to get away. Well, you gotta be careful. Marcy can just BKB. Oh, he didn't know about it. Maybe he didn't see the BKB. Marcy will just unleash a flurry. See what I did there? Into the Pangolier.
Nice. Well then, Roche to Quest, as expected. Of course, you kill the Pango with the BKB.
Bo2's coming for the steal.
Bit of a misplay there. Yeah.
Can he do it? Will he get the Ravage on the stun?
He has to go literally right. Oh
dude,
my god!
No,
oh my god!
No! Just slow from the tether! No way! He would have got it! He actually would have got it!
Oh, he should have gone for the deny. I guess he also got caught off guard by the tether, though. Man, that was a lot of slow from the tether.
Dude, the actual Ravage. Oh.
Dude.
That was sick.
Almost the godliest play we've ever seen right here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Dude, I
bottom
forgot
tower
they
is
added
under
a
attack.
slow to tether. For, like, I don't know why, but they did.
Yeah, I mean, no one was playing Io. Even now, he's still not in the first phase contest
I think it's
category.
Fine.
Yeah,
I think he's in a good
okay
spot.
Dire's top tower
Considering this
is under
hero
attack.
was the most picked banned hero for 10 years in Dota 2, I think it's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right. Well, back to farming with the Aegis. They should feel pretty comfortable with this.
This is a long one, guys. Get your snacks. Buckle up.
Can't believe we're a 10th way through this game. Oh, assassinate times on the Icarus dive. That is very unlucky there for Xnova. He does get the D ward though, so sacrifices himself for something. This little kill bounty goes the way of the Dragon Knight though, as he is now only 140 gold away from that BKB. He'll be able to clean it up off this wave. I'll be sending that one out ASAP.
I don't know what their read on the game is, but I think you can kind of push up because it is hard to get to the sniper still. But at the same time, there is risk to that. And I think the longer you just farm and finish up these items, like looks like he wants to get MKB and BKB on sniper.
Top. He's gonna have to get out of here on JT. He didn't realize that there was this many heroes coming. He had the BKB, might have been able to TP on out, but now Monet is in trouble, forced to BKB himself, but a great hex out from Bo because the Finger of Death is there. Malik gets his own BKB off. You're gonna have to dive away. The Marcy just does too much damage. The Unleash to finish her off. They do. The egg will pop, holding TA2000 in place. Ducalis going for the lasso, the reload. It's not there. Perfectly chain stunned up here by Nothing to Say, but the damage is done. You've lost 3. He has to leave.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like Quest should have this outside of
Radiant's top
throwing a
tower
bad
is
fight. I think they're reaching the point where it's too hard to approach. If you just focus around sniper, everyone back up sniper, just let them overcommit onto this hero and otherwise let him just poke down buildings. I think it's very difficult for G2.IG to take the fights.
People underestimate the amount of slow that Unleash does, right? I think JT thought he could just BKB and run away and get to his next wind run, but Unleash does a 30% move slow. So Marcy will absolutely just run you down with a tethered IO on him. He's also got the bullwhip, my favorite way of saying it. So you're basically hasted every time the bullwhip comes out.
That's a really good buff to the item. It was dead before that.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and smoke to the bottom side here. Want to keep this aggression running. What did TA2000 finish? He finishes up a Basher. Okay, so now Unleash even stronger. You can pretty much guarantee a solo kill onto any hero. We saw in the last fight, Luna, BKBs, pops the Moonglaves to try and stand her ground, and it was like, nope, this isn't working.
Yeah.
Immediately tries to run.
She did do a good amount of damage, so we kind of see like the logic there, but since she was on her own, she's like, well, I'm definitely going to die first. And
yeah.
Just has to run.
Arcane and Amplify damage here potentially for the Pango, but needs to be careful. The Blink Dragon Tail is there. The stun follow-up. Oh my goodness. There was a Pango there. Xnova trying to get away. Will he find the Dispose? He does not. Oh, very close.
That was scary.
The thing is, too, like, we've seen, like, IO Marcy teams play around, like, a Bane, like, having, like, a Fiend script set up on the other side of the map. This time, if your DK gets, like, a Blink Dragon Tail, that 2.4 second stun is absolutely enough for them to get into the fight and start getting some stuff done. They are going to show on a ward here in the top lane, and that is the sign for G2.IG to bail. TP out here on the Luna. They are looking for JT, though. They're going to see him. Just gets a little bit of vision. Marcy trying to go close enough to the IO to get away. The Dispose, it's going to be there in time. The Dragon Tail is out. And JT going to lose his life here once again on the top side of the map. It is space, I guess you could say, for Monet.
I definitely want to say that. Got to keep morale up. Unfortunately, we just haven't felt the impact of the Wind Ranger so far. I feel like
Oh gosh, that's
Okay,
a lot
then.
of damage.
Okay, he's blinking out. I think they should be okay from here.
Yeah, this one seemed a little bit strange. The Assassinate's definitely not enough time to go for a kill, but the low cooldown means it's looking for X-Nova, perfectly placed on the call down. Marcy tries to go in, pops the BKB Unleash, and it's gone. Now Monet's got to be careful. A lot of damage from the Glaives and this Eclipse. They actually managed to take down two. Noob trying to go for an Assassinate, just gets controlled up, and now he's dead. Oh, the Amplify damage rune here on the Pango gets a lot done. Now Ducalis able to get TA2000 out of this one, but 3 kills going the way of G2.IG. A pretty big overstep here on this sniper.
Yeah, he'll still die if you get to him. The egg, I guess it bought some time. It bought one flurry of punches, which is it's Phoenix dying instead of one of the other cores, so I'd say it made space. It also baited her and the team pretty far in.
Yeah.
Which helped to then finish off a couple more heroes. We do still see that Luna is indeed very killable, and if Luna as a hero cannot just stand her ground and attack, it's tough for her to get damage in because she is such a short-ranged hero. So, still, man, still needs to farm more. We still gotta watch him farm and catch up. But I don't know at what point it takes over because the physical burst from Marcy is pretty nuts.
Yeah, I have to say, like, eventually Marcy just always wins these matchups. She's going for an Abyssal Blade next, and yeah, I mean, Luna, you're going to pop BKB, you're going to pop your Shards, or your Moonglaive, right? But Marcy will just do 3,000 damage a flurry and bash you to oblivion.
Yeah, you need to, like, control up the Martian killer, or maybe it's that Luna kills off the IO, and it's the focus fire from Wind Ranger that can actually kill the Marcy. I don't know.
They're smoking bottom. I think the scan connected. Noob is trying to run away here. He's going to be able to recombine with Omar in the tree's bottom, but they're not done. Bo2 leading the charge. He's going to get a glimpse of Noob. In comes the stun. He just immediately BKBs, though. The Assassinate out onto the line, and in comes the A2000. The Luna's all by herself on the front side, and goodbye. That BKB is not going to get you out of this one. Nothing to say with the Rolling Thunder here, trying to make space for his team. They're just going to dodge it out. No Abyssal Blade. He will get the TP to safety. That being said, X-Nova TP's out in the trees, barely escapes.
Hey, the gold lead is technically only 2,000, but it does not feel like that. The strength of IO Marcy is it feels so much more one-sided in all of these fights.
The surprising thing about this game is it is only a 2,000 gold lead, but now Roshan is back up. I'm curious if they know about this. JT will scout the TP of the sniper coming in through the mid lane. Nice little power shot there. And with this, Unleash is back. They will make quick work of Roshan. Of course, they will know about this, but you can't get this. You can't contest. Not at all. I mean, maybe Bo2 gets like the ravage of his life again, but it's just too little, too late.
It would have been so cool, the steal. Not that I'm like biased in any way, but that kind of play is so sick when it works.
Oh yeah. All right. Still a very close game. 10-17 here. Only a slight gold advantage from Quest, but it does feel like their heroes are starting to become a little bit too difficult for the side of G2.IG. Oh, they see the Phoenix. Malik. He's got a Blink Dragon Tail available. Will he use it? Surprisingly, they don't want to go for it. No Unleash. They're doing it. They're actually being very patient and only fighting when Unleash is available on the Marcy.
Trying to bait this amplified damage rune. That would have been disgusting. Hell, they might find Phoenix in the end anyways, actually.
Smoke pops in the mid lane. Oh, just barely over with the blink.
Just past it.
And Noob, I mean, who's dead on with the shrapnel, just didn't come out in time. So good TP out there from X-Nova.
They do lose the Observer they just placed. which is pretty sad for them. Means their map is fairly dark. They have, looks like, one observer that's almost about to die on the jungle over there.
All right, and I do like that Sniper is not going the Conda. Like I said, I think for him it's just better if he just right-clicks, and so the Ags is a decent like initiation tool for them from super long range. You know, to follow up maybe a DK stun or set up a DK stun. But now he has BKB, he's going for the Monkey King bar and the Pike. This is a much better way to play the Sniper. I like this in this game specifically.
I think just having the stun from the Ags is sort of enough. Also helps tank him up so he's not so easy to just immediately delete.
Yeah. All right. Well, nothing but a tier 3 in the mid lane. They're going to start putting some pressure on here. They do have a tier 2 protecting the top lane of Barracks, but bottom's also exposed, so should be able to get this tower fairly easily. Fortification will come out. I'm surprised they didn't do it earlier to get the double catapult, but there's still another wave coming. And Sniper will grab the tower. That will give them their second and final fortification, but they will back away, it looks like, as... A little bit surprised. They still have 2 minutes on this Aegis, but they want the top tower, it looks like, I guess, so just being patient.
Yeah, it might be. They're also just trying to play super safe. Like, if a fight's going to happen, they want it to be around their vision. I feel like Quest errs on the side of very defensive plays. It's why this team tends to go into games that end up quite long. Just like a more defensive style of play.
The Assassinate finds Bo2. He tries to get a kill to open this one up, but he is the one who might pay the price here. He's got a blink, but that missile, it's got his number. Dude, I mean, you can see the damage from Sniper now. That's the full MKB done. He just went right through this hero. 1,500 damage off of just an Assassinate and 2 auto attacks.
A lot of damage.
Ranged Barracks is gone. Working towards the melee. Shackle comes out. Assassinate is through. Malik not wanting to overcommit. They still know there's a fortification. They're going to force to pop it.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Dude, this is just interesting itemizations from Quest all around. Like, Malik skips the Manta entirely early on, knowing he's against the Lion. He's like, whatever, I'll just go like Blink, BKB, Mage Slayer, Aghanim Scepter. I'll go back for it eventually. It's cool. Blink, Dragon Tail out. They've caught Monet! You don't get the BKB off on TA2000 in time, but the Abyssal Blade comes out. The Unleash, he's trying to chase him down to the fountain. He gets the kill. The egg is going to shatter as well. Bo2 gets deleted from the game, as they're looking for JT as well. 4 dead on G2.IG. Double buybacks coming through from the support. It's going to make it a third, make it a fourth. They're trying to keep this fight alive, keep themselves in this game. Can they bring down TA2000? He's got an Aegis for 20 more seconds.
What? No bash?
Wait a minute. You gotta be careful. The buyback's now coming through from Quest. They managed to get the IO noob here up onto the high ground. There's gonna be Eclipse, but you don't have a BKB on Monet. The Gyro doing a lot of damage here. You're gonna walk into 3 though. He's gonna pop on the low ground. That's gonna be your first dieback. TA2000's gotta run. Aegis is up in 1 second. They time it perfectly. The Chain Suns, are they there? They've got the kill. They're holding this game alive, and now Ducalis gonna die back. That is incredible from G2.IG.
I'm a little surprised Quest committed buybacks for this aggressive fight. Like, I don't think they're really required to. Like, if you just lose a hero or 2 here, you just go back to waiting. You had a fortify, you just shrapnel waves. They might have given themselves a losing condition here, and Monet's already in front of their base. Fortunately, the creep isn't here yet, so they're still waiting, but... He just buys a full Manta to help creep cut, I guess. They have to keep this... I think he actually should have assassinated the creep, maybe.
Well, fortification
One
comes out, just
fortify.
trying to slow this up.
he
as the
just go-
creep wave's coming though.
Is under attack.
Dude,
Go
nothing to say.
straight
Hit level
throne.
25 as well.
Just go straight throne with Luna.
I mean, they don't know about the Marcy buyback being unavailable.
Fair, fair. I think this is the safer play, but
Dire's middle
I mean, they completely even up the map now, and they might get more, but they will go ahead and respect it, right? This goes from a game where you are severely on the back foot. You are about 8,000 to 9,000 behind. You've lost a lane of barracks, about to lose a second, and suddenly you even out the game and you have a 1k advantage.
Dire are scanning.
I really don't think they should have committed buybacks to that. Quest has to play really carefully now. One, they got to get Marcy her buyback. I
mean-
think she's just not as much of a hero without the IO, which is why I think you can push it pretty hard there if you want. But I think it's probably the smart play to just get barracks and then back off. You can fight over the second barracks coming up here soon.
I think it's also the Unleashed, right? As soon as Unleashed is over, this hero's damage output is substantially less. So
Yeah, they committed super deep to kill Monet. I think Marcy chased like all the way to the fountain.
yeah. I mean, there's no buybacks available at all in this game. Nothing to say on the Pango is the closest. He's like 30 gold away. But in terms of buyback status, 4 popped on G2.IG and 3 were expended on Quest at the exact same time. So this is going to come down really to who gets the next couple of kills. And then your high ground is dead because either of these teams get a couple of pickoffs, they will crush your high ground in no time.
That is true. The scary thing with Sniper having no buyback is that I feel like the best way to enact your strategy is to have Sniper at the front. Well, actually, now that DK went back for Manta, I think you can camp this bottom half of the map on the side of Quest and just keep sending illusions through the tree line, and it's really hard to get through that area. Looks like they're just waiting for Roche instead in the meantime.
It's a long
You
road.
need to use these Manta illusions. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, this
Yeah,
is
they know
giving
the
them
heroes
some
are
info
down
on
here.
where they are.
Mhm.
The smoke's coming through from G2.IG, and if you are not set up on Quest, you can lose your heroes very fast. All right. No Roche, so they will back away. We're going to go maybe grab their Wisdom Rune, try and get Marcy closer to her 25 for the extra sidekick damage. I mean, speaking of 25s, both Luna and Pango have theirs after that fight, right? Which is crazy to me. Like, you have now the Lunar Blessing damage, and Pango has the Rolling Thunder cooldown with a Refresher, mind you, and a Basher. So, nothing to say is cracked on this hero now. He can do pretty much whatever he wants.
Give him
They
a
get the D-ward.
gem. I feel like he wants this blink though. Oh, he's just doing it for the D-ward. Okay, okay.
A wraparound here potentially from Quest. I mean, this would be a huge kill, but look at nothing to say. Positioned perfectly on the high ground here. Malik's gonna walk in. The Blink Dragon Tail. It's onto the illusion, though. That's not the one you want. TA2000 getting to work on the Luna, the Abyssal Blade. It gets reflected by the Lotus Orb. He's trying to bring him down against the Satanic TA2000. Can he finish the job? The Focus Fire, the Shackles there. They both die at the same time. Reload's not in time, but JT down to 30 HP. It's all this Pango doing all of the work here for the side of IG, and it's working. They've got Ducalis. That's going to be a dieback. Nothing to say. Look for the Sniper. You've got to deal with this Malik Dragon Knight as well, but can they bring him down? He does it. Nothing to say. Is single-handedly ripping through this team, and Dragon Knight burning to death here by the supports of IG, and they're going to get him. It is a full team wipe. Nothing to say. Gets a triple kill. And they might have just closed this game out.
The fact that Monet died will probably save Quest, but I think he can probably still get at least one barracks. I think if Luna was alive, it probably is the end of the game. That might be the saving grace here. But they can like get a set and then probably back up for Roche, which I think buybacks are still down. Okay, some of them are probably going to be up for the next fight, assuming there's money.
I mean, buyback status, yeah, a minute and a half on pretty much every hero. Dragon Knight committed buyback in this last fight, right? So he's back in the game, but he's got no help. You're going to lose a second lane of barracks now. And Roche just respawned. They have not scouted this one out yet, but they could set up for top pretty easily. Ducalis is going to come up here, get a ward sentry right away. He knows that Roche will be moving here. Oh,
They catch nothing to say.
no Pango. He's found Ducalis, but they're going to go in. Marcy's there. This is massive. Can they finish the job? They do. Okay. I think maybe not expecting TA2000 to be there that quick, and with the Roshan up on the Dire side, this is Aegis, Cheese, and an Aghanim Scepter. I mean, this Axe is going on Marcy 100%, right? The AoE silence is just too good.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else needs it. I don't understand. I feel like that was a misplay from him. He's got to know they're respawning and that Roche was up.
God, he got deleted so fast.
Yeah.
Just look at just three of those attacks were crits. They're like 1,300 damage crits in a row.
Maybe he felt a little overconfident, thinking he could roll away from anything, but Marcy does not allow that to happen. She will kill you before you finish rolling up.
If he got the roll up off, he actually lives because he just gets shoved away so fast, right? But he didn't get the roll up off.
That's true. He might live that way.
But I mean, he does have buyback. Every single hero's buyback basically coming off cooldown now. So 4 now available on the side of G2.IG. Quest, however, just a little bit short on gold. I think for the most part, they are just going to farm out this Aegis until they get their buybacks available.
They definitely should.
Also, getting to their level 25s is kind of a big deal, right? Marcy picks up hers, so she has the sidekick damage, which is pretty huge. You could honestly play for the IO 25 at this point. We've seen what IO can do in the late game. The question is, what is his next item going to be? You could go for something like a Heart of Tarask or a Satanic as well. So there are options, right? It is one of the best scaling, 25 talents in the game, especially when you pair it with something like a Marcy.
Yeah, or Sniper, right? As he gets that late game situation where he's attacking for free, you can be the IO behind him and you're both launching attacks like 1,000 range away.
Yeah.
I'm up for it. I do think you at least need your buybacks. And then we're back to the situation before where I really think they should have just been letting Sniper hit things and there's no need to dive. Just let Sniper and the DK illusions poke at stuff. And then when they come to you, you take that fight. If they want to just drag this out, I think that's also fine. I want to see a Helm of the Overlord.
I think we're dragging this one out, homie. Can't believe we're only halfway through this game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I better see a Helm of the Overlord. Put it on, I don't care who. Actually, Marcy can get it after she finishes this, next item.
That's true, that's true.
So here's my, philosophy, right? Because I think you're right. This is going to go late. The cores need to farm. I get it. When you end up playing together, they end up farming everything nearby. But they should just spend some money on a Helm of the Overlord, take an Ancient Creep, and have it farm their own jungle, and then let the supports farm the core, the stuff up front that they're all playing around. That way the cores are still farming, and you're being really map efficient, but your supports are scaling better. A lot of times we get into these late game scenarios, and the cores have 20k in the backpack, and they're like, oh, I just don't know what to spend my money on. I can't buy any more items. And the supports are like, yeah, I still have 6 slots to fill. Could I get anything? They're like, no, we got to push in the lane. I have to push in the lane. And it's you're right, but then the support can't leave to go farm something else because they don't have boots to travel because they're poor. It also opens up teleport locations throughout the map that you can just send creeps to go wait in Roche, wait in many of the tree lines, and just have teleports all over. I feel like it's pretty underutilized.
I agree. I actually do. All right.
Which, to be clear to everyone listening, it's because you can backpack it and you still keep the creep.
Yes, it's not like you walk around with the Helm of the Overlord or Helm of the Dominator creep, with your, with it in taking a slot. You just take a creep, backpack it. You can also play around it. If you get a Granite Golem at this stage of the game when it's the max, the max level of the ability, it's a lot of bonus health, especially with how tanky everyone is in Dota right now, right? Like, maybe your Marcy's sitting at 3,500 HP right now. She goes to like 4,400 with a Granite Golem just like randomly following your team around. So,
yeah. Or like we see these kind of movements. You have to move as a team in these situations, which means the cores farm all this stuff. But you see on that top part of the map, right? There's a bunch of empty space, but you can't split farm because then you're gonna lose fights when they take a fight and you're not there. So that's what the Helm of the Overlord's for. Like, just have the Ancient camp patrolling between, or a creep patrolling between camps, and you like farm that stuff.
Regeneration.
And then as you go like 60, 70, 80, 90 minutes, I think it's a better split of farm, which looks like the entire Aegis is just gonna spend waiting out the Dragonite buyback, and then I think they're gonna wait for the next Roshan after that.
Dragonite buyback, but also they did get to their 25 talents on like the big ones, so AoE Dragon Tail and the Marcy, and they are still closing in on Ducalis, which he realizes we're taking this late. He buys up the Desolator as his next
I like
item.
that.
So
yeah.
It is a lot of damage. I am a little bit curious he's going for the Deso as opposed to a Satanic, because I feel like they're gonna have damage. He just needs to survive. And the Satanic gives you a ton of damage on IO, and then of course you just pop it to instantly heal whatever hero you're tethered to. But
Sure, I'd be okay with that. They do have a Vlad's on the gyro. Assuming he's alive, then you will probably do an insane amount of healing anyways between Sidekick and Vlad's. So maybe it's like an overkill to get Satanic. But we got a smoke up. Things are happening.
I mean, they know the Aegis is down. They're going to go for something here. Marcy did end up buying out a Nullifier instead of going for the Blink. So that's available for her. Omar thinking they might be coming for a gank bottom, but G2.IG's drawing the lines. They just want to grab this top lane of Rax. Tormentor will fall, goes into the hands of the Dragon Knight, so that will be the Fireball.
Dire are scanning.
Wind Ranger does have her 25, goes for the Focus Fire, advancing cooldowns. I think this is better than going for the Undispellable, Wind Run. Like, ideally, they can still hit you in your Wind Run. It doesn't matter if you have it up, right? You just need to try and kill heroes.
Let's say it means his Nullifier purchase is actually going to be
A lot
pretty
more value
value.
now, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's also just mainly to put on the Luna, right? So she can't like get the Hurricane Pike or 4-staff saves or Glimmer
That could be
Capes.
true.
Like, it's like, yeah, she'll get Satanic and stuff off, but if you can prevent her from moving, you can kill her on the Marcy.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if some of the ideas, like Wind Ranger needs to kill some support. Like, you need her damage to kill Marcy, but at the same time, you can't just kill Marcy. You have to kill Io first. So I wonder if the talent idea is like, now I can focus Io, and then I can focus fire the Marcy.
I'm curious what talent Noob's going to take at 25. Like, realistically, it's probably the attack range, but also having 6 more shrapnel charges is freaking hilarious when you're trying to siege and stuff.
Yeah, I would actually usually say the shrapnel talent's better for the fact that just seeing how fights happen is better in the late game situations. But with an IO, maybe it's worth having the attack range because you get so much extra value out of it.
All right, rough estimate. Give me a time here. When do you think this game is actually going to end?
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, smoke, but no, not smoke. Scan connecting perfectly there. Sorry, take your time.
Don't worry, I know. I've got at least like 20 minutes to make a choice.
Super long.
I mean,
by the way, 2 minutes 50
the game.
seconds.
Yeah, the game will end really quickly if one team wins a one-sided fight. But from the last like 5-10 minutes, we've seen both teams be extremely careful.
Everyone has buyback too. No one is going to take a fight without buyback at this point.
Yeah, I'll go 82.
82? What's our longest game of the tournament right now? It's like 83, 84 minutes.
I think so. Something around there.
I'm going to go 72. I think it's 74. 74 minutes. I think we're 20 minutes away. Smoke comes out, blink up onto the high ground, they get the stun onto the Monet, that's the real one, great stuns from Bo2 on the backside, holding them at bay. He's gonna BKB, run away, here on JT, but here comes the Rolling Thunder from nothing to say, the Abyssal Blade, oh my god, TA2000, can he finish the job? He's really trying, the Dragon Tail's coming through, they're trying to just finish off the Pango, he gets the blink, you're kidding me, he's got a refresher, can he get him? No, the one tap, a massive crit from TA2000 to get on top of Ducalis, and now Marcy in trouble, the buyback's coming through from the Pango as well. On the backside of the fight, they found Noob. He's popped Refresher, he's popped Rolling Thunder. Nothing to say, he's got nothing left. He's gonna die back, and now Bo2 in trouble. The Sharpshooter's gonna, the Assassinate catches JT for a moment, but it actually gives Bo2 a moment to survive. He gets out, but a dieback on the Pango. That is huge.
Yeah, man, I can't believe this game's still gonna go to 83 minutes. That's wild.
Dude, the second Rolling Thunder actually being used curses him here because
I feel like he should have just kept running. He knew he was being chased.
Yeah, maybe they thought they could go back in with like the Luna, like Swift Blink and everything. I don't know.
I guess he thought he would stun before he could get hit.
Yeah.
But it is kind of a question mark. Why can she punch further? Oh my god. I think they found Io and Marcy here.
They did find Io and Marcy. She might actually get out of this one. She's under the cover of a Trickster's Glow. She turns around, just one-shots JT.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. Nova gonna get the Lotus Orb off, but Malik's here to follow it up. The Assassinate comes out. They're actually gonna get multiple kills. They're gonna have to buy back right away here on the Lion to deal with this top lane of barracks that's pushing in. Okay, Marcy needs a chill, bro.
Not if she doesn't want this game to go 80 minutes. She's got to go back in.
That was such a good play. It was such a good play from G2 from IG. They almost bring down TA2000 on a perfect shackle. All right,
they don't want to commit too hard without Unleash. They need to chill for like 5 seconds.
And Io's on the way. He's really far, but he's on the way. They're trying to force something. They're going to jump in. Hurricane Pike out from Monet. They get on top of Noob, but goodbye. They just delete the Lion. They get rid of the Wind Ranger, and it turns out you don't need the Io. That's going to be the game most likely. You've got a Phoenix Egg, and you've got a Luna with no BKB. She's going to grab Omar here, actually, under the Vessel, potentially. TA2000 just trying to finish the job here. The Throne's exposed, and that's going to do it. Game 1 at 57 minutes goes to Quest.
Some smiles out there. That was probably a little stressful from them. It felt like they were in control for a good amount of that game. That, where was it? After they took that mid barracks and then they were going for top, I think they overcommitted and made that game a lot scarier than it needed to be, but they managed to close it back out. Marcy looks so scary, man.
Yeah, that hero's pretty good in the late game, it would seem. And the thing that's nuts here is this fight's taken without Io, right? The first time he kills JT as he's turning the corner, he happens to get unleashed just off cooldown, and the flurry deletes him, right? There's just no hope there. And then the second fight in the base, at that point, Dragon Knight might just be too strong as well. They're able to just do so much damage, and then you have a core sniper. Like we kind of just like ignored sniper a lot of the time in this game. He's actually the highest damage hero on the side of PSG Quest, which is really funny. Like it's just the bursting from Marcy is like a shocker, but Noob with this like dataless MKB late game is seriously putting out damage as well.
I can't believe Marcy's damage is actually only 32,000. But I guess these weren't like long drawn out fights where it's like, oh, I'm life stealing, you're life stealing, we're all doing damage and healing, right? It's just like, you're dead, now you're dead, oh, now I'm dead. All right, everyone relax for 10 minutes. All right, we'll see you again later.
Yeah, right. There's no like sustaining and drawing out a fight against the Marcy. It's like I either burst a hero 100 to 0 and then go to the next one, and you're only doing like 22 to 20. It's like 3,000 damage only per flurry. But each of those is usually enough to kill a hero. So it's like her damage numbers are a little skewed as a result, right?
Yeah, raw damage received, though, Marcy's at 137,000. So kind of goes to show
wild.
she was like in there taking a lot of the focus, but then with the healing from Io, just staying so healthy. Only died twice throughout that entire game, 13, 2, and 14. So Marcy was in there punching.
Yeah, this was like just a really fun game to watch. Like we see some really good fights early on as well, and like G2.IG, there were some moments where I thought, like at the 40-minute mark, where I was like, oh, this game's looking over, it's getting really difficult. But then they take this one right here. They take this fight, which was incredible, right?
Nothing to say. Yeah, had a huge amount of impact here. Really good rolls. The focus fire used to kill Marcy, and then I think he had the refresher, right? Yeah, so second roll, just running tons of control here. I think they needed the focus fire to kill Marcy. Like, I don't think they can get enough damage in without that, which is why like these fights were hard for them to take once BKBs come out, because like all you really have is roll to set things up.
Yeah,
And
it was.
You're
so
just
fun
being
to watch.
ignored. Like, you're literally just being punched through roll and dying, or snipers killing you. Like, this was like one. That was the fight where like it worked out. Roll disrupts everything and you do the damage, but all these others is like it never worked out that way.
Yeah, as soon as TA2000 gets his mark, and like you see it here, he's like, I'm tired of your shenanigans on this Pangolier, right? Like, this is so much damage that comes out immediately, and he does manage to get the blink out and then go for the refresher, but just the quick auto attack before the bash connects, killing him. That is so rough.
I guess it's that most melee heroes will start attacking before they get collided with, but that the attack comes out too slow that they still get bashed. But Marcy in Unleash attacks so quickly that she is able to get, I think, literally one attack in there before she gets bashed.
Yeah, that was... Whew. That was good.
This
Very
was
fun
almost
game.
a huge turning point.
Dude, it's... Yeah, they almost get TA2000. He gets away off the back of the...
IoC?
Trickster Cloak. No, it's Trickster Cloak.
Oh,
and
that
then,
too, yeah.
Like, just deletes the Wind Ranger. My god. That's just insane. And then the final fight here of the game, right? They go in. They're going to try and find their opening, bring down Noob. He just pops BKB, stands his ground. The Lion gets crit from not only the Marcy, but double crit from Noob as well on the sniper. It's just so unfortunate for Bo2, who played a great Lion too. Yeah. Yeah, and then just the decision, end the game, get the throne, no fortification left. Well, we were both a little off on our duration guess. You know, we're like, maybe it's going to 70 minutes. You know, this could go on for a while, but that's really all it takes in the late game. One fight, and then both these teams can crack the high ground so dang fast. So really good play here from both these teams, but it is just game one. So we do have a game two coming up a little bit, but we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final game of the evening, everyone. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. It's the final game of the evening. G2.IG taking on PSG Quest. And, I mean, game one was a roller coaster. It was a little bit back and forth, but
Definitely.
seems the IO Marcy is proving to be a lot stronger than I think even we were giving credit for. So, I don't know, man. Is there an answer to this besides just banning it now?
I think there are answers to it, at least some that are more upfront and obvious, but they were banned out last game, actually, in the earlier phases. Like the Disruptor, I think, is a really good support versus that combo. Keeping the IO and Marcy together is a pretty big part of that strategy. Doom could prevent a lot of healing. Like, I think he was banned out too. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was something we could consider potentially if we see it against IO Marcy. But I think there are probably ways to deal with it. I think you need a stronger lane. Like, once you get the tether and the sidekick, it is a very tough lane. So you need something there, like burst kill potential maybe, or you need your own really high damage, because currently we're seeing a lot of Marcy's just win the laning stage and then how do we deal with that? Do we go gank her? It doesn't work. Like, she shows up the fights, she's getting farmed, right? I feel like you gotta start by keeping her back at the very beginning. So I like this Disruptor pick. Already helps protect you versus the potential counter IO Marcy if G2.IG want to go that. And I think Shadow Demon's also a good support against this, because you can maybe disrupt, waste unleash time, or disrupt the IO, potentially break tether, things like that.
Yeah, I like both these supports. And to be honest, we haven't really seen either of these supports make it through drafts in quite a while. They've been kind of top of the list, but now we're seeing all the cores get removed. They focus out JT's Magnus. They get rid of the Timbersaw and the Razor, which we see, banned almost every game. As for G2.IG, it's going to be the Kunkka, DK, and the Pango joining the Chen this time. So very different bans, which is interesting. They're going to get rid of the Luna. Force Monet to play something else here, as typically just a very safe hero. We could see in that game, like, he almost manages to pull back some incredible fights, even against this IO Marcy. So clearly showing Luna a very strong hero.
Yeah, and I will say, I feel like he had a particularly bad time at the start. I don't know what went on for him exactly, but that was one of the roughest starts I feel like we've ever seen him have on Luna. I wouldn't expect that to be the norm. So, like, if they had gotten the Luna back, and actually if we just think back to that last game, if Luna had just had a better start, I think she would have farmed faster than the Marcy, and then maybe you have that window where Luna is stronger and you get the glaives and all of that, but just never reached that point. Really good laning from Quest to keep her down. Run it back.
They do indeed. IO Marcy, we see this a lot of times on the double pick in phase 2, right? If you have the option, just go for it. There's no Primal Beast, no Luna. So what can you pick on G2.IG to deal with this? I actually like the idea of the Mars here, just because it can maybe isolate the IO and stun up the IO and allow you to burst them in the fight, because this hero is really fast when tethered to the Marcy during Unleash. He's hasted, right? And so he's just zooming around the fight with zero turn points, right? So now you've trapped him in the arena. Maybe you can find a kill like that. But I think we'll have to see you paired with something here on the 4 position that offers a lot of damage for the lane. Because if you don't kill one of these heroes, they just out-sustain you in free farm, right?
Yeah. Maybe Techies could be interesting. He's got an early disarm too, along with his damage. I think we saw Tiny picked as well as a response. The potential to avalanche both and then, like, toss IO or Marcy away from each other after having used Tether already. I wouldn't mind, like, maybe Hoodwink could be cool. Some counter synergy with the Mars, but should be easy Acorn Shot bounces. Potential double Bushwhacks, things like that.
I could see that. Yeah. Going through some of their reserve time here, but we'll end up
I don't think they play Bane, but I feel like Bane could be good versus this combo. Or maybe this is what brings Winter Wyvern back. Right? She dropped out of the meta, but maybe you start picking Winter Wyvern up and you just ult the IO. this kills the IO.
Dude, I've been playing some Wyvern myself. I don't think the hero is very good, but I also play it as a core. It's just fun, you know? It's just a fun hero. And yeah, against IO could be hilarious. The thing is, it doesn't affect BKB units anymore, right? And that is one of the downsides, right? Like, you can't... If Marcy's popped BKB and gone in, you can't really ult the IO. She's just going to ignore it.
That is true.
Go for the Earthshaker pick. This one is interesting.
If you can split them up, I think we saw that the other day. It's a little annoying, but I don't know if Fissure's the best for that. There's the Blink Echo potential. I don't feel like this is a very strong lane. Mars and Earthshaker together. You can play for Equilibrium, draw it all the way back to your side, but I don't think you're stopping Marcy from farming.
TA is kind of a cool pick here, but I worry like that you pick this blind into PSG Quest. Now, I wonder if they just go back for the sniper here, which it would kind of force the Templar Assassin into... Well, maybe you don't worry about it too much, but...
I think with Mars, it's not as good of a sniper game, but I'm still okay seeing it. I think you're right in that TA can flex carry or mid, but you actually have not picked your mid or off lane. So Quest could preemptively pick two heroes that are fairly good versus TA, and now she won't really have much of a game.
Yeah, I mean, traditional one is Viper. We don't really see this hero all that much. We saw it yesterday, but OG... Wait, was it OG? It was, right? That beat it? Yeah, because it was Amar that played the Viper. Yeah.
Yeah, had a pretty rough start on that Viper.
Could you just go for something like a Slardar? Like, actually? You have Marcy
On
already? Like,
Quest?
yeah.
How does he do versus TA?
That's the thing I don't know. I can't imagine it's great because of refraction. Yeah, maybe you just want something that deals with refraction more than anything. They do go back for the tiny. Okay. So that's going to be most likely mid-tiny for noob, but we have seen certain teams flex it to the off lane. Avalanche, a great tool at getting rid of refraction. Also just tons of damage to try and take down some CS.
They're going to take away the Wind Ranger. I feel like Wind Ranger is still conceptually good versus Marcy IO. Just wasn't a great... Didn't see a Wind Ranger have a great game last time.
I think the Wind Ranger makes more sense this time. Like, they don't have as much catch and sustain damage, right? You had like DK. You have Tiny, which is okay, but he is definitely like a burst hero. And once she has BKB and can survive that burst, she can just turn around and kill you or something along those lines. So maybe that's why. Also, it was the only reason they managed to kill Marcy like a couple times that game. Brewmaster and Death Prophet band. That makes me feel like they're looking for that they are going to run this TA in the safe lane.
I think I agree with that. You at least want to keep the flex alive.
Bloodseeker
going
band.
into your last pick.
Oh, Bloodseeker band. What hero are they looking for? There's no Timbersaw or Primal Beast. Maybe they're just worried about getting ruptured on Marcy, and that's the idea.
I guess she does need to run around in the fight to punch. Like, here's the issue, right? You kill the first guy, you want to kill the next guy. You got to run all the way over, you get ruptured, you know? So...
Oh, okay. Doom. Very straightforward hero in terms of what it's going to offer this game. Against the Templar Assassin, it is okay. Like, you don't really prevent her from doing damage all that much, and Refraction can soak up some of the Doom instances, but we've seen a lot of Dooms do some very interesting builds, particularly Whisper yesterday, going for like a Purge and a Vessel, right? And that would just chew through this hero so quickly.
Keeper, mid.
Nothing to say, Keeper of the Light. So it will be fast tempo from G2.IG thanks to the Coddle. It'll have an early Vessel to maybe shut down some of the aggression from this Marcy IO. Is that enough, you think? Or can PSG Quest just farm this one out again?
I feel like IO Marcy's going to be fine in the lane. Mid lane, I guess I'll have to see how well Nothing to Say does there. I feel like last time his lane went pretty decently against the Sniper. This time, it's in with the Keeper of the Light. I feel like he'll still be able to make it to his... Or sorry, what am I... Swap that. How well Nothing to Say can punish Noob on the Tiny. Because I feel that Tiny is still the playmaker for the team. And Nothing to Say last time had a pretty decent lane in the counter matchup of Pango into the Sniper picked against him. This time he's getting the counter pick, so if he can have a good time, I feel like it could help them find something in the early to mid game, which I feel like was kind of lacking last time.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to see what they do here. I think for the most part, the Keeper of the Light does bring a lot of tempo that they do definitely need. Because we see, like, any team that's playing against this Marcy IO kind of seems to be on a timer. And Coddle helps accelerate that. We'll see what they can do. An early Vessel might be the answer to bringing these heroes down finally. So, I mean, if you think about it, Solar Bind onto the Marcy does make it so that IO is technically slowed as well, right? Like, you're not getting the bonus move speed out of your tethered target when they're slowed up by Solar Bind, so...
Looks like we have a mic issue again.
Does Unleash still apply a basic dispel, or did they nerf that out? I don't think it does anymore, does it? It used to for the longest time, and I think they got rid of it.
It did used to. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's there anymore, but I can't remember.
I think it
I
was
don't see it
too
in the
good.
tooltip, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure if that's. Who could believe that?
True. Honestly, I've never seen a broken tooltip in this game in my entire life.
You just don't look at them.
That's the key. Nothing's broken if you just don't acknowledge its existence. All right.
I think
here we go.
JT on an initiator is better for G2IG. I feel like, I don't know, the Wind Ranger fit didn't seem to work out. I feel like they do better when he's on an initiator.
I can agree with that, actually. Like, thinking about like the games that he's found a lot of success on, it's been the Magnus, it's been the Mars, it's been even heroes like Darkseer. But mid lane, they will get a ward placed up onto the high ground. As a counter ward placed. We're going to see a late smoke, most likely. Yeah, Ducal still has one, so we might see them go for a late smoke and do a wraparound.
Interesting that he captured this Watcher first.
On the
I
bottom
wonder
side?
if he's looking... Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to find Baboka, like if they think he's trying to do a sentry block.
30 seconds to
Oh yeah, look at that! He's using his courier like this? That's sick. So they definitely think that, and I agree, that Mars and Earthshaker are not going to beat IO Marcy, so they're trying to do lane shenanigans, and Quest is preemptively checking for that. Ooh, blocking this camp. Trying to
They're going to
slow
see
down the
Monet.
Cobble's farm.
Glimpse into the dispose. Oh, I was like, surely you have one more sentry, right? One more auto attack. Going to give it to G2.IG. That is first blood for the Marcy. And it costs you a sentry and one bounty rune. I think you're relatively okay with this. They will go ahead and destroy it. Well, I'm sure he's going to destroy his own ward eventually, right? Dude, look at this. Xnova knows that he's going for this block here. Omar? No.
Oh my god.
No. Omar is a gamer. That is so huge, actually. Xnova's going to go back and...
now.
Yeah, he has to deward the high ground, right?
No, he may... He's still unsure. Also, Disruptor's still in the area. That's so big for them. Also, I want to nitpick a little bit. I know they panic place that sentry to make sure they kill TA, but they could have blocked that camp with that sentry.
I was just about to mention that. I was like, he was so close to getting a second camp block with a sentry. Which, those are the two Coddle farms, right? He pulls one, illuminates through to the other.
Mm-hmm. Also, they lane swapped. Okay, so we got a lot going on in this early game, but they brought Marcy top.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, I guess for Doom, that lane is kind of rough, and now you have the sustain of the IO into the Templar Assassin lane. Now, in the long lane, though, IO is definitely a lot worse, because one of the benefits is that you can sit relatively close to your tower and get that bonus HP regen from the tower buff, right? That extra 3 armor and 1 HP regen makes a big difference in terms of winning the kind of war of attrition that IO plays for.
Yeah. I do think that at least once you get past the early levels, it will matter less. Like once you start getting more points in sidekick, then I think you have enough healing in the lane even without that tower. So we'll see if I feel like they'll be able to get there because Shadow Demon is not like Shadow Demon TA does not sound like a particularly strong lane. They might whittle you down, but that's what the IO tether is really good at, getting you through.
Both camps will spawn on the top side of the map here. We're going to go for the dispose here onto Monet. Nice disruption out from Xnova, not wanting to let that happen. That being said, Ducal is just clicking him over and over thanks to the overcharge. How do you think this Doom versus Mars matchup is going to go? Because I feel like Malik, he's gone for an early point in Devour. He also picked up Envenomed Weapon, which is hilarious. So every time he hits you, you're getting 75% reduced efficiency in your tangos. But good fissures there from Bobica. Just zone him out.
I feel like it's mostly farming. Unless you miss a spear, I don't think Doom can threaten you because like you just knock him far enough away.
Great fissure block there from Bobica, trying to get to the wisdom or to the Lotus, but he actually blocks himself off as well. We'll end up going for the full wrap around to grab it though.
I think if actually the Disruptor waits for the fissure to end, I think he actually makes it to the Lotus first.
Oh yeah,
But he's gonna opt for a hard pull, which I think is also a pretty good call.
Yeah. All right. Malik has now gotten the mana burn. Ooh, that's good. That's so much efficient trading in this lane because you can just max out Thunderstrike now if you want and just spam this bad boy. Or you just, keep spamming it onto JT and he gets very sad on his Mars.
Actually, yeah, Mars without mana. I think this does heavily tip this towards Doom's favor now.
Yeah, it will. For sure. There's a lot of just like uncontrollable damage you're going to soak. In the mid lane, Noob here. You're going to take a decent chunk of damage here from Nothing to Say. The Water Rune will be grabbed from Bobica on the bottom side. Wants to make sure Noob doesn't get both of these, right? Overall, lane's fairly even. CS-wise, it's almost exactly even, right? Top lane, the only big difference is a lot more denies on this Marcy and Io.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, which is not too surprising when both these heroes have the extra damage and the attack speed from overcharge. It's the strength of this lane, right? High sustain and then really good last hit deny potential.
Yeah. I mean, she's universal. Ends up going double Wraithband into this matchup, which makes a lot of sense, right? That extra armor pays dividends. It's like, what, 4.5, almost 5 armor that she gets from these against a Templar Assassin, which is necessary.
2 heroes coming into mid. They're gonna see each other. So this is when you asked me about the Mars versus Doom lane, I think it does kind of become a farm fest that I think Malik is pretty happy with now with his mana aura. But what I was thinking is, like, I don't know what the supports do, because I think there's like very low kill potential either way, and that's usually better. Like, that's the normal plan for an Earthshaker. And so my question is, like, what does Omar do now? Because it's like usually you lane a little longer as Disruptor, trying to move around with like level 2 glimpse. You know, like, what are you doing? So it's really awkward for him. Maybe he just has to do stacks or something.
I mean, the same thing's kind of happening for Bo2 here. Like, they're just chasing each other around, like, playing their own little game.
They're just playing tag. They got nothing else to do.
Oh, X-Nova goes down to the top lane. I mean, it is one of those things, like, if X-Nova is the one that gets disposed, he's certainly dead. There's no way out of that one. Omar just trying to find nothing to say here. Glimpse. What a fissure from Bo2. It's actually trapped Noob completely here. They're going to come in for a nice tether, and they will pop Omar on the Disruptor. Dude, what a fissure. That was sick.
They do get the regen rune on the Tiny. Yeah, maybe mission success from the Disruptor, but very nice kill for... Who got that? Nothing to say, which is that's good for them. Speeds up the Spirit Vessel timing. He's going to immediately TP down here with his level 6. See if they can kill Doom with Solar Bind. Great read from Malik. He's already so deep onto the tower.
Yeah, he clears his wave and backs out. I think he knows, like, that level 6 timing. He's like, I know my mid's level 6. I know he just hit level 6. He's coming to the side lane. So, fantastic read from the Doom. He will back away. And ends up getting a pull as well. He's closing in. He's just going to go straight Veil, which is kind of cool if he happens to get... if he continues to get left 1v1 in this lane. I mean, him and Mars are the same net worth, but the difference is the kill threat from a Doom as soon as he has Veil is super high. They are teleporting bottom here on everyone, and they are right under a ward. They see all of this.
Looks like all these early rotations going to fall flat. Should be able to get a D ward. Oh, they don't have a sentry though. All right, maybe later.
Radiant's middle tower.
Looks like one's on the courier.
Top lane. Ducalis TP's out. Classic counter to the Keeper of the Light. If you just TP, he can't hurt you. But they've actually brought X-Nova and Bo2 here. They might look for an opening. Doom hanging out the Mars here. Doesn't have the Veil though, and he, like I said, kind of needs that to have enough damage to bring down the Mars. He gone for the double bracer. He's pretty tanky.
Middle tower is under Radiant are scanning.
All right, Omar finds the observer that spotted their gank earlier. Did place his own observer before removing that though, so if G2.IG is paying attention, they can get their own D ward later on.
I feel like this is similar to, was it last game where we literally, it was like 1-1 early on, or was that our previous series? Everything's kind of a blur.
Yeah, it was last game. It was a real slow start.
It's like 7 minutes in, no first blood, and then it was like 1-1 shortly after.
TA is jumping up in terms of last hits, but a lot of it's like small camp stuff, so Marcy is still about 1,000 over the TA, which I'd say is pretty big win for this lane swap. Assuming no one gets killed shortly after I say that.
That's how it always goes, right? Assuming nothing changes.
Maintain the status quo long enough for me to finish my statement.
I think overall, Quest are very happy with this, right? Like, you have this mid Keeper of the Light. He has his Vessel coming out right now. And at this point, Nothing to Say has to start finding kills. You cannot afford to just keep farming around the map. And we're going to see Malik go for the early Purge. So something that we, like I said, we saw from Whisper. This Purge creep, fantastic against the Keeper of the Light. That Solar Bind Vessel, he can just instantly dispel it. And now Doom's not really the gank target. You have to commit Arena Spear if you want to kill him.
He might literally be the gank target this time, though, but we might see Solar Bind pay off. Although, you can still be chain stunned, so we'll see if they can catch him off guard. But This observer they placed earlier scouts enough out that he has a very defensive position.
Yeah.
I think he should be okay. This is another rotation not working out for nothing to say.
Well, that's what I was saying with like the solar bind. He just instantly dispels it, right? Like you can't solar bind and vessel him. It has a 3-second cooldown. He'll just use it twice if he needs to. And Boka's gonna come in. He just drops the Doom. Tries to finish him off. He will go ahead and jump on him, but yeah, instantly dispels the solar bind and that vessel, and now a reload in from Ducalis, now looking for the Mars. The toss, a little bit awkward, but they're looking to finish off JT. Glimpse pulls him back. Nice disruption from Xnova. Okay, even catches me off guard. But that's a great rotation, and they still managed to protect their ward through it all.
Yeah, they're just straight back to farming right after that. Now, I like this attempt by G2.IG to immediately come up here, but it is not going to work. Yeah, they see nothing to say. This is really rough for them. They know they need kills from this hero, but Quest is reading a lot of these movements. Top 3 net worths claimed by Quest. The fact that Tiny is ahead of a Keeper of the Light, too.
JT needs to be careful. He comes down here. He's got Glimpse available on Omar. He will use it, and they have more than enough damage with the help of the Blood Grenade. Burns him down here under the 4 points of Scorched Earth, and that is a becoming very scary. Like, the lane was super even in net worth. At one point, JT was actually, like, 2nd or 3rd on net worth this game. He is now 6th with the back-to-back deaths there.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to... So you started making this point, and I wanted to continue on it. But the fact that he chose Veil first on the Doom, I think is really cool, because if he does get left in the 1v1 against Mars, like you were saying, it helps the Doom threaten to kill the Mars, while at the same time, it's all the armor you need, along with the face boots, to not be solo killed by the Mars. So it just feels like the longer you leave this lane in the 1v1, the happier and happier Doom is. And I think that helps paint the target on him, like, we've got to kill him, but it just makes it easier for Quest to read. Looks like
Arena in the mid lane. They're looking for Tiny.
Alright, so they have enough control here.
They're trying. Yeah, they finally get him, but here comes the reload in. The Marcy actually gets pushed away. Disruption's there as well. Turns their attention over to Xnova. Doesn't actually connect Malik. Now the one in trouble is, you just glimpsed the Mars back onto your Doom. Xnova will live. Ends up being a really good rotation this time from G2.IG.
Finally get a kill for nothing to say. Well, he had a kill earlier, but like a new kill. Now he's got a Spirit Vest charge.
Dude, TA2000 is so farmed. What in the world? I could have sworn I just looked at... Did he just clear like a massive stack somewhere? Or what happened?
He's just building the net worth, getting the kills. He's 3-0, 100 last hits, and it's all meaningful last hits. He wasn't like forced to jungle small camps and like mud golem and stuff. He is just last hitting in the lane, killing heroes, relocating around.
He has the Battle Fury. Double Wraithband Power Treads Wand Battle Fury at 13 minutes. That is... I mean, you look at this and you're like, 13-minute Battle Fury, that's like on average. He has like another 1,500 net worth of items you normally don't have when you get Battle Fury at this time.
Yeah, and he's also a hero that is not a fast farmer.
Yeah. That is wild. All right, so this offensive Marcy lane into the TA has absolutely paid off.
Yeah, we keep painting this picture that she's not a fast farmer, yet she's constantly at the top of the net worth. So perhaps this we're spreading misinformation. It seems like with the IO, the strength of Sidekick and Overcharge, even without a natural like AoE damage ability like that we would consider from the fast farmers like Sven and Luna, I mean, I guess you do have to start thinking of Marcy as like she's going to come online pretty quickly if you aren't able to slow her in the lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, this is nuts. This is way faster than last game's tempo from Quest as well, right? You also have this Doom who is free farming. He now has a blink sitting on his courier, and he's just been hiding it. So he's gonna come top or come mid actually immediately with the blink. They could smoke up, look to try and grab this Keeper of the Light. But instead, the line's drawn towards top. Dude, he's level 10, Blink with Veil of Discord, Any hero he finds is probably dead. But he's actually going to have a hard time as they walk right into him. Bo2 with a really nice fissure to slow them down. The ward trap also from Monet. That is the best thing that could have happened for G2.IG. The question is, will they try and go for a D ward? They will. Taking a little bit of vision away. You make the guess, right? Is it the Watcher that saw them, or was it a ward, right? Mid lane, they're going to try and find their own target. Or not.
I just think it's funny. You're like, man, this is a much faster tempo. It's 4 and 2 at 15 minutes. But it is. It's true. It's faster than last game.
Come on, man. We're trying to make the game exciting, you know? It's so much high tempo action. No, it's you're right. It is very much a farming strategy from both teams. Part of it is just Quest reading Nothing to Say's rotations incredibly well this game. Doom, bottom. His smoke's going to pop. Thinking about where he's going to go in. Who's it going to be? Needs to be careful. Solar Bind is out. He's just holding on to the Dispel. In comes Noob. Avalanche toss. The Doom has sent Monet into the worst pot. And a very nice reload on the backside, but a great echo on Arena. The Spear. TA2000 is trying to get these kills, and it looks like they will be able to. Noob looking for his next target. Dispel out from Malik's going to give TA2000 even more ability to hunt. They really want Nothing to Say on this Keeper of the Light. The jump in for Noob. He found him. The Avalanche, the toss, and with Omar nearby to block off any retreat, that is 3 massive kills. All 3 cores of G2.IG going to go down.
Looking really good for Quest right now.
What a blink reveal.
Great static storm, good blink reveal, yeah, everything. The Doom right off on the TA, like she spent the whole fight running, and she's supposed to be contributing this early game damage right now.
I mean, they killed the IO, right, on the reload, which was, that's like best case scenario, but we see just how farmed the Marcy is, and it is, again, this purge on Doom kind of ruining IG's game plan right now. He dispels himself, he dispels the Tiny, and then he dispels Marcy. And all 3 times they were like hit by really frustrating spells to move with.
Yeah, I love the pickup. Really heads up. It's so tempting to want like the Stomp or the Alpha Wolf aura, but the Purge, absolutely what they need. He might just keep this forever until at least like BKBs and all that come up.
I don't think he ever gets rid of it. Yeah, honestly, like it makes it so he doesn't have to build BKB until like 4th item.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I will say Alpha Wolf at some point will be a ton of value for Marcy and Io,
True.
But if you can't hit, then extra damage means nothing, right? And the Purge kind of makes sure that you don't ever get slowed down and all that.
Trying to find one of the wolves on the map so I can see the scaling aura from it, but I think they're all gone.
That's how it is, man. Anytime you need a specific creep, it's not there.
Yep, not one on the map. It's a 4,000 gold lead here for Quest, 7-3. They have been doing very well in this early game. They managed to dodge out a lot of the tempo that G2.IG kind of needed to play around. And Malik, only about 1,000 gold off of his Shivas. JT realizing he needs a BKB, and I don't blame him, right? It's looking hard. Without a BKB, I don't know how he takes these fights.
I do think G2.IG might have another window when they have the blink on the Mars, blink on Earthshaker just finished. I guess you kind of have to make a play now. But then Monet is pretty close to his own blink, and he'll have blink, Dragonlance, Deso. If you can find some good fights off that, especially like starting off with killing off supports like Disruptor and Io, and then take the fight from there, I think they could get themselves back into this, like do Roche after that, right? The Deso helps clear out objectives really quickly. I think that's something they need to look for, because if that flops, I don't know, this Marcy, she's farming real fast with the Battle Fury. She's getting very, very scary. All right, here we go. Smoke play. They gotta find something.
I mean, Omar just put down a really good ward. The smoke's gonna pop, and he sees him immediately. He jumps up out of the high ground, but doesn't grab him. And that sentry not looking too good. Great disruption.
Oh, good disruption.
But Malik,
I don't know why I keep getting surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna go in. Great toss back. They get the Avalanche as well, and Malik gets the Doom onto the best target. They've managed to find Nothing to Say. They've got 2 great kills. The question is, can you find more? NTS goes down. Malik gonna burn here. A little bit too aggressive, potentially. Great side blade off the deny. Okay, G2.IG turn this fight around.
Right? That's kind of exactly what we were saying they needed to find.
Radiant's bottom
What
tower
will they get
is
out
under
of this?
attack.
Looks like they're going for the mid tower. It's pretty low. Yeah, you can just jump on it without even any creeps. Oh, an amplified damage rune too. Could you Roche off of this actually? Could you kill this and then just go straight to Roche?
Radiant structures are
I mean, they are up soon. And I think you need to be a little bit careful, but... I mean, you can threaten it for sure.
Well, it
You're
doesn't even look
really
like they're
hoping to
gonna
get a
the mid
glimpse
tower.
back there. Also, big shout out to Xnova for just always making sure he's in the right position to save people from these glimpses.
is under attack.
Like, that fight's very different if Mars dies on the high ground over there as opposed to in the trees next to his whole team.
Yeah. I wouldn't have minded if he went straight blink, but it actually looks like he's going for an Aghanims first, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, wow.
I thought just helping himself always get the disruptions would be really good. Either saving teammates from glimpse, or maybe Marcy pops Unleash but hasn't BKB'd yet, and you can disrupt her, waste a lot of Unleash time. Because it's essentially like a transform ability, right? Like Marcy without Unleash does significantly less damage and is much less scary in a team fight. So just wasting that in the same way you waste other abilities like Meta, for example, God Strength, I think the same philosophy applies.
All right, we're gonna start.
Which I guess is why he's
threatening
getting
to
Ags.
Yeah, I can get that. Doom finishes up
I
the
worry.
Shivas. Has the BKB queued up now. Did they go for the TA shard? He hasn't yet, but he has it queued up. Okay. All right. This is a really
good.
really good Roche fight, or Roche secure. Really good movement. I don't know what you want to call it. So what's next?
Tormentor, maybe?
Both teams working towards BKB. Is that our next power spike?
Seems like it. Tormentor BKBs. Looks like Aghanim's on Coddle. I mean, that's kind of good. Mars doesn't have BKB yet, but rapidly closing in on that, like 100 more gold. So I guess that's not really going to line up unless they
Radiant's
smoke
middle
right
tower
now.
is under attack.
Cleanse, very nice. Grab that. There's an Aghanim Scepter on Coddle.
Yeah, I
mean-
just got it.
I know he picks this up in a lot of games, and I've seen him do this, and it's done a lot of work, but against a Marcy, it's a little bit surprising, because she can just one-tap the Will-O-Wisp if it's annoying her. But it is also, like, you know, absorbing a flurry, which is, you know, potentially killing an entire hero.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's kind of okay because of that. The other cores are all really bad at it too, Tiny and Doom. So
Yeah.
in theory, if Marcy is on one part of the fight, you could also just use it to keep the other heroes out.
Good point, yeah. BKB out from JT on the courier right now. Not on the hero yet, but these are huge power spikes for G2.IG, and they've got that Aegis for another 3 minutes.
Are scanning.
This Bobica also picked up his shard, so chain stun potential from Fog before he has to commit into the Echo. See what they find. They have a good ward here, but a smoke out from Quest, walking right up onto the high ground. Who are they going to find?
Nova first.
Xnova would be really scary. They managed to get him. Disruption, Avalanche toss. Quest managed to find the opening. The Doom out onto the Mars as well. Monet's just getting chunked by the Marcy Cleave. Oh no! He gets dispelled. The Vessel Solar Bind's not going to save you. Avalanche comes out, and Monet dies twice in a row. Back on the Tiny here. He's managed to find Earthshaker. He's trying to get the blink away, but it's not going to happen. They've done it. An Echo. It does get the Tiny, though. Okay, good
Okay.
plays there.
I thought that was gonna be a waste, but yeah, in that situation for the Tiny.
Dude, watch the
Still,
cleave
fair.
through the arena here.
Yeah, he wasn't even hitting the TA. Half the health gone just to Battle Fury.
Oh, man, that is brutal. And, like, Doom is right there, too, so your refraction is just instantly gone. Wow. But you see the Coddle effect, right? Like, he goes in, hits the Solarbind Spirit Vessel onto Marcy, and Doom's like, what if I just said no, simply? It's just... This Purge is way too good against this hero. This is wild.
I don't know if it... Well, I guess when she has BKB, I feel like TA didn't actually attack that much in that fight.
Yeah.
So maybe if she gets BKB, it becomes a little different. But
Are scanning.
it's still
mean,
looking pretty rough. I mean, this Marcy is so scary.
She has the Basher now, so that's when it just gets worse, right? She always finds her target. She's gonna sit on someone, make sure that they die. I think they misplaced this ward in mid lane, maybe. It's like right just off the cliff where it needed to be.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, 26-minute power rune here. It is going to spawn top. Tiny scouts it out, gets himself a shield rune. That is fantastic for noobs. They're smoked up, looking for a target. They see Bo2. Oh, the jump in. All right, don't even need to pop Unleash for that one. Just a couple of auto attacks. That's a lot of damage.
Man, that's the really nice thing about Overcharge is that Marcy on her own unleashes such a timer on when she's strong, but with the Overcharge, I mean, you're even stronger during Unleash, and even without Unleash, you're still pretty scary.
Relo in. They find X Nova. They're actually just going to put him in the cage. He's like, they have to have a ward here, surely, right? No, that was just a good guess from Noob on the Tiny.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, bottom lane. Maybe thinking of going on the Doom, but he popped the Shivas. Pushes them back.
Radiant's top tower is
And
under
tier 2
attack.
tower in the mid lane should fall after this fortification in just a moment. They're TPing in, though. Shaker is here.
Dire's middle tower
They
has
see him.
fallen. Radiant's
He jumps in, goes for the blink. There's the immediate avalanche. The toss actually catches the Mars as well. He's going to pop the BKB on this Mars. Tries to finish off the IO, and he does. But TA2000 just makes quick work of them. 2 heroes dead. Doom nearby. Going to be able to dispel TA2000 and get him right back into fighting shape. Dude, what an unfortunate toss there for the Mars.
scanning has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
so brutal.
I mean, look at that damage from Marcy.
That's like near Abyssal Blade now. Every single one of these fights where she gets a kill or two, right? This last one, she comes out with 800 gold and now is only like less than 400 away from a full Abyssal Blade. Hits her level 18, so now the extra attack for Unleash and that bonus attack speed even more. All right, back into the game we go. Another rune, this one spawning top lane. Noob will grab that. And gonna get tossed a gem here from Ducalis. I like this a lot, right? He is so tanky on this Tiny. He's gonna see Bo because they know there's probably a ward up there on the high ground based on the last fight. The sentry from G2.IG is just barely missing this. They're gonna be able to use this as info to just go find this Earthshaker once again. He's trying to get to a BKB so he cannot get chain stunned down, but it's just so far away.
I'm not sure he's going to make it to that BKB. In these last couple fights, we see X Nova, the one ends up being killed
JT.
off first.
He just gets Doom, forced to BKB and TP out. Marcy with the bash on the first hit. The Abyssal just for safe measure. Oh, that one hurts.
Simply hit on your first bash on your first hit.
Dire's top tower is under
It's
attack.
that easy.
Yeah, you can no longer just, BKB TP out. It's not going to happen. TA2000 grabs the top tier 2 tower. Only one remaining on the bottom side of the map here. But this game is getting out of control and fast. Now, we thought the same thing last game, and G2.IG managed to pull out a really sick fight when we didn't think it was possible. Oh, the echo from Bo2. Immediate signs from Omar allows him to get the BKB off, and now Bo2's stuck. He's going to be able to jump out for now. Glimpse pulls him back in, but Malik survives with all of that bonus armor, and now it's TA2000's time. I don't even know what to say. That is just ridiculous damage. It's just funny at this point. I don't know what to even say about Marcy.
Is she approaching ban territory?
Dire's bottom tower
I think it is. I think you have to just start banning Io or the Marcy.
I
Probably
think
the
Io has
Io.
some. Yeah, Io has some other pairings. Oh, we have seen some Marcy support, I guess, but I feel like it's more to just threaten this. Like, oh, we might pick Io. You have to pick Io now, or pick things good against it, and then we're like, haha, not gonna do that. I think part of it is also like some of the supports being banned out,
Reload.
especially the disruptor.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Top.
They were looking for the
I mean,
disruptor,
they might
but,
still
or
do
for
it. Yeah.
they were looking for nothing to say, but he TP'd.
Radiant
I feel like once you ban like disruptor or don't get him, you need to strongly consider that this is coming out. And I guess this is like some of the heroes they decided to try against this strategy. We saw some value to it, but it doesn't seem to be the right mix or the right playstyle. I do think it was a good lane swap by Quest. Kind of won them both
it
side
was.
lanes, which if you ran the normal lanes, maybe we do get to see G2IG's original game plan.
Well, there was a Mars in the mid lane here. He's got one more reinitiation. They even got the Doom here onto X-Nova. Will-O-Wisp gets removed from the game. Glimpse gonna pull Bo2 right back in to the enemy team. 3 heroes dead with ease, it feels like, for Quest here as they're getting ready to go for the high ground. Backdoor protection will expire, and overcharge for Tiny. That's a good amount of tower damage, it would seem.
That's true. He has his shard as well. I don't remember if he bought it or he got it from the Tormentor, but endless tree hits on these buildings.
They even give him the sidekick just so he has more tower damage here. They're like just all in. Like, yeah, Tiny can kill buildings, no problem at all. So 32 minutes in, this game is, like I said, falling apart and fast. Like it feels like there's almost no way back into this for G2IG, and we might be seeing a Roche attempt now from Quest to just kind of seal that deal. But yeah, Marcy goes in and doesn't even feel like she needs to pop BKB, right? Like, it's so easy for her. Now they actually find Monet. There's the BKB, but guess what? The Abyssal Blade just makes quick work, and there's the GG. Yeah, you cannot stand your ground against this Marcy hero. Just a really sick series here from Quest. They grab themselves an incredibly important 2-0 over G2IG, and that should secure them the next round at least, and potentially getting them closer to that top 2.
I think so. We'll have to look at the standings in a moment. We got the replays and all that first. For this game, Io Marcy definitely something to respect and fear. More so the latter than anything, I think, if it's not on your team. I think it's going to be the same way we saw Falcons disassemble the Monkey King strat from Entity with some like clever theory crafting. I feel like that's where this strategy is at, which is like teams are still trying to figure out what is the best way to deal with Marcy Io. And when it doesn't work, it looks bad. It looks real bad. But I think you got to start by beating it in the lane, or at least slowing it down. I think some support picks are stronger versus this than the core picks. I think that's the important thing to look for, is if certain supports are being banned out, you either have to have theory crafted another strategy against it, or you've got to ban it.
I think it's just ban worthy at this point. I don't know if you can afford to risk any more games, unless you're, a team like Falcons who's already secured the upper bracket of the playoffs. Like maybe they could let an IO strategy through and be like, all right, we'll see what we can do about it. But these were two incredibly convincing games from Quest where they're just kind of running over at G2.IG. And it's not just the IO Marcy. I want to point out that Malik on the Doom this game actually has so much impact. It is wild. Not only does he kind of free farm in the bottom lane and eventually find some really good kills onto JT, but he's setting up kills onto the backside and making sure that TA2000 is always in fighting potential with the Purge, right? He never allows that Spirit Vessel Solar Bind to stick onto TA2000 for more than maybe a second. In every single fight, it's getting dispelled.
Yeah,
and when that
was a great pick.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I agree. That was a great pickup. And then furthermore, that made his life really difficult. We did see him attempt to make some early rotations, and I think Quest just had some great reads. Starting with the first blood, like right at the beginning, block a camp, then even kill the opponent's sentry, right? That was painful. Slows down the keeper, slows down the support gold. Like 50 gold at that point matters a lot. The limited sentry supply matters a lot. Then, like, I think the first 3 Coddle rotations were all red, and he got nothing out of it, right? That is really big on the side of Quest, which I don't even know who to attribute that to. I don't know if
hopefully
one person in
we can
particular.
ask.
Yeah, maybe we can ask. But that was a huge part of maybe G2IG's draft is a way you can deal with the IO Marcy, and they just got outplayed from the lane swap to the early movements. But once those failed, we were looking at this and like, there is no answer from here.
Yeah, there is no late game scaling like that even comes close to what this Marcy is going to output for the side of G2IG. Like they have a tempo lineup. They're running TA and Keeper of the Light. TA is not a like ultra late game carry typically, right? This is a hero that flash farms to a quick Deso, Dragonlance, Blink Dagger, gets the shard and starts one-shotting supports. In this game, you are literally behind the Marcy by a significant margin. And that, I mean, at 10 minutes, he's 1,500 gold behind Marcy. That is ridiculous to me. That is just showing how good their idea was to take this to the off lane instead.
Yeah, really cool read.
Yeah. I'm excited, though. We will have an interview this time. So excited to say that PSG Quest will be joining us for an interview in just a short moment, everyone. So stay tuned. We'll be back. We'll talk to you in a moment. All right, everybody, as promised, we've got our interview here with PSG Quest, and I'm happy to say we are going to be joined by their mid laner, Noob. What is up, man? Congratulations on a very convincing 2-0, and honestly, a really important 2-0.
Hello, thank you guys. Yeah, it was very important. We win this series. We have a chance to go to playoffs now. So
yeah, well, I think you guys are guaranteed playoffs, but you're now in contention for top 2. So that was big.
Really?
Is it guaranteed? I think so.
I don't
8
think.
wins?
I'm not sure.
Oh,
I
maybe
have no
not.
idea.
Actually, we'll see. Okay, maybe not. I'm lying. We'll come back to that. We'll look at the
close,
brackets
it's close.
later. It's close.
Yeah, it's close. It's close. Yeah, it's very close.
But dude, this was a super fun series to watch. Your guys' drafts. We're gonna ask you a couple questions about those because in game 2 here, you guys go back for this IO Marcy. Scaling on this hero is wild, but I gotta ask about a couple early game moves here. So they get this Keeper of the Light into like this early level 6. How did you guys call out these rotations from them so early? Because it felt like they didn't get anything out of the Coddle when they really needed it.
I would say we play Kotel ourselves a lot. I'm playing it a lot, so it's easy to know what he wants to do, kinda. And we kind of predicted everything. It's not really hard to do when you read map, and we did it good this game. He got 0 kills for a long time. He had Vessel with 0 charges. It was really good for us. So, yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. I'm gonna let Zach ask you a couple questions. I know he's been cooking some.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, the reads on that game 2 were really good. Going back to game 1, I felt like you guys were relatively in control for that, and then at some point slipped away a little bit. It got a little close. Can you talk through kind of team comms when that sort of thing happens?
Team comms. We were a bit frustrated. The game was easy, and then it got a little harder. I had bad build as well. I think I had a bad build, and we wanted to burst a hero under Marcy, and then I saw him how he's killing Pango, and I was calling just Abyssal Pango, kill Pango, easy target. It was fun. I don't know.
Definitely looked fun. Once you guys got it back, it looked like you guys were having tons of fun just killing heroes with that. So today you guys went 4-0. Like we said, very, very important turn of events for you guys. You had a break yesterday. What happened? You guys seem to really show up today. Everything went pretty well today.
Actually, today was a very bad day. We played so bad in scrims. We were all lazy, tired. We played so bad yesterday. I was surprised, but we're man, best of 3s only. We win 2-0s only.
Oh no! Well, got the bad games out of the way yesterday, and
yeah, 0-2s, 2-0s. Yeah.
Okay, last question then. I'll let you take a break. You had the 2 series. Is there something you do in between the series to stay warmed up? Do you just take it easy, or do you still play pubs if you have time, or just talk about the next opponents?
I think everyone does his own thing in a way. Someone might be pubbing, some people will take a small nap, watch something, chill. Everyone has his own thing going.
Gotcha. What about you? What do you like to do?
Sometimes I pop, but today I took a small nap. I was so tired. I just napped a bit and got back in shape.
Gotcha. Oh, thank you. Ricky, you got anything else?
Oh, I'm curious because you're like, yeah, game 1, I had a bad build on Sniper. What do you think was like your correct build for yourself? Was it like skipping the Ags or something?
I think I should skip the Ags and go for Mjolnir, BKB, and just hit. But I thought like I had the fast timing on Ags and we can fight, but in reality, I couldn't really do much with it because they were jumping me.
Yeah, I saw you go like from Ags into more of a right-click build after that, and we were like, okay, we like where this is going, right? So, yeah, I think that makes sense. Dude, yeah, this was a fun series. Okay, last question. This IO Marcy, is it approaching just like first phase ban potential? Because we're seeing so many teams kind of just double picking it in phase 2 if it makes it through. Like, is it that strong, or is it mostly just draft dependent? I guess maybe you can't
I would say it's
it, but
broken. No, everyone knows it's broken. It's just weird. They gave it to us two games in a row, and without real answer to it. It was weird. We were happy they did it, but yeah, I'm not sure why they did it.
Yeah, we saw some experimenting from teams being like, maybe we can beat this draft or we can beat these like combos, but we've been seeing a lot of IO or Marcy getting banned going into phase 2, so we were a little bit curious what your take was on it, but
yeah, it feels like everyone is gonna ban it. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That's kind of what we were leaning towards. So that's about all we got for you. Is there anything that you'd like to say before we let you go rest for your evening? Because you guys are done for the group stage now, right?
Yeah, we're done. No, that's it, guys. Thank you for your time.
Hey, Noob, congratulations. Appreciate you joining us. A very great way for you guys to end this group stage. And, best of luck going forward. We'll hopefully talk to you again
guys.
soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks, man. Alrighty. In good spirits, PSG Quest, and rightfully so. Their last 3 series, they go 2-0 in all of them, if I'm not mistaken. And that completely changes their placements here in this tournament. So really big for them.
Yeah, we're going to pull up the standings here. Okay, this is where I don't know if we know it all off the top of our head, but I think all the teams will be looking pretty deep into this, like, are we in? Are we out? Because it's pretty close right now. Falcons is guaranteed in, I believe, but they could.
Quest has to be in. There's no way. G2.IG and Entity are the last match. So only one of them can get to 8 wins. I'm pretty sure Quest is through, right? They're not clinched for like upper side, but I'm pretty sure it's G2.IG versus Entity, which means only they either draw and go to 7 and force, a potential tiebreaker with OG, or they get to 8 wins, and then there's no one else that can get to 8 wins. So I'm pretty sure Quest is through to playoffs. You can't quote me on it, but I'm going to say fairly sure that they are through.
I think
we'll get some
info if OG 4-0s tomorrow.
OG has 2 more series. I forgot about
that's
this.
That's the danger for Quest. I think if OG 4-0s and then Azure Ray wins like at least 1 match, and then there's a 2-0 in Entity versus G2, I think that is where Quest is potentially eliminated, or at least in tiebreakers. So
okay, I forgot OG had 2 series. That's a big difference. That's big difference.
But it is OG has to play Azure Ray, which Azure Ray has also been looking good. So it's not going to be an easy like 4-0 for them.
As for Group B, also known as the Draw Group, holy heck. All but, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All but 14 of their series have been draws.
Or half that, right? Because probably some of those are doubled up. There's like against each other.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's like 7 series, I think.
Yeah,
everything
you're
else
right.
Was draws.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, they've drawn so much. So way higher potential for tiebreakers over there. Right now, mathematically, Blacklist is eliminated, but there is no team clinched for upper bracket besides Falcons. They are guaranteed at 10 wins to be going to the upper bracket of the playoffs. But Group B is going to be very close. 3 wins separating 1st and 7th. That is wild going into the final day.
Yeah, pretty scary. I think some of the top teams like Liquid and Tundra are fairly safe. At the least should probably be tiebreakers to stay qualified. But I have not gotten to look as deep into it. We've been caught up in Group A the whole time.
Yeah, Tundra is at the same situation as Questin. They're in 2nd place at 8 and 6, and there's just a bunch of teams hot on their tails with like 1 series left.
Just nervously looking around.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Tomorrow's gonna be a really fun final day, and I'm excited because you and me, we're gonna be wrapping up a stream, right? We're gonna be the last 2 series. It's gonna be G2.IG versus Entity, and then Azure Ray versus OG, and both of those series are gonna be super sick. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. But if you're not following the other stream, you should probably do that. There are 2 different streams that are happening, every single day here in these groups. So of course we're here on main stream. On the A stream, there's the B stream, as well as even a YouTube stream. So you guys can check all those out. What am I missing, Zach? Oh, the Twitter, right?
Yeah, follow the Twitter. I think that's about it. The B stream always, every time we get to this point, B stream's done. The long games are here on A stream, apparently. We have quite a few long games, which I wonder how much the teams are taking into account in the meta, because I think I was looking at the stats, and about 60% of games end before 40 minutes, which means a 40% of games are going over 40 minutes, which is kind of wild. But even in the 60% are still between 40 minutes, right? The heavy majority are between 30 to 40 minutes. So there's very few short games right now out of all of it. and it has been going on the long side in terms of game length. And I wonder if that's going to start at like some support scale better, right? And usually you're like, oh, support's about early game. I was like, well, I don't know. I'm not sure if that's really what we should be assuming anymore based on how these games have been going.
Yeah. So I think this has been it's been a very fun day to finish things up, but we've got, again, one more day of group stages left. So we just want to say thank you all so much for tuning in as we bring this one to a close. My name's Cryptic. Been here with Z Quixotics. We'll see you all here tomorrow, same place, same time, to finish up the Elite League. And yeah, hopefully you guys have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.